of coverage of the U.S.-Iraq war. If you stayed with us till last night at 1 in the morning, good morning. If you are just tuning in, I am also just getting caught up. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. To begin, let me show you. I'm here. I have multiple feeds I'll be monitoring. I will be updating that text on the screen very shortly. God bless all of you. God bless the United States of America. There has been a number of developments this morning. We are going to start with the developments in Lebanon. We're going to move quickly to the developments in Tehran. We're going to move at that point to the skyline of Tel Aviv, where at 12 p.m. Eastern wartime, I did hear sirens but did not see a successful strike. I have a number of pieces of on-the-ground footage for you that we can review, and as always, we will get ourselves fully caught up and then proceed to live coverage. The White House press secretary has given a press conference in the past hour. We'll get caught up on that. Good morning. It is very nice to see all of you. Bless you as well, Sergeant Schlutzy. Thank you for being with us. And I pray your indulgence as I prepare to get you caught up.
Attacks were directed solely
Let's
at
take a
U.S.
listen in on
interests.
Qatar.
The facts on the ground clearly show that the attacks struck civilian and residential areas inside the state of Qatar. He stressed that such attacks reveal no goodwill on Iran's part towards its neighbors. Laura Khan is in Doha. You're following developments in the wider Gulf. But let's start with this. What more did we hear from Qatar, Laura?
Well, this is very important, and there's a big question as to whether this is a turning point. There has been a lull today and especially this evening in the number of attacks coming from Iran. We've seen cruise missiles, we've seen ballistic missiles and drones coming over the past few days, but this has really dropped significantly. We've heard nothing so far this evening. Now, the Qatari Prime Minister had this conversation over the phone with Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran. Now, these are historically friendly countries. This was challenged last June during a 12-day war, Israel and Iran, the US getting involved. When they attacked Al Udeid air base, this really challenged the foreign ministry, who said that the only reason they didn't respond at that time is they didn't want to create regional instability. But this time round, they're essentially saying that they have every right to respond, that this is an attack on its sovereign territory, that it's attacked its energy infrastructure. There's been a kind of a thwarted attack on Hamad International Airport, a very important hub, travel hub in the Middle East, and also on its military infrastructure. So they made it very clear that there is a disconnect between Iran essentially saying they're aiming to attack only US assets here, when they say, no, this is an attack not only on its sovereignty, but across the Gulf nations.
And Nida Ibrahim now is in Ramallah, that's in the occupied West Bank.
Let's take a listen in on Israel.
News out of Israel on day 5 of this military campaign.
Well, according to Israeli officials, they're saying that within hours, Israel will have air superiority over not just Tehran and west of Iran, but all the skies of Iran. This is, of course, according to sources in the Israeli military, saying that to the Israeli newspaper of Yedaot Ahronot, saying that this will allow them to operate there more freely, as well as the U.S. Air Force in the region and in areas that in east of Iran that it was a bit more difficult to operate in. We've also heard from the Israeli military spokesperson, General Avi Diffrin, who says that the Israeli forces have attacked at least 300 Iranian air defense systems, and that would allow them to kind of continue cracking down on Iranian facilities and Iranian, what they call terror industries. Of course, when they talk about that, they're talking about either ballistic missiles or nuclear facilities. And we've seen throughout the past 24 hours Israeli officials boasting about targeting what they call a secretive nuclear facility where the location was moved post the war with Iran, the last war with Iran in June. We're also hearing Israeli officials using a heavier rhetoric on Hezbollah in Lebanon, saying that the amount of rockets it was allowed to fire, it's something that they underestimated. And usually what that means is that the Israeli forces are kind of manufacturing earlier consent, if you may, that they are going to crack down heavily on Lebanon, even though we know that Hezbollah is nowhere near how it was before the war on Gaza started, so it's much weaker. But still, it's seen here that Israel found a very strategic moment in history, very strategic timing to try and attack Hezbollah and try and disarm it, if not eliminate the party altogether. So they're using that kind of, we underestimated Hezbollah and its abilities and its power as a way to prepare us for what's coming ahead in Lebanon.
Nida Ibrahim reporting out of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thank you very much. And U.S. President Trump has said that he expects the operation in Iran to be over in a matter of weeks. But a look at the history of American invasions shows that all too often they end up dragging on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Propaganda Man. I understand, Mr. Propaganda Man. I understand. All right, let me show you what I got going on here. All right, so are you ready to see a CRAM? Now, yesterday we did see a CRAM, but it was actually 36 hours ago, and it was over Erbil, but it was very degraded footage. Now, I might even have sound for you of a CRAM. I haven't listened to it with sound, but this is the latest footage that I was able to get out of Erbil in Iraq about an hour ago. So, sound warning, you might, hear a loud CRAM shooting. I haven't listened to this yet, So, just telling you, this is the latest pictures about 2 hours ago. Nope. So, no volume, but you're about to see a CRAM intercept a drone. Ready? It's got to start again. You're going to see the fire of the CRAM. It's pretty clear for a CRAM shot. You don't want to mess with that kind of rocket. I mean, it's an American interceptor, but, see that red line going up? That's called a CRAM. It's pretty rare footage. We found one the other day, but it was very late at night, so the person filming it didn't really get a shot. That's an actual CRAM capture, in clear, over a highway. Frankly, I'm kind of shocked to even see this kind of footage. It's not really the stuff you would see in a civilian area, so they must be driving near an Air Force base or an airport in Erbil, because that is a CRAM interceptor, and it just successfully got a drone or a missile. It can really get rockets and drones, but its job is to fire really fast when you try to attack us. Here's footage the Israeli military released about probably 6 hours ago of the IDF jets with air superiority over Iran. Pretty clear, pretty cool footage, if I do say so myself. Do you see that? Isn't that really just stunning? Those are our allies. God bless those Israeli fighters. They, about 6 hours ago, these are live pictures, not live, these are real pictures released by the Israeli Air Force. So it's, it's probably delayed by 6 hours before that for safety reasons. But that is the footage of today, March 4th, in Tehran. Nighttime has already fallen in Tehran. Let me give you the times, by the way. So just to anchor our coverage here, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Wednesday, March 4th. It is the 5th day of the U.S.-Iran war. In Tel Aviv, as night falls, it is 9:28 p.m. In Tehran, it is 10:58 p.m. Okay? You're watching footage from probably sunrise this morning of IDF fighters flying over Iran. And you might be saying, how did we get that? The IDF will release that kind of footage. Here's a better angle of the CRAM shot. Let me see if I can get you some audio. It's harder than you think to get audio, but that was the same CRAM shot I just showed you, but from a different angle. Again, a CRAM is like a giant trail of bullets that fires up. It's kind of like a centrifuge of bullets, and its job is to go up there and catch missiles that are fired or drones. So you're seeing footage from about 2 hours ago over the U.S. Air Base in Iraq. Sorry, you're watching a CRAM, CRAM, counter rocket aerial, whatever the last one is. It is a very powerful weapon. I'm not an expert on CRAMs. In fact, before 2 days ago, I had only seen a video of one CRAM firing a test off a ship. I'm not even used to like land-based CRAMs, but there you go. The American base in Erbil, Iraq, using a very complex, rare to see it, weapon called I mean, I wouldn't, if you're in the military, you probably see it. But civilians don't just like see footage of CRAM intercepts all the time. And so that is a CRAM over Erbil, a way better shot than the dude on the highway. This is the same CRAM shot. That's how I knew it was real. You cannot like fake that kind of thing from two different angles and have it be exactly the same, basically. So that was very impressive. That's American Air Defense Systems at Erbil. Let me give you the update regarding forces on the ground. So there were reports about an airborne force of paratroopers from Israel landing in Iraq like 2 hours ago. This is the statement in Arabic. Like, it basically says like that there were there was a landing. I'm not going to translate the whole thing, but there was a landing in something called let me read her translation of the word, Najaf, which is a desert, the Negev Desert. And the Israeli troops, it doesn't say in the press release from from the Israeli government that they went in, but then if you look at what the Israeli fighters said, she translates it as the follows. Elizabeth Truskoff. These days, which was today, the fighters of the special units of the Israeli Air Force are carrying out special missions which could ignite the imagination. So I believe, hello, Mama D, hello, Thomas, hello, Reasonable Six, hello, Mad P. We are just taking a look at reports that Israel has troops on the ground, or did launch paratroopers on the ground in Iraq about 2 hours ago. I don't have any footage of that. I'm taking you through the updates from the day. Let me show you footage from Tehran tonight. This is the most recent. This is going to be loud. All right, so this is the skies of Tehran about an hour ago. All right, so these are the most recent pictures coming out of Tehran. Oh, yeah. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new bomb Tehran emoji. Like when Tehran gets bombed, you have an emoji you can alert. Okay, I'll show you the bomb Tehran emoji. It's that one. I think it is fair to say that the bombs are falling on Tehran right now. I'm watching them. That all the power's gone. Oh God, did you see all the power substations going? All right, ready? Watch all the power get knocked out. Watch all those are power transformers blowing, and then all the lights are gone. That was brutal. Oh wow, just shock and awe. Oh my word. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, this is live over Tehran about an hour ago. These are if you're just tuning in, the day is going to start like this and just ramp up from here. This is what is being called the most destructive wave yet of bombing on Tehran by the American officials. Mr. President Trump did say to expect this today, but you're seeing it. Watch it. Oh, just watch. Just listen to the sounds of American bombs raining down on Tehran. I'm going to show this one more time because like Al Jazeera, which is what we watch, shows bombing of Israel constantly, and there isn't going to be a generation of Iranians. Yesterday the Iranians were cheering when we bombed the IRCG camps. They want them gone. There isn't going to be a generation of anti-American Iranians. The only Iranians left are going to be pro-American. And they're very anti-regime. I'm sure some of you know this. The Iranian regime has been slaughtering its own people. Like, that is not political propaganda. They actually slaughter their own people. Like, there are a lot of Iranians. Like, do you understand? I read this story about this young, she's older now, but when she was 16, she had just got her driver's license in Iran. She wore a sweatshirt outside with like a band name on it instead of hijab. She got reported to the morality police and had to go there in full hijab, in niqab actually, and say that she would never wear something that was not a niqab again, okay? I saw reports of another girl who was sexually abused as a child. She was brought to the police, tried 3 times, and then they hung her from a crane because a 52-year-old member of the Iran Revolutionary Guard abused her. So, yeah, no, there's not going to be a generation of anti-American Iranians. There's not going to be any Iranians that are pro-IRGC. There's not going to be any IRGC. The entire country of Tehran is going to be leveled. Let me just show you this one more time. This is one bombing run 1 hour ago. Again, one more time. This is American bombing of Tehran 1 hour ago. I'm not naive. I just understand how much military power the U.S. Air Force has. We've never unleashed this on anyone. We sunk a submarine today for the first time. We sunk a ship with a submarine today for the first time since World War II. Just look at the raw power. This is not like regular bombing. This is we deployed in the field last night. I saw the first strafing run by the B-52s. Oh my God! It's like, this is not a missile like attack like you're used to. It's not like a double tap strike from the Israeli Air Force. It's a level of ferocity like in bombing that I've only seen once in my life, which was last night, and now I'm seeing it again. Like, I know these are different images. They are tearing up Tehran. I mean, it's not even our, like, fighter jets. They are B-52 Stratoforce bombers doing strafing runs. They're literally dropping more payloads of bombs in that one video than, like, your brain can conceptualize. I mean, we're going to move past very quickly the amount of munitions dropped in the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, all those wars. We're going to very quickly head to, like, World War levels of munition use. I'm telling you what you're looking at. It's not strikes from a jet. It's a B-52, like, serious American bomber that has not been used until last night, doing a second night of runs on Tehran. And a lot of people, I don't think, understand the size and force and power of the U.S. military. It's bigger than like we keep saying. I've said it. Other people have said it. Mr. President Trump has said it. The U.S. military is bigger in, like, total size of munition, total fighting force, total, like, ships, total planes, total submarines, total aircraft carriers. It's bigger than every other military combined, okay, by like 5 times on the list below it. There is just we don't unleash it. We didn't need to unleash it in Venezuela. We didn't need to unleash it in Iraq or Afghanistan. We were not fighting an ally capable of like going toe-to-toe. Iran is not capable of going toe-to-toe, but we are unleashing basically the equivalent of what you would have seen over Dresden during the firebombing of Dresden. In fact, what is going on in Tehran right now arguably has surpassed the levels of the firebombing of Dresden, and we're probably getting closer to like what Berlin experienced in like 44 and 45. I'm not sure if you understand, like, just because there's not artillery and soldiers like rushing into Tehran, they are getting hit harder than any bombing runs in like World War II, because we have open rain on them. We have complete, almost total air superiority. The only reason Iran is fighting at all is they have they're in total war, and they have like millions of missiles decentralized throughout the Middle East. Hezbollah in southern Lebanon has about 200,000. And then there's militias in Iraq, and then there's Iran itself, the IRGC's army. They just have like this decentralized, like very serious missile capability. So like you can't bomb Tehran and stop the missiles. You can't. Iran does it. It's not a conventional war. It's a very new form of war. So what you're watching is the U.S. like ramping up. We're at like 4 out of 10. When we get to 10 out of 10, you don't need a nuke. You just can strafe Tehran until there are no buildings left. You can bomb a country to rubble if you have air superiority and actually use the United States Air Force. No one's ever done it, but President Trump, I'm telling you, I know what I'm looking at, is actually going to raze Tehran to the ground. It's kind of punishment because Tehran's been killing our boys and girls, our soldiers and civilians. But I'm telling you, like, it's just going to be it's not naivete. I just know the military capabilities of the United States, and I've seen them ramp up. I've heard Mr. President Trump tell, like, the world that we're going to see these increased waves, and now I'm watching B-52s strafing Tehran multiple nights in a row. It's not what you think. It's like an absolute, like, let's watch this, all right? This is the first time a U.S. military submarine has sunk a ship since World War II. That was an Iranian direct strike. This is from the Secretary of War himself. That was a direct American strike from the scope of the submarine on an Iranian, looks like a missile destroyer. I can't tell the exact class of sub. Dude, that ship is gone. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to that ship. You, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching historic footage. I repeat, 2 hours ago, this is shared. This is not some random OISNT account either. This is the Secretary of War, might have been the Secretary of State, either one. That is unclassified American war footage. That's what President Trump gets to see in real time if he wants to sit in the sit room. Ladies and gentlemen, that is almost unbelievable. The words that I, Grant Smith Ellis, your Edward R. Murrow towel of this war, am about to repeat to you at 2:42 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, are, again, another series of incredible firsts. You are watching the first time, you are actually seeing the pictures of the first time that our boys and girls out there on the high seas, an American submarine, for the first time since World War II, has sunk an enemy ship during war. Is it setting in yet, ladies and gentlemen? Is the reality of this war hitting home hard enough just yet? If you are not paying attention, if you're not realizing the scope of this conflict, I know most of the listeners on this channel, you are far behind. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, reporting from Boston, I, Grant Smith Ellis, your Edward R. Murrow towel, do report that for the first time since World War II, an American submarine has sunk an enemy vessel. Hey! Tehran? I don't speak Arabic. I barely understand it. Not to mention I don't speak Farsi. I only speak a very limited form of Arabic because I listen to Al Jazeera. So you don't have to use words like that. That's your only warning now. You want to teach me how to phonetically pronounce Tehran? How am I supposed to do that? Tehran. I don't have like Arabic phonetic pronunciation. Tehran, is that good enough for you? Tehran. So, in short, ladies and gentlemen, setting aside the Iranian troll who's mad apparently that I don't know how to say Tehran, so let me just make it very emphatic on the wrong syllable for him on purpose, or her, whatever it may be. Tehran. All right, how's that for you? That is your ship if you are an Iranian. That's your ship. Okay, it was your ship. That is not your ship anymore. Your ship is on the bottom of the ocean. So you have fun, like, with your ship. You know, maybe you should go, like, instead of insulting me and calling me a D-bag because I don't know how to pronounce Tehran, maybe you should go save your ship. You know, grow a victory garden for whatever the hell, or whatever you do over there. Maybe focus on that, not my pronunciation of the word Tehran. How about that? Damn Iranians. I'm just going to make you watch this, Mr. Iranian. You know what? You know what, Mr. Iranian? We're going to watch this one, too. I'm trying to be nice to the Iranian people, not the IRGC. And you're making me all mad, so now watch Tehran burn. Sorry, Tehran. I have made my point. I have made my point. All right, let me see what other images I got for you. Oh, yes. Let's take a look at another strike, what looks like a very successful strike on Tehran. Tehran. This is Tehran, Iran. Earlier today, Tehran. I think that's a very, very specific targeted strike. It looks like it was successful on, again, Tehran. All right, Tehran. All right, what else do we got? Oh, yes, here's an interesting video of an American cruise missile flying over the Strait of Hormuz, probably towards Iran, not Tehran, but Iran. It's a very nice cruise missile. Do you like our American cruise missiles? It looks very nice. I think it's going to go say hi to the Iranians. What website is this? This is my primary source amalgamation of various real-time footage from around the Gulf that is not available on various media, even Al Jazeera Arabic, because, well, frankly, I think they should spend better time. Let me just give you an example. Last night when Israel used the Delilah missile to strike a hotel, which was probably hosting a Hezbollah commander in Lebanon, I got footage on the ground in Arabic on this screen before Al Jazeera Arabic got it on the screen. So, I'm just telling you, you're not watching a website. This is the website. You're watching my brain amalgamate various information in real time from around the internet. Prior to me sharing it, I source it to the best of my ability. Some stuff, if I think it might be like artificial, again, this is all live, this is all within the last few hours, I might like give a disclaimer, but on the whole, like, you're seeing like a substantial amount of bombing raids. Let's get the latest from the State Department.
Right now, from the State Department, they are announcing that since the beginning of this operation, Epic Fury, great news, 17,500 Americans have been able to safely return here to the United States. Another good update yesterday, 8,500 Americans returned to U.S. soil, trying to get an exact number on how many of those were evacuated by the State Department. But however they got here, 8,500 and more Americans back here on U.S. soil out of harm's way. Harris?
On that, and moments ago, I was talking with the Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, and he was saying he could see the shift, that Iran is not firing as much, and those airports are running. He noted Abu Dhabi, which is where he was, and he could see the commercial flights and some of those evacs that I would imagine are part of that too. So that is great news. 17,500. I'm marking that.
All right, so Americans, if you are listening to me somehow and you are in the Middle East, you should go to step.state.gov. I repeat, if you are listening to me somehow and you are in the Middle East, you should go to step.state.gov. Okay, you should also call the number on the screen. It is very important that the American officials know where you are. If flights open out of the area in which you are located, they are going to call you. If you don't call them and register, they don't know where you are. So please, if you have family members that are American in the Middle East, they need to leave immediately. You need to make sure that before they are evacuated, they call that number. This is a direct request of the U.S. State Department. They need to call that number immediately or go to the website, and they need to register with the U.S. government. They need to evacuate the Middle East immediately. Okay? So the U.S. government, if you have family there and they are evacuating, they're under mandatory evacuation if they're American. They need to register with the U.S. government. There are not enough flights out of these countries to evacuate all of the Americans. Therefore, if your family is trying to get out of the Middle East, they need to call the State Department and register. The State Department is going to call them on short notice and tell them how to evacuate. They'll say, you have 3 hours to get to this airport, there's a commercial flight. Or they'll say, we're going to do a military transport. If you have American relatives in the Middle East, again, this is the State Department is upset that people are not telling people this. So I'm telling you what the State Department wants the public to know. Please, if you are an American in the Middle East, or if you have family in the Middle East who are American, they need to leave. They are under evacuation. They need to leave the Middle East, and they need to call the State Department, and they need to tell the State Department where they are. It's very important that the State Department know where all the Americans are in the Middle East. It's very, very important. People are not doing this. It's not like an option. You need to have your family, if they are in the Middle East and they are American. They don't, I mean, I guess if they have dual citizenship, they can make the call on their own. But if they are American, they need to leave. They need to leave the Middle East. They need to call the State Department, and they need to register. The State Department is going to keep track of where they are, all of them, and call you directly. If you're listening to my voice, then you are in the Middle East and you are an American. You need to call the State Department at that number on the screen. They've asked you to do this. 1-202-501-4444. You should call the State Department if you are an American in the Middle East, and you should tell them where you are. You should tell them what country you're in. You should tell them what hotel you're in. You should tell them all of your information. The State Department's going to keep your cell phone number on hand and your email, and they're going to contact you with like a 3-hour window and get you out of the Middle East. You should not be in the Middle East. Your family should not be in the Middle East. If you're hearing my voice and you are an American and you have family in the Middle East who is impacted by the mandatory evacuation, or you are under mandatory evacuation, you should be contacting the U.S. State Department directly. You should not dilly-dally. You should not delay. It is very important. They want this number up on the screens all the time. Okay? The number you should contact is 1-202-501-4444. You need to leave the Middle East immediately. You probably can't do it alone, so you need to contact the State Department, who is now ordering Americans to leave the region. All right. Thank you for your attention. That was actually very important. Like, the State Department is like upset. So if you are under evacuation, like some people who are under mandatory evac are not calling the State Department. You should be calling the State Department. They want to evacuate you. You have to call them. You don't need to leave wherever you are. You can stay in a war zone. You have your free will. But if you are under evacuation, even if you're not, if you are in any country in the Middle East, even if you're not like gonna leave, okay, you need to call the State Department. If you're an American, and you need to say, this is where I am, this is where I'm staying, this is my number in my email. You may not have an option in like a week, or a day, so you need to call them. They're telling people to call them. You, like some of you out there, are not doing it, so call the State Department. If you are in the Middle East and you are an American, they're like apparently very concerned about this, which tells me all I need to know. Anne Marie, God bless you. Thank you for your support. Anne Marie Harrison, it is such an honor to see you again today. God bless you. All right. As you can see, Anne Marie was very kind to support this channel. Let's listen to Trey Yanks' most recent report on the streets of Tehran.
We're also getting some new video from the streets of Tehran today, showing empty streets, people staying inside. A lot of damage, though, amid these strikes that are taking place, going after IRGC leadership and the structure meant to replace the Ayatollah. As this is taking place, one resident responding to what he heard and saw.
There were 3 strong blasts, one after another. The third one was very powerful. The diplomatic police near Avni Park was hit. I've come here to see what happened. The explosions were too heavy. All windows in this neighborhood have been shattered. Many buildings have been ruined and a few cars have been destroyed.
We're also getting some new video from the streets of Tehran today showing empty streets, people staying inside. A lot of damage, though, amid these strikes that are taking place, going after IRGC leadership and the structure meant to replace the Ayatollah. As this is taking place, one resident responding to what he heard and saw.
There were 3 strong blasts, one after another. The third one was very powerful. The diplomatic police near Avini Park was hit. I've come here to see what happened. The explosions were too heavy. All windows in this neighborhood have been shattered. Many buildings have been ruined and a few cars have been destroyed.
We're also getting some new video from the streets of Tehran today showing empty streets, people staying inside. A lot of damage, though, amid these strikes that are taking place, going after IRGC leadership and the structure meant to replace the Ayatollah. As this is taking place, one resident responding to what he heard.
All right, and just wanted to see that twice. Very, as you can see. All right, hold on. Here's an earlier hit on Shiraz in Iran. You can see that I don't think we captured the moment of the strike, but that's Iran burning, you know, so they like to show Tel Aviv. Yeah, that is an oil refinery. I do think it is. I do think it is an oil refinery. I don't know if there's not going to really be any. It wasn't a timeout war. I think that some of the people in the chat were seeing like a comment that like looked anti-American, not like anti-American, but like malicious, like America's not going to protect its citizens, and I think they like timed him out. He doesn't have a wrench, the guy who got removed, but I watched the chat, so you can have any opinion you want, but I don't want to see any like Iranian war propaganda, that type of stuff, like nothing that supports the enemy, nothing that like implies Americans, nothing that spreads false information about like this protection of Americans, which is why I would guess they jumped down his throat and timed him out. So, yep. But yeah, on the whole, nobody really gets timed out here for opinions. You just can't, like, act subversive. You know, no trolling, no being discriminatory. Now, one thing I want to talk about is, listen, we talked a lot last night. I said it like 4 times. I was like, folks, you know what Hezbollah is going to do now that they are attacking Israel? They're going to do their Hezbollah thing, and they do their Hezbollah thing. So let me show you the Hezbollah thing. Like when Hezbollah like attacks Israel, they have a very specific way of doing it. They literally embed people with footage and then they upload it. This is footage that Hezbollah, I told you they were going to do this. If you were watching last night, I kept saying, oh no, like you don't want Hezbollah like actually getting in the conflict because then they do this. Like they put out that Hezbollah has been at war with Israel forever. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy group in South Lebanon. So Hezbollah loves baiting Israel. I told you this last night. What's going on, Prince of Wales? What's going on? I'm looking. So yes, take a look at this. Like Hezbollah, I'm going to show you again. Like Hezbollah trolls Israel. Literally, it's bad. They attack them, they claim the attack, they wait for Israel to deny the attack, and then this is raw footage. Again, I have good sources that cover Hezbollah. The Islamic Jihad, which is the Mujahideen, they're called Hezbollah, in South Lebanon, then will go attack Israel. Like I'm showing you the footage that Hezbollah released. This is through Ali Hashim on Al Jazeera. They release it on Telegram. Ali will go get it and upload it. That is what you're watching, is like what Hezbollah does when you get into a war with them. They're like propaganda. They're not. It's not propaganda, but they're like media masters. They both have like a military, and then they also embed like propaganda units within the military. Let me show you another example. These are attacks on the Moran base and the Nafsha camp in the Golan. Now, you might be like, no, they do. No, Hezbollah does not have a media team. Yes, Hezbollah has a media team. I tried to tell you all, like, you are looking, I told you they cover up their launch sites. I've studied Hezbollah for years as a journalist. This is, like, stereotypical Hezbollah. This is exactly what they do. They show you, like, they do the attacks, they wait like 12 to 24 hours, they wait for you to deny them, and then they upload the footage. showing, and like they're Hezbollah, so like they're not like some like ragtag group of guerrilla fighters. They're an army, like a real army funded by Iran. And you are looking at their footage. They then upload like very professionally, showing you like how they did the attack, where the attack hit, what type of weapons they used. Like they're mad about the Ayatollah, that's his picture. They're showing you like the symbol of the Mujahideen, the Islamic resistance. Then they're showing the trail of that specific missile. They're censoring the background so Israel can't find out where the guy with the camera was filming from. But frankly, I mean, a smart Israeli person could, like a person in the IDF could figure this out anyway. They're censoring the clouds, which is what you're supposed to do, so that the Israeli army can't geolocate where you took the video from. Okay? And that's Hezbollah. When Hezbollah like wants to produce something, that's what they do. Now you might be saying to yourself, there's no way this like group in Lebanon is like an army, like a real army. Yeah, they really are. They're like a government. They're very serious. People don't take them seriously, which I think is like not a smart thing to do because it's Hezbollah, but they really don't take them seriously. Here was the strike. I got raw footage of the strike on the Iran Navy's IRIS Shahid Sayed Shirazi Soleimani class corvette warship. This was targeted in Bandar Abbas, Hormozgan province this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Soleimani class corvette warship burning. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching it burning. That was one of 19 to 20 plus ships that we've hit. My pleasure, Tiffany B. Welcome to the channel. Enjoy your tower wrench. We are just getting started. Today we'll take the coverage through the night in Tehran, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, Oman, Kuwait, UAE, Doha. It's just rolling conflict. Again, this is an American attack earlier today on an Iranian Khomeini-class corvette ship. You can see it took a hard strike. And then here's something you won't see every day. I have footage for you of the IRGC Navy man who was like on the boat. He dove off the boat and he had to get rescued by a random speedboat. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just not something you're going to see every day. It is raw footage of Iran, from the ocean. After we struck their boat, the IRGC guy had to jump into the ocean to save himself, and then he had to be rescued. Something tells me there weren't that many rescues from that boat, but that man got off the boat. You see the man like dripping wet? He got off the big boat, he jumped into the ocean, and they saved him on a speedboat. And you're watching an Iranian naval, like an IRGC naval force man, being rescued on a speedboat because we bombed his boat. All right, that's the state of modern war. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the state of modern war. Let's check in with AJ English. Let's get caught up on the ground. Hello, Kevin from South Boston. It is good to see you. Hello, Lucky Ezel. I know this can be taxing on folks' mental health. Now, I try to create a system here that's centered around mostly, I guess the best way to say it is sort of, a public information service. So it's designed to like kind of educate, inform, entertain. It's not, I wouldn't say it's meant to be like easy by any means on you, but it's meant to like give you moments of levity so that you can process the more intense moments. I don't always do that perfectly, but that is the goal of this public information service. Now let me get you back ready with Al Jazeera English and Al Jazeera Arabic. And if you're thinking to yourself, like, that is actually a very useful way to do this, like 20% sort of moments of levity and then giving the updates. I didn't come up with that. I learned how to do this from studying media over the years. My favorite journalists are for example, Ida Tarbell, okay, the wonderful journalist who looked into the Standard Oil Company. And then I also like Hunter S. Thompson, and I like, oh my goodness, I don't know if this is live or not. These are moments ago. I think it is over Beirut. Let me bring it up for you. I also like Hunter S. Thompson, as well as a number of other journalists who kind of design the presentation of information in a way that engenders cogent participation in the democratic process. So that's what I'm all about. I'm glad you found the stream. Let's take a look at what's going on. So here's what I got on AJ Arabic. This is the latest pictures, I believe, for Beirut, but you got to give me a few seconds to confirm because I have to listen to the Arabic. And like a lot of the stream is me listening to Arabic, mostly Qatari Arabic, and translating it. Sometimes we have to like listen to stuff that's in Farsi, and I don't speak Farsi that well, so then we have to have friends from the chat help. But here's the latest pictures from Al Jazeera Arabic. Oh my word. Oh my word. I think this is Beirut. Latest pictures from Beirut.
ودان الوزير البلجيكي الطريقة التي ترد بها إيران تجاه دول الخليج، بينما نقلت وسائل إعلام عن وزير خارجية إسبانيا نفيه بشكل قاطع موافقة مدريد على التعاون عسكريا مع الولايات المتحدة في إيران. ننوه إلى هذه الصور التي وردتنا من طهران قبل قليل وتبين قصفا في العاصمة الإيرانية. إذن هذه الصور وردت قبل قليل لقصف.
That's the same footage we just showed.
العاصمة الإيرانية.
Wow.
قبل قليل.
I got it before Al Jazeera Arabic. That's what we just watched. How crazy is this? Wow, I told you I nailed it. I told you that was real footage of Tehran. It's now on Al Jazeera Arabic like 20 minutes later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have officially found a source that can source things faster than Al Jazeera Arabic. And that's not even the full clip. Oh my word. Listen, the clip that I just showed you of Tehran was so intense that Al Jazeera Arabic is now showing it over and over and over again. They're playing it off a computer.
طيب إذن هذه صور لقصف تتعرض له العاصمة الإيرانية طهران، كان ذلك قبل قليل وما زلنا نشاهد هذه الصور.
We got it first. Farsi is more similar to Pashto. Yeah, that's true.
مباشرة إلى مراسلنا في طهران عمر.
I just told you. All right, I'm going to take a bow. I was able to confirm that from tonight before Al Jazeera Arabic, but I also will just tell you that footage I showed you, we're going to watch it again and again and again. Al Jazeera is so overwhelmed, they've played it 7 times in a row. They played it more than I did. Oh my word.
وهذه ليست المرة الأولى التي تقصف فيها تلك الجهة من طهران. هناك تركيز خلال اليومين الماضيين وخلال هذه الأثناء على المنطقة الغربية من طهران لما تحتويه من ربما مناطق عسكرية وأمنية أو ربما مناطق لإطلاق الصواريخ ومنصات إطلاق المسيرات. هذا الأمر غير واضح بالنسبة لنا، ولا تعلن السلطات الإيرانية عادة عن طبيعة المناطق العسكرية المستهدفة ولا.
Yeah, so now I want to show, hello, thank you, Serene. I want to show you this. Iran, let's just say like Qatar likes to censor stuff for Iran because they like have their man in Tehran, so they try to be like nice to Qatar. To Iran, because Al Jazeera, the channel we're watching, is actually run by the country of Qatar. So you know what we're going to do? I'm going to show you what Qatar doesn't want to show you. Now, you might be saying, Tal, that's kind of mean. Like, you don't have to do them like that. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I absolutely must do them like that. There shall be no negotiation with the Iranians. Let me show you what Qatar doesn't want to let you see in full. They can't even show. They're shocked by it, by the way. Like, they're overwhelmed and shocked, but like they don't know what to do. I know what to do. I'm going to play it for you in full. Give me one sec. In HD, too. Let me get you the best quality footage I can. Now that I know Al Jazeera Arabic is literally stunned by this, let me get you the best quality I can. Alright, 720. Here you go. This is the footage that had Al Jazeera Arabic. This is from an hour ago in Tehran. Just shocked. They wouldn't even play it in full. They had to censor the sound a little bit because it's that brutal. Here you go. Just stunning. They wouldn't even play it at this volume. They wouldn't let people hear it. This is Tehran just like an hour ago, and this footage, we saw it on the stream before it was up on Al Jazeera Arabic. Al Jazeera Arabic played it about a minute ago, and the anchor let it roll. She didn't speak for about a minute. She just let it roll, and they still had to tone it down. It was so loud. They didn't want people to know. They can't hide it anymore. I told you when I first watched it, if you were listening, I have never seen... I saw a strafe run last night by the B-52s that was kind of like this, but once I saw a second night of it, I was like, bro, they're going to raise that city to the ground. And that's not regular bombing. It's not missiles. It is missiles, but it's not like missiles from the ground. It's not a surface-to-surface missile. It's a B-52 bomber dropping like payloads that are hard to even conceptualize on those buildings. It's like what you're hearing, that force is not like the smack of a missile. It's a bomb. It's a real military bomb. Like they're huge. Yes. So one thing I saw, what you said, Tripoli Bob asked, and Tripoli Bob nailed it. What you are seeing right there is not like a special kind of bomb. It is actually the transformers, like of substations and other major electrical outlets blowing. Now, Tripoli Bob, if you watch really closely, I'll turn the volume off. Do you notice something in the beginning of the clip? Do you see all the lights in the windows? Lights here, lights here. Lights over there. Those are all just lights in apartments. Watch what happens after this raid. Ready? Watch about 5 seconds in. As soon as the blue in the back starts flashing, it gone. This sector lost power. Now these people still have power, but watch how long they last. I think they last like one more round and then they lose their power. Remember, all those buildings just had power. That's the last set of lights on. I don't know if they survived the strike. Yep. So those must be on a generator. Or they're just on a different part of the grid. But the only lights in all of this area of Tehran that survived were those two lights. They may be in that sector too, but they must be on generators. Every other area of the capital, did you notice the darkness just set in? It's because they just took out the whole power grid. Tripoli Bob absolutely nailed it. Those raids you are seeing, again, watch the power. This is the night that the lights went out on Tehran. It is the night that the lights went out in Iran. This is the fall of Tehran, Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, watch the lights go out on Tehran. Let's listen to it with sound one more time. Oh, just watch it. Just watch the beginning of the end of Tehran, Iran. Confirmed by Al Jazeera, by the way. They were literally shocked when this footage played. Oh yeah, there is a person behind this camera that is there. There is a person behind this camera that is standing in that city. I don't even know how they uploaded this footage. They probably were one of the few people with the internet comm that is still up. 1% of people in Iran have internet. And they got this out. It's incredible. Now, I expect, if this is what's going on in parts of Iran, might be the western part of Tehran, I expect this to be a violent night. Like a violent night. Thank you, Thomas G. Yes, Tehran, Iran. I'm working on that. I'm keeping a very close eye. Now, I'm also monitoring Tel Aviv, okay? I see what seems to be heavy cloud cover over Tel Aviv, but like as soon as they start focusing on Tel Aviv, they have my attention because that can mean certain types of missiles. Let's go live to the White House.
And we're also monitoring this. Live pictures right now from the White House, where Donald Trump is expected to meet tech executives for
Mr.
a
President might
about
give some
energy
remarks
very shortly. Now, I know that doesn't sound like it's related to Iran. That question was put to the
live pictures from the White House, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr.
President Trump
to be continuing with the rest of his agenda, the rest
yes,
of his
Antonio,
activity, and she
I
said,
can
quote,
confirm that Zena Kador, of course, a dear friend of this channel, a wonderful reporter on the ground in Beirut, Lebanon, Al Jazeera's chief correspondent, actually. Al Jazeera English's chief correspondent, Zena Kador, is reporting just immense Israeli shelling in Beirut, Lebanon, over the night. Here is an example now.
Israeli military instructed residents of dozens of villages in southern Lebanon to evacuate. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah struck Israel on Monday in response to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Meanwhile, the Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem
should get a report now from Lebanon
about the recent Israeli strikes. The speech comes after Israeli officials warned that the leader of the militant group is now a target for elimination.
Is the problem here? No. The problem is with the Israeli occupation. The problem is not with us on the inside, or with the weapons, or the Lebanese resistance. The problem is with the Israeli occupation. They are constantly violating our sovereignty. We have no sovereignty because of their constant attacks. The decisions the Lebanese government took to ban Hezbollah's activities were a big mistake. It weakened the position of the Lebanese state.
And Donald Trump, we just told you seconds ago, would be attending
live from the White House, Mr. President Trump.
AI and tech leaders. It's happening now.
We're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible. And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama nuclear deal, I call it the Obama nuclear deal, where he gave everything to Iran, including a nuclear weapon. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. bad things would have happened 4 years ago because they would have had a weapon 4 years ago if I didn't terminate that deal. So we're in a very strong position now, and their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead. And it's an amazing thing that's taking place before your eyes, because for 47 years we were pushed around, and we shouldn't have been. And I think I can say, and you see it as well as I do, you see the tremendous progress that's being made. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their launchers are being wiped out. They're attacking their neighbors. They're attacking their, in some cases, allies, or not so long ago allies. And, you know, it's really a nation that was out of control, and they would have used it on us if we let them, if we waited any longer. A big factor was Soleimani, the killing of Soleimani in my first term. And maybe the biggest factor was the rebuilding of the military in my first term. And then the B-2s hit the, and I use the word obliterate because it really was, it was a complete obliteration of their nuclear potential. And that set them back very, very seriously. If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If we didn't do the B-2 attack a number of months ago, they would have a nuclear weapon. And when crazy people have nuclear weapons, bad things happen. So we're in very good shape now. I want to let you know that, and we will continue forward. But it's a great display of military strength, and I'm very proud to have, with some of the people in the room, both senators and congressmen, we rebuilt, and women, we rebuilt our military during the first term, and we're using it a little bit more than I thought we would have to. Venezuela worked out really great. We have a wonderful relationship with the president and the various representatives, and we're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and that goes to our benefit and to Venezuela's benefit. They'll be doing better than they've ever done before, and we will get a big piece of that, and we'll also make life wonderful for the people of Venezuela who have been very, very badly hit. So that's a lot said in a short period of time, but you can witness it for yourself. And now we'll get on to something that I'm very proud of, because it was sort of my idea, like
very much so.
Build your own power plant. And everybody thought I was kidding. They said, really, you can do that? How would you do that? I said, we'll get you fast permits, and you'll build your own plants, but we're going to discuss it in great detail with the biggest people in the industry and some of our great leaders and senators. And congratulations on the Medal of Honor for your 100-year soldier. You know, 100 years old, 101 to be exact. And Daryl's been fighting that he get the Congressional Medal of Honor for many years, Daryl, right?
Mr. President, I give you all the credit for overcoming the lawyers in the Department of the Navy in a way that I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
And nobody could have done it but you.
Maybe it'll be a long, we had to get it to him a little bit quickly, but he looks like he's in good shape. He's got some years left, right?
He's planning to come back here for your next Medal of Honor ceremony. And, he's also going to be the star at Tailhook this summer if you want to come to Reno.
Well, I congratulate you for that success. That was amazing. He didn't stop. I've known him a long time. He never stops. So congratulations. It's very nice. We're here this afternoon for a historic signing that will help keep down utility bills very, very substantially, and electricity prices for millions of Americans, and in many cases for a lot of people that don't really understand why they're going up, but they're not going to be going up. They're going to be actually going down. Today, we follow through on an announcement I made in my State of the Union address last week, as America's largest tech companies officially signed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. It's a big deal. It's going to have a tremendous impact on electricity costs. We're bringing down all of the costs. We have this little interlude to do what we have to do, because we had it going, but these interludes are very important, especially this one. But the economy has never been like this. We broke 50,000 on the Dow. People thought we wouldn't do that within the first 4 years. We did it in the first year. And we brought 7 on the S&P, 7,000. on the S&P, they said that's even less likely to happen. And we did that too, all within the first year. Under this new agreement, big tech companies are committing to fully cover the cost of increased electricity production required for AI data centers. And that would be prices for American communities will not go up, but in many cases will actually come down and very substantially. Because, you know, the data centers, and you people are so big, you're the biggest in the world, but they've developed a little bit of a bad public. They need some PR help, because people think that if a data center goes in, their electricity prices are going to go up, and that's not happening. It's not going to happen. And for the areas where it did happen, it won't happen anymore.
Oh, all right. So I appreciate Mr. President Trump's comments on energy. All the networks are taking it. But I really appreciate you, Mad P. I think the way I see it is, like, there's a lot of vacuous people who try to cover news events and then they kind of like live off just the hype. I don't really love hype. I think you should just give people the facts. But also in terms of like the donation structure and all that, I was thinking this morning, actually, just a quick public service announcement, just going day to day and barely being able to continue existing. You know, I should think more like structurally about that. And so I'm thinking about, and I was also thinking about how I can't clone myself. Maybe I should become a news bureau. All right. Like that way you all can like support the news bureau, and then I can like hire or like be in charge of like what journalists get to work for me, and I tell them to cover things. Then they can all like be out there doing stuff, and I can be like, yeah, like you put that on that thing and you cover that and you do that on the TV and you write that and you talk to that person and you do that and you cover that story, and we got to do that at that agency and that in that state and that in that country and that in that sort of international arena, and then we got to cover that court case and that thing. So I think we should do that. How I'm going to do that, like I have to do it myself. I can have people around me, but you can't be having subversion and that kind of thing, so you can't be delegating. You must do it yourself. So I think I'm going to figure out a way for you all to facilitate support of my news gathering operations in the structure of an actual news bureau that I will run. I got the idea from Standing Stones and other people, and then I thought maybe if I just actually make this, into a news structure, like we can be effective, you know, we'll be useful. We'll have team meetings. Now, I'm a little bit of a tough boss. You kind of got to be perfect all the time. So, you know, think about that before you join the team. But the point is, oh, God bless you, Tripoli Bob. I do think it would be a good idea. So it's something I'm going to think about over the next few days. I have to actually structure it. Then I'll launch, I'm not great at fundraisers. Like, I've done things in emergencies, but like I'm more just like, oh, my mom's mad at me, I need help. You know, my mom's not doing well. But anyway, the point is, so I'm disabled. I have to kind of like build this around my physical limitations, but I want it to be a non-profit news organization, okay? So I want it to kind of like have a board, like I want to be involved, but I don't want it to generate revenue. I want it to bring in money so that I'm not like constantly having emergencies and dependent on like the goodwill of really great people. I want people to be able to like invest in, not for like return on money, but like invest in my ability to help the world. So that's what we're going to do. Thank you for your time. If you were tuning in to see Mr. President Trump, Mr. President Trump is talking about his efforts to reduce the price of domestic American energy. I think that's very important, but like, do I think it's like as important as his comments on the war? No. Is every station in the entire world, including the Arabic stations, taking Mr. President Trump talking about reducing U.S. oil prices? Yes, absolutely. Every station in the entire world is. So, in any event, thank you, Ms. Bunny. I do think I could do a number of things, but personally, I want to run a news bureau, okay? Like, I'm already bigger than most of the news stations, so let's just make me a news bureau. Then I'll be all sustainable. We can have ad contracts with people, and like I get to pick like who we advertise with, and I can highlight local like shops that I like, and I could be like, we have all these hundreds of millions of people that watch. I'll tell them to go buy your sandwiches. Then they'll buy ads. Oh, it would make me so happy to run a news network. You don't understand. Oh, I would be the happiest little towel in the entire world. It's going to take a little effort. I probably should get a computer that's not like 5 years old. I probably like got to do a few other things, like get a stable car and not rent a car every day. But we're getting there. We are going to have a news network. I'm going to do it. Hello, Bella's mom. Mateo. Crazy Sammy, surprisingly, Mr. President Trump is a towel. You know, me and Towel Grampy, it's a long series of events that led to this, but me and Towel Grampy were at Mar-a-Lago one time, and, you know, Mr. President Trump was hosting this event with my mom. My mom and I don't really get along. My mom's Wendy Murphy. She's this big, like, more like old school, like, media personality. But anyway, Mr. President Trump, when in like 2009, when he was a very wealthy man, not a president, but a very wealthy man, Mr. President Trump comes into the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago. We're having some like charity gala dinner or something. I don't remember. And Mr. President Trump goes up to my grampy, who is a fireman, who likes to like play golf and drink donkeys and go to dinner at the Cherry Tree in Newton Center. The most white collar, like even as like a fire chief of Newton in Massachusetts, just like the most blue collar, white collar guy you can imagine. Like just like only likes to like drink like a medium donkeys once a day, like black. Only plays golf at like public golf courses because he thinks private golf courses are just a rip off. And like he's just this great man, knows all the politicians, and from his years as a fireman and the fire chief of Newton, he sits down at a table at the head of the room. My towel Grampy was like, you know, he was Grampy. He likes to drink wine and just go socialize. So he's just sitting there. And at some point, like, his table empties out. So it's just him drinking wine at a table. And I'm kind of sitting in the back of the room watching this, just kind of like, oh, towel Grampy's having a nice day. All of a sudden, Mr. President Trump, again, he wasn't president at the time, but Mr. President Trump comes out, and you could tell, like, we were just hanging out in the ballroom of his home. I don't really think, like, this was, like, an event he was involved with. He might have been, like, a guest of honor. But he comes and, like, walks in the room, and he sees my grandfather sitting there. And, like, at first, they, like, are just very happy to meet each other. Like, Mr. President Trump gives him a big shake of the hand. Like, my grandfather's like, I'm Wendy's father. Like, I love you, Donald Trump. And Donald Trump starts talking. Mr. President Trump starts talking to my Grampy. Now, I didn't, like, overhear their conversation, but Tal Grampy told me after. They spent 3 hours. Mr. President spent 3 hours talking to my, like, working-class fireman grandfather about, like, how they loved golf and how they really liked their families. I'm not kidding you. I watched it happen. My grandfather never told a lie in his life either. He gave him 3 hours of his time. 3 hours. Now, Mr. President Trump didn't know anyone was watching. Like, I don't think he thought, well, it was my grandfather, so I needed to know where my grandfather was, so he got home with us that night. But, like, I wasn't really, like, I think I was the only one out of the Mr. President's security he was not the president at the time. This was when he was just a businessman. I think I was the only one other than his security who cared that either of them were just, like, doing this. Most people were just, like, drinking in another room or something. It wasn't, like, the center of attention. No one would have known that this exchange happened. Like, I just happened to be looking at it. I didn't want to interrupt him either because I was a little awkward back then. But the point is, I'm just watching this, and Mr. President Trump, he didn't know it, but he won me over forever in that moment because he went to my towel Grampy and gave him 3 hours of his time. Like, Mr. President Trump, a billionaire, a multi-billionaire, was under no obligation to spend 3 hours talking with a fire chief whose net worth was maybe 100 or 200,000. Like, my grandfather could do nothing for him. My grandfather was retired. Maybe, like, they could be golf buddies, but, like, he wasn't going to get anything out of my grandfather. And he still gave him 3 hours of his time. He won me over forever. You don't understand. I mean, you imagine you're a grandfather and you saw that moment. You would be like, wow, that's a very nice multi-billionaire, and then you'd like him forever. So there you go. I'm telling you, yeah, it's crazy, Sammy. It was wild. And, like, no one would have known about this. I'm telling you, it's not like Mr. President goes around being like, well, back in 2008 or 2009, I met this fireman. He was retired. He was a fire chief. He liked golf. I talked to him for 3 hours. Like, you're not really going to do that because I'm sure even Mr. President that didn't really, like, think of it as anything other than having a good time with this nice Irish man who was the fire chief of Newton. But like for me, like that, like I love Mr. President. Like I'm gonna meet him one day and be like, Mr. President, you don't understand. Like remember back at Mar-a-Lago for the It Happened to Alexa Foundation dinner in 2008 when you talked to the Irish fire chief from Newton, Massachusetts for 3 hours? He's gonna be like, you know, now that you mention it, that was actually a great conversation. Like I know you remember that. My grandpa was a great man. So, yeah, my point with that is that Mr. President Trump, it's more like a personal thing for me. Like, I realize he's a politician, but for me, like, he did a very nice act to someone I loved. My grandfather, God rest his soul, passed away this last year. Edward Murphy, he was a great man. Fire chief of Newton for 30 years. He did something that was, like, incredibly kind. And like just demonstrative of like a really good like human. He didn't owe my grandfather anything. And no one knew about it. In fact, he didn't, like, my grandfather probably wouldn't have told me about it unless I was there watching it. Like, I'm telling you, that's all I need to know about a man's character. Like, how you act when you think no one's watching. So, God bless him. Let's listen in.
Let's say big LNG plants in Louisiana, they were...
He's still talking about domestic energy, which, I mean, I'm fine with that. The public needs to know about domestic energy, but in terms of what I need to know about, like right now, I need to know about the bombing in Tehran. Mr. President probably just wants to get back to the Situation Room, but yeah. Yes, you supply, you stay. Get towely towels. I should have some towels, I suppose. I don't know. We'll think about what I'm going to call I think we can call it Towel News Network. Like, towel is such an abstracted word. Like, you can just call it towel. Like, people won't, they'll be like, oh, that's towels. And like that's Towels News, you know, Towel News Network. They won't think of it as literally a towel. They'll just think I'm some guy whose last name is like Towel. Oh, Island Girl OG meant Mr. President, and in 2007 at Mar-a-Lago. Island Girl OG, we missed each other by like 1 or 2 years. I bet we maybe would have crossed paths. we used to go to Mar-a-Lago for this event gala for some charity my mom ran. It was kind of cool. I don't know. My mom knows all these like powerful people, Mr. Bill O'Reilly, and all these other people, Mick Jagger's daughter, and I don't know. She's all famous and whatnot. You know. One of those like celebrities. Mr. President is muted because he's talking about the production in LNG. If you want to hear him talk about it, that's cool.
Where do you make the money for this? They said information. I said, okay.
So, Mr. President is talking about the reduction in domestic U.S. energy prices. It is very important, but we're listening for updates on Iran. And if you need to know what Mr. President's saying, he's saying, I mean, I could put the captions up, but he's quite literally saying, my plan to reduce, I'm implementing the priority I announced in Congress to reduce domestic energy prices by, it's like a plan to subsidize their production costs through a team, cooperative agreement with data centers. It's kind of like a combination of tech and energy production. It's like a plan to reduce our oil prices and our like heating costs. So it's important, but I'm monitoring because I need information about the war from Mr. President. I'm thrilled that he's implementing his domestic energy priorities, but it's not like, you know, I need the war information for my job, so I have to kind of monitor the speech and learn what he's saying about the war. If you're wondering why am I like talking over Mr. President, it's because like I need to see if the press asks him questions aboutRan, but right now this is Israel. I want you to understand, like, this is Israel and Lebanon. Okay? There's a very active like ground war in Lebanon and Israel. So I need to know what Mr. Like, all right, so to back you up a little bit, the Lebanese, there's a bunch of different fronts, but the active like territorial ground war is in Lebanon, and Lebanon is a fractured state. Okay, it has Hezbollah as its like military, and then the Lebanese government as its like government. The Lebanese government doesn't like Hezbollah. Hezbollah is Iranian. They love Iran, but they hate the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government has asked Mr. President Trump to bring in American soldiers to Lebanon to put down Hezbollah, because that's the only way that Israel will stop bombing Lebanon. So if you're wondering like what's going on, I have to monitor like the situation because it's an actual ground war in Lebanon. And then I have to listen for Mr. President Trump talking about that. If he's talking about domestic energy, that's important. But like when like I stopped taking the feed was when he was talking about LNG production. It's important, but I have to be able to listen on the other feeds to the active ground war. Mr. President knows this. He doesn't want to be up there talking about LNG production. He's doing it because the price of oil went up like 17 cents overnight per gallon. So he's going out there to kind of be like, all right, listen, this is my backstop plan to bring the price of gas down, which is fine. But I need to know like war information. So I'm kind of like, it's a bit of a like a back and forth. You can listen to Mr. President Trump.
So the American consumers aren't going to have to even think about it. And your electric costs are going to be going down.
And it's just, he's outlining how that plan is going to happen. Let me see. Can we call ourselves the Towel Band? I don't know about that, Ryan. You know, one time, listen, you all are going to think this is hilarious. One time I got this message from a really like high-ranking journalist who was like, Grant, like, I love the community you have, but like sometimes I'm worried that they're going to start calling themselves like towel, like blank, you know, the top like part of your body. And I was like, why are you worried about that? They don't do that. And they were like, well, you know, have you just thought that they're going to do that? And I was like, no. In fact, I'm not really worried. They're going to start referring to themselves as a slur. I don't know where you came up with that or why you think that would happen. Maybe that's what like you would do. I looked at the person like, maybe you would call yourself that, but no, they don't call themselves that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so the reason why Mr. President Trump, again, like I'm monitoring, you're watching the live pictures because there's literally a ground war in Lebanon. So like I have to be ready for like something to absolutely like just start to, like tanks to start firing missiles. But Mr. President is talking about, importantly, the reduction of domestic gas prices. So, oh yeah, so if you're looking for my email, it is GrantSmithEllis@gmail, okay? GrantSmithEllis@gmail. Please feel free. I don't read my email during stream unless you tell me like it's a red alert, but I check my email overnight. I'm like 3 days behind, as Spacey118, my dear friend, who's will probably see us at some point today, probably knows. But I do read my email. But that said, yes, the energy, like the energy situation, the cost of LNG, I need to update you on this. Do you all know what a force majeure is? An act of God? So, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a Tao. Yesterday we were tracking that Qatar shut down its production of LNG, like a little bit of it. Today, and I could not believe this, today Qatar announced a force majeure. The force majeure, it's an act of God in contract language. They announced a force majeure, or whatever it is. I don't speak French. Boozy Beauty does, though. They announced a force majeure. Majeure is probably the pronunciation. They announced a force majeure, and as a result, all LNG production is stopping in Qatar. Like every bit, all of it. The oil prices tomorrow morning, or LNG, liquid natural gas is different than oil, but they're energy prices. The LNG prices by tomorrow are going to be like quadruple what they were a day ago because of what's going on. I need a secretary. Yes, Kofi can be my secretary. Kofi, listen, Kofi, are you ready for this? Get a pen and a paper. Okay, here's the first thing. Number one, I need like 2 bags of like, you know, some kind of food, okay? So Kofi, you tell your mom that she's got to make some kind of food, put it in a bag, you bring it to me. Excellent job. All right, Kofi's now my secretary. Kofi's a dog. All right, let's keep monitoring. I have a duty here to give you the updated pictures. The strikes right now, like the pictures that I'm watching most closely in the beginning of the night are Beirut. Why? Because there's an actual ground war in Lebanon. Where do I plan to go from there? Well, there are rolling strikes in Tehran, and as you know, I get the pictures before Al Jazeera. So I'm almost like hesitant to refresh my Twitter feed because every time I do, inevitably something absolutely terrible happens. But, you know, you only live. Carpe diem, as the Romans used to say. All right, give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. Oh, goodness. I have new hits for you. This is coming in from the Rojilat, Kurdistan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kurdistan region of Iran. I do have new hits for you. This is before Al Jazeera can even show them. I have new hits for you on Iran. Now, a lot of you like to watch this stream because you get to see the hits on Iran before they actually happen. So if you missed Mr. President Trump's remarks, he said that Iran was 2 weeks away from getting a nuclear bomb, which was why we had to go in and ensure that their country was razed to the ground. Now, if you would like to see some images of that country being razed to the ground, I do have those images for you now. These are the latest pictures from out of Rojitat, Kurdistan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are sites in, I believe, western, maybe northern Iran. Take a look at the hits. These are the latest pictures from on the ground in Iran. Yeah, that's a pretty big hit. Yes, indeed, was blind. Latest pictures out of Iran, maybe 30 minutes ago. The night is young. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. We are hitting every city in Iran. This is Rojilat, Kurdistan. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. bombs, they fall on Iran for the 5th night in a row. Mr. President is at the White House, calm, cool, and collected, like a cucumber, talking about reducing domestic U.S. energy prices. Meanwhile, reports are that the number of bombs falling on Kurdistan, Iran, and Tehran, Iran, continue to increase by the minute. The night is young, but the bombs, they do fall. Ladies and gentlemen, I have more raw footage for you on the ground in what I believe is the western provinces of Iran. Oh, look at it. The raw force of the U.S. military. Just watch it. Newest footage for you on the ground in Iran. I will continue to be Edward R. Murrow, war reporter towel for you. And I will show you the latest images of strikes over western Tehran earlier this evening as the sun set. That's not actually an impact, it's just the billowing clouds of smoke from the hills of western Kurdistan, Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let me show you what the world is talking about. Listen, I got the footage you're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, before it went up on the TV. All right, I'm about to show you scenes of apocalyptic destruction that are going to make you either hoot and holler in support of the U.S. military or just like collapse. We're going to have to put Kofi's eardrums on. He's a dog. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the footage that has the Arabic world shook. Almost, like last night, if you watched the stream, you knew the B-52 Stratoforce bombers were out and about. They were a flutter. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just show you about an hour and a half ago the images that left Al Jazeera Arabic's reporters quiet for like, I'd say a good 30 seconds as they just watched what I'm about to show you, which is a rolling series of B-52 Stratoforce bomber hits that literally obliterate what I believe is the western section of Tehran, Iran, but I'm waiting for further confirmation. you're just tuning in, these are the latest pictures from Tehran, Iran. Just shocking awe from the American B-52 Stratoforce bombers. You just saw the lights go out. The footage is going to restart. Look at the lights on in that area of the city and watch them go out. Watch the transformers blow. For those of you just tuning in, this is the footage that just flashed across Al Jazeera Arabic. I had it first, to be fair. I found it via Arabic primary sources. This is Western Tehran, Iran. It might be the western province near Tehran, but I believe it is actually the western section of Tehran. These are bombs, American B-52 Stratoforce bombers falling and dropping their payloads in the last hour. The hits were so intense, that Al Jazeera Arabic stopped its blackout and showed footage of Iran being bombed for the first time in 20 hours. Because of this, they turned the volume down because of the intensity of these hits. So if you want to, this is 4 out of 10. American military might. Tehran is getting a warning. This is what America's military can do when we're at a 4 out of 10 on the ramp up. You really don't want to see us get to 5, 6, 7. Mr. President Trump said tonight they're going to do the third or fourth wave, the third wave, which is supposed to be the most intense, as if last night wasn't intense. And Mr. President Trump was not joking. You are watching the latest images from on the ground. I believe it is Western Tehran, Iran. That it's just merciless. And I'll let you watch it again, but I'm not the only one who, when this footage played for the first time, just let it play. The main Al Jazeera Arabic station, the only people trying to cover this really, on the ground, actually showing the footage, they've been censoring the bombing of Tehran over the past 72 hours in order to give the Iranian people hope, because Al Jazeera is the Qatari-based outlet that has people in Iran. They have literal English-speaking reporters in Tehran. They do right now. So to make the Iranian Revolutionary Guard happy to placate them and let them do their reporting, they have to not show it. Well, this was so intense 1 hour ago that Al Jazeera broke their blackout. The Arabic language Al Jazeera broke their blackout and showed this because they were just so overwhelmed. God bless you, Petty. Yes, so I didn't break it. I just happened to know how to read Arabic, so I saw this, and I saw enough primary Arabic sources, not the news, but actual civilians talking about this, that I was okay, and then I played it, and within 20 minutes, Al Jazeera Arabic had it. And they just let it roll. So I'm going to just let it roll. We're calling this Operation Tehranian Thunder. Just roll them. Listen, you can tell, I know a lot of the Iranian people, who we are not fighting, by the way. The goal isn't to break the spirit of the Iranian people. It's to break the spirit of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. We want the Iranian people to overthrow their government. It's very obvious. We're talking about that. We want them to do that. So, no, we're not trying to break their spirit. We're trying to empower them. We want them to see these bombs falling and run out of their house and start attacking the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That's why we're doing this. We're trying to encourage the people of Iran. We're hitting IRGC targets, so it's it's screwing up the power grids and stuff. Like the Iranian people know that's like the side effect, but we want them out on the streets, like revolting. So we're trying to win them over. But yeah, no, I know, Neteletano. But it's just a question of, I agree, will it? I think the Iranian people are getting there. Like, they were on the streets filming classified documents yesterday that blew out of an IRGC building. I'll show you the documents in a minute. But let's watch this one more time. Just stunning footage. I mean, there are moments in that footage where you can literally see the power grid failing. I'll show you it. Like right there. Right? Like their power grid is gone. That is not a bomb. That is the electric grid going. That right there. That's like the spark of a transformer going. Watch the lights go out. That was literally the transformer going. You saw the lights dim. Like lights, no lights. 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 You know, I'm just saying, like, lights, no lights. Lights, I can just dim the lights on Tehran. Alright? Dimming the lights on Tehran. Alright, there we go. I'm turning the lights out. Alright? I turn the lights out. America has turned the lights out with a microcosm, symbolic though it is, of the war. Let's turn the lights out on Tehran. Lights out. Ladies and gentlemen, the only lights are those two floodlights on a generator that you see, and that orange hue of the American Stratoforce bombers lighting up their targets. Alright, now, I know you want updates from the ground, so we don't have to go back to yesterday, but let me just show you like what the Iranian people are doing. I know a lot of people are going to find this hard to believe. You're going to say to me, like, no, the Iranian people are not, like, celebrating. Oh, they are. They're actually thrilled. Let me show you this piece of footage from yesterday. It's going to take me a second to load it up, but I'll find it. This is the Iranian people, okay, in the middle of Tehran. We had just hit an IRGC police station. Look what they do. The people of Iran go out into the streets, okay? They get the classified documents and they show them to the world. Oh, one thing I will show you last night, if you missed it, if you're not into, but if you study weapons of war, this is an Israeli Delilah missile. So if you've never heard of a Delilah missile, do you see how, like, there's this, like, missile right here, and then there's this kind of like halo, semicircle halo around it? That's called a Delilah missile. A Delilah missile, think of it as like a missile that functions like a drone. It's like, think of like a missile that can hover over an area like while it's firing its rocket and just kind of surveil the area and then fire a missile out of itself. Okay, that's a Delilah missile. I've never seen one fired before. Last night over Beirut was the first time I ever saw this happen. I want you to pay attention. The missile that's going to hit the ground does not come from a plane. It does not come from Israel. Well, technically it does, but it launches from this like mothership missile, which is called a Delilah missile. So here you go. and you may not think that sounds like a very big explosion, they wrecked that hotel. Like, they took out a lot of people. I actually got this footage on the ground right after they did the hit. Let me see if I, let me see if I have it still. I got it, but I got that last night very quickly too. But there was stuff going on in Jerusalem, so it might be kind of hard. And God bless our soldiers as well. 6 soldiers on Sunday in Bahrain fell. The first 6 soldiers killed in action. So let me show you the, this was Zena Kador showing us the impact of that missile during the daytime. That was the Delilah missile.
Strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but I understand you are not there.
This was yesterday.
And this is something a little bit different. What do you know?
Well, the latest conflict between Israel and Hezbollah is escalating. There is no front line, and there is no mediation or diplomatic effort to end it. We are in Hazmiye. This is a suburb of Beirut. It's not considered a Hezbollah stronghold. It is not where Hezbollah supporters live. Behind me, the Comfort Hotel, which was targeted by an Israeli strike in the early hours of the morning. Now, this appears to be a targeted strike, an assassination. Of course, we cannot independently confirm that, but we've seen similar attacks in the past when there's no prior warning and when there is a specific target hit. Now, we saw a similar attack also in the early hours of the morning in another suburb of Beirut, Aramoun. Also.
So what Zena Kador, one of the greatest reporters live in Lebanon during this conflict, what she's saying is normally what Israel does when they strike in Lebanon is they like to alert the civilians that they're coming, so they tell like the civilians, and then Hezbollah shoots bullets in the air, the civilians leave. When Israel wants to take out a Hezbollah commander, they do not, well, this seems obvious, but I'm just telling you, they don't tell them that what you saw in that Delilah strike was reflected in the damage to this building. That strike was what's called an assassination strike. It's the formal war term for it. It means you are taking out a commander and you do not give anyone a heads up. That's what Zena was showing there. Now let me show you the video that I thought was so demonstrative about Iranians. Like a lot of people want to know, like, what do the Iranian people think of this? Like, American opinion on the war is very divided. I think today is the first time people are actually leaning no. Okay, people are actually, some of the yes people, the undecided remains at 8, but some of the people in previous days who supported the war in America, my audience is mostly America, is actually, are starting to switch. It's 49 no, 43 yes. Natello, yes, I have listened to Professor Jiang. I recommend, there's another professor, Roy Casagrada. Roy Casagrada is probably who I listen to more, Dr. Casagrada. Let's take a look actually about the Iranian attack on Turkey as well, but I really want to show you, I think it's important people understand like what the Iranian, this was the footage. So this was the Delilah strike on the ground last night. It wasn't the first footage I found, but I was able to find footage like very quickly, like right after the Delilah hit. This was it. That's where Zena was standing this morning. They cleaned it up, but last night it was brutal. So, I also want to show you like what the Iranian people are doing, okay? Because this is one of the few videos I was able to find yesterday that shows like Iranian civilians, and those were 4 of the 6 American service members killed. Captain Cody A. Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Titjens, Sergeant First Class Nicole M. Amor, Sergeant Declan J. Code of Des Moines, West Des Moines. So I want to show you what the streets of Tehran looked like yesterday. It's going to take me a little bit because, first of all, you'd be surprised how hard it is to find footage from inside Iran. But this is Tehran. Yesterday, I'm going to show you civilians. It's almost Like, it's real. It's very real footage. I'm going to show you footage that you almost aren't going to believe is real, but if you speak Arabic, you will know, especially Farsi, that it's real. I'm going to show you images of them sharing classified IRCG documents. I just have to find it. It was yesterday. It was yesterday in the morning, though. Literally, yesterday went on. We had a very long day yesterday because so many different fronts opened so quickly. So let me get you this footage. I'm going to get it. As you can see, like, I share a lot. Like, if you follow my X feed, you almost have to follow it all day because it just happens so fast. Like, there's no time to actually process one thing to the next. You either see it live or you don't. I can try to recap it, but it won't be as effective. Okay, here you go. Okay? Now, those of you who speak Farsi or Arabic, tell me a little bit about how you react to seeing this video, because I think it's going to blow your mind. This is a strike on an IRCG police headquarters yesterday in Tehran. Look at what the Iranian people are doing. I'll show you. I'll pause it. So we have just hit the building. Their civilians are outside. He's looking around for stuff, and look what he finds. He's like, oh, this is useful. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Iranian man. I really appreciate you sharing top secret IRCG documents. That is not someone who's sympathetic to the Iranian regime. That is someone who's thrilled that America hit that building. And in fact, is like compromising the security of the Iranian state by showing us this like off time that this IRCG officer got because he did very good job at work. He got a full extra day off. I mean, that was good for him. I don't think he's around anymore. Might not get to use that day off. That's a little glib, but you know, there are enemies. We're at war, so. Now we get another classified document. Would you like to see more classified Iranian Revolutionary Guard documents? The Iranian civilians yesterday during the bombing of Tehran just went out on the streets and started picking up classified documents that were blowing out of the exploded building and just showing them to the world. We're very grateful for them. Thank you, Iranian civilians. We're coming to save you. Because, I mean, you know, that's what people who are, like, mad at the U.S. do, right? They go share classified documents from the Iranian state after we hit them. So, yeah, my point is, like, that footage is from not, like, a sympathetic Iranian to the IRGC. That footage is from an Iranian who, like, is thrilled that he's, like, sharing classified documents. Let me get you the latest updates from the skies over Lebanon as well as Israel. Taking us live on Al Jazeera Arabic. Actually, let's get the update on Turkey. I'm keeping an eye on Lebanon as well, but I want to get the Turkey update. This is the beginning of the night. If you've been with us the past few days watching this, you know what happens. Right about now, the waves start. I then tell you where they're hitting, but I want to get this update on Turkey.
Base was shot down. The Sri Lankan deputy targets. The group struck Israel on Monday in response to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The Pentagon has released footage of its submarine torpedoing an Iranian naval vessel in the Indian Ocean. The Sri Lankan deputy foreign minister says at least 87 people were killed. 32 submariners were rescued after receiving a distress call. And Turkey has become the latest country to intercept an Iranian missile. A ballistic missile fired from Iran towards its airspace was shot down by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. The Pentagon says it does not anticipate the incident will NATO into the war. We are live in Tehran, in Doha, and in Washington.
As a result, it was necessary to take a preemptive strike in order to protect not only the United States, but also U.S. interests in the Middle East. Now, here's the problem. The U.S. president, as he continues to sell this unpopular war, according to most polling data, less than 30% of Americans are in support of this. The problem is that the president has not provided any data to prove this, and he has also not been consistent with his messaging. Case in point, the U.S. president just in the last hour said that the threat of a nuclear weapon in some way hitting the United States or U.S. interests was simply so dire that he needed to act because it was literally 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb. The president said it was a month away just yesterday. So you can see how there is a shifting narrative. Add to that, the U.S. president in the same press conference on Tuesday, as well as just speaking at the White House moments ago, said that he had obliterated the nuclear program and 3 nuclear sites in Iran back in June of 2025. So if it had been obliterated, it's hard to see how there could be a 2-week away threat of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. So the messaging is inconsistent. It is not backed up by evidence. And I should quickly point out, when this has been challenged, this narrative, by the media, the White House press secretary on Wednesday called it misreporting and intellectual dishonesty.
All right, Kimberly Halkett, thank you. Let's move a short ways down Pennsylvania Avenue now to Capitol Hill, where Patty Culhane is reporting for us. So, Patty, the Senate is voting on this war and voting on whether Donald Trump actually had the ability to start this military confrontation in the first place.
Right. Well, we expect that they're going to vote on whether or not the Congress is going to tell them yes to stop it right away. As I mentioned in the last hour, rarely do things run on time up here on Capitol Hill. That is the case with this vote now. We just heard from the bill's sponsor in the Senate, Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. He just wrapped up saying, basically, have we learned nothing over the last 25 years of wars in the Middle East and Afghanistan? We just heard from Senator
Okay, so whenever you see me pause like that, I'm looking to get you the latest footage from on the ground in Tehran. Oh my word. I'm not even sure, like what I'm about to show you, what I am seeing in Tehran are apocalyptic levels of destruction. I am Edward R. Murrow right now, so I have a duty to use my tone to tell you the intensity, and I have to like juxtapose the tone that I've been using previously with this tone so that the viewers who have been watching for a few days understand the intensity. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to show you from Tehran, Iran, is quite possibly one of the most intense panoramic views of American bombing yet to come down from the war. It is recent. The news networks even Al Jazeera is struggling to keep up with the pace because of how hard we are hitting. The United States in particular is hitting Tehran, Iran right now. Let me show you the panoramic view of the bombing. Watch it. Drink it in. Not as intense as the last one, but the panoramic perspective is incredible. This is the skyline of Tehran right now. Maybe like an hour ago, maybe 2 hours at most. Now I'm going to show you a close-up view of the bombing you just saw in a second, but that is the best you're going to get. None of the networks have it yet. It's not like a live feed, it's a dude with a cell phone. This is Tehran. This is the skyline of Tehran within the last hour or two. just incredible images of the skyline of Tehran. Simply incredible. Oh, it's a shame. I think we might have lost our friend Mad P. I'm a little worried they were trolling now. As soon as I started talking about setting up an actual news bureau, they got very mad and started trolling me and insulting me. Like the person who had been trying to encourage people to donate for days, I kind of felt like they were kind of spamming. But as soon as I was like, I think you're right. I should parlay this into a news bureau. They sent me an email it's saying that basically just trolling me. I had a feeling it was a troll. I don't think we're gonna see Mad P back anytime soon. That person who looked like they were supporting this channel, they were really just trying to troll me as I'm saying God bless you and thank you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, but that's why you gotta screen them. Even though someone in chat who looks like they're trying to support you, I got the sense they were spamming requests for donations to make me look bad, and I was like, bro, you are the one asking for people to support me. If anything, I think people are grateful for you, and they were mad that you all weren't picking up on that and saying that this coverage and supporting me is a negative. And as soon as I brought it up earlier, they just bounced. Oh, I know, Standing Stones. As soon as I see that kind of stuff, I'm right over the target. And Lynn, so my dear friend Lynn, God bless her, she maybe once an hour or so will post the links. That's very normal. What that person Mad P was doing was not. Yeah, he's gone now, Standing Stones, because as soon as they tried to troll me earlier about the people supporting this channel, and I was like, oh yeah, you're right. I really, as a disabled person, I got to think about this institutionally, and it's important to set up a larger structure here and a news bureau. That's the kind of thing that an autistic person who just has their head down working, for them to come up with that's a big moment for me. So if they were authentic, they would have been I'm so proud of you, that's so great. No, they immediately were you're horrible. They were a troll, and I can't believe it. 3 days they put into that, trying to make people feel in this chat they were trying to support me. No, they were just trying to make you all not want to be here by thinking that that person soliciting donations was a negative reflection on me. There's these groups of people who anytime people support this channel or support me or help me move towards doing my work, they immediately try to sabotage it. So I'm going to just tell you to do the opposite. If they're telling you not to support this channel, if they're trolling, if they try to manipulate you into feeling guilty about supporting this channel, probably means that I'm doing work with some impact. So no, yeah, I thought they were genuine at first, but their email was just and then they stopped commenting. They were just you're a burden on your mother, you're terrible, blah blah blah, classic troll stuff. Burden on my mother, I help her. The poor woman is getting older and I do my best to help her. She's not doing too well. She was so good to me. I've been disabled for 12 years, by the way. I have serious physical disabilities. I was sewn together too tight after a surgery. I have a 30-inch scar, maybe more 20 inches on my stomach, and it causes my airway and esophagus to collapse into each other. I have facial neuralgia, optic nerve issues. I have colitis. Just a lot of stuff's going on. But the point is, no, they totally spent 3 days on that just to send me one email trying to make me feel guilty because people support this channel. That's absolutely not going to happen. People, if they want to support this channel, they should feel proud to do that. I'm not going to feel guilty because people think this work is valuable. So, nice job wasting 3 days of your life while American troops are dying so that you could try to make me feel guilty about the fact that people support this channel. Okay? And that I do this work for nothing. So, anyway, let's go back to live coverage. I know that that was designed so that I would, like, get off kilter and not be able to give you updates. But no, that's not happening, because here's the latest update from Trey Yingst regarding the Israeli shelling of Lebanon in the last hour.
As the Israelis are looking east, they're also looking north to the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah that launched 2 joint attacks with Iran earlier today within a period of 30 minutes. The Israelis striking back, hitting a number of targets in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, especially the Dakhya neighborhood of southern Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold. And tonight, Sandra, we are learning from the Israeli military that ground forces are pushing deeper into defensive positions in southern Lebanon. We expect to have more video of those forces later today. Sandra?
Got it. Thanks there.
Yeah, what gave... Thank you, Trey. What gave that, they were using this, like, really weird word for, like, people supporting this channel. I forget what it was. It was, like, with a G or something. And I was like, no, that's not the way someone who actually supports the channel would talk. Here's more live footage from Tehran. This is the western hills of Tehran just 30 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. This is 30 minutes ago, the hills of Tehran. You're watching the latest footage from the ground. Oh, wow. We'll watch this one a few times. So these are the, oh my word. Those look like bunker busters. They're hitting nuclear sites under the mountains. There's no buildings up there. Those are bunker buster bombs. That's incredible. Watch, they're going to hit again right now. The reason they do 2 waves is the initial wave opens up the door, like, to the underground facility. Dude, those bombs, they don't look like they're that big. Dude, they are exploding underground and just ripping those facilities. Whatever is under that mountain doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. Like, I know it doesn't look like a lot of smoke above the mountain, but a Moab, which is called a mother of all bomb, a Moab does not, like, make an explosion above ground. It's called a bunker buster. So what you are most likely looking at is the decimation of an Iranian nuclear facility 30 minutes ago outside of Tehran. I can't tell if it's QOM, like QOM, or if it's like just the foothills of Tehran. But that is an underground base, almost certainly. And the bombs you're seeing, like, you're hearing 1/10 of their impact because they're actually exploding underground, which is a really interesting, like, to see a Moab. You would normally use a Moab for, like, the Taliban caves in the mountains of Afghanistan. But when the U.S. did the strike on Fador, the nuclear plant, in 2025 in June or July, they used 6 or 12 Moabs. They're the biggest munition in the United States military if they're using a Moab. We have bunker busters that are not 30,000 kiloton Moabs, but the Moab itself, is a very unique weapon. It's only deployed operationally in theater for underground facilities. It doesn't, you wouldn't drop a Moab on a above ground target, and it doesn't explode above ground. It comes in 2 waves. The first wave breaks open the, like, airtight doors and sucks all the air out and kills everyone inside. And then the second wave, because the doors open, is the bomb that actually blows up the facility. If it's a Moab, it's really hard to tell. They do look like Moabs because of the way they, like, enter. What a Moab does is a bunker buster bomb is designed to penetrate into the mountain. Like, it looks like it's exploding. It is, but it kind of looks like a small shell on top of the mountain. That's not what's happening. It's entering and, like, exploding a little bit. It has a first primary stage ordnance, and then it's penetrating in, because the facility's like 100 feet underground or something, probably more. It's like blowing up at the surface, penetrating in, blowing up again, sucking all the air out, and then it comes in again and finishes the job. Which is why you see 2 strikes. I'm almost positive, but I can't confirm it because, like, I've never fired a Moab. I've never been in a cave when a Moab hit, or we're calling it a Moab. This probably is a smaller version. And I don't know if you understand, like, it's very possible the Moab has more force than the bomb we dropped on Hiroshima. It doesn't mean that it has as widespread effect, but like I'm pretty sure if we saw a Moab there, the side of that mountain would have actually imploded. I think we will fire those Moabs, but those are weapons. Like, just so you understand, when I say Moab, it's actually inappropriate because I don't want to confuse you. Not every bunker buster bomb is a 30,000 like kiloton like bunker buster. That is like the biggest like bomb in the US military's arsenal. It just happens to be a bunker buster. A bunker buster bomb can be anywhere from like 1,000 kilotons or whatever it is to like, I don't know, 20 or 30,000. The point is they're not regular conventional weapons. They don't like hit a building. They tunnel underground, kind of like a gopher. Like imagine a really mean like metal gopher. It like eats away at the like surface of the earth through an explosion, and then it enters the earth, and then it kind of tunnels down there, and then it does another explosion the first round that kind of, like, imagine if you're in an underground base, you have to have like air vents in the base basically. So if you like blow up a bomb, like a giant like missile in an underground base with air vents, like what it does is it sucks all the air. It creates like an inverted vacuum, and it like sucks all the air in really fast so that there's no actual air in the facility. Either like blows it out or sucks it in. It's this weird air effect that like just ends everyone in the facility, and it like you're gone before the strike happens, because the strike isn't meant to like hit the people. The people just are gone because like it's such a violent explosion with like the amount of air that gets displaced, and it's underground. Then the second wave is what's actually designed to destroy whatever is in under that mountain. Do I know? Like, can I tell you, oh yeah, I've seen the map of like what's under that mountain? No, but if I had to guess, dude, that is 100% either a nuclear facility or like a base. It seems more likely it's a nuclear facility. Iran tactically tends to build their nuclear facilities in and around Tehran. They have 6 of them. The biggest one is in the province of the former leader Ayatollah Al-Khamenei's homeland, where he was born, right next to Tehran. It's in Qoms, Qoms. So I'm watching very closely, ladies and gentlemen, like very closely, to see what reports come out about what we just hit. Because it's very likely we're going to find out, because it always is a little bit of a delay, but it's very likely we're going to find out the footage you are watching just now from Tehran is actually of a nuclear facility being hit. But it's very hard for me to actually confirm it, because one, like I don't have military maps of Tehran, and then also if I knew I wouldn't tell you anyway. This is another angle of that same explosion, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to show it to you from the opposite side of Tehran. There was a helpful troll who came in. Who's back? Who's back? Yeah, well, you lost your tower wrench. How about that? I didn't like that email. This is 30 minutes ago from Tehran. I might give someone else the pleasure of sadly removing your time here, Mad P. The use of that word, the email, the reference to my mom, it's all too Kate Peter-ish, so I think your time here, although I'm grateful for all your kind words, people actually doubled down and supported me more because of all your efforts, so God bless you for that. I might let one of the other people like make the final call. You know, you don't have a wrench no more. I know. Don't say things about my mom. She's not doing well. She was taken advantage of by the state police and Michael Proctor's uncle-in-law. You got me talking about Michael Proctor over footage of Tehran. Do you really want that? Do you want me telling the people of the world about Michael Proctor's uncle-in-law dating my mom? All right, like, get out of here. God bless you, HDD Hammer. You are a super towel. HOD Hammer. You are a super towel. Hold. But yes, let me show you the footage that has the world on edge, because I think like most people heard about what's happening in Tehran. Let me show you Rayajat, Kurdistan, though. I think we took a look at this earlier. Like serious damage throughout Iran, Tehran in particular, but this is Iranian Kurdistan. This is some of the damage. All right, so that's the most recent update from Iranian Kurdistan. That's one of the provinces in Iran. Let me show you what's got the world aflutter. I'll show you the CRAM footage from over Iraqi Erbil Basin. God bless you, HOD, Holdel Hammer, HODL Hammer. I love your username. Definitely Holdel, or definitely Holdel. I don't have any holdings. I have no securities. I have no bonds. I have no Bitcoin. But I say Holdel nonetheless. All right, Holdel Hammer says Holdel will Holdel. I don't know what we're holding, but Holdel. Just hold the Holdel. Hold the line. All right, let me show you the footage that's got the world aflutter. This is Tehran. This is 2 hours ago now. I know you want more recent footage. I know you all are awaiting it. But this is the footage that like all the channels, or even Al Jazeera Arabic, broke their blackout to show this. This is Tehran within the last 2 hours. If you're wondering how are our boys doing, if you're turning in, if you're saying I'm a little bit worried, how are the boys and girls of the American military doing tonight? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you your tax dollars hard at work. I hold crypto. Damn right. Hold indeed. So most of the strikes, I want to be clear, we are praying for the innocents in harm's way. Most of the American strikes on purpose are at IRGC positions. America does not want to alienate the Iranian population. The goal of the war is to get the Iranian population to repeat 1953, basically, and put in a democratically elected, like, Shah. Not a Shah. I'm going to guess it's going to be, like, more like, you know, a democratic government now, but we'll see. And so they have to be very careful. Hello, Right Son. How are you? It is good to see you. Hello, News Watcher. It is great to see you. Antonio says, let freedom ring. Yes, the sounds of freedom over Tehran, Iran tonight. That was the press secretary as well earlier. I will bring you live now. Let's take a look at some live pictures. I will get you the live feed. The latest statements from Qatar. Okay. And this is following the Iranian attacks.
Obaid Hito, Al Jazeera, the Syrian-Lebanese border.
Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani has held a phone call with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. In a statement after that call, Qatar said the Prime Minister firmly rejected claims by Iran that the missile attacks were directed solely at U.S. interests. The facts on the ground clearly show that the attacks struck civilian and residential areas inside the state of Qatar. He stressed that such attacks reveal no goodwill on Iran's parts towards its neighbors. Let's go now to Axel Zaimovich, who is here in Doha. So, Axel, yesterday we were hearing that there had been no contact between Qatar and Iran. How significant is the fact that this phone call has taken place?
Well, Riley, it's very significant because of 5 days of attacks, missile attacks, drone attacks, and even 5 days of silence between the two countries. This is the first time they're actually talking. And this is a kind of relationship that it hasn't always been this hostile because both countries, they share large gas field in the region. They have very good trade ties. They have diplomatic channels. And also they kept this communication even during the time of a regional hostility a couple of years ago. So basically, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told Qatari's counterpart, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, he said that the sole purpose of these attacks is to destroy American interests, and Qatar itself is not the target. But Qatar's answer was very simple. He said, just look at the evidence, and we also...
So remember how I said I tend to get you pretty good footage from on the ground in Tehran? Well, look at what Al Jazeera just started showing in its bottom box. You recognize that footage? This is Al Jazeera Arabic. Folks, we just showed that. We just showed that. I beat them again. I know, listen, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying, like, we're at a certain point in this when I'm actually getting the source videos of Tehran within, like, that Al Jazeera Arabic. This is the only thing most of the Arabic world sees, okay? And we are getting those primary sources before they can flash them for their viewers. You know, like, I don't know. I know I'm going to take you through this war, but I just want to let you know it is actually a heavy lift. Like, that's a full news channel run by a state. It's run by a country. It has like 40,000 people that work for it. That's an exaggeration. Probably closer to 3 to 4. Big Rob. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a report from an Iranian source, and I will say that Big Ra has been very accurate with reports from inside Iran. Big Ra is not in Iran. Big Ra reports from a source within Iran, ladies and gentlemen, the Revolutionary Guard on the streets in full power to deter people from coming out on the streets to overthrow the Iranian people. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to report this, okay? I'm going to report this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to report this. Big Ra, listen, I know a lot of people on this channel going, like, you probably all know each other. I pay very close attention to everything that you all say. Like, I know which ones of you like to chat, which ones of you like to learn, which ones of you are sort of doing intel, who's a former military vet, who might, like, be in the military now, who, like, has family where. I pay attention to it all. I'm telling you, like, like Middle Eastern intel, one of the people in this chat, Big Ra, has been on it. Like, they have hit probably 8 out of 10 stories. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard last night was filmed shooting bullets into buildings in Tehran as people were protesting. If we get video of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard on the streets, like, firing at their own people, that is the sign that it's all happening. So thank you, Big Ra. And that's the big problem. The Iranian people are not armed. Like, it's not like America. They don't just have, like, you could go to America and in almost every city, like, most people are going to be armed. It's just like a culture. I don't really like guns because I don't ever want to have one. Like, I just don't think, like, having a device that could take someone's life by just pulling a trigger is the best idea. Like, if someone threatens my life, I don't need a weapon. Like, I can just deal with it. But my point is, like, I'm telling you, like, it's not like that in Iran. In America, like, most people, maybe not in the North, but even in the North, it's more popular after the Bruin decision. Most people have guns. If you come into the United States and tried to, like, attack us, dude, you would be, if you tried to invade, like, Florida, bro, you would get as far as, like, fucking Jacksonville, and you would be met with, like, 100, I don't even know how to explain this. You would be met by this coalition of, like, I don't even know, like, millions of, like, 20 to 40-year-olds who have been waiting their whole life for you to do that, and then they would just stand in a line and just fire automatic weapons at you as you try to advance into Florida. Like, yeah, you could probably bring, like, if you could get air superiority, you might be able to, like, beat those guys with planes, but bro, you send an army into America in almost any southern state, and we don't need the army. We will send our civilians, and they will just form a militia and take you out. They have, like, military firepower just in every house. You don't understand. Some of them have, like, assault weapons from pre-86 that fire automatically, and they just have them in their house legally. So, Iran's standing army, that's a good question. Iran's standing army is 610,000. So they probably could get it higher, but I may have misunderstood Mad P's comment about the word grifting. They may have just been using it tongue-in-cheek. Mad P, if you're listening, you know, I thought you were trolling. I really did, because you used that word. You know, if I misunderstood, you can come back. You know, I wouldn't want to hurt your feelings. I may have misunderstood the word. You know, I'm on the spectrum. But of course, no, Mad P, if you weren't being mean to me, I would hate to lose you. You've been very kind. So, you know, people have misunderstandings from time to time. And if you were not trolling, if you were not insulting me, and if you were really supporting me but trying to, like, help me understand, I'm on the spectrum. So I hope you'll forgive me. I don't take things very personally, but I, like, you know, I develop relationships, and I remembered you, and you can come back anytime, okay? Mad P, we may have had a little crossing of wires. You will forgive me. I address situations personally. There's no staff. There's no, like, producer. It's me. Like, it's just me and you, all right? We have personal relationships when you chat here. That's how I like to run my channel. If you're just tuning in, the last thing I was talking about was the footage in Tehran. Feel kind of guilty now about Mad P, because if I was wrong and they were just like, they have a speaking style that's different than mine, then they really were dedicating their time to me. You don't know how guilty I'll feel about that. They were dedicating time in a way that mattered to them, to this channel, and I would feel horrible if they misunderstood. So Mad P, you can come back and have your towel wrench if we had a misunderstanding. I know I'm autistic, though, so, you know, I can take things the wrong way, and I feel bad. But I did send Mad P an email, and I extended my apologies. Yeah, so Petty LaBelle, I think it was just like that word's a bit of a trigger word, because I don't have any support around me. So, you know, but maybe they wanted me to feel bad. I don't know. But either way, I'm genuine in my contrition, and if they want to come back, they can have their towel wrench back. They found a home here, you know. As Miss Missy says, please protect all in harm's way. Now, Standing Stones asked once we got our update on Qatar if I could check in on Jerusalem and Israel. I have an eye on the skylines of Tel Aviv. I have not heard any air raid sirens there now. I did hear them about 3 hours ago, but I will go ahead and check on that for you as requested. We did have a great day yesterday. Great job, Grant. Thank you, Big Ray. I agree, Aaron. I agree. You are very kind, Duels of Aquarius. I appreciate you. All right. Let me catch my breath. Let me circle back. Let me say a quick prayer for the strength and compassion and composure to be able to relay this information to the public while also retaining my humanity. And may God protect the soldiers of the United States and our allies and the innocents in harm's way. Sometimes you just have to ask for guidance. You don't always hit 100%. You can't bat 1,000. You do your best and apologize if you get it wrong. I feel very guilty about Mad P. Even if I'm right that they are a troll and they're like reverse guilting me, like, I don't care. I'd rather just assume they were good-hearted and didn't mean no harm, and so I feel guilty. A lot of you are probably like, well, Grant, I know that you like care about every person who comes in here, but you gotta report on what's going on. It's important. I know, I will. Bunny says amen. I agree, Bunny. Thank you. Amen indeed. Let me take a look at the live shot of the Holy City. How about that? All right, I think that's the best way to do it. So I'm going to take a look at Jerusalem's cam. Normally the Jerusalem cam will stay fixed, so they actually do show what's going on in the Holy City. There was no activity about 2 hours ago. It's still early in the night. And also, I didn't get thrown off, but last night was actually surprising. There was a lull in activity and then just a substantial amount of attacks on other countries that weren't Israel. So there was also some daytime shelling on Jerusalem in the morning. So I'm going to pull up the Tel Aviv, Jerusalem Skycam first. I'll let you know what I see, and then we'll go over to Tel Aviv. Jerusalem, it does not sound like there's any activity. If you're wondering, if you're nervous, which I know a lot of you are, just want to see. They're doing the call to prayer right now. I know a lot of you just want to see what's going on, so I'll show you a live shot of Jerusalem. So this is a live shot of the Holy City. There is a media blackout on a lot of this too. All right, so what you're hearing is the soft call to prayer over Jerusalem this morning. It's actually peaceful. If you're wondering why I was listening, it's the morning prayers over Jerusalem, and it is surprisingly peaceful. It's just kind of centers one's zen to listen to the prayers, the call to prayer. Among all the chaos, it actually gives one time to pause. I think I want to listen to it a little more. These are live shots of the Holy City. If you're listening, if you're wondering what we're doing, we're checking in on the Holy City. And when I checked in, they were playing the call to prayer, and it's been a very loud few days, 5 days now. It's been a very loud few days, and that was the first time like I had some peace. So it served the dual purpose of being able to look at the Holy City, which is important to be able to check what was going on. But at the same time, we used the opportunity to take a few minutes to kind of breathe, reset. I think my wasn't overly jumpy. I think I'm just traumatized a little bit by the words in the online sphere, and I was reflecting on the situation with Mad P, and I extend my apologies, and I really am grateful for them. They were one of the people who was encouraging others to support Little Tao. I'm just not a very good, businessman. So when people talk about money, I get uncomfortable. And, I sent my apologies, and I hope they will feel free to come back to their home they had found here at any time. So let's continue to check in on what's going on. And I will show you the latest live pictures from not only the Holy City, which you were just looking at, but also the latest live pictures from the different cameras around. Now you can tell I'm kind of like coaxing Mad P to come back, you know, and then Mad P will be welcomed by all the Tao friends. You know, I'll feel so much better when they say hello, you know. And then it's a lot of power to give them, you know, because they could just never come back. Then I'd be perpetually sad. But, you know, and also they could give me a nice moment and be like, hello, I'm here. And I'd be like, oh, that's you. It's lovely to see you. We'll find a way to do it. We'll find a happy medium between my inability to sustain my own existence and the work that I do, which is very important. I don't think of it as a business. I think of it as a vocation, and I'm on the spectrum, so I'm not using that as an excuse, but like I don't think the same way as other people. I don't think, you know, in numbers. I think in ideas and helping people and principles. So God bless all of you who are patient with me. It means a lot to me. We're taking a live look in. You see the Tel Aviv skyline in the top right. You can see, I believe, the damage to Beirut in the bottom right. The center middle is slightly outdated footage of Tehran that I already showed you. The bombing in Tehran is actually being shown on Al Jazeera finally after 2 days, which tells me that the wave of bombing going on in Iran right now is like apocalyptic levels of bombing, because they don't show, pardon me, they don't show Tehran. Okay, they don't do that. All right. God bless you, Island Girl OG. You have a beautiful soul as well. Okay, I'm doing my best. Hold on 1 second. Hold. Oh, goodness. All right, I have a strike in Iranian Kurdistan. Stay with me. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. There is an actual ground war in northwest Iran between Kurdish Iranian militias and Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, thank you so much, Mimi Walsh 5047. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, I am flashing, this is from Barak Ravid, who's a very good journalist. I'm flashing this, it's actually in Hebrew, and I'm going to translate it to English for you. Ladies and gentlemen, from Barak Ravid, okay, this is, I do not have pictures of this, but I am, as Edward R. Murrow I am flashing this, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, a senior American official confirmed to Mr. Ravid in a conversation just now, this is as of 4:23 p.m., 30 minutes ago, Kurdish Iranian militias have launched a ground offensive in northwestern Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, that means, now you may be saying, aren't we funding them? Yeah, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the ground war in Iran has begun. I don't believe that there are American boys and girls as soldiers on the ground in Iran as of yet. We have heard rumblings from Senator Blumenthal that that was on the table based on the operational priorities established by the Secretary of State at a meeting with Congress during a briefing yesterday in the evening time, U.S. But this is very, very, very intense. We have not heard, other than the Israeli incursion into South Lebanon over the past 12 to 18 hours, of actual ground offensives. But I am telling you that there are incursions by probably Western-backed Kurdish Iranian militias into Iran on the ground. What this seems to be is, let's see, I don't know, probably an example of, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Iranian militias, the pro-Western militias, starting the first wave of ground offensives in Iran. You wouldn't just like send in the Kurdish Iranian militias, that would be the spear tip. You're going to take a lot of losses, and then you send in the actual attack. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this is going on right now. All right? All right, I have more footage of Western Tehran 5 minutes ago. Hold on. This is the newest footage from Western Tehran. It's 5 minutes old. I have really good sources in Tehran. So allow me to show you. So as a ground invasion, now remember, they're militias. They're like Kurdistan militias. So they're not exactly going to be like the best funded or the most operationally efficient. Like they're going to work, they're going to put in work, but you just remember they're not like American troops or Israeli troops. It's kind of like militia groups that don't like Iran. They are starting the first sort of, this is on, by the way, it's not just me reporting this. Fox News is reporting it. Like, they all flashed it at the same time. It's like a big military development. It's like a huge military development. Let me show you the newest footage. We're going to watch it together for the first time. It is from 5 minutes ago in Iran. Okay? Latest footage from Tehran. About 5 minutes ago.
کجاست؟
the force is just, I mean, they're farther away than those other bombs, but this is a new wave of bombings. I mean, some of those strikes are just, the force, you can like feel the force of the sound wave hitting her. It's just so, it's so rough. I'm talking to Mad Peak for them to come back. I will take time out of my stream to address you personally if I don't do a good job. Misbehavior, welcome. What you are looking at is the latest images 5 minutes ago from Tehran, Iran. Would you like to watch it again? I can show you. These are the latest images from on the ground. I wish I could play without sound, but otherwise you won't feel the shock wave. So again, 5 to 10 minutes ago, maybe a little bit earlier, depending on like how long it took to upload, but the most recent images from Tehran. It's disorientating them, like of course, misbehavior. It's, I have no doubt that there's over 1,000 dead in Iran. It's disorientating these people filming. First of all, they're civilians, so they don't really know what they're experiencing, but they're reacting to like what they're seeing. They're kind of like reacting to the booms and like what they're seeing, but they're not understanding that like by the boom that they're reacting to is actually like a bomb that dropped like, I don't know, probably like 4 seconds before the boom. Like they're a mile away or two from these explosions. Light travels faster than sound, but they're not trained. They're just civilians on a rooftop in Tehran. So what's happening is that the bombs are falling. They're not reacting to the bombs falling. They're kind of reacting to the booms, but the booms are delayed. There's a latency. It's kind of like thunder and lightning. Nelatano, yes. Nelatano, yes. We have talked about it. We've talked about the dual claims from each side. And we've talked about the young girl killed in Kuwait yesterday from the falling debris. I've tried to cover as much as I can. Right now, what I'm analyzing is these civilians really put themselves in harm's way because the bombs that are actually hitting, like they think they're ducking and covering, but they're not. Like when they're standing there, I don't think they understand like what's happening. That's why I'm kind of like, I'm blown away. Like that bomb, the shrapnel's coming at them now. That bomb, the shrapnel's coming at them now. Dude, the shrapnel isn't waiting. That bomb, the shrapnel is coming at them. Now watch when they react. They're reacting to explosions that happened like 5 seconds ago, and then they're moving back. Dude, if shrapnel from that explosion was actually flying, you moving, like when you hear the boom, is too late. So that's what's like wild about this. Like they're civilians, they don't know what's going on, but they're like, if they're going to be up there, like they're ducking and just stand there at that point because you're not reacting to the shrapnel around you. You're just ducking based on the boom. It's too late. Yeah, and that's probably the saddest part. Iran doesn't have a bunker system like for every apartment like Israel does. I don't know where they're supposed to go. Like at that point, like the building is not safe. Now they're civilian buildings, but like any building that gets hit is going down. I guess you're safer up top than on the bottom. And you still shouldn't be standing on an open rooftop because shrapnel, if a building that's taller than you gets hit, the shrapnel is just going to go out across the building rooftop. So anyway, my point is that's the most recent footage from Iran. What you actually are going to want to see, though, is this. This is what has not just this, but here's about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago. Here is the panoramic footage of Iran. This is Tehran right now. Maybe an hour ago. It's probably worse now. They're just carpet bombing them. And so that is the second footage I have for you of Tehran. Now watch the footage. I mean, I'm about to show you some footage from Tehran that I don't even know if you're going to believe. Like when I saw this footage earlier tonight, the western province, it might be the western region, the western part of Tehran, I mean, I couldn't believe it. Like, this is what they're playing on Al Jazeera right now, but this isn't. They also played the one I'm about to show you, but even this one doesn't do it justice. This is from maybe an hour ago in Tehran. All right, now, if we take a look at this, all right, if we jump over, wait till you see what the actual bombing of Tehran was like tonight. Okay? Are you ready for this? I mean, I've seen some things in my day. If you missed it earlier, by the way, we got more CRAM footage from Iraq in Erbil. This is American CRAM footage shooting down a drone. You see the CRAM over Erbil? For those of you who are supporters of the American military, that's a CRAM, a land-based RAM. CRAM firing at a missile, probably a drone actually, over Erbil Air Force Base in Iraq. So American air defenses are very good, in short. But I'll show you the footage of Tehran that literally, like, they played it once on Al Jazeera. Sorry, it's very loud. So they played, we've seen some of the bombing raids. I need to warn you, like, if you have headphones, you're about to experience, like, a bombing raid on Tehran. Some of the footage you saw was, you notice how it was far away? So remember, light travels faster than sound. So if you see an explosion and hear it at the same time on film, the person filming is like right in the middle of it. You're about to see a B-52 Stratoforce bombing raid that was confirmed on Al Jazeera as happening tonight in Tehran. They played this footage once and they censored the sound on Al Jazeera Arabic. It was too traumatizing for the Arabic population. I'm going to play it for you because it's our boys and girls dropping their payloads from B-52s on Tehran. Take a listen. Headphone warning, it's very loud. Recent pictures from Tehran. is tonight in Tehran. Again, Tehran, Iran. I don't know what to tell you. I can't even talk over it. It's so loud. I have more strikes for you now. So if you're not realizing yet, like what? Okay, tonight is probably the most intense night of bombing of the war. It is day 5. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Leif Erikson says, reminds me of Heidelberg on New Year's Eve. Reminds me of Dresden. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much. It is 5:17 p.m. Eastern wartime on day 5, day 6 if you're in the Middle East, of the Iranian-U.S. war. The time in Tel Aviv, ladies and gentlemen, is 12:17 a.m. The time in Tehran is 1:47 a.m. March 5th. Okay, that would be Thursday. Currently, it is Wednesday, March 4th, U.S. Eastern Wartime, 5:17 p.m. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to take live a update from the Sri Lankan Navy on Al Jazeera Arabic before I show you the most recent pictures from Tehran, because the U.S. for the first time since World War II, ladies and gentlemen, out in the Indian Ocean, so this is a true world war, I repeat, Edward R. Murrow Towell from Boston in the Towell War Office, which I have designated as, I've designated myself as one of the premier American war correspondents because I was the only one who realized how bad this was going to get apparently, or the other media outlets were blacking it out, and I was the only one who took it live straight from the beginning, non-stop, and actually analyzed the geopolitical developments in a way that was accurate and reflected the coming updates. So, with that said, I can tell you, Grant Smith Ellis, 5:17 or 5:18 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, that the United States, for the first time since World War II, has sunk a vessel with a submarine missile. That would not just be any vessel. This is truly becoming a world war, although I think the powers that be are remiss to use the term, because it was in the Iranian vessel was in the Indian Ocean near Sri Lanka, and I'm about to show you the Sri Lankan Ministry of Defense, or whatever it is, holding a press conference because they had to go save Iranian soldiers. 89 enemy combatants neutralized, multiple other combatants sent fleeing into the Sri Lankan waters of the Indian Ocean, following, as I repeat, you do not need to adjust your phone or YouTube platform. I repeat, the U.S. military, for the first time since World War II, has sunk an enemy ship, not in the waters around Iran, but in the middle of the Indian Ocean near Sri Lanka, with a missile, or I suppose a torpedo, or some type of weapon from a submarine. This was announced by the U.S. Secretary of State just over 2 to 3 hours ago. Raw footage was uploaded to the internet. I'm now going to let you listen in on Al Jazeera's translation of the recent update from the Sri Lankan Ministry of Defense, who is now Sri Lanka. is somehow involved. That the attacks have spread so far and wide that the people of Sri Lanka, who don't really have anything to do with this at all, are now saving Iranian soldiers because their ships are being bombed in the Indian Ocean by American submarines, ladies and gentlemen. They call them the Wolf Pack for a reason. Let's take a listen to Al Jazeera English. Hold on one second.
Distress calls from the sinking vessel, which had 100
no longer attack Iran. That is not
update on the vote. We have more now on the sinking of an Iranian frigate torpedoed by the U.S. Navy. The Sri Lankan Navy responded to distress calls from the sinking vessel, which had 180 personnel on board. The ship, IRIS Dina, went down about 40 kilometers south of Sri Lanka's coastline. Manel Fernandez reports from the port city of Galle.
Ambulances screeched through Galle, Sri Lanka's coastal tourist hub, bringing survivors from the Iranian naval frigate Iris Dina to hospital. 32 sailors were rescued by the Sri Lanka Navy and Air Force after a distress call was received from the frigate around 40 kilometers off the coast.
We saved a group who were floating in the water. After investigation and questioning, it became clear they were a crew belonging to an Iranian vessel, and they needed medical attention.
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no visible signs of the frigate or debris. Early reports of a torpedo or submarine strike could not be confirmed for several hours.
Wait, was that an Iranian soldier?
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no visible.
Oh yeah, it is.
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no.
That is an Iranian soldier. That is an Iranian soldier, or a Navy midshipman, or whatever they called him. And that is, see what it? That is the enemy, ladies and gentlemen. That is the first. Picture, he's on a stretcher, he's alive, he's being wheeled into a hospital. That is the first Iranian soldier I've seen. It really humanizes the enemy. You're going to have to get used to this, unfortunately. Like, you're going to have to understand they're not just numbers, like they are people. Like that guy, he's the enemy, but he definitely had, like a life. He had shaved that morning. Like, they are humans. We do have to remember that. And that's the first pictures. And I've watched a lot of footage. This is only out there because, again, this is Sri Lanka. So, like, the Sri Lankan government is not involved in the war. Bro, they're like, the Sri Lankan people are like, oh my God, why? Like, you have a, so just so folks understand, a lot of you are going to be like, But Sri Lanka can't do that. Like, they can't just go help the Iranians do it. They have a duty to do it. Like, there's this, I don't know if a lot of you know what the rules of war actually mean, but there's this, like, obligation when, like, say you have territorial waters in your Sri Lanka. If an Iranian or an American vessel, for that matter, if any vessel gets shot in your waters, you have to go help it. You have to. It's like an obligation. You aren't allowed to just let the people like drown. And so what do you think you do when you're Sri Lanka and you've just like saved Iranian troops? You have to bring them to Sri Lanka. You don't send them home. You bring them to your hospital. It's like a duty under the laws of war. Like, you absolutely must go try to save them. And then you have to, like, they're not really prisoners of war because you're not in the war. They're more like, I don't know, like distressed, like men at sea. And you have to, like, take them in. It's a whole, like, law of war thing. Yeah, it's basically the Geneva Convention, but it goes back even further. The Geneva Convention also has to do with like combatants and what to do with prisoners of war, non-combatants. He's an active combatant, but he's not fighting Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka's not fighting the U.S. or Iran. So it's kind of like Switzerland. Like, Sri Lanka can, like, they just take them in, but they're not part of the war. So the military censor in Sri Lanka doesn't care. It's an Iranian soldier. It might as well have been a U.S. soldier for all the Sri Lankans cared. They brought them in, they took them to a hospital. But for us, it's the first pictures of an Iranian soldier injured in a U.S. attack. It is actually the first image. Yeah, I don't know if submarines are covered under that. I really don't know. I think submarines are a little different. Submarines aren't regulated the same way that ships are. It's actually a whole different class of vessel. I know all about this because maritime law predates even common law. People have been sailing ships for a long time. They had to create all these laws for them. And it's called law of the sea. Nunya's a ship captain, so he's not actually a ship captain, he's a Nunya. One thing we can talk about, though, as we look at the latest pictures from, I believe, earlier in Beirut, it looks like Lebanon. The one thing we can talk about is, so we got to find a happy medium. I've spoken to Mad P. I think they'll eventually come back. God bless them. They're welcome to. I'm just glad we were able to talk. But I think we have to find a happy medium in the donations. I know on other channels, because there's thousands of chatters, it's just all the time with it. I think 30 minutes to an hour, if you want to share the donation links, is good. I don't want people to feel I feel like that could be counterproductive if people feel like they shouldn't share it. I kind of want to find a happy medium. So just so you're wondering, I'm thinking out loud. If you want to share the donation links in chat, I'll do it once in a while. But 30 minutes to an hour, okay? Like any news service, there is no sponsors here. There's no merch. So we have to find a way to make this sustainable. And I don't want to put a burden on any one or few people who are just very generous to me and help me live. So let's find a way together, like a news network would do, to keep this sustainable, but without it being over my personal line with uncomfortability. So Lynn has a good idea, 30 minutes to an hour. If you want to post those links, that's fine. But I've been thinking about it. Okay, we didn't have a situation earlier. I just had a towel moment, and a towel moment is where I overly think a moral question for really no reason. I don't have to think about this a lot. I just want to do my work, but I think about it, and then I'm on the spectrum, so I come up with answers, and that's my answer. Okay, we will it's wrong of me to be overly have too much humility, and then I become a burden on people who support me. And then it's wrong if we're just constantly doing it. So let's find a happy medium, and once every hour. For example, maybe I want to get a coffee later as it gets close to midnight. Well, yeah, it helps, but I also got a lot of support. So, I gotta think about now, the middle of the month, end of the month. A lot of you are probably how can this man understand the dynamics of geopolitical conflicts going back literally to the Westphalian Peace of 1648, and then simultaneously not understand how to live? Well, that's what being on the spectrum's all about. You have analytical intelligence, you don't have emotional intelligence, and you don't have what's called the high executive functioning. You fall down a lot. You should see the amount of times I fell down. I had to use a cane today because I fell on the ice yesterday. I think I just fell. I'm a frail towel. My brain works really well, but my body, it's physically broken. So anyway, God bless all of you. Thank you for your compassion and indulgence of your host's physical disabilities. Now, I guess being on the spectrum's also a mental disability, but I think of myself as differently abled, superly abled, not mentally disabled, mentally super abled. Physically, I'm very disabled. I don't mean to joke about it, but I'm a disabled person. I realized it today. I was walking around trying to do errands. I'm on a cane. I'm oh my God. I can't walk very fast. I am very frail. Oh no, I'm a disabled person. And I was oh yeah, I am a disabled person. And I was great, you need to be a lot nicer to your body. You cannot just go around pretending you're not. That's not going to work, Grant. And I was yeah, you're probably right about that, Grant. We didn't really have a conversation. It was just my brain told me that I need to think more about this. I'm taking you live to Lebanon now. Leif Erikson, thank you for that reminder. I'll translate what I can for you. I'm keeping an eye on strikes in Beirut right now. And then I will get you the latest pictures from Tehran. Tehran is what everyone wants to see. They're not talking about Tehran, they're talking about the strikes on the southern Lebanese cities of Tahrir. He's saying that in the past few hours there have been strikes on central Lebanon. Hezbollah positions, there are reports, he's not saying this, but there are reports that the Israeli Lebanese army has been moving to arrest members of Hezbollah.
هي ضربة بالمسيرة ستتلوها ضربة أخرى. أنا متأكد أنه ستتلوها ضربات أخرى. هذا ليست نهاية المطاف، وليس حول هذه الضربة تدور الحرب، إنما هي جزء صغير من مسار يبدو أنه طويل ومعقد، ويبدو فعلا أن لبنان قد دخلت لحظة عصيبة في تاريخها، ويبدو أن الجيش الإسرائيلي يريد أن يغتنم هذه الفرصة ليكسر ربما ما يعتقد أنه قادر على كسره عموما ربما يعتقد بأنه قادر على إنهاء.
عموما محمد، نحن سنبقى معكم وسنبقى مع الصورة التي تأتينا من كاميراتكم في محيط الضاحية الجنوبية ترقبا لأي حدث قد يكون أو أي ضربة إسرائيلية أخرى. ستبقى معنا إذن. ونوه إلى الخبر العاجل على الشاشة. مصدر أمني عراقي يقول أن هناك قوة أمنية ضبطت منصة إطلاق متحركة تحمل صاروخين في منطقة صليب.
Okay, so he was, I mean, he wasn't saying it directly, but he was explaining that like the Israeli conflict in Lebanon is raging, and that there are active strikes behind him in Beirut that he could hear. Again, I am very roughly translating because he speaks so fast. Some of those Al Jazeera Arabic reporters literally speak so fast, but that by the time my brain is processing what they're saying, like he's 4 sentences ahead of me. You think I talk fast? I wish I could speak Arabic because they can say so much more in a sentence. In like, they can say, they don't breathe. Like, I don't know how they learn that breath control. It must just be natural to the language of Arabic. But if you notice, like, for me as an English speaker to speak at the rate that an Arabic speaker speaks, I have to use, like, very precise breath control. So it almost seems to you like I'm seamlessly talking. Yes, I am breathing, but I'm breathing on the inward breath between sentences. And then I'm also speaking at a rate that is almost inhuman for an English speaker. Arabic speakers talk like this all the time. If you heard that sort of rapid fire pattern of speaking, it's because they learn how to use breath control in the delivery of their expressions, and then their syntactical predisposition and their lexicon are just so expansive that they have all these words they can rapid fire at you all the time like this, constantly in rapid succession, just back to back to back to back to back to back, constantly saying something new, constantly reporting something new, never taking a break, never pausing, never breathing. So now imagine having to listen to that simultaneously to it being in a foreign language, then like being in awe at how fast they're speaking, then looking at the picture on the screen in front of you, then interpreting what they're saying and not understanding all of it, and then trying to relay it back. That's what it's like listening to Arabic. It's not just gibberish, it's like actually very refined, very rapid speaking. I think a lot of you were just like, oh goodness, if that's what Arabic is like, those people must be very intelligent. Yeah, they're really smart, like very exceptionally smart. Know it too, because their brains are just trained. Not every Arabic person speaks that fast, but like most of the Arabic speaking world could listen to that and understand every single thing that she and he were saying, or two guys. Here's the most recent pictures I have for you over Tehran. Okay, that was the one we watched 38 minutes ago. This is just 30 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen, over Tehran.
اینم پنجشنبه 14/12/2584. این دود غلیظ اینا از آتش بازی بیبی جون بزن ترام بزن دمت گرم بزن که اینا خیلی ما رو زدن خیلی ساچمه خوردیم خیلی اشکاور خوردیم بزن ترام بزن.
So that's an Iranian man. He's filming the result of an explosion. He didn't actually catch the explosion. Here's the explosion I give you, though. This is over, I believe this is Tehran. Let me double check that for you so I can make sure. This is over Bukhan County Governorate, actually in Azerbaijani province of Iran. So we're hitting them everywhere. This is another city. This is not the capital, Tehran. This is in Azerbaijani province in Iran, which is not the country of Azerbaijan. I've always wanted to go to Baku. Not right now, though. The point is, that's a different country. Azerbaijani province in Iran is just a province. Here we go. It's not Tehran. It's another province. Here's the strike. Oh, yeah, light him up. So these are the latest pictures coming from inside Iran on the ground. This is Azerbaijani province. Let's see. Coach Lou Holtz has passed away. I'm sorry to report, says Bunny. A good, honorable college football coach in the United States. May God rest his soul. Coach Holtz became a beloved announcer in his later years. Many people around America will be mourning his passing. Then Maritime Slave said that the Arabian language has between 1,200 and 200,000 words. The less words means longer sentences. Very interesting. All right, so I'm going to continue showing you the latest updates from Tehran. Okay, so this is another series of airstrikes over Tehran in the last 45 minutes. I don't exactly know the exact time in Tehran. Normally it's like 30 minutes to upload. So let's say within the last hour. This is the newest Tehran. The last footage was from Azerbaijani province, Iran. This is actually Tehran, the capital in Iran, right now. Probably the last 30, 45 minutes.
احسن به اون شیر مادر عمو ترا کجا رو زدی یا مولا اونورم زد حاجی تو تله کورو داره میزنه حاجی این خیلی نزدیکه اونورو بگیر باشه نه بمون همینجا شبیه قوش شد
These pictures from Tehran.
کجا رو زدی یا مولا اونورم زد حاجی تو تله کورو داره میزنه حاجی این خیلی نزدیکه اونورو بگیر باشه نه بمون همینجا
So, to give you some sense of what, I know it is early in the night, but to give you some sense of what is happening as we approach 6 p.m. Eastern, You are watching Tehran, Iran, the Iranian capital, literally at any moment during the day. A citizen, literally at any moment, can film right now at night, and the city is just being carpet bombed. I mean, those are not, it's not like in Israel, right? Their defenses are good. So if a strike hits, you get like 4 angles of it within an hour because it's a big deal. What you are watching right there, each new video that I'm showing you from Tehran is a new bombing wave. Like, you can't even keep up with it. It's an incredible amount of American bombs dropping on Tehran. Almost an indescribable amount of bombs, okay? I have footage from Yazd, Iran now, okay? Y-A-Z-D, Yazd, Iran. If you would give me 1 second. This is another. So I know that it must be frustrating that not a lot of networks are showing the actual footage. I'm going to show you why in a second. But look at this footage again within the past hour from Yazd. This is the another Iranian city. Now he's really far away, so you can hear the rolling thunder, but that was a big strike. All right, now I know this is not going to be pleasant for some of you. Now I'm going to show you the Iranian strike on what looks like an American base in Bahrain in the last 20 minutes. Okay, this is an Iranian strike on Bahrain the last 20 minutes. It doesn't actually show it reaching the ground. But there's no air raid sound siren. There's no air raid going off as those missiles fall, which is concerning. Now I have footage for you on the ground at these. Oh, dropped my phone. Now I have footage for you on the ground. Again, this is within the last, I'd say, 10 minutes over the American base in Bahrain. Footage on the ground. So, if you're tuning in, there is a substantial amount of, it's the beginning of the night. The developments I do not expect, like the actual heavy fire, until 8. The fact that it's at, because every night there's a pattern, okay? When night falls around 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in Tel Aviv, in Iran, in the Middle East, there's just this series of kind of test attacks. I'm telling you right now, having watched this war for 5 days, that like we're seeing a ferocious pace of bombing, and it's early in the night. Now, again, yesterday, we all got like taken for a little bit of a ride because the attacks on Saudi Arabia were launched overnight. There was a lull in the bombing on Tel Aviv. But tonight, like just what I'm seeing in the past hour, like Tehran is being bombed at a pace that has not been yet seen in the war. And I'm not saying that from reports, I'm saying that from primary source video. The rolling carpet bombing of Tehran is just almost indescribable, and I've seen some apocalyptic scenes in this war. We are at the most early, like in the night, that I have seen this level of sustained bombing. I'm trying to I'm going to show you a clip from Fox News in a second that's going to kind of shock you into reality, because the Fox News, they realized this got so serious that, CNN realized this got so bad that they sent people to Israel, live. And I'm going to show you what CNN just said on air, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 minutes ago. And it's going to shock you into reality, because you're going to say, Grant, for the past 5 days, you've been telling me that they're doing this to Trey Yingst, but I didn't know. You're about to find out. But let me show you the same footage. This is the U.S. base in Bahrain 10 minutes ago. Let me show you the same footage of the missiles now. The same missiles you just saw from the right side, I'm showing you a head-on view now. This is the U.S. base in Bahrain. Those are Iran. They're firing the special missiles. Oh no. That's not a missile that's fallen apart. That's a special missile. It's not like, it looks like it's breaking up, but it's not. It's a missile that's designed to avoid air defenses. So that missile that you see, it's not a missile exploding and falling. It's a warhead that falls with different pieces around it so that it tricks your air defense. All right, so no air raid sirens, no interception, just silence as missiles fall over Bahrain. Now, Bahrain has been the site of a number of strikes because Bahrain hosts the U.S. 5th Naval Fleet. All right, that's why I'm showing this. Hold on, hold please, hold please, hold. I want to see if there was any impact. I have not confirmed an actual impact of those missiles, okay? Stay with me. There's just a substantial amount of activity. Let's check in with the live feeds. Let's take the Al Jazeera English live feed. Sometimes I just have to jump over and see what they're covering. Hold on. They are covering Beirut.
Determined to crack down on Hezbollah, and it looks like we're in for something at least as prolonged as what happened back in late 2024 with that war with Hezbollah. Then Israel now going after Hezbollah again, a group that is in a slightly more weakened position than it was at that time.
A spokesman for the UN Secretary General says the thousands displaced in Lebanon are short on emergency supplies.
Since the onset of the renewed hostilities, at least 80,000 people have sought refuge in collective shelters in Lebanon. That's what the local authorities are telling us. However, we believe this represents only a fraction of all the people who have been forced to flee. Our partners are working closely with national and local authorities. Rapid response teams are assessing needs and distributing emergency supplies in affected areas and collective shelters. So far, our partners working in food security have reached more than 20,000 displaced people with hot meals and over 15,000 with ready-to-eat food across Lebanon. Our health partner, working with the Lebanese Ministry of Public Health, are providing medicine and scaling up mobile primary health care services in shelters and other locations. Water and sanitation partners are supporting the continued operations of critical water and wastewater facilities, including by providing fuel to operate those stations.
Many Lebanese are seeking safety in neighboring Syria, but Syria has closed its borders after a warning by Israel that it may target it. The crossings remain open for Syrians fleeing Lebanon. Obeida Hito has more from the border.
On the fourth day of what's quickly turning into a regional conflict between America, Israel, Iran, and several other regional actors, the humanitarian crisis is growing just as quickly. And what you're seeing behind me here is more people arriving, women and children, elderly people here in Syria. We're at the Jdeida Yabous border crossing, where Syrian officials say more than 25,000 people have arrived between here and the Jusia border crossing in Homs province over the last 2 days. The influx of refugees continues to grow, especially as the violence in Lebanon intensifies. As we speak, there are ongoing Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut, as well as in the border areas in southern Lebanon, which is going to cause more waves of refugees to arrive to the country. There are UN agencies here on the ground at the border crossing, as well as the Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management, ready to provide any kinds of medical services and psychosocial services to these people. Most of the people that we've spoken with have been on the road for a day or two trying to reach the border crossing and actually get into Syrian territory. And officials here say they expect these numbers to continue to grow consistently, especially as the violence intensifies in Lebanon. But they say they're ready to accept anybody who wants to flee and make it to safety here in Syria. Obeida Hito, Al Jazeera, the Syrian-Lebanese border.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has told a press conference that Spain had changed its mind on refusing to allow the U.S. to use its naval and air bases for attacks on Iran.
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear. And it's my understanding over the past several hours they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military. And so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain. But the president expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well.
But Spain has dismissed Leavitt's claim, and its prime minister has doubled down on its criticism of the attacks on Iran. Pedro Sanchez was responding to U.S. President Donald Trump's threats to cut trade with Madrid over its position on the conflict. He's warning that it risks playing Russian roulette with lives of millions.
Vamos a aprender de la historia.
We should learn from history, and we can't play Russian roulette with the destiny of millions of people. The powers involved in this
Those are
conflict
intense
immediately
words.
Stop the hostilities and rely on dialogue and diplomacy. And the rest of us should act in a coherent way, defending the same values that we defend when we talk about Ukraine, Gaza, Venezuela, and Greenland.
Our correspondent Osama bin Javaid spoke to the Belgian foreign minister.
Wow, Morgan Stanley firing 2,500 people. Wow.
We all have interests in the Middle East regaining stability and security. And tomorrow we will have an important meeting between all the foreign ministers of the European Union with the foreign minister of the Gulf Cooperative Councils. So that's really important, being able to discuss with our counterparts of the Gulf region, of Jordan, in order to identify how we can support.
All right, we're going to take a look at some Lebanese TV because there is something happening in Lebanon.
Peace result, ceasefire as soon as possible. We advocated for desescalation, of course, in order to avoid other new casualties. It creates many damages, many people already killed. So I think that
Sorry for interrupting the Belgian manager.
And Israel, we all know that are not aligned with the standards of international law, but it is true that in the same time, the way Iran responded and is still respond with many attacks against all the neighbors in the region, that fits with international law. I understand why the US and Israel have launched these attacks. Frankly speaking, Iran was not a model student regarding the respect of international law, with a lot of threats against its own population, respond to all manifestations with violence, with torture. We know that they've continued to develop the ballistic program, also the nuclear weapons program. So it was time to say stop to the way Iran was managing its country. And
by unilateral strikes, is that what you were saying?
But by action, because the diplomacy
Belgium is mad.
Its limits in this situation. And of course, we are for a long time a long-standing defender of the international law and multilateralism, and it is really important to pay attention to the UN Charter and to desescalate in order to let the diplomacy take the lead again. But at the same point, it was not possible to achieve the result expected, and I think that the aspiration of the Iran's people to have more freedom, more human rights is legitimate. And we need to support this aspiration. Of course, we do not have to choose instead of the people, the future leader. That's something that it is in the hands of the Iran's population itself. But it was time to provide strong support to the population and also...
Belgium is fully on board with this.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. Fighting is also having an impact on the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has announced that planned talks between his nation, the U.S., and Russia are now on hold.
That's nice, but, you know, I can't say that. I mean, Ukraine is more, Russia's going to get the Donbass. We are going to check in with something else, which is Lebanese TV. Now, you might be saying, oh, goodness. You might be saying, Grant, I don't want to watch Lebanese TV. They're trying to show, you know, the impact of the war. Well, we have to take a look at Al Mayadeen because they have live cameras. But I will tell you that the impact of this war in Lebanon, in, you know, a number of countries is very real. There are obviously statements being put out by various different sides about the human impact of this war, but, you know, it's pretty bad. Oh, that wasn't... I thought the last image was like a child's backpack abandoned on the street. It was actually a bumper for the next segment of the news on El Mayadeen. So we're going to take a look now. I'm trying to get you a camera from southern Lebanon. There's only one channel that has them. And I'm going to take a look at them now. Let me see what they got. Oh, okay. It's just playing Arabic music. Hold on. They actually have some pretty interesting bumpers. This is Lebanese TV you're watching now. All right, and let's see what they have to say. Oh, okay. This might be called to prayer, actually.
ولقد آتينا لقمان الحكمة أن اشكر لله
I didn't know they showed this on TV.
يشكر فإنما يشكر لنفسه ومن كفر فإن الله غني حميد وإذ قال لقمان لابنه وهو يعظه يا بني لا تشرك بالله
He's a good voice.
إن الشرك لظلم عظيم ووصينا الإنسان بوالديه حملته أمه وهنا على وهن وفصاله في عامين أن اشكر لي ولوالديك إلي المصير.
Wow. Okay. So I believe this is probably the Islamic call to prayer. It is actually a news network. I know you are as confused as I am. I'm not really confused. I think it's like on Lebanese state TV, instead of like when they do call to prayer, instead of just like pausing their TV, they just do the call to prayer on the TV, which, I mean, that makes sense. However, that's why you're listening to, like, on a news channel from Lebanon, the call to prayer. I think this is like actually the time of the call to prayer, so they pause the news. They have a man with a very, very good voice. I mean, I don't know what he's saying. I think he's reading from the Holy Quran, but he has a very beautiful voice. There's no music playing. It's just him, like, reciting a verse from the Quran, but, like, very impressively. I mean, I don't know a lot about this version of Arabic, so I don't know really what he's saying, but he just has a very nice voice. And, you know, you may not understand other cultures if you are from the United States, but you are kind of watching, you know, if you were, like, a citizen of Lebanon, this would kind of like be the news. You know, you'd be like, oh, okay, it's like the time for call to prayer during the news. I just have to wait. Okay, well, the call to prayer is over. Now they're going to go back to the news, I would imagine. Now, I'm not Lebanese. I dated a Lebanese princess one time, kind of. Listen, it was a long story. But now the news is back, so let's take a listen. This is the Lebanese news. It is very beautiful, Islamic prayer. Spacey 118, it is so good to see you, dear friend. I was thinking about you all day. Yes, Nalatano, that's what we're doing. So, Nalatano, I don't know if you know this, but I'm actually a Rawlsian, so I believe in kind of like a pluralistic world order, and I have to understand the views of decent consultation hierarchies as they are described in my canon, my canonical literature. Also, I'm aware that Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran, and in that regard, there's some dispute about that, but the point is, Jesus is a prophet in the Quran. And I also was listening to Iranian TV one time, and the presenter, they will say Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which is the respectful thing to say, and then I do that too, because after that they said the Prophet Jesus, and then the Iranian TV presenter said peace be upon him about Jesus. So I was like, oh, listen, if the people on Iranian state TV, this was like a year ago, if this woman is willing to say peace be upon him about Jesus, then I can learn about Islamic culture. So I've been doing that. But mostly I'm a pluralistic individual. Like, I don't like rogue outlaw states like North Korea, but in terms of different worldviews and cultures, if I could just go to every country and talk to the people about what they believe, I'd have a great time. I mean, you gotta like give me my cigars. Like, I can't just be going to countries where they're gonna like jail me because I smoke cigars. Like, that's the condition. I have to be able to smoke cigars. But I love all of the world's countries. I will go around. I'll talk to their peoples. I'll have a good time. Blood diamond traders in Amsterdam. Random people in the middle of Rome. The Lebanese princess. Dude, you're not like clubbing. You're like meeting this girl in the club, and you're just having like a pitcher of vodka Red Bull. You know, very normal. And then you start talking to her, and you're like, oh, you're in a club. It's like 1 a.m. You have like a very nice dress on. What do you do for a living? Like, you know, are you a barista? She's like, no, I'm like a particle physicist. I'm like, bro, I don't speak particle physicism. I don't know how to do that. And so I'm just saying, I've had many adventures around the world. What this has to do with what I was just saying, I don't really remember. Oh yeah, I would be happy to teach Americans about all the cultures of the world. I'll go around, I'll meet them, but the condition is, like, we can't be arresting Towel because he smokes cigars. Like, you have to let me do that or I can't come to your country. I'll talk to your government ahead of time. We'll make special preparations. We'll talk, but like, we can't be arresting Towel. All right, I have an image for you live from Beirut. This is why we watch Al Mayadeen.
والصورة التي ترونها هي مباشرة من ضاحية
بيروت
الجنوبية. الزميل حيدر خليل مراسل ميادين سيكون معنا أيضا من صيدا بوابة جنوب لبنان مراسل ميادين خالد الخليل، وسياوش فلاح بور من العاصمة طهران، ومحمد فرج محل ميادين بالشؤون السياسية والاستراتيجية. أهلا بكم جميعا ضيوفنا وزملائنا في هذه التغطية عبر الشاشة. والبداية من محيط ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية، حيث نفذ الاحتلال الإسرائيلي عدوانا جديدا. هناك غارات على ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية. نطلع على التفاصيل من الزميل حيدر خليل. إذن حيدر، ماذا في تفاصيل هذا العدوان الجديد؟
Okay, here we go.
تحية لك ولجميع المشاهدين. بالفعل شنت المقاتلات الحربية الإسرائيلية غارة باتجاه ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية، ولكن كنا قد اعتقدنا أن العدو الإسرائيلي نفذ هذه الغارة على المبنى المهدد في منطقة الغديري، ولكن الصحيح أن الاحتلال الإسرائيلي غار بجانب المبنى المهدد، وهذا للتصحيح أيضا. ولكن العدو الإسرائيلي أنذر المبنى المهدد منذ قرابة الساعة تقريبا، وشن عليها غارة تحذيرية من مسيرة، ولكن نحن اعتقدنا أنه نفذ حاليا الغارة من الطائرات الحربية، ولكن تبين أنه مبنى بجوار المبنى المهدد هو الذي تم استهدافه. هذا على صعيد الغارات الحالية، ولكن دعني أشير إلى أنه
All right, can I take a second as we are monitoring? It is just past 6 p.m. Eastern Time in the United States. As we're monitoring the evolution of what is just a very intense conflict, the fifth night in Iran, where for the first time since World War II, the military of the U.S. has sunk an enemy ship with a submarine missile from the U.S. or some other type of torpedo or weapon. I go on Twitter. I think like most Americans are getting it. Okay, like as I start to like see there's just like a lot of talk among the political class. I'm speaking very broadly. There's just a lot of talk among the political class that like life as normal is like shifting. Like the public doesn't know, but the public is realizing. When I go on social media, okay, the only thing on my feed, like 97% of the feed, is information about our soldiers, the war, like, etc. And then there's this like very small segment of the population that just is trying to pretend this isn't happening. And I think like as of tonight, like I think we are officially at the point where like you actually can't reasonably do that anymore. Let me show you why. So for the first time, like CNN finally sent a crew over there. I don't know why it took them so long to figure this out. So they send a crew over there in their infinite wisdom. It's going to take a second to load up. And I will show you, like, what happened to them. Like, they don't know how to report on the war like Trey Inks does. When we watch, hello, Neo-Mortal Girl, good morning to you. It is a pleasure to see you. So take a look. I will show you right now. I think the American public is waking up. Like, think is going to be the night. You say, Grant, but like for 4 days you've been imploring people to wake up. All right, I'm telling you, they're awake now. Look at what just happened on CNN. They finally, first of all, CNN doesn't know how to report war. Second, watch the military of Israel yell at CNN live.
We're not showing you that because we're not going to show, the Israeli government does not allow us or want us to show where that may have come up, that interceptor. But I'm not going to go there. We're not showing you that because we're not going to show, the Israeli government does not allow us or show where that may have come up.
All right, so is it real enough for you? When you have Aaron Burnett, right now, it was like probably, I don't know, what was that? Maybe like an hour ago. When you have Aaron Burnett, oh dear God. Oh, God. When you have Aaron... Oh, no. Tel Aviv is being shelled. When you have Aaron Burnett reporting that, American viewers are not used to hearing that. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the latest scenes from Tel Aviv. I didn't catch the strike. I didn't even know it was happening.
חולצו כל הלכודים.
בשרפה על הגג ובסריקה במבנה עד כאן.
חולצו כל הלכודים.
אנחנו בסריקות. עדיין בסריקות. בשרפה על הגג ובסריקה במבנה.
So I know this is hard. I know this is horrifying. I know this is sad. When you look at this, we have a job to do. We have a few things. It's just coming in, this footage of Tel Aviv. I didn't see the missile strike. I know there were strikes because I saw Aaron Burnett talking about them, but like the cams weren't showing this. You have a few jobs. One, you're looking at the voices. Are the interactions with the are there interactions in a way... Wait, what? Oh my goodness. I didn't see the chat. Like, okay, you manage your own chat, whatever you think is best, okay? I'm not going to control whether, you express yourself in the chat like that. I just want to get back to the video. Oh goodness. Okay. So I'm reloading your comments. Sorry, it was not because I was trying to censor them. The tab crashed when I went over to look. The only comment I saw was... I'm not saying this comment out loud because I think you all were chatting about this before I loaded up the video we're watching. This is a very serious situation. So I just wasn't looking at the chat for a few minutes, and then I looked over at the chat, and there was a request of me. I don't know where that... You all do what you feel is best. Going back to this, we have a job to do. We have to relax. We have to set ourselves in a moment where we're able to... determine if this is real. Is that a video in Tel Aviv? Is that a building in Tel Aviv? Or is all the language natural? Are all the movements of the people natural? Is the damage like real? Is this filmed on a cell phone? Is everything moving like it would if a person were filming at the site of a missile strike? Is there any fires that don't make sense? Like, is there anything that pops in that wasn't there before? And unfortunately, on a first pass, again, this is 4 minutes old. I have to do what's called like a verify on it. So it's my initial pass. I don't have other videos. I don't have like multiple perspectives. I didn't see the strike. I had no idea this was happening in Tel Aviv 10 minutes ago. I need to look at like does this look like does that look like a building in Tel Aviv? Is that a specific landmark? Can I cross-reference that building, like that specific set of skyline buildings? The damage that I am looking at right now to Tel Aviv, if it is real, is unimaginable again. Just unimaginable. I don't have time, unless it's the military. If you're the military and you want to tell me something, you have to like leave a message. I don't think it's the military, but like you can't just be calling me on stream. You have to leave a message. I screen my calls. What do you want me to do? Pick up the call while I'm on stream? Not happening. You have to leave a message. I will screen the message. The next thing is just look at this. I mean, this is just horrifying. If they start militarily censoring me, I'm going to let you know. If I get a call from the government telling me that I can't show certain footage, I'm going to have to let you know. But as of now, no one has stopped me. I'll look at what the voicemail says, but no one has stopped me yet. I just want to let you know, if I get a call from the government at any point telling me I have to stop showing footage of this war, that is your sign that this is very real. But that has not happened. I'm just telling you, I don't know who that was. They're going to have to leave a message. It looked like a pretty official number. I hope it's not the military yelling at me. They're going to have to leave me a message. I will call them back. I just need to know what's going on. It could just be a random number, but like people don't just generally call me. They don't really do that. So I'll look at that in a second. Hopefully it is not me getting yelled at. I have not been contacted or yelled at, but I'm starting to see some things that are really concerning me. That is, again, not a regular missile hit. I am very concerned. But as of now, hold on, let me look at the visual voicemail. Hold on. Let's just make sure. Maybe it'll just be a telemarketer. That would be nice. Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe it was my bank, letting me know about some unusual activity in my bank. I don't really do anything though. Hold on. Nope. I think it was a telemarketer. It was not the government. I am thrilled to announce that I am not being told I can't show war footage. I feel like we are eventually going to get there, unfortunately. I mean, I don't mean to be glib about this, but how many times can you watch this kind of footage from Tel Aviv? Like, how, I know they're militarily blacking out, but how, like, this footage, how, wait a minute. Where did that person go? Hold on. Maybe this is fake. Hold on. That would be good. No, so see this person? Where'd she go? Oh no, she bends down. Oh my God, she collapses to the ground. Oh God, I thought it was fake because she popped out. She did not pop out. She fell to her knees on the ground. Oh, this is not good. This is footage from, it is reported to be, again, I cannot confirm it. This is reported to be on the ground in Tel Aviv 15 minutes ago. Can we start a new goal, says Holdelhammer. Yeah, I think this goal just like ends. Alright, I'll just start a new goal. I will continue to do my best as a Tell. Okay? Oh no, I set the wrong goal. Wait a minute. I set the wrong goal. I set a goal with 5 or higher. I'm sorry, I meant to include any amount. I'm sorry about that. I'll set a new goal in a second. No, I don't know. Like, I've studied a lot of military conflicts. The government getting involved with the press only happens when there's a war, and it's really not the kind of thing that you want to have happen. All right, let me monitor. Please allow me to monitor this. Sorry, I don't mean please allow me to. Allow me to monitor the updates in Tel Aviv right now. I did not know that they got missiles through to Tel Aviv. I don't know how I missed it. I was watching the cameras, but they clearly struck Tel Aviv. Iran very clearly struck Tel Aviv. I saw that footage, like, of the ground. Let's take a listen to Beirut.
As you said, they say that this is in response actually to continued Israeli violations of that
appointment.
Let's listen to the update from Tehran as well. This is an English reporter live in Tehran.
It's unclear, but it is clear that the
not this woman, the next report.
To shape the narrative around Operation Epic Fury, even in the face of poll numbers that show that the American public simply doesn't want this war.
Okay, thank you, Kimberly. But as the political posturing continues in Washington, Tauhid Assadi, where you are in Tehran, the aerial bombardment continues. What can you tell us about the strikes that are happening across Tehran tonight?
Yeah, what I can tell is the continuation of these strikes over the past few hours. From time to time, we were able to hear the aftersound of multiple massive blasts across the Iranian capital here in Tehran. And of course, we've got reports from other cities about the continuation of these campaign of strikes targeting military headquarters, political centers, and of course affecting the various civilian infrastructures, including schools, hospitals, and elsewhere. And the latest report came yesterday about the fatalities, according to the public relations of the Ministry of Health, coming out to say that more than 900 people have lost their lives, with more than 6,000 being injured as a result of these recent strikes over the past few days. What we can see is the continuation of these strikes on the one hand, and the statements coming from the Revolutionary Guards about the continuation of retaliatory strikes on the other. Latest reports are in that regard coming about the 17th and 18th wave of the retaliatory strikes. They are claiming that Ben Gurion Airport, as well as some advanced radar systems, are being...
Pause. Hold. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another flash for you right now. Al Arabia, per Al Arabia, I'm translating, there were an Saudi Arabia is being shelled again. Again. They're going to have to join the war. This is the second night in a row. Okay, so I'm going to let you listen to the update, but I'm telling you right now that according to Saudi Arabia, another night of shelling from the Iranians, in particular, 3 cruise missiles, this is from Al Arabia, were intercepted outside Al-Karj city within the past 15 minutes. I'm trying to get updates on Tel Aviv and from Iran, but Saudi Arabia is being bombed again. All right. There is a very firm military blackout that the American public now knows about. Like CNN, I don't think CNN understands what they did. Like the American public who was not actively watching this conflict was not being told that the military of Israel was censoring this. They were told about the military blackout. They were not being told like the live images were being censored. I don't know, maybe like 2 million Americans just texted their family being like, I was watching Dana Bash or whoever it was on CNN. She's in Tel Aviv. They can't show the live shots. Does that mean that we're not seeing everything that's happening? So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. All bets are off now. Allow us to go back to the Tehran update. Well, I tried to, for the second night in a row, get images of missiles being intercepted over Saudi Arabia. And also, it really would be nice if Saudi Arabia would just, instead of letting Iran passively bomb them, actually join the war. I don't understand why they're not. I can't figure out why, but it's not like Saudi Arabia loves Iran, so that makes no sense to me, but I'm not MBS, so...
in these new waves of strikes, but still, speaking of the atmosphere inside the town, I can say that the public mood is highlighted by a sense of frustration and fear seeing this situation. And I was able to drive through different neighborhoods across the city, and I was able to see the many actually buildings, most of them belonging to ordinary citizens, being either damaged or in some cases fully demolished. That is creating a lot of anxiety among ordinary people here across the capital and in many other cities. And latest report says more than 150 cities have been the scene of these strikes.
And Tauhid, while this campaign is ongoing, there is still the selection of the supreme leader that is also underway in Iran. What can you tell us about where that stands right now?
Yeah, you're right. Now the country is being controlled by a council of 3 people. They call it the Interim Leadership Council, composed of Iranian president, the head of judiciary, as well as a member from Guardian Council. This is for a short period of time, and according to the Iranian Constitution, Article 111, the procedure is just that for a short period of time, this body should take the control, and then at the end of the day, the Assembly of Experts should make the final decision about the appointment of a new supreme leader. Again, based upon the Constitution, the procedure should be conducted as soon as possible, even though when it comes to exact time frame, there is no specific announcement in the Constitution or from the Iranian officials. One of the members of this expert council came out yesterday, to say that they're doing it.
That strike on Tel Aviv is confirmed. That strike, what you just saw, that strike on Tel Aviv is right across from the Israeli Ministry of Defense. It is very real. I can confirm for you that Tel Aviv has been hit. Tel Aviv has been hit. The strike was vicious. That is the footage you just saw, it's not even on the news yet, I'm telling you, the footage you just saw from Tel Aviv was brutal, and it's real, and it's right across from the Ministry of Defense. It was a direct hit. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Just on the process, but still we know that at least due to 2 reasons, the process seems to be a little bit postponed. First, the continuation of the strikes, and on that we know that
Iran is targeting the U.S. Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. That's what Saudi Arabia intercepted 26 minutes ago.
Of the buildings belonging to the expert assembly was targeted in the city of Qom, even though the local media says while it was attacked, there was no meeting there, and no one of the expert assembly members were there being targeted. This is one side of the story. The other side of the story that we have to keep in mind is that this is perhaps the most important appointment across the political spectrum and the political establishment of the country. It goes without saying, seeing the very broad and extended scope of the authority and
Statement from Ali Larijani, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council just now. Quote, translated to English, separatist groups should not think that the breeze has blown and attempt to make a move. We will not tolerate them in any way whatsoever. The armed forces have complete controls over this matter. The U.S. is not shelling Saudi Arabia. Good question, Redwater. It is actually let me just change this goal. No, I don't want to send my own goal. I want to end the current goal. I don't have time for that. The U.S. is not bombing Saudi Arabia. Iran is bombing U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's military is intercepting or trying to the missiles. The statement that I'm reading for you right now, I'm going to read it again one more time from Ali Larijani, the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. The quote is, it implies that there's separatist activity like what I reported earlier, the Kurdish Iranian militias using ground forces to invade northern Iran, which is being denied, but it's clearly true. The quote in Arabic to those groups from the Iranian IRCG and the leadership is, quote, separatist groups should not think that the breeze has blown and attempt to make a move. We will not tolerate them in any way whatsoever. The armed forces have complete control over this matter, which implies strongly that a civil war is about to start in Iran. This is good. This is good for the people of America. And America likes this. We like this very much. Oh my goodness. Yes, I do think there are separatist attacks that have been occurring throughout the day. I want to attempt to find you more footage from inside Tel Aviv. So let us go back to the Man in Tehran while I do my live research. There's a lot going on right now.
power that the supreme leader has. So as one of the members said, they're just conducting some consultations to make sure that the right decision is being made under this critically sensitive situation. So we are expecting some time for this process to be completed. All eyes are on these assembly of experts to see who's going to be the next supreme leader in Iran.
Tawhid is, of course, reporting for us from Tehran. And now let's take you to Beirut, where Heidi Pett is live for us. And Heidi, that is where the other side of this conflict is escalating. And just when we came to speak to you in the last hour, there was an urgent warning for Beirut's southern suburbs. We could hear the gunfire behind you. What's happened since then?
So in the last half an hour, we have heard strikes in the southern.
I have a statement from Hezbollah, 5:47 p.m. Eastern. This is a statement from the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon, otherwise known as Hezbollah. Ladies and gentlemen, translating from the Arabic, this is a quote. The statement from Hezbollah reads as follows. Following the heroic clashes of the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance with the Israeli enemy forces in the city of Qaim, the enemy was forced to withdraw what remained of its vehicles and soldiers to the Tal al-Hammam hill, and a special statement regarding the course of the heroic clashes will be issued later by Hezbollah. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, the statement from Hezbollah indicates active repulsion of the Israeli military incursion in the southern Lebanese city of Qaim. This is a statement from Hezbollah translated into English. It is a flash statement, so it's not a full statement. It's a quote from this Hezbollah spokesperson, quote, following the heroic clashes of the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance with the Israeli enemy forces in the city of Qaim, the enemy was forced to withdraw what remained of its vehicles and soldiers to the Tal al-Hammam hill, and a special statement regarding the course of the heroic clashes will be issued later. So that is the most recent statement from Hezbollah, ladies and gentlemen, the most recent statement from Hezbollah in Lebanon, active small arms fire as Hezbollah and Israel fight a ground war for control of Lebanese territory. I'm going to allow you to listen now to the report from about 7 minutes ago now. Heidi Pett, the Al Jazeera correspondent, live on the ground in Beirut. The fighting is about, so the missiles are hitting her, but the fighting is roughly, I don't know, 20 miles to the south of Ms. Pett. Heidi Pett reporting from Beirut 7 minutes ago.
Southern suburbs of Beirut. It's not clear actually whether those strikes are related to the warning that was given for a specific building in Harat Rik. Some local media are reporting that this strike was actually in a different location, so we're seeking some clarity on that, but there is the possibility of further strikes in the very near future here in the southern suburbs of Beirut. And of course, that forced evacuation warning that we got in the last hour for the southern suburbs of Beirut is just one of many. Earlier today, the Israeli military ordered all Lebanese civilians south of the Litani River, which is a very wide swath of southern Lebanon, to evacuate. And their numbers indicate that about 300,000 people have already left and are on the move. The official numbers that we're getting of people who have made their way to shelters in Beirut and around the rest of the country are a little bit lower than that, and that's because many people have still not actually found somewhere to go. They're trying to stay with friends, family, relatives, anywhere across the country, but there are many people sleeping in their cars on the streets of the capital still this evening.
And Heidi, just explain to us how complicated this is for Lebanon, that this Israeli ground incursion is coming and that these strikes are happening, because obviously there is supposed to be this ceasefire, but it's not just Lebanon dealing with the response here. They're also dealing with Hezbollah, who has said as recently as tonight that their patience with these strikes from Israel may be wearing thin.
Yeah, the political and military situation here in Lebanon remains complicated in the aftermath of various civil wars and various wars between Israel and Hezbollah in the last couple of decades. And as a result of that, Hezbollah is the only armed faction in Lebanon that was allowed to maintain its arsenal in the aftermath of the civil war. And that was specifically because they said they needed it to defend the country against Israel. There has been an attempt over the last year to disarm Hezbollah in line with this ceasefire agreement that was made in November of 2024. And the deadline for that, for them to disarm in the south of the country, was actually ended at the end of last year. It obviously hasn't quite happened because they've been able to make these attacks on Israel over the last couple of days. But as you said, they say that this is in response actually to continued Israeli violations of that ceasefire, which is true. They've documented more than 11,000 Israeli violations in the last 18 months, and that is documented by independent sources, including UNIFIL. And so they've said, what are we supposed to do about this, essentially, and that their patience is running through and that they reserve the right to respond by any means necessary. And they're basically implying that the Lebanese army doesn't have the capacity to do so, which, if you take the statements today from the Lebanese army saying, yes, they've repositioned some forces in response to this Israeli ground invasion, but they also accept that they have limited capacity to respond.
Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, as
update from Israel
where Heidi is, what can you tell us about the ground troops that Israel is sending in and what the ultimate goal is there?
Well, before we talk about what the ultimate goal is, let's just remind the viewers that soon as the 3 projectiles were launched 2 days ago from Lebanon into Israel, we've seen Israeli air jets flying as fast as they could into Lebanon and started striking the territories, not just in southern Lebanon and in Beirut's southern suburb. We've been hearing from Israeli officials from that moment, not shying away from saying that they are going to advance further into southern Lebanon to create what they call a security buffer zone. Again, this is an Israeli tactic, trying to use security as an excuse to occupy more lands, trying to push deeper and move the battle into the grounds of others' territories. We've seen a very similar scenario.
Wow, I know a lot of you watch Mike Benz, and I've been meaning to reach out to him. He's apparently a good researcher. Mike Benz just tweeted he feels sick. I think I'm not the only one who is very concerned about what's happening right now. Ladies and gentlemen, on day 5 of the U.S. war with Iran, it is just past 6:33 as the clock ticks over to 6:33 p.m. Eastern Wartime. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am reporting to you from Boston. There's no one thing that tells you that things are bad. What tells you that we are at the moment where the American public may be recognizing the severity and intensity of this conflict. I can tell you that Mike Benz, someone who I respect as a colleague, has just tweeted, it's a small thing, but it's a big thing, that his response to the ongoing developments 23 minutes ago is that he feels sick. I don't have time to think about the implications of all this, or I won't be able to report to you the amount of information that's happening right now. So we need to take the report from Ramallah. Then I will give you the latest updates from on the ground, and I will show you the confirmation of the strike on Tel Aviv, which is horrifying.
In Syria, where Israel has been using security as a way to occupy more lands. That's not to forget that Israel has already been positioning itself and occupying areas in southern Lebanon under the pretext of security. Now, what we've been hearing in the last few hours is Israeli military officials saying that they've underestimated the power of Hezbollah to launch rockets into Israel, which could be...
Dude, if you had listened to Ali Hashim 3 days ago, Ali Hashim said, and Ali Hashim is an expert for Al Jazeera, him and Zina Kaddour. By the way, if you look on X, I'll show you, both of those journalists, okay? on the ground in Lebanon for 30 to 40 years each. Both of them follow me. So outside of those two, I can declare myself, because they both follow me, the authority on this area. I've never been there. I've never reported on that area from theater, but I have watched like 50,000 hours. I am not kidding you. 50,000 hours of coverage from this area, and I am telling you that what she is saying right there, let me repeat it.
In the last few hours is Israeli military officials saying that they've underestimated the power of Hezbollah.
Yeah. She's 100% right. If they had just listened to Ali Hashim 3 days ago, Ali Hashim, who is one of the foremost experts, he said multiple times on Al Jazeera, which Israel can listen to, Hezbollah has 200,000 plus missiles ready, and they did not listen. They either didn't listen or thought they could wipe them all out. Hezbollah is like an army. It's a stronger army than most states. Like, people think of it as like Al-Qaeda. It's not. It is an army. It is a real, honest-to-God, legitimate army. It's like a serious fighting force. And, like, I know Israel are like the experts in Hezbollah, but listen, I'm a journalist. I don't run a military, bro. I'm an independent analyst, and I've looked at this region since 2011 compulsively. I'm telling you that Hezbollah is akin to like a full state. If you don't treat Hezbollah like a state, they will run over you. They're very good at what they do. And I'm worried because Israel should know them better than me. Like, Ali Hashim and I should not be more aware of Hezbollah's capabilities than Israel. Now, it could be that Israel knows their capabilities and just was like, we can wipe them out anyway. All right, I would have told you that was not a very good idea. Like, you're not going to do that right away. You might be able to win a war of attrition over 6 months with Hezbollah. But like, Hezbollah is like, they're not a guerrilla force. They could deploy guerrilla units. They are a military. They are a legitimate state military, and that's why I keep telling people, like, we're watching southern Lebanon, we're watching Beirut, because I recognize the potential for Hezbollah to actually engage in ground conflict with serious, like, state weaponry with the territory of Israel. Right now, Israel's trying to take territory from Lebanon. The Lebanese government's like, bro, we can't do anything about this. Like, Hezbollah is repelling the attacks on the Lebanese state. What do you think that does for Hezbollah? Every piece of territory Hezbollah defends of Lebanon from Israel means that Hezbollah becomes the legitimate government of Lebanon. It is the worst possible situation. The government of Lebanon is going to fall, because the people of Lebanon are not going to trust it to, like, protect it from Israel, and they're going to side with Hezbollah. And you do not want, like, the Lebanese people are already, like, they took 40 years to get them to not support Hezbollah. They were just about to start supporting the government. This is just the worst case scenario.
To launch rockets into Israel, which could be seen as one way Israel's manufacturing consent for whatever it's trying to do or planning to do inside Lebanon. All the indications show that Israel was very fast and very swift to act on the Lebanon front. Yes, the Israeli army says that they've been prepared for such a scenario, but many other analysts would tell you that they had already a vested interest, a strategic interest into being inside Lebanese territory and further cracking down on Hezbollah, something that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been vowing to do, claiming that Hezbollah is refusing to disarm and provoking and violating the 2024 ceasefire agreement with the party. And many Israeli military officials were saying that this was some sort of a bait, some sort of a plan that Hezbollah has fell into by joining the battle, and that they will make sure that they will make them pay the price for it.
Nida Ibrahim, thank you.
We're going to jump live.
That all of this could descend in.
All right, jumping over to a live report from Beirut.
المتابعة في حال جديد. شكرا جزيلا لك. حتى اللحظة نعود لما يجري في السليمانية وفي هذا الملف عموما فيما يتعلق بالأكراد سواء الإيرانيين أو من تصفهم بأعداء الثورة.
All right, stay with me. We're moving into the zone where I have to find the footage myself. We're in like a very serious situation, like very serious. Okay. All right. No volume. Okay. No, I don't believe that's real. Okay. Here's what I will show you. I will show you, I have footage of the fighting in southern Lebanon. It was hard to find, okay, but I have it. I have footage of the fighting in southern Lebanon. All right, so let me show it to you. It was not easy to locate, okay? So, but because I don't know if a lot of people understand like what southern Lebanon is. It's kind of just like a bunch of hills. Like it's kind of like the desert. There's like some like little like shelters, I would call them. They're kind of just like huts, though. They're not really like, I don't know how to explain it. Like they're not really. They're just not really like villages. So getting footage from South Lebanon in the middle of the night while there is fighting going on is not very easy, but I have it for you, okay? Give me, and then I have more footage. So this is Hezbollah and Israel. So this is actually the southern border of Lebanon 50 minutes ago. This is the exchange of fire. I'm going to let you listen to the actual battle live 40 minutes ago on the border between Israel and Lebanon. This is Hezbollah and Israel fighting a ground war, and I'm going to let you listen to the sounds right now. The haunting sounds of war as you listen to active fighting on the South Lebanese front between Israel and Hezbollah, the Iranian proxy. That is actual frontline fighting. They're fighting for territory right now, and you are listening. Modern war, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the frontline conflict. I have some pictures for you of the shelling over Beirut. This is Harat Harik. Okay? This is Harat Harik. This man, Lebanon Jets on Twitter. He loves to watch the jets over Lebanon. But he's sad because the jets aren't flying anymore, so he takes pictures and films video of the damage to Lebanon. He is very sad. He's a sad man. This is confirmed real footage. I'm going to show you. Oh, and I yelled at someone. Oh, listen, remember when I got mad earlier about drama? This woman, ladies and gentlemen, I found her doing like this X Space. It only had like, I don't know, like 30 people on it, but like it was like this X Space about some kind of like drama about like the movie Shrek and some like character in the movie. And I was like, listen, ma'am, I don't really know you that well anymore, but you're an American and our soldiers are dying and you're over here talking about like the movie Shrek. Like, what are you doing? You're like an adult. Like, sit with your kids, tell them about what's going on, and stop digging your head in the sand. This is footage of the Burji in Iran earlier. This is footage from the Iranian Barsij, Barsij, like threatening people.
نبینی ما را در بند اسیری دیدی نمیپاید که با خفت بمیری هرگز نبینی ما را در بند اسیری دیدی نمیپاید که با خفت بمیری
It's a paramilitary wing of the IRCG. They're like threatening people. They're saying death to you, to their own people. Like death to you. Like they're threatening the Iranians not to revolt. You're watching very rare footage from on the ground in Iran.
هرگز نبینی ما را در بند اسیری دیری نمیپاید که با خفت بمیری مرگ بر تو مرگ بر تو مرگ بر تو.
They're saying death to you at the end. Now, some of you might some of you might be from Iran, right? And you might know what they're saying. They are threatening the Iranian people. This is a paramilitary wing of the IRCG marching through Tehran, threatening the people of Iran. It is the call to prayer, but if you listen to them in the background, they're marching through the streets with a megaphone saying death to you. It is the call to prayer, but watch the paramilitary Bashi. How's it spelled? B-A-S-I-G. The Bashi. B-A-S-I-J. That's them.
هرگز نبینی ما را در بند اسیری دیری نمیپاید که با خفت بمیری مرگ بر تو مرگ بر تو مرگ بر تو مرگ بر تو.
So I know someone said they're not issuing threatening words, but I have two sources from Iran. One who reported this video, and the other who is in this channel from time to time and has people on the ground in Iran. Yes, that is the forces of the Basij, B-A-S-I-J, I don't know how to pronounce it. That is their paramilitary wing, and it's more than one report, it is two, that they are going around threatening the Iranian citizens not to leave their homes. Now, again, like, I can't hear through the call to prayer, like it's hard enough to parse the call to prayer. I can't tell you I heard them saying, like I thought I heard it at the end. I can't tell you I heard it, but I can tell you two different people, one of whom filmed this video and uploaded it or sent it to the guy who uploaded it. The other one who was in this chat and has people in Iran, both of whom said the same thing. Like tonight, for the first time, it's kind of started yesterday, but tonight it was more organized. And it has to do with, remember, there's like militia, Kurdistan, Iranian Kurdistan, Iran has a region called Kurdistan. There are militant separatists in Kurdistan who have been like attacking IRCG bases on the ground in Iran all day. So like, yes, it does make sense that the IRCGs like Gestapo would be out there threatening people when you have militants trying to get people to uprise. So, yes. You might be right about that. You might be right about that. About this specific like chant being death on you to the people who killed their leader. But I am telling you that is not what was reported by two different sources. The report was that the Bashi are going around threatening Iranian citizens. Now, I'm saying it's very useful that you speak Farsi. I do not. I speak a little bit of Arabic, but only really the Qatari dialect. So if you want to say that, I'm going to trust your interpretation. I'm very glad you're here with us, Mohammed Grani. You will find that I am a very sort of pluralistic individual who appreciates your active input on the situation. I will take that into consideration, and I will go about this and by saying, one, I think we can confirm this is footage from inside Iran from today. I mean, that's a step in the right direction. Number two, we also hopefully can use your erudite insight about Farsi to parse other videos. So I am grateful you have found the channel, and God bless you. So good to meet you, sir. Now I will show you the footage from Tel Aviv, not the original one I found. That was the first one I found. I will show you the confirmation of the strike on Tel Aviv. We can actually listen to the confirmation from the Saudi Ministry of Defense through Al Arabia first of the strike on Saudi Arabia that was intercepted. It's 3 cruise missiles that were intercepted.
وزارة الدفاع السعودية الآن تعلن اعتراض وتدمير 3 صواريخ كروز خارج مدينة الخرج كما يظهر في شريط الأخبار العاجلة أسفل الشاشة. إذن الدفاع السعودية تعلن الآن اعتراض وتدمير 3 صواريخ كروز خارج مدينة الخرج. طبعا مشاهدينا هذا ليس الإعلان الأول لاعتراض صواريخ أو مسيرات ذلك. كانت قد أعلنت أيضا عن اعتراضات أخرى صباح اليوم وظهر اليوم. إذن مشاهدينا أعلن المتحدث الرسمي لوزارة الدفاع السعودية اللواء الركن تركي المالكي في بيان اعتراض وتدمير 3 صواريخ من نوع كروز خارج مدينة الخرج.
Okay, everybody on the same page? I know not everyone speaks Arabic, but that was Al Arabia confirming that the Saudi Ministry of Defense, in turn, or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I don't know which one said it, they confirmed that there was more Iranian attacks. It's probably on the U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. So that's a problem. I will also show you I'll show you more bombing of Tehran from tonight. The latest footage on the ground 47 minutes ago. Wait a minute, that might be the strike we saw earlier, just kind of cropped. Hold on, let me see if the footage goes out. If the lights go out right after the blue, then it's the one we saw earlier. Yeah, we already saw this one. So those were the strikes on Tehran, but it's not a very good quality copy of it. This is a strike in the last probably hour on the city of Bukhan. So this is a different strike. I will show you the strikes on Tehran. This is Bukhan, B-U-K-H-A-N, in the last hour. Different series of strikes, different angle. This is a video of Syrian citizens getting mad at Lebanese evacuees and pelting their bus with rocks. So the Lebanese immigrants are like fleeing the war, trying to go to Syria, and they won't let them in at the Al-Qa border. That was a Saudi Arabian announcement about the missile intercepts. This is the, hold on one second. This is the new footage. So I had like multiple videos of Tehran, but they were all kind of cropped. It was the western portion. It was not the best version of the video, which I can show you, but this is a new video. Inside Iran. I'll show it to you one more time. One more time. They're mostly IRCG targets, which are military targets. They censor the voices to protect the Iranians. That's quite a strike. That second one, that was quite a strike. I mean, they incinerated that building. Now, this is the heartbreaking footage. So I can confirm 3 different sources. This is a strike right now in the past 45 minutes. And there's a huge military blackout on this in Israel. Like, it is a really sad thing to watch. I want to warn you, there's no bodies. But I want to warn you right now, what you're about to see, it wasn't just a strike on Tel Aviv. The reports coming in the past 30 minutes, this is very new, is that this is right across from the Ministry of Defense in Tel Aviv. Literally the road the MOD is on.
בשרפה על הגג ובסריקה במבנה עד כאן.
חולצו כל הלכודים.
אנחנו בסריקות. עדיין בסריקות.
This is Tel Aviv right now, maybe 30-minute delay.
בשרפה על הגג ובסריקה במבנה עד כאן.
חולצו כל הלכודים.
אנחנו בסריקות. עדיין בסריקות.
I can't even describe to you the level of destruction you're looking at. I know where the U.S. and Israel are hitting to Tehran and all of Iran, but you must understand that the Israeli citizens are paying the price, and you should pray for them. That level of destruction, it's blacked out. I'm shocked we even got this video leaked. It is blacked out on every channel what has happened to Tel Aviv in the last 45 minutes, but you should pray for those people. That is, I mean, dude, that is not, like, Iran is firing ballistic hypersonic missiles at civilian targets. Okay, they can claim that the Ministry of Defense building is on that road. Dude, they leveled like 3 city fucking blocks. They turned Tel Aviv into an apocalyptic like hellscape. Are you kidding me? Dude, do you see the actual impact site? Now that I actually pause, I am getting emotional and upset. Do you see that impact site? Oh my God, they leveled no less than like 3 city fucking blocks. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, I didn't even know what I was looking at first. Oh my word. Pray for those people. Oh my God. Why are we hiding this from the American public again? What are we doing? Thorin, welcome to the channel. Very good question. Very good question, Thorin. God bless you for that question. Listen. I am very concerned. I know the American public is starting to listen. I realize that, CNN has sent their people, all the stations are rallying the troops, literally, in the News Corps. The war, mobilization effort is happening. But, why every hour? Why is it an effort? Why can't all of the American people look at that and be like, oh my God, they are shelling, Iran is just slaughtering innocents in Tel Aviv with missiles that are leveling city blocks. I realize it is censored domestically in Israel, but can we please, I realize we don't want to let Iran be like, oh, look what we're doing. Bro, we're so far past that point, dude. They're shelling each other every fucking 5 minutes. Sorry for cussing. All day, every 5 minutes. Why are the American people not being shown this on repeat over and over and over again? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. That is apocalyptic. I know that a lot of people are saying, but Grant, it's not on the TV. Okay, well, did you watch CNN? I knew this was happening because I've covered the war for 5 days. The CNN finally said, out loud, live, okay, we're not even allowed to show where the ballistic missile, interceptors going up. We're not allowed to show anything. Yeah, no CNN. Really? Did you just figure this out? We need to have a serious talk as, a country, Like just pretending, like blacking out information from the public in a democracy does not work. They cannot make an informed opinion about whether we should be involved in the conflict if you black out information about the extent of the damage. The American public, like, this is why I'm starting to get frustrated. Like, how many times do I have to stand on the bully pulpit, the towel bully pulpit, and say, do you understand, as an American polity, if you are American, I'm an American towel, the destruction that these missiles from Iran are capable of causing to civilian populations? Like, that's why, like, I am an American towel. I have to think about this from the perspective of my countrymen, my allies, my soldiers, the people who defend my freedom. I must think about it from their perspective. And I'm telling you right now that the extent of damage that these missiles, I have seen so many impacts on Tel Aviv the past 3 days. It's getting worse, not better. The missile defense systems are like depleting, and they are shelling Tel Aviv with missiles that are not normal missiles. I don't know how to put this into words to you. They are a third generation form of hypersonic missile that just eviscerates like entire blocks at once. So that's why I get so scared about it. One, for the people of Israel. God protect them. Two, because Americans are not going to understand what a hypersonic missile is, bro. Americans think of the word missile as the word missile. They don't understand what a hypersonic missile is. They don't understand what traveling at 9,994.1 miles an hour looks like. They don't know what Mach 15 is. They don't know what a missile leaving the atmosphere is. They don't understand what the Iron Dome or David Sling or Arrow 1 and 2 are. They don't get this. So when they see this, right, they will understand, but you're blacking it out from them. It's blacked out. Of course, it's not in the Israeli news. The military censor is like on everyone right now. This is the problem with like leaving it to me as like this independent American journalist who happens to have good Arabic sources. So like I can get the stuff that's leaking. Like, not everyone in Israel is okay with the blackout, but they're very chill with how they, like, leak it. They leak it through, like, Arabic-speaking Telegram channels, and then my people that I've followed for, like, 5-10 years speak Arabic, so they go into these, like, underground channels on WhatsApp and Telegram that evade the censors, and they upload it from the Western world. That's why you're even seeing this. I know. This is very bad. I am telling you, this is very bad. Like, I am, like, one of the people who, because it's for various reasons. Like, I'm trained classically in political science at Boston College. I'm trained classically, like, in the law at New England School of Law, but I'm not a lawyer. I'm trained classically, like, in discourse theory, so I understand, like, the function of words in the context of, like, state action and all of that. Like, I'm just well trained in the, like, arena of this. Plus, adding on to the academic foundation, I legitimately have been watching Al Jazeera Arabic since the Listening Post or whatever it was, like, was on back in, like, 2011. Like, I have watched this channel religiously in Arabic and English for over 15 years. When the conflict broke out after Hamas brutally attacked Israel on October 7, 2023, I monitored every single day of the war. I became so intimately involved in coverage of the war that, like, the Al Jazeera Arabic and English journalists, like, started following me years ago, and I just kept up. Like, I had other things I had to cover. I cover the criminal courts and civil courts in Massachusetts, where I live. I cover the regulatory body. I wrote the adult and medical use law here with some of my friends. I codified its regulatory schema with some of my friends and the help of a great regulatory body that took some time to reform. That has generated $9 billion in revenue for my state. Those pieces of regulation are 935 CMR 500,000, 935 CMR 500,001 if you want to be specific. There used to be 3 parts of the regulation, but we combined them into less paper to reduce bureaucratic inefficiency. That's what Commissioner Roy likes to do. Anyway, it wasn't just her, it was a group effort. My point is, like, I happen to be a subject matter expert in in the machinations of state, local, national, and international government due to various reasons. So I understand maybe as I say all that, it is a unique position that I'm in, that I also know how to operate complex technological broadcasting software, and as a one-man operation, simultaneously monitor news in Arabic and get real-time footage and then relay it to you live through a broadcasting software that's custom coded and facilitates me being able to do this on multiple platforms. Okay, maybe that's like kind of a diamond in the rough thing. I get that. But still, why is the American news not showing this? With all of that taken into consideration, maybe I understand a little bit better now. I am kind of a little bit of a diamond in the rough now that I think about it. I think of myself as a very normal person. I'm just a little towel. I put my pants on, I get a coffee, I go to Dunkies, I talk to the nice man at the convenience store. I really live a pretty normal life, but now that I think about it, I'm in a very unique position to provide erudite, syntactically precise commentary on the geopolitical developments in this specific war, at this specific place, at this specific time. It's almost unbelievable how all of my skills happen to combine to be able to provide this information to you. I don't know. That's a lot for me to take in as I'm simultaneously processing these images of Tel Aviv. My point is, setting me aside, I am very frustrated with my colleagues in the domestic American news, ladies and gentlemen, because if they understood what I understood, they would be telling the American people the extent of the threat posed to our allies, the civilians in Israel, and by God, our men and women in uniform around the world. And if I have to march to the steps of Congress myself, they will call me President Tao. I will do so to sound the alarm about the nature of this conflict until every American is wrapped in the flag and asking how they can help. I won't stop. I have a single goal right now. It is a vocational predisposition. I love that word. And predisposition just works its way into a lot of my sentences. I will not stop until this country is marching to the beat of one drum, and that is support for our men and women in the field, support for our allies, and support for our troops. Wrap yourself in the flag, go dig a victory garden, buy some war bonds. What are you doing with your life? That's what I'm going to say to the people. Let me loose on them. God bless the United States of America, and God protect those innocents and our troops. So, in short, this video, for the third night in a row, is making me upset about how the American media is going about this. And if I have to single-handedly crowdfund a news channel into existence to cover this so that this country is appropriately positioned to make decisions about the deployment of its assets and the protection of its liberties, by God, I will do so. That is what I am called to do, and I will meet this moment. If our boys and girls in the field can lay down their lives for my rights, then I can do this. I'm still mad. I am mad because of the loss of life. I am mad because of the apathy of my countrymen and women. I'm mad because of the apathy of my political leaders on Capitol Hill. The only people I'm not mad with are President Trump, Secretary Rubio, the Secretary of War, Mr. Hegseth, and all of our people in uniform. You wear a uniform, I'm not mad at you, but I'm mad at a lot of the politicians. I am mad. And I will show you more strikes from Tehran now, to counterbalance the Tel Aviv strike. I am mad. Light him up. Now I'm just mad. Light him up. I want to watch it over and over. Light him up again. Again. I made my point. Next bombing of Tehran, please.
احسن به اون شیر مادر. عمو تهران کجا رو زدی؟ یا مولا. اونورم زد، اونورم زد، اونورم زد. اونورم زد. حاجی تو تله کورو داره میزنه. حاجی این خیلی نزدیکه. اونورو بگیر، اونورو بگیر. باشه باشه.
I made my point. This is Tehran right now. We already saw this tonight, but we'll watch it again. These people are not very good at protecting themselves from shrapnel. That's a sound you don't want to hear in the sky. That is a Stratoforce bomber. Censor the people's voices to protect them from the regime. Dude, run away from that now. Just run inside. It's going to get loud. Run. Run. Why are you outside? I present to you the U.S. military, ladies and gentlemen, in all its glory. Ladies and gentlemen, the boys and girls of the U.S. Air Force. Now, let me see what other update. There's so much happening that just pause and show you things like takes me away from showing you other things. This one is the western region of Iran. This one's pretty intense. Iranian Kurdistan. Last 45 minutes. And then I got to show you the Holy Grail footage. The footage that has just shocked the world. Here's an Israeli raid on Hebron. No sound. But you can see the Israeli troops. This is from Hebron right now. This is southern Lebanon. Might actually be the West Bank. Hebron? Let me give you... let me check it out. Hebron. Yeah, it's West Bank. I was about to say, it looks more like a raid in the West Bank. So that is Israeli troops about 30 minutes ago raiding probably an Islamic resistance camp in the West Bank. I was going to say Hebron doesn't sound like southern Lebanon. That sounds like the West Bank. It is the West Bank. You got to know where the different cities are. Let me show you the footage that has the world talking. It's about 3 hours old, maybe 3.5, but you're going to want to see this. Like, if you love America, if you love the United States of America, if you're feeling a little down right now, if you're thinking this is a lot, but Grant, you are a news channel. Yeah, I think I am a news channel. So if you want to support this news channel, God bless you. There's no sponsors. It's a public information service. So, like, you just support the channel, and I tell you information, and then the people who, like, don't have the resources to support, they get information. You help them. They chat, you know, let people know about the stream. Everyone does their part. You know, it's like that song on Barney from back in the day, like, whatever the hell Barney said. Do what Barney said. I don't really know the relevance. Oh, I think it was like everybody lending a hand. So, like, you know, be like Barney, all right? If you've never watched Barney, I probably don't recommend it. It's a little bit like propaganda for children. But, like, you know, if you're going to propagandize children, you may as well propagandize them to be nice. I think it's a little psychotic how they do it to the kids with Barney, but, you know. My point is, everybody lends a hand. Now, this is the footage, ladies and gentlemen. I am a proud American news channel. That's right. Towels American News. Towels proudly, unapologetically un-American news network. That's too many words for like a news network, but that's what we're going to be. Towels unapologetically, Towels proudly, unapologetically American News Network. They'll call me Towel American News. Towels American News. All right, this is the footage that the world wants to see. No, this isn't it. This is the panoramic view. I don't want the panoramic view. You know what I want. You know exactly what I want. I want the video that the world wants to see. It is the video. Everyone has been showing it. Please give it to me. Show me this video, ladies and gentlemen. My viewers deserve, the viewers of America, the viewers of the world deserve to see this footage after what we had to go through with that footage of Tel Aviv. I demand satisfaction. I demand it now. I will not stand for anything but. I have it for you. Here it comes. It took me, it was about 5 hours ago now, in Iran time. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Tehran, Iran, just about 4 hours ago. This is the original HD footage. I'm not giddy about this, by the way. I'm just mad about the bombing in Tel Aviv. Yeah, this is loud. It's loud. You're going to want to, I mean, I should have done another warning, but if you haven't seen this clip yet, it's loud. This is Tehran. These are definitely Stratoforce B-52 bombers. They're epic. If you want to see what your tax dollars paid for all those years, all those hippie liberals complaining about, you know, the military spending, bro, we needed it. Look at what our B-52s can do. Hands down the best piece of footage from this war. I know it's sad to say that about war, but dude, this videographer will never be named. Like, they might die in this war. Like, if they're a civilian who's opposed to the Iranian regime, God bless them. I'm telling you, like, that is a Pulitzer winning. That's the raw video. All the other channels, did you notice they cut it up because they can't get the raw? That is the raw source. That video is the greatest war footage I have ever seen. I mean, it's incredible. They're in the middle. They're literally 5 blocks, maybe 10. I can't measure the distance because the bang is so close. It's like in milliseconds, so the distance can't be measured. Oh, God bless you. And PETA immediately came on the channel supporting the United States. And I just want to say, God bless you, PETA, for supporting this channel. And God bless you for your support. And God bless the United States of America. You are a very kind soul, and I hope, even before you had sent the super chat, I was going to say we need more. Well, we have a lot of pro-American towels here. We don't support any communist towels, but the more American towels, the more happy I am. We welcome all perspectives. The only rules on the channel are no being derogatory, no being discriminatory, no sea lioning, no like trolling, no acting in bad faith, and no Kate Peters. If you don't know what that last one means, don't really concern yourself with it too much. You already passed the test. The point is, thank you so much to PETA R, the vociferously and unapologetically American towel, and I love an American towel. You might also be wondering what's with the towel thing. It's kind of a cute homage to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and also South Park, where towels are like utilitarian objects. So like, I call myself a towel. We have washcloths here, beach towels, hemp towels, paper towels, soap dispensers. Like, there's just various towelettes. There's just people who just take on towel identities. The idea is that you're supposed to absorb information, and by virtue of absorbing information, you can become an erudite and fluffy little towel. That one weird girl says, live streamers unite. Remember to take care of yourself. I've taken an hour or two. We understand. Well, God bless you. First of all, definitely go check out That One Weird Girl's channel. I'm going to go do that right now. That One Weird Girl is a streamer, and I'm going to subscribe to them in 1 second. So can I like make this pop out? Will this pop out on a new thing? Good. All right. So first of all, I didn't mean to click that. Give me 1 second. I want to write a nice little thank you note. Please give me a pause here. God bless you for your support. That one weird girl 578. I am so grateful for the community of streamers here, and also God bless America. I do love America. I mean, I'm not being gratuitous. If you watch my streams back a year, like, some of the people on this channel will tell you, like, Grant would be like reading court documents to us, and then he would just start yelling about how like people aren't pro-American enough and how he hates the communists. And you know, a lot of people loved it, but like a lot of the true crime people were like, he's really pro-American. Well, yeah. And then also you'll find at the end of my streams for like 3 years, I always ask people to donate to our homeless veterans. So I don't know. It really does matter to me, and I'm not saying empty words. Like, I care. That's where the energy comes from. So if you care about my country or you love America, I assure you I am grateful. So yeah, if you all want to do this, just go ahead right over to That One Weird Girl's channel. You can go ahead and click on subscribe. And That One Weird Girl did not ask me to do this. Okay, I just felt like this was a nice thing to do. So God bless you. That One Weird Girl, I love the thumbnails you have in your videos. Thank you for covering the Thompson Fire coverage, and thank you for being you. So you all go ahead and go check out. We need to support each other. It's not just me that streams, you know, and no one asked me to do this. I just think if we're going to have a big platform, we should all help each other. So I'm just doing this. You know, That One Weird Girl didn't be like, hey, will you promote my channel? No, I just did that because I think that's a nice thing to do. And we do love America, so why not spread the love? And also, you need some love juxtaposed with the intensity of this coverage once in a while, every now and again. So great to have joined your channel, That One Weird Girl. All right. With that slight break in the action after that intense bombing raid of Tehran, let us recenter. It is just past 7:23 p.m. Eastern Wartime. America, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Turkey at this point, Cyprus, the UK, Spain, you know, basically like half the world, like Sri Lanka. Listen, Sri Lanka is involved in this conflict now. Now listen, Sri Lanka didn't do anything to anyone. I really just want to make this clear. Like, I feel really bad for the Sri Lankans. I never thought I would find myself saying that sentence, but I just want to let the people of Sri Lanka know, like, I'm not really sure how you got involved in this war. Like, you seem like a pretty nice, like, God-fearing people. I feel terrible for them. Like, of all the people that had to get dragged into the war, like, why did it have to be the Sri Lankans? They really didn't do anything to anyone. They're just Sri Lankan. They're just kind of living on an island or some kind of peninsula out there. And then they just get dragged into the war. Like, I know we had to sink the Iranian ship, but this has truly become a world war when we're out in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Sri Lanka using our submarines to sink Iranian vessels. So I just wanted to say, that I feel bad for the people of Sri Lanka. There's not a lot of them. I really don't think Sri Lanka has a very big population, but like, they really didn't deserve that. It kind of sucks for them. Their population is they have a lot of people, bro. They have 23.3 million people. I still feel bad for them. I don't feel they really should have had to be dragged into this whole war. But, there's very little you can do about that. All right, let's get an update on the ground. That shelling of Tel Aviv threw me for like 2 loops. I thought it was fake at first. I should have known better. It was obviously not fake. The Israeli military is planning 2 weeks straight of strikes on Tehran. That's pleasant. All right, let's take a look at the most... I don't even think that's Beirut. All right, let's take a listen to AJ English for a sec while I get you the most recent updates on the ground.
And that what has been attacked in the first 4 days is sort of those frontline elements of the Iranian military capacity and their military forces and their political leadership. But there's a lot of military hardware that is behind the front lines, that is deep into the Iranian country, that we have been unable to really go against because of the lack of air dominance and air superiority. Now that we have that, all of those drone sites, all of those missile sites, all of those military bases and their military forces too, as well as infrastructure and command and control centers are now new targets for them to attack.
Right. And how are modern technologies, General Kimmett, shaping this war in compared to traditional ones like the Iraq war? And I ask that because Iran's use of these cheap but what seems to be effective drones, the Shahed drones, the same ones that were given to Russia to use in the war on Ukraine. And also, in fact, the United States has used that model, remodeled it, and it's called its own version, Lucas. How is that playing in this war?
Well, it is a significant factor in the war right now, as it has been since just before the Russia-Ukraine war, when we saw the impact that drones had in the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. They are a new tool on the battlefield. My personal view is there is a window of opportunity where the drone has a significant advantage. But I believe that advantage is going to close as counter-drone capabilities are developed. But as of this point, the drones have had I think the allies the Americans and their allies are quite surprised or somewhat surprised at how effective those Shahed drones have been.
Yeah, I believe that was mentioned perhaps by Donald Trump. My memory fails a bit, but that seems to be one of the sticking points, I suppose, during this war. Thanks very much, General Mark Kimmett there.
Sure.
European Union members are sending military aid to bolster defences in Cyprus, fearing the conflict in the Middle East is spreading. Authorities on the Mediterranean island closed the international airport on Wednesday. That's after a suspected drone neared its airspace. It's the third such incident since Sunday, when an Iranian-made drone caused minor damage at an airbase. But as John Soropoulos reports from Limassol, Cypriots have mixed feelings, let's say, about the military support.
2 Greek fighter jets take off to intercept a
Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We got a request from Dean Mohammed Dograni. Dean Mohammed Dograni. Please take my forgiveness if I am pronouncing your name wrong. God bless you, sir, for being with us. Thank you very much for sharing your insights and translation skills, and I would be happy, as a token of my appreciation, to share with you the footage you requested from the Lebanese border. Now, Mr. Dean Mohammed Dograni, I will let you see this footage, and I will explain to you, if you are an expert on Lebanon, why I happen to, as a person in Boston, just happen to have a lot of knowledge about Lebanon in just 1 second. So as I begin, though, allow me to, let me bring up 2 pieces of footage for you that you probably want to see. My dear friend, welcome to the channel. Yes, I will show you the line of demarcation, but I should also show you these are some displaced Lebanese individuals trying to cross over into Syria at the Al-Khar crossing, and the Syrian civilians started shelling the bus with rocks. So that is the civilian population of Lebanon trying to flee into Syria, and then the Syrians just shelling them with a bus. Now here's the footage that I know our friend in chat wanted to see. So this is the Lebanese border. This is the best I have for you. It's very hard to get footage, as you know, beneath the river or like beneath the blue line, but this is like right at the line of conflict. So if you see that, if you know what you're looking at, that is how far Israel has gotten with ground forces. Hezbollah, I have a statement from the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance that I can read for you as well. Call me Saki, S-A-Q-I, Saki. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, please let me know phonetically, but thank you, I will do that. Sir. I have a statement for you from the Islamic Resistance of the Mujahideen. Or the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance. Let me just read it for you, and then that will give you an update on the positioning of Israel. All right, where is it? Hold. They said they were going to put out another statement as well, Hezbollah, but they have not done that yet. So just let me get you the original statement. I think I may not have reposted it because I was like, I really don't want to repost a statement by Hezbollah, but I know who posted it, so give me a second. I'll tell you the exact town that Israel got to before Hezbollah repulled it. Okay, I have the statement for you. Hold on. Wait, that is not a full statement. That is not his full statement. It just cut the name of the city off. I said it earlier on stream if we're unable to find it. Okay, I got it for you. Okay, statement from, this was at 5:47 p.m. Eastern, so an hour and a half ago. Following the heroic clashes of the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance with the Israeli enemy forces in the city of Kahim, K-H-I-A-M, the enemy was forced to withdraw what remained of its vehicles and soldiers to the Tal al-Hammam hill, and a special statement will be coming later from Hezbollah. That was Hezbollah 1.5 hours ago. Here's the footage on the ground. I do not know if this is the same city they just referenced. So if you're just tuning in, that is the latest on-the-ground footage from South Lebanon. Hezbollah is claiming they rebuffed an Israeli ground incursion. I do not have an update because it is the middle of the night, but I will continue to get you footage on the ground. I also got a comment from one Oates fan who said, Grant, you're literally the first person I've ever donated to. I know it's not a lot, or I know it ain't blank, but you truly have great coverage. You kind of remind me of Chris Plants personally. Well, God bless you for your support, one Oates fan. Listen, every single person who learns something here, who chats with someone and makes a friend, who meets someone from another country or another religion or another culture and learns something about them, and they talk to each other and they go away thinking, wow, like that's a person like me and they're learning too. That brings my heart so much joy, and that camaraderie alone, I want you to know, like that means a lot. And then when people are able to support the monetary amount, like I know this will be weird to people, but like I don't understand money because I'm on the spectrum. It's like part of it apparently we're working on. I have a support team. But the point is, like, I think like $1 and like $1,000 are both like the most touching thing in the world. If you give me like a pink fuzzy steering wheel cover as a joke gift, like that costs $2, like I will remember it 30 years later, which someone actually did, maybe like 20 years later, I'm remembering it. Because like it's so touching to me that you thought of me. It's not the amount, it's that like you care enough to like do that. So just know how much it means to me. Dollars and cents don't make a lot of sense to me, no pun intended. And I don't mean to degrade the people who are like really good with money. I know money's important, but I just love my work. If I could wander the countryside in a road preaching to people for food and medicine and things like that, I would. But there's no room in society for a wandering preacher, and I think I would kind of like be forced to drink hemlock by the people of Athens. So anyway, I do this, and I hope you find it useful. And please know that even though this is such difficult coverage, like I have found my vocation teaching people about complex matters and thus enabling their autonomous participation in the democratic process, and in turn warding off the usurpation of a government I love dearly. And that just makes my heart sing. I know it's tough to like have to watch these images, but it's your learning, it's your engagement, it's the information spreading, it's people understanding the threat and the danger our troops are in and becoming involved, and that rippling outwards. And at the same time, hopefully they're doing it in the spirit of kindness that I try to bring forth on this channel, and that just makes my heart sing. So God bless you, One Oates fan. Thank you, for being here, and for all your support. Oh, I'm a towel. So Maui, Mimi Woowich says, I love your personality. Well, I love being a Tao, so thank you for being you. Oh, Neo Mortal Girl, you are loved too here on this channel. Tao loves you very dearly. And God bless all of you. Oh, you're all wonderful. And if you get a little heart from me, if you don't take credit for the donation, I try. Oh, Okie from Muskokie. I love it. You know what? I am a big fan. I'll tell you, I'm a big fan of Southern Territorial Wrestling. You know, a little wrestling. If I could have gone down that Mid-South Coliseum to watch Jerry Lawler and Mr. Andy Kaufman in 1981, I'll tell you, I would have been watching every Saturday morning. I would have hooked up an antenna to even get the different feeds so I could see the Louisville coverage and the Memphis coverage. And yes, I have watched every serialized version of Lance Russell and Dave that you can imagine. I've seen every storyline. I've watched the different... I saw Undertaker in his first early years come through the Memphis territory. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, why are you ranting about Memphis wrestling? Well, because I love the Midwestern part of the United States. I love the people. I love the history. I love the culture. There's nothing more beautiful to me than the sunrise over smokestacks of an abandoned factory in the American Midwest with a pack of unfiltered Lucky Strikes sitting on the fucking dashboard. How about that? That is Towel in a nutshell. Oh yeah, gotta love Kaufman and Lawler on Letterman. Listen, like the fact that they pulled a kayfabe work on Letterman and Letterman aired it. It was live to tape. It was not live. They were like hanging out in a hotel before, Kaufman and Lawler, and they like set him up. The fact that Letterman let him pour his coffee like all over like Kaufman and like smack him on live TV and then aired it, and it was about Memphis Territorial Wrestling, which, by the way, was pulling 300,000 viewers a week in like 1981. It was a regional over-the-air TV show on WCM TV in Memphis. It was pulling 300K a week. 300K viewers. Bro, I've watched every episode. I wasn't even alive. I have I have like an archival memory of everything that happened in like the Bill Watts territory in Mid-South, in Georgia. Jim Cornette has answered my question about King Kong Bundy and doing a fan challenge related to body slamming fans. He answered it for like 26 minutes, and the clip is on his YouTube. If you type in fan challenges and King Kong Bundy, Jim Cornette will just answer my question. It's great. Now that I think about it, like, Jimmy Cornette is probably the only person I kind of see myself in. Like, I love Jimmy Cornette. He is a fucking genius. Sorry for cussing. I love him. And he's like the only person who, like, he would understand my brain. We've never met, but if him and I could talk, he'd just be like, bro, you are me. And I'd be like, yeah, bro, but I wasn't fucking like taking pictures for Christine Jarrett in like 77 in Memphis, dude. Like, that's so epic. Oh, yeah. If you can't tell, I love wrestling. I'm like a wrestling historian. I stopped watching specifically in like April of 2001, but like territorial wrestling from the 80s, oh, that's my jam. All right, I need to get back to the sad coverage, unfortunately. I apologize for that slight digression down the path of American territorial wrestling. I just wanted to profess my love for the American Midwest, because to me, America, although it is beautiful, from the Black Hills of South Dakota to the Grand Canyon to the flowing mountains of Colorado to the beaches of California to the sort of beautiful trees of Washington and Oregon to the flatlands and prairies of Kansas to the sort of beautiful sort of environs of Florida with its sunshine and its oranges, to the sweltering heat of Texas with its friendly people and wide open roads, all the way up to the Northeast with its sort of too good for you vibe, but at the same time, like, if you fall down on the sidewalk, I guess we'll give you a Band-Aid, and also we know a lot about how your knee works because we're very smart. Like, that's kind of America. Oh, and then you got the northern part, like Michigan and like Wisconsin, and just very down to home earth folk who really like cows and dairy and the Green Bay Packers, and like they have a very quaint court system. They got like 3 towns surrounded by like a bunch of farms and 1 courthouse. It's a very close-knit environment. You got to watch a lot of Judge Middleton and 3 Rivers to understand Michigan. You really do. But anyway, my point is, America to me, despite all of its beautiful qualities and the mosaic you can paint of its constituent parts, will never be more so defined than the image of me sitting in the Midwest looking over the sunrise of the smokestacks of an abandoned factory with 2 packs of Lucky Strike filterless sitting on the dashboard. That's America, and no one will tell me otherwise. All right, we got to go back to our work, though. Thank you for letting me just deliver a Jed Bartlett-style soliloquy to America. You know, everyone's got to do that every now and again. Do you just start telling people while covering wars how much you love America? I mean, that seems like a pretty reasonable thing to do on day 5. Like, if you're going to take a break from war coverage, you may as well just profess your love for America. I mean, it's like a very good thing to do. You know what I mean? Hello, Sarah B. Creative. I was thinking about you today. You are an erudite and wonderful member of this community, and I'm grateful to see you. How are you doing? I love Jimmy Superfly Snuka. That jump off the cage inspired Mick Foley, which in turn allowed me to see the Hell in a Cell from the Igloo in Pennsylvania in 1998 when Mankind flew off the side of that cell during, 1998? I think it was Unforgiven. No, it was King of the Ring. King of the Ring 98 happened, and I got to see Mankind fly off that cell because Jimmy Superfly Snuka jumped off the cage. Who was he facing when he jumped off the cage? Was it Dean Morocco? I think it was Morocco for the WWF title in the Garden in like 83, and Mick Foley was there. And because Mick Foley was there, that's why I got to see that moment at King of the Ring in 98. So it's funny how history links up like that. That's why Joyce wrote Finnegan's Wake the way he did. Overlapping concentric social circles, or sort of recursive historical circles, tend to define what we know as modern human history. All right, we have to get back to war coverage, though. I would love to be able to talk to you about that, but there's too much going on, and that means you have to listen to coverage of the war while I get you the actual updates.
Right, well, let's go to Phil Lavelle, because we'll want to discuss more on the economic impact that this conflict is having, as we were hearing there from Ed on the United States. So, Phil, so as we were saying, oil prices spiking, markets struggling. What's the sense of how
I have the latest. All right, so it's going to start going now. I have the latest videos from over Tel Aviv. I want to show it to you now. About 3 minutes ago, I'm going to try to get you the live cam, but a lot of them are blacked out. They really are starting to black out a decent amount of the footage in Israel. There's a very serious amount of attacks going on. The strike on Tel Aviv earlier was like disturbing. So here's the most recent footage I have from Tel Aviv. It's about 3 minutes old. So take the upload like maybe 7 minutes ago, but I can't pinpoint the exact time. Here's the most recent footage from above Tel Aviv, like right now. They're not showing it on the cams, but I have this. Oh no. So that's about 7 minutes ago over Tel Aviv. If you're just tuning in, like they're starting to black out the live cams too. However, this is 7 minutes ago over Tel Aviv. So the best I could do is give you like footage from the ground that's not supposed to be uploaded. Yes, this is from the most recent wave, ladies and gentlemen, 14 minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 minutes ago. This is the latest wave in Tel Aviv. So Iran's most recent wave in Tel Aviv is right now. I have more footage for you from Tel Aviv. The wave started 14 minutes ago. I will be able to get you the sirens wailing, but right now I have actual on-the-ground footage. Please bear with me. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Coming out of our break at 7:45 Eastern War Time on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, here is the most recent footage over the skies of Tel Aviv. I have two different videos. Please give me 1 second. This is the first video replaying. Wait. Sorry about that. First video replaying. So those are the sirens, and then here are the videos.
About the effect.
Give me 1 second, please. It's just coming out. It takes a second to load. This is over Tel Aviv 15 minutes ago. It's away from the city center, so you can't hear it. But that was the wave you just saw going up from outside the city center. I do not see any successful strikes as of now, which is a good sign on Tel Aviv. But that was the same wave of intercepts you just saw. Here's the... Here, oh no, we have an impact. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have an impact. Not in this video. I'm going to show you in 1 second. Here is the impact 3 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. Sorry. 1 second. We have an impact. I repeat, we have an impact. Oh, it comes so quick. That might not actually be an impact. It was labeled as an impact, but that might actually be an interceptor. The point is, Tel Aviv, like right now, is coming under very intense shelling. These are the best videos I can get from you for the ground. Not all of these sources are like, this is a researcher who's pretty good with Arabic, so it's very good like for real-time information. But it's happening like so fast, it's actually a little bit difficult. All right, so this looks like it is in Lebanon. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll find out for you. S-A-N-A. Surprisingly, I don't know every city. This is Iran. So here's some Israeli bombing in Iran. Sanda. It is Sandahaj right now. This is Iran about 20, 30 minutes ago. So one Totes fan asked if I can do like a full screen for stuff like this. Yes, give me 1 second. You're gonna go into the void though. Like, so just everybody find a towel friend. Everyone find a towel friend. Hold your towel friend's hand. Okay, you are okay. Do not adjust your television sets. You are still with me. There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong. I'm just fulfilling the request of my dear friend, one Oats fan. Yes, you can just talk to the TV in the chat, and it will do things for you. It's like an interactive TV. You don't understand. We're inventing a new kind of TV. You just talk to the TV, and it does things for you. We have had a request for a full screen of the missiles firing over Tel Aviv, and I can accommodate your request, sir. Here you go. This is a full screen. And the second video just now over. Most recent rocket intercepts over Tel Aviv 15 minutes ago. Okay, most recent rocket intercepts over Tel Aviv 15 minutes ago. Now I'll let you see the full screen footage because not a lot of people have this. I'll let you see the full screen footage of the, like, what I would call probably the most important, I mean, not the most important, but if there is a clip that will define this war, at least for me, the first 5 days, I don't know where we are going next, but if there is a clip that will define this war for me, your venerated reporter, Grant Smith Ellis, the Edward R. Murrow towel apparently of all this, it is this clip. What you are about to see, oh sorry, I was scrolling his feed instead of mine. What you are about to see is the clip that will define this war, at least the first 5 days, for your venerated, if not tired. I'm not really tired. I might have to get a coffee. What time is it? It's 7:53. We're like 6 hours into the stream. This could be quite a night. I don't think I'm going to need another coffee. All right, let me show you the footage that I believe will come to define this war. It's going to be loud. If you're listening on your headphones, this is your incoming loud sound warning. Well, first let me show you the CRAM intercept of a missile earlier over the American base in Erbil, Iraq. This is a CRAM intercept of a drone, I believe. Oh, hold on. So let me mute this out. This is a CRAM intercept, an American CRAM intercepting an Iranian probably made drone or missile over the base in Erbil, Iraq. Yes, God bless you. You can, of course, Sarah B. Creative prompted me. You can, of course, support this stream via, please don't donate if it would be a burden or anything like that. But there's links in the chat. I don't have my Cash App or Venmo up on the screen now. But if you're in that chat and you want to help, you can click on any of those links. God bless you. Thank you for supporting independent journalism. Do this and help you as much as I can. This is a CRAM intercept over Erbil base in Iraq just about 7 hours ago. But this is the footage, ladies and gentlemen. This is the footage that, for me, will define this war. This is the original HD footage. You should prepare your headphones now. If you have headphones on, prepare them. Get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, Tehran, Iran, this evening, watch your American boys and girls and your taxpayer dollars put to good use. Tehran, Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll mute it, but what you are watching, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am off the screen and I am just letting you see, yes, we are a few hours behind because not every piece of footage is literally the greatest piece of war footage you are ever going to see. But you are watching from about 6 hours ago over the skies of western Tehran, Iran, the American military, probably B-52 Stratoforce bombers, dropping what is in fact like an almost unfathomable, and this is only a 4 out of 10 on the intensity scale for what the U.S. military can do, I assure you, dropping what is almost an unfathomable level of bombs on Tehran, Iran. You just heard those bombs fall. I played the clip for you 4 times. Al Jazeera had to censor the audio of the clip when they played it. They played it once on Al Jazeera Arabic. My word, ladies and gentlemen, this level of shelling, you are watching a modern apocalypse befall Tehran, Iran, in real time, although you missed the initial sort of wave maybe 7 hours ago. But I can call this real time because I got this clip before Al Jazeera Arabic. So you are watching apocalypse befall Tehran, Iran this evening. Just simply incredible images. It's not, there is probably bombing. I don't want to make it seem like this is the biggest bombing of the war. There is bombing that has probably been bigger than this. What makes the footage you are watching on your screen incredible, historic, once in a lifetime, is that when we look at the other footage, you will see that like normally bombing raids are captured from like a safe distance on the hillside of a city so that people do not like end up like dying like from the shrapnel. This person is in the middle of a B-52 Stratoforce bombing raid. They lived, by the grace of God. They seem to be a civilian. But like you are watching the like most impressive filmed footage of this war, the most impressive bombing raid captured in full. They actually kept in frame. Like you don't understand. Like that person must have nerves of steel. They are holding a cell phone camera at like a wave of bombs that at any time could just like come in their direction. Bro, it's not a tornado. You can't anticipate where the bombs are going. That person could have died filming that. They literally put their lives on the line. The bombs could have come this way. It's a bomber. It's not limited to the laws of physics, bro. They could send one bomber one way, one bomber the other way. That person is in the middle of a B-52 Stratoforce bombing raid and lived. And they uploaded this footage, and they captured it without turning the camera away. Dude, try holding the camera up to Karen Reed's face during a press scrum and getting the shot. Imagine, like, a giant B-52 Stratoforce bombers lighting up your city, literally 10 blocks from you, and you have to hold the camera and not move. You have to stand there and be like, oh yeah, well, you know, if the building next to me gets hit and the shrapnel comes, well, I had a nice life. That's what your mind, you literally have to have nerves of steel. You want to talk about Zina Kador having nerves of steel, which she does, to do live shots while bombs fall, to actually be a civilian who is not doing it consciously. Just like wake up and you are on your porch, I'm going to hold this cell phone camera amid a bombing raid. Like, I'm not going to I don't care about my life. I don't care. I'm not saying me, but like to film this, you have to think. You either have to be in such shock you don't know what's going on and you cannot like process the scene, or you have to consciously say, I'm going to put my life on the line to stand here and film this. I accept that like I could be next. I don't care. I'm just going to film this. And by the way, like, I'm going to hold the camera steady and I'm going to turn it and catch the actual raids, and I'm just not going to care about the shrapnel. I mean, it's not a regular bomb. Like, you have never in your life, unless you are in the military, and even if you're in the military, only probably like during training, like a live fire exercise, have you ever seen 1/5 of that amount of munitions. Like, what you are watching, most human beings will never like experience, and even like most human beings will never see, even less will ever experience in person and live to talk about it. That's why this is incredible. It's Pulitzer-winning footage. Like, this is an unnamed. It's what makes it so surreal. This is an unnamed civilian in Tehran somewhere earlier tonight filming. Like the it is not just regular bombing, it is not missiles, it is not jets, it is a B-52 Stratoforce bomber strafing Tehran, and they lived. The person is alive. They uploaded this. Now let me show you why it's so incredible. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're watching full screen footage of the attacks on Tehran earlier tonight. Before I come back on your screen, let me show you why this is incredible. This is what most war footage looks like. Let me get you the actual like panorama. It should look like this. Like every like piece of war footage, even the best of the best, should look like this. You should be like 10 miles away. You should see the explosions before you hear them. This is Tehran, also Tehran, but from like the hills. This is where you should be. And so the reason I was analyzing that last footage as a journalist, and I do have the sensitive content warning up, and I will put it back up. There was a request to see the full footage. Most war footage, and this was the point I really wanted to make of the heroism of the previous photographer. Most war footage is like that. Like, you are safely on a hillside, you are looking down on the scene, and you are recording. Very rarely, if ever, does someone just stand in the middle. Okay, I'm going to come back on your screen in a second. Does someone stand in the middle of a raid and live? And they did. They did. Absolutely brave Iranian civilians posting videos for the world to see. P2R, they do welcome the help. That's exactly right. God bless those people, P2R. And that shows, look, you got P2R, we have just met, but they're like a vociferously pro-American commentator. That tells you all you need to know about the American people. We support the Iranian people. In fact, they're heroes, I think, in our eyes. We just don't like the Iranian government. Like, I think it's very clear. The Iranian people and the American people would probably get along. It's the Iranian government that is the problem. It's not like, claim all you want that President Trump moved. No, President Trump didn't develop hypersonic missiles to strike Israel. He didn't develop a nuclear weapon to strike Israel. Like, Iran's government is malicious. Its people don't really like it that much. They have to, like, keep them in line with, like, paramilitary groups. I'm just saying. All right, let's get the latest update from Tehran. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the only English-speaking reporters left in Tehran. The reason Al Jazeera Arabic refuses to show anything in Tehran, because they really want this guy in Tehran. He talks to the IRGC, so they allow him in Iran, in Tehran. Right now, he's going to give you an English report. Thank you to this man. I don't like the propaganda, but at least he tells us what's going on.
Into the war. All right, well, we are live in Beirut, Washington, D.C., Doha, Amman, and Tehran, and that's where we are going to start with Tawhid Asadi. Tawhid, the US says it will soon have total control of Iran's skies. What military developments have you been seeing in Tehran right now?
Well, similar to past 4 nights, tonight we also witnessed the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes. Less than an hour ago, we heard a sound of massive explosion from the eastern parts of the Iranian capital, Tehran, and also we were able to witness over the sky an airplane or drone going through the skies of the capital, indicating the very fact that we have been witnessing the continuation of these strikes, not only in the Iranian capital, but also in other cities. According to the latest reports, over 150 cities have been the target of the American and Israeli strikes, the latest of which, as you were mentioning in the report, include Kurdish cities of Sanandaj, Saqqez, Bukan, and elsewhere across the Iranian territories. And that is, of course, surrounded by an atmosphere of frustration when it comes to the public sentiment here in the capital and in other cities. Also, on the other hand, we've got the statements coming from IRGC about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes, and that they talked about the 17th and the 18th wave of their retaliatory strikes, targeting, according to their statement, Ben Gurion Airport, as well as the advanced radar systems, and the continuation of course, Iranian attacks on U.S. military bases is part of the escalation that we have been witnessing over the past 4 or 5 days. Right now, there is this uncertainty prevailing the situation in Iran as the country is getting ready to appoint a supreme leader as well.
And Tawhid, Iran has postponed the farewell ceremony for the killed supreme leader. Why is that, and what next do we think?
Well, part of that comes from the uncertainty. Part of that comes actually from the continuation of the strikes, running the risk of further casualties down the road. Speaking of which, I can refer to the latest statistics coming saying that More than 900 people have been killed, and of course, more than 6,000 being injured. And of course, seeing the continuation of these strikes, we can anticipate these numbers to grow further. And of course, this is part of that. The other part is, speaking of the question, we're talking about the leadership of the country, which is controlled right now by a council of 3 people. The Iranian president, the head of judiciary, as well as the member of the Guardian Council, and of course other important figures. For instance, Ali Larijani, the secretary of the National Supreme Security Council. We are expecting a constitutional procedure to be completed, paving the way for the appointment of a new supreme leader, and the Assembly of Experts is responsible on that regard. We know that a few days ago, one of the buildings belonging to this assembly was targeted in the city of Qom, and that is perhaps part of the postponement that we have been witnessing when it comes to appointment of the new supreme leader. The latest report about this attack was coming from the state TV, saying that just 3 employees of this building were killed and no meeting was being held when the attack took place. However, we know that there is another factor in addition to the continued strikes of the Americans and Israelis, and that is the very fact that this is not an easy decision to be made. We are talking about a person, an office which enjoys a significant and a huge amount of power and authority. So the person who takes that office is critically important. One of the members of this assembly came out yesterday in an interview to say that consultations are being made. The Constitution, the Article 111 of the Constitution says the process should be completed as soon as possible, but no deadline is mentioned according to the Constitution. And of course, no statement is out from the Iranian side. Still, we are waiting. All eyes are on the assembly to see who they are going to pick out as the next supreme leader of the country.
All right, thank you very much, Tawhid Asadi, there with the latest for us from...
All right, I'm going to show you a live strike on Beirut now. I'm going to show you, and oh, by the way, I think you all know this, but there are people, you're all chatting in English, but it just, there might be occasionally, not like misunderstandings, but like there might occasionally be like words, like people are speaking in English but translating it from their native language. If you ever run into like a language problem like in chat, I would suggest you just ask. You're all being wonderful towards each other. I'm actually honored that so many of you are being compassionate. There are people with a lot of different views here from a lot of different countries. Just remember, if like someone uses like a tone you're not used to, or a word, or like a phrase, it's likely they're not like trying to offend you, but they're translating their native language to English. So that's all I would ask. No one's being like rude or anything, but if you ever run into that, just recognize like you might be talking to someone in English who is from like a European country or an Islamic country or an Arab country or whatever it may be, and English might not be their first language. But you're all doing wonderful. I'm truly honored that the space you've created in this chat is so welcoming to so many different views. Basically, like the only thing you can't do is troll people, and none of you do that to each other. But yes, I did see like 1 or 2 kind of like language barrier issues. I think you're all doing fine. Just kind of keep aware that like a lot of the people who watch YouTube in America don't understand that there's other countries that watch YouTube, like the same YouTube. So like you're running into like Americans who are normally not exposed to other cultures. The people in other cultures are probably like very interested in talking to Americans. So like the Americans are here, you're all doing a great job. You're being very friendly to the people around the world. Like I think some of you have been a little confused at first, but it's totally okay. You're doing great. You're all like being friendly. A lot of people here believe in God, which is great. So like we all share that religious faith, and we're just kind of seeing each other. I see a lot of people like feeling each other out, like, oh, where are you from? Oh, okay, like I've never met someone from there before. I would like to know you. It's very nice. I really appreciate it, even among the intensity. Like I just want to take a moment to compliment you all for the sort of camaraderie camaraderie. It is transient. People come in and out. A lot of you do stay, and you meet new people. You're so kind to each other. It really means a lot to me. God bless you all. And that's true. Like I think if we just showed people the chat of this channel, they would be like, see, the world can get along. Like, there are, like, the most vociferously, like, pro-American people in here. Like, people who, like, love Mr. President Trump. Then there are, like, vociferously, like, pro, sort of, like, Gulf state interests. Like, people who don't care about Mr. President Trump. They're nice to the people who like Mr. President Trump, the people who support President Trump, who most people malign all the time as these like malicious, like xenophobes. Excuse me, like most of the Americans in here love Mr. President Trump. Look at them talking to people from all over the world. They're all being nice to each other. I think this is like proof positive that we can all do this. It's a very random sampling of the world community, but it's just proof that like people can do this. Like, none of the smears about your various like political ideologies or groups are true. You're all just a bunch of people. Like, you just talk to each other, you learn things. You don't agree on everything. I think, as Standing Stone says, that would be impossible, but you just listen. Somebody says like, oh, like, I think this is why someone's doing something, this is why Iran believes this. Somebody else says, oh, I didn't think about that, like maybe they are mad about that. Somebody else says, well, yeah, but Iran only did that because like someone else did that, or Iran did that unprovoked. Don't you see? It's a very good form of public discourse. Countries are different, people are different, and this chat is a very good microcosm of what the world can be when people give each other a chance. So God bless all of you. Yeah, code switching. I do think some people code switch to like be able to encode their language into other like cultures. But here, like, we kind of have to talk in English because I speak English. But, you know, I think even the people who don't naturally speak English find like people will just listen to you here. Your English doesn't have to be perfect. You can be disabled. You can use text to speech. People will still just listen to you. So I think that's good. I like when people feel comfortable communicating with each other. God bless all of you. Let me show you this footage. Yes, Sarah, I agree. Let me show you, it's not Christo-fascism. Like, you can believe in God in all sorts of ways. I happen to be very Catholic, like, but that doesn't mean you have to be Catholic. I think you should believe in God in whatever way you want. I don't really understand the people who don't believe in God or who think like they're God, but, you know, I don't have time to talk about the Rosicrucians and, like, the fucking whatever they're called, the Canaanites. We can't deal with the Canaanites right now. We're dealing with this war. I can't deal with the Canaanite thing again. Oh, God, don't get me started on the pagans. The goddamn pagans. Sorry for cussing. I just don't understand, like, witchcraft. I'm sorry. I really don't. I understand every single type of belief, but I don't understand devil worshipping and, like, pagans and like all that crazy stuff. It makes no sense to me. I understand all the beliefs in God that I've ever encountered. Like, I've never understood like that, okay, like the devil thing. But I don't think we have any of those people here. So if you run into any devil worshippers, just kind of be like, you know, you should leave. But I don't think anyone worships the devil here, so, like, you're doing good. Oh, I love the history of the Rosicrucians, but I just don't really like what the Canaanites believe, like, religiously. It's not really a religion. It's more they just do evil things and they call it a religion. They're like devil worshippers. I don't know what to tell you. It's weird. Anyway, I'm going to show you the live footage of Beirut because there are some strikes that are occurring, and then I'll get you caught up on the other developments.
العمليات. وإذا أخذنا بعين الاعتبار أن جزءا من عمليات القصف تمت دون إنذار، يبدو أنه في هذه اللحظات بالضبط يبدو أن هناك قصف. تسمعون الصوت، لعلكم سمعتم صوت القصف
واضحة جدا.
نعم بالضبط، نلاحظ كثافة دخان. ربما الكاميرا ستتمكن من تقريب الدخان. عمود دخان كبير وقوي يبدو وقد صعد من أحد المباني.
A strike on Beirut in front of the cameras.
المبنى المستهدف بالفعل من الغبيري، أليس كذلك؟ من الغبيري بالضبط، منطقة الغبيري كما توعد بذلك.
Oh, I would like to pause to make a correction. There's a distinction between pagans and devil worshippers. I just want to be clear. It's kind of like socialists and communists. Not every socialist is a communist. Not every pagan is a devil worshipper. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to say that. There are some pagans who just are very into nature. They worship the maypole. They're into like that kind of thing. They're cool. I don't have a problem with those pagans. I'm talking about like specifically like the Canaanites, the people who worship Baal, like those kind of people. I want you to understand, I do not think all pagans worship the devil. I'm sorry for implying that. I feel bad. Pagans can absolutely have a seat at my table. They're going to have to explain to me their like views, but like they're not devil worshippers. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend the pagans. Thank you very much for that correction. I added a towel wrench for you out of my apologies to the pagan religious community. I don't know anyone other than you in that community, but I'm thrilled, and please, you may have a space here in our pluralistic, sort of tolerant community. I just need to learn a little bit more about paganism. I'm a Catholic myself, so I don't know much about maypoles or the equinox or, things of that nature. But yes, I totally agree that I want to put on record, the pagans are not devil worshippers. There are just some devil worshippers who probably are also pagan, but that does not mean all pagans are devil worshippers. I appreciate the opportunity to make that public service announcement to the pagan population. I don't know any of them except for our wonderful friend in chat now, but you could teach me about paganism. I'm willing to listen. Thank you, Witchy Was. I really appreciate it, and please feel free to hang around, teach us about whatever you like, and you don't have to talk about paganism. You can talk about whatever you like.
يتصاعد خط دخان من أحد المباني هناك، وهذا يؤشر على قوة وحجم هذا القصف، وبالتالي هذه هي الغارة الرابعة. لست متأكدا مما إذا كان الأمر قد تم عن طريق الطيران أو عن طريق البحرية، ولكن لا يرجح أنه عن طريق مسيرة. قوة القصف تدل على أنه إما عن الطيران أو صاروخ عن طريق البحرية الإسرائيلية. هذه هي الغارة الرابعة، وإذا أضفنا إليها الغارة التي استهدفت هذا المساء سيارتين كانتا في الطريق القريب من طريق المطار، وطبعا طريق المطار هو جزء من الضاحية أو قريب من الضاحية. هذه الغارة أو الغارتان في الحقيقة كان من نتائجهما وفقا لما أعلنت وزارة الصحة استشهاد 3 أشخاص وإصابة 6 آخرين. هذا بالإضافة إلى تمدد خريطة القصف بشكل مستمر على امتداد جغرافية الجنوب. يمكن أن نتحدث على أن الجيش الإسرائيلي يبدو أنه مر إلى مرحلة متقدمة أعلى في الاستهداف، سواء استهداف الأشخاص من خلال العمليات الاغتيال التي تتم هنا وهناك بدون إنذار، أو استهداف المباني واستهداف ما يقول إنها منشآت تابعة لحزب الله بشكل مستمر أيضا. على هذا المستوى الواضح أن هناك تصعيد، ولكن إذا أردت أن أرسم المشهد بشكل عام محمد، يمكن أن أقول إن هذا التصعيد أيضا يشمل دخول حزب الله وانخراطه في هذه الحرب. لحد اللحظة حزب الله أصدر 23 بيانا هذا اليوم، كل بيان خصصه لواحدة من عملياته، سواء منها التي استهدف قواعد عسكرية داخل إسرائيل أو التي استهدفت قوات إسرائيلية داخل من تلك القوى التي
اسمح لي محمد فقط نذهب الآن إلى تل أبيب وسفارات الإدارة.
Ladies and gentlemen, sirens over Tel Aviv. The sirens over Tel Aviv. This is 8 minutes ago.
تدوي هناك.
Tonight is much worse than last night. Tel Aviv is being shelled very hard.
قليل فقط الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية قالت أن هناك صفارات إنذار تدوي في كل من الجولان والجليل الأعلى والجليل الغربي في شمال إسرائيل، وتضاف إليها منطقة تل أبيب أيضا. نتابع هذه التفاصيل أولا بأول مع مراسلة الجزيرة فاطمة خميس من رام الله. ماذا في التفاصيل فاطمة؟
وسط إسرائيل تكرر في
الأخيرة
خاصة في صفارات الإنذار في مئات
المواقع
في منطقة تل أبيب الكبرى، محيط تلك المنطقة وسط إسرائيل بشكل كامل مستوطن.
Hold. I was about to say Beirut doesn't have air raid sirens, so how is that happening? I should have known it was Tel Aviv.
بدر أربعان الذي ينضم إلينا من الرياض. مرحبا بدر، ما المعطيات المتوفرة لديك؟
مرحبا محمد، حقيقة نتحدث عن الصورة الكاملة.
We may need a little translation help here. I can't tell if he's in Iran or Saudi Arabia. He looks like he's in Saudi Arabia. He looks like he's in Riyadh, maybe Jeddah.
الدفاعات الجوية اعترضت ودمرت 3 صواريخ من نوع كروز خارج محافظة الخرج التابعة لمنطقة الرياض. وفي ذات المحافظة أيضا تم اعتراض وتدمير 3 طائرات مسيرة شرقا عنها. هذا يأتي ضمن سلسلة من التهديدات الجوية التي تم التعامل معها بنجاح خلال الساعات الماضية. نتحدث عن أرقام إذا جمعناها والتي أعلنت منذ بداية مدة التصعيد الأخيرة، نتحدث عن ما يقرب من 31 طائرة مسيرة و5 صواريخ كروز حاولت استهداف عدة مواقع بينها منطقة الرياض، إضافة إلى
Oh no, big hit in Dubai. Oh no.
مصفات رأس تنورة الشرق السعودية، إضافة إلى الأمريكية في الرياض. لكن جميعا بحسب وزارة الدفاع الدفاعات الجوية كانت في حالة جاهزية عالية. تم التعامل مع هذه التهديدات التي طالت أجواء البلاد.
Tel Aviv is being hit very, very hard.
عملية تحييدها جميعا دون تسجيل أي خسائر بشرية.
Oh, the scenes over Doha. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh my word. How many places at once?
جرى خلالها استعراض تطورات الأوضاع في ظل التصعيد العسكري الراهن الذي تشهده المنطقة. أيضا على صعيد وزير الخارجية كان قد بحث قبل ساعات.
Oh my word. Oh my word.
الاعتداءات الإيرانية المستمرة على.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. I simply cannot believe the scenes.
في حماية البعثات الدبلوماسية إضافة إلى دورها في ورعاية عدد من الدول. داخليا الجهات الرسمية تؤكد أن الحياة تسير بشكل
How are they getting through? Oh boy.
جولتنا اليومية هنا في العاصمة السعودية الرياض لا توجد أي تأثيرات على الأسواق ولا على الطاقة فيما يخص.
Ladies and gentlemen, all U.S. Listen to me. I need to get in. Why is this fallen to me? I'm not. Okay, I'm going to live up to this moment. I have no choice. This is going to sound emotionally disinterested. You have no choice but to understand the tone of my voice. Okay, I don't have the luxury of becoming emotional about this. I have to just read you this as like the press has abdicated. Okay, so it's like me, Trey Yingst, and like a few other people in the U.S. Like we need to, this is real. Everyone needs to get on the same page. We have spent, I told the entire country that was listening, we have spent too many days dilly-dallying. We don't have the time. We need to get ready now. We need to get ready like right now. No one was listening. Okay, listen right now. If you are listening to my voice and you are a U.S. citizen, I told you this earlier today. Earlier today it was an option. Like I told you to do it 6 hours ago. I begged you to listen to me. You probably didn't listen to me. If you are a U.S. citizen in the following countries, please, if you are listening, if you are in the sound of my voice, if you are a U.S. citizen in the following countries, listen to me. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Israel. It's moved from like an option to urging. It's going to become mandatory tomorrow. Leave now. Leave now. Call the State Department. Call the U.S. Embassy. Leave now. Right now, if you have family, if you are a U.S. citizen, and not like family who are foreign nationals or dual nationals, they need to make up their own minds. If you are a U.S. citizen in the sound of my voice, and you have a family member in the following countries, okay, they would be Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, or Israel. They are being urged, okay, it's moved from like, it's strongly suggested to urge. It's going to be mandatory in like 6 hours. Tell them to register with the State Department to evacuate immediately. I can't, like, the State Department was basically begging Fox News this afternoon to put the number on the screen. Now they're basically ordering, they're going to order you to do it tomorrow. Like, don't wait. Don't wait for them to come to your door. Call the U.S. Embassy and register for evacuation immediately if you are in those 4 countries. Now, you might say, but Grant, it's not mandatory yet. Yes, I'm telling you, it wasn't mandatory 6 hours ago. It was a suggestion. It's not mandatory now. It's an urge. It's going to be mandatory in 6 hours. Get your family out of those countries immediately. Like right now. Right now. Call them. Tell them you waited too long. You need to leave right now. Tell them to leave. This is not the time to dilly-dally. I'm turning into Edward R. Murrow Towel, reporting from Boston. It is 8:30 p.m. Eastern War Time on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. I'm not kidding you. I'm telling you, the warnings are going to become more severe. You need to tell your family. If you are a U.S. citizen in the sound of my voice, just do it. Just call the U.S. Embassy, call the number, go to the website, register for evacuation. Do not stay in those countries. Do not stay in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, or Israel. Leave now. This is not a drill. Leave now. Immediately. Leave right now. It is incredibly important. Like in 6 more hours, you're going to get like a mandatory evacuation. Leave now. You need to leave now. You need to leave now. I'm going to give you the update. I'm going to show you the footage that I just saw. There are some things you are about to see that you are not going to think are literally humanly possible. It's happening so fast. Just leave. Just tell your first of all, we need to focus on the safety of American citizens and troops. That's number one. Second of all, we have to be concerned with the civilian population in like 7 countries. But let's circle back. I can't do anything to protect the military. That's the military's job. You know what I can do? If there's even one person out there who's in Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Qatar or Israel that is American and is hearing my voice, I'm telling you, register for evacuation immediately with the State Department. Stop dilly-dallying. Do it now. Do it now. Tell your family members in any of those countries. If they're dual nationals, that's different. You all have to have a conversation. If they are U.S. citizens, if you are in the sound of my voice and you have a family member that is a U.S. citizen, not a dual national, they have to make that choice on their own. You can call them anyway. You probably should. If you are a U.S. citizen, I'm going to repeat this because it's like a big flash. I'm going to tell you this 4 times. Tomorrow morning, it's not going to be urgent. It's going to be them like getting a helicopter and flying you out or saying, if you don't leave now, we're abandoning you. You need to tell your family, I'm telling you from the U.S. State Department, this is a flash. This is a cable flash from Al Jazeera Arabic, so it is a very important piece of information. You should tell your family, it's an urge, okay, which is the one letter, like one word before a mandatory. You should tell your family in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, which includes Dubai, and Israel to leave now. Like right now. They should leave now. We need to I have like an obligation. The Secretary of State begged the press. They begged the press earlier to get this number out when it wasn't as serious. Now it's very serious. Your family should be calling, or you, God forbid, they should be calling the State Department now. Now. I will get you the number right now. That's how important this is. I mean, or we can wait another 6 hours. Okay, I'm going to show you the strikes, but I need to get this number first. Or we can wait another 6 hours, and I can be, I don't know how, like, what do I do as a war reporter? The only Western war reporter that took this fucking seriously, sorry for cussing. What do I do? What do I do now? How do I let the American public know? Because every single other channel just abdicated except for Fox. God bless them. They tried. It's not like a nationalistic thing. It's more like a very serious war thing. Nobody listened. Nobody listened to me. So now I get to just sit here and do this. It's my call. All right? Like, I made this call earlier. The only channel that listened to the Secretary of State on this specific issue was Fox, because they actually, like, pay attention. It's not a nationalistic thing. It's a national security thing. No one was listening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you this number. We're not watching this for the purposes of the actual video. I'm going to give you the number. There's probably of you. God forbid there's more. I really don't want there to be more than that. If there are even one of you who benefits from this,
they're also looking
I will be pleased.
Lebanese militant group Hezbollah.
This was, don't worry about what he's saying.
Attacks with Iran.
I am giving you this number. If you or your family member are in Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, if you are or your American family member are in Qatar, which includes Doha, if you are or your family member, an American, are in the United Arab Emirates, including Dubai and Abu Dhabi, if you are an American, not a dual national, an American or their family in Israel, you need to have them contact this number immediately. 1, if they haven't already done so. 1, 2, don't do it twice. You only need to do it once. 1, 202 501 4444. Okay? You should contact again. This is for Americans in those 4 countries or their families. 1, 202 501 4444. This is not me just saying this. You're one step away from a mandatory evacuation. Then they're going to leave you there. Stop waiting. I'm not playing around anymore. I'm just going to start issuing commands. I'm not playing around. If you are in the sound of my voice, I have to repeat this like 6 times, and you are a member of the United States citizenry, or you have a family member that is a U.S. citizen, not a dual national, although you should call them too. I'm talking specifically about our citizens. They need to leave now. They need to call that number. They need to coordinate their evacuation through the State Department. They can also go to step.state.gov. I cannot make this any more clear. Do not wait. Do not stay there. Do not just say, oh, it'll pass. It's just another flare up in the Middle East. Stop. Stop doing that. Go home now. Get them home immediately. I'm using this tone to stress the importance of what I'm saying. Please make sure, even if there's 5 of you that hear this, that you do this. Okay, I'm going to do this warning. Eventually it's going to be a mandatory evacuation, and it won't matter, frankly, what I'm saying, because they're just going to say, listen, the helicopters are leaving and we're abandoning your family. Don't let that be you. This is not a snowstorm. You cannot just walk through it to get your cigarettes. Leave. All right, those 4 countries, I repeat, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, including Dubai and Israel. They should leave now. They should leave now. I'm not exactly sure, I cannot tell you exactly what's going on the ground. I'm just telling you the State Department has flashed that you are one step away from a mandatory evacuation. Listen to the State Department. Please, I beg of you, do not stay in those countries. Leave now. Maybe you have 24 hours, but don't risk it. It's going to take them a certain amount of time to get you out, and you must be an American citizen. They are not going to evac you on a C-130 if you're just some citizen of another country. You must be an American citizen. And you should not wait. Gather your belongings. If you are, for the love of God, an American citizen for some reason who's hearing my voice in those countries, Pack your emergency supplies, call the State Department, and evacuate immediately. I am not sure. I'm going to try to update you. I am not the State Department, so I cannot tell you why they flashed this. I'm just telling you, earlier today they were begging people, so I started telling people to get ready. Now it's not really begging. It's like the next thing that's going to come out of the U.S. State Department is a mandatory evac from those countries of U.S. citizens. If you do not heed that, they're not just going to come arrest you, they're going to abandon you. They will leave you. Do not stay. Do not risk it. If you have people you love, you care about there, I'm telling you, eventually they will get it. The press will get it. It's going to be too late. Don't wait. Do it now. It's way better to be on the list before it's an emergency, which it will become. Do it now. It's not about Spacey 118. It's not about that. The State Department needs a list of American citizens. This is not a practical procedural question. They need a list. If you are in those countries, you need to be on that list immediately, or they're going to leave you. I'm telling you, I am warning you, we cannot protect you. I'm telling you right now, this is their warning that they cannot protect you. This was Tel Aviv 20 minutes ago. They cannot protect you. Leave now. This was Tel Aviv 15 minutes ago. Now, that was flashed on RT, okay, in the past 15 minutes. Here is another view of another strike on Tel Aviv. They're striking Tel Aviv at will. Leave now. This is Tel Aviv, within the last hour. Yeah, the Iron Dome is I told you it was collapsing. I feel numb. I have a duty to do this, though. I'm going to have to order a coffee. Oh my god. You should see the amount of energy drinks that are in the bag around, the trash bag next to me. There's no less than 65 of them. I'm honestly shocked that, I'm just so numb from adrenaline that, what you are hearing is, me just giving my all to this, because I know that those civilians and our boys and girls are out there right now dying. That's the only reason I'm able to do this. I feel so numb, and you should not feel bad about feeling numb. I just feel incredibly numb, and you should channel this. I've prepped you for 5 days. You should channel this into helping somehow. Not me. I'll figure it out. I will just order a coffee. Don't worry about my coffee. I'm talking way bigger than my coffee. Focus on what you can do to help this situation in any small way. Is it like helping your family get out of there? Is it like growing food in your garden in case like this does become like a world war and you have like a victory garden? Is it buying, like if you have money, maybe you should buy some like US like war bonds to help like the war effort? Like what can you do? Like you don't get paralyzed in fear. That does not help anyone. Like you are even if you're not able-bodied, like you're of sound mind, you're capable of helping. Like don't like get paralyzed, just try to help. That's the best advice I can give you. Like don't get paralyzed by the impact of what you're hearing. Accept the developments and then just channel it into trying to help. Otherwise, like it will just be a paralysis of overwhelming like feelings. This is the skies over Qatar like in the past like hour. This is Doha. You need to leave if you are there. You need to leave if you are American. This is Doha in the last hour. You need to leave.
Oh my god, I see it, I see it, I see it. Oh my gosh, Josh. Oh
Yeah, I see it too,
oh
ma'am. Ma'am, you should leave.
Oh, that's a Patriot. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, yes, ma'am, you should still leave, like, immediately. Those scenes are fucking incredible. The juxtaposition of those, like, glorious gilded buildings and, like, over Doha and, like, missiles launching. Ma'am, leave. Stop staying, ma'am.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Look. Holy sh. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're right next to our tower. Oh my god, I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god.
Get out of there. Oh my god, leave. Oh my god, leave. Oh my god. Do you understand what that means? Leave. Ma'am, you need to leave. What are you doing? Ma'am, leave. Oh my god. Yes, you need to leave. Oh my god. These people are going to get murdered. You need to leave.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're going to die because of their own stupidity. Just leave.
Oh my god. Yo.
I'm going to play this again without talking over it. I can't help our citizens. If these are U.S. citizens, I don't know. They could just speak English well, but they sound like they have U.S. accents. I cannot help our citizens. I seriously can't help them. Our press has failed our citizens. Our Congress has failed our citizens. Americans are going to die because Congress is stupid. I can't get back the past 48 hours. I can't believe this. We can't let this happen to our people. Do you understand? Okay, Americans are smart, but they do what they are trained to do. So these girls are probably financial analysts or whatever the fuck they're doing in Dubai. Sorry for cussing. Doha. They don't understand unless CNN or the New York Times tells them that we are in an active world war. Bro, they're just going to treat it like the New York Times treats it. Oh, it's bombing of Iran, it's bombing of Israel, Saudi, they're not going, a port in Doha. If you don't tell them before it happens, it is not fear-mongering. It really isn't. I don't think anyone over the past 5 days on this stream has ever accused me of fear-mongering. Because I don't. I do the opposite of fear-monger. I analyze primary source videos. The tone of my concern has elevated now to the point where I don't quite know what to do for my own citizenry. They need to get out of there. And I'm going to play this video without commenting and recompose myself. But if my own citizens, if these are Americans, do not know that that is the sign that you need to leave, then we cannot protect them. Ma'am, what is it? Do I need to go on CNN? Do I need to start calling CNN and be like, listen, I'm this journalist in Boston. I probably broke some kind of records covering this war, the amount of hours I streamed to start it. I know everything about this. I know, I've watched every piece of footage. You wouldn't think it's humanly possible, but I have proof. I streamed all of it. I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm uniquely positioned to go on the TV and tell your viewers what they need to know. You failed the American public. You failed us. You failed our citizens around the world. You let them get blindsided by this. And now people are going to die because our press and our Congress are stupid. Not just stupid, fucking spiteful, which is the most contrived reason for our population to die. And I am mad. I am very mad. We need to get those people out of there. The press needs to take this seriously. What do I have to do to get someone other than Fox News and Al Jazeera to take this seriously? I really don't know what else I can do. We lost 48 hours of prep. Congress could have voted to declare war 2 days ago. We're wasting time. We're wasting build-up time. We're wasting valuable time. And our citizens are just sitting there being like, well, that's really awestruck. That's a big series of missiles. Ma'am, the world is spiraling into world war. I'm glad you filmed this, but please leave that to the professionals and leave Qatar. Why are you there? What are you doing? Do you need CNN? Do you need me to go on CNN and say to you, ma'am, I'm the same guy that's over on the YouTube that a lot of people watch. Now I'm on CNN. I realize the viewership is similar over the course of the day, but I just want to tell you, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm speaking to you, woman in Doha, who filmed the video that I'm now showing on the screen and commenting on. Ma'am, if you can hear my voice, you need to leave. I don't know if you don't know how to read Twitter. Maybe it's because CNN didn't flash it to you on the screen and say, alert, there's a world war happening. You need to leave the area that you're in. Your country is on the list of U.S. citizens evacuating. What do I have to do? Do I have to make a poster? Do I have to make a fancy social media graphic? Should I make a TikTok where I wear a wig? I don't know what to do to get through to my own countrymen anymore.
It's okay. Just keep breathing. Oh my god, I see it, I see it, I see it. Oh my gosh, Jeff. Oh, it's so close. Oh my god. Oh, that's a Patriot. Oh my god. Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh! It hit one. Holy shit. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Look. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're right next to our tower. Oh my god, I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, focus. Oh my god. Yo, I felt that blast on the windows. And it's not focusing. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Yo, I feel it on the window. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yo! okay. Just keep breathing. Oh my god, I see it, I see it, I see it.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. Oh, it's so close.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a Patriot.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh!
It hit one.
Holy sh- Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Look. Holy sh- Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're right next to our tower.
Oh my god, I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, focus. Oh my god. Yo, I felt that
feel it,
blast
yeah.
on the windows. And it's not focusing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Yo, I feel it on the wind. Holy shit. Oh my god.
I just want to be clear. This is not me speaking. I'm a man in Boston. I really wish these women would not take the Lord's name in vain. I cuss sometimes, but I don't take the Lord's name in vain. You might hear me say like Jesus Christ sometimes while talking about Jesus Christ. When I say the Prophet Muhammad, I say peace be upon him. I'm like that respectful of religion. So no, you're not going to hear me talking like this, but this is not me. I cannot control that in Doha in the last hour, these American women are very not respectful of Jesus or God. I don't know what to tell you. They don't really know what's going on. They're not even evacuating. They're just sitting there waiting to be bombed. I'm not really sure they are with it, so it's not me though. I want to disclaim that.
Yo.
So again, this is footage. It is not me. I think people know that. It is footage from the last, I'd say, hour over Qatar. The reason why it's such a problem, the language is not ideal, but the reason it's such a problem, and I had to compose myself, and I am breathing, it is that there is a lot going on right now, and those women in Qatar may not realize the State Department is trying to get them out of Qatar. They, in their infinite wisdom, are, staying in Qatar. That is more the problem there for me. They didn't listen. They didn't heed the warnings. And so now, they're in a very precarious position. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you're just tuning in, I will explain to you the nature of what's going on. It's a lot. There are a number of situations occurring simultaneously. Most importantly, the State Department really wants U.S. citizens, now, out of Saudi Arabia. Okay? I got to reload your comments 1 second. Out of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Israel. As a U.S. broadcaster, my first obligation is to my fellow countrymen. And this is not me telling you this. I really wish it was just me telling you this. I mean, in some sense, that was me earlier today. That was just me saying, hey, folks, you really should consider that the State Department is telling you to get out of these countries. But I wasn't telling you to contact your families. I was just sternly warning you that could be coming. Now I am very seriously, sternly, warning you that this is a problem. Okay, it's a problem because American citizens, obviously that, yes, there have been some strikes on Qatar, but those American citizens did not know like what to do in light of that situation. And the answer is you should have been evacuated already. 22 Explorist, it's good to see you. Things have taken off in a very rapid way. Here is the attack on the U.S. consulate in Dubai right now. There were multiple hits on Dubai. This is one. Right now. Dubai is under active shelling. Okay, Dubai is under active shelling. This is the strike on Dubai right now. Give me 1 second. I'm going to full screen it. This was about 45 minutes ago.
अबे ड्रोन है बे अबे लाइव ड्रोन है भैया इधर क्या ड्रोन था अरे वो
It's Dubai.
जो डायरेक्ट हिट करता है बाप रे बाप
Yeah, you should leave. I don't know why you're still there, man. Maybe they can't leave. That's Dubai. Let me show you the strike on Dubai. I have the moment it was strike. Oh, all right. Thank God. That was not the actual strike on Tel Aviv. Although they were not the only person to post that RT footage. This was the strike on Tel Aviv. Allow me to show you the actual strike, not the RT footage. So this was the actual footage of the strike, okay? And I'm going to unretweet this because I can't confirm this is tonight versus another night. This one I can confirm is tonight. So and by the way, the reason why this is all flying off right now is that there's just a wave of attacks, specifically targeting these 4 countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Israel. Okay, those are the countries being targeted. I'm doing my best to get you all of the strikes on them. Specifically now, I'm trying to get you the strike on Dubai. I have it. Okay, this is on the ground in Dubai. This was that drone. Okay, so remember how you saw the drone going down the main avenue in Dubai? This is the actual hit. This is Dubai about 45 minutes ago. I believe it was the American consulate that was struck. Again, I have to take you through each strike. There are a lot of them.
Sabi sa'yo eh.
Again, if you're just tuning in, I'm parsing real-time footage. This was Dubai. We saw the after effect. We saw the drone coming in and the after effect on the consulate. Here is the most recent footage I have from Tehran. This is off the highway. Main highway, the army highway. So again, Tehran off the Army Highway, probably in the last 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half. The sun might be rising there soon, but this was probably in the last hour and a half. You're watching just a civilian off the highway in Tehran. One strike and then a follow-up. That's a missile warning system. Might be a military guy. Because he has a missile-like system mounted to his car. I can hear the early warning detection. I'm not sure why this is up, but he shared it. It's real. You hear the missile detection going off. And then when the missile strikes, it stops. He has like a shoulder-mounted missile detection unit on, or he's in a truck with a missile detection unit. This is Tehran, about 45 minutes ago. It's tough to know what tech they're using because it's Iranian, so I can't be like, oh, I recognize that beep. I don't. I think this is a member of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, or at least the Iranian army. I don't know why he's uploaded this. He must not be pleased with the state of the war, because this should not exist, this footage, because that is not civilian tech that is in his car. Wow. I mean, first of all, like, I think Iran must be collapsing, because, like, to see some of this footage from inside Iran is actually wild. Again, there's some false footage that might be circulating about the Tel Aviv strikes after the last 15 minutes. I want to show you the actual strike on Tel Aviv. I can't confirm, like, the actual, like, falling from the sky part because I haven't, like, seen skyline footage, but I'm going to show you the strike on Tel Aviv within the past, I don't know, 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah, it's becoming a very advanced war, and I need to get another coffee. So I haven't done this since the first night, but we may end up going more than 12 hours tonight. I just can't believe it. Let me breathe. Good evening. It is just past 9:06 p.m. Eastern wartime, Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you are just tuning in, the situation in the region, in the Middle East, to say it is rapidly deteriorating is not an appropriate explanation for what is happening. The lead is that American citizens need to leave Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Israel, and the UAE now. It's not, you need to leave now. Your families need to leave now. The details of this are that the strikes are happening at such a ferocious pace, in such a rapid succession, that it's almost indescribable. From Tel Aviv to Qatar, throughout to Dubai, and more. The destruction is indescribable. Here are some interceptions over central Israel in the past 20 minutes. These are rockets firing over central Israel to intercept Iranian missiles. That is about 45 minutes ago. We already looked at those interceptions over Tel Aviv. Now let me take you live. Standing Stones, God bless you, my friend. Let me take you live. Thank you so much. God bless you. Yes, I'll stay on as long as I can. I'll order a coffee now. God bless you, Standing Stones. This is so unlike other. I don't know how other news channels do it. Like they probably. It has been such an honor to get to know you. Please send my regards as well to your dear wife and puppy. Standing Stones has a puppy. He's a very adorable puppy. Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to order a coffee. I'm a little bit concerned that this night of the war could be the night of the war. There have been only 5 nights of the war, but I'm not sure how it can get more intense. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a live feed for you now of Tel Aviv and Tehran.
الآن نحن نتحدث عن فراغ شبه كامل في العاصمة طهران. لذلك كان الإيرانيون منتبهون لهذه النقطة، نقطة الضغط على الأمن الداخلي، استهداف المراكز الأمنية
Tel Aviv on the right,
في البلاد،
Tehran on the left, but it's not a real picture of Tehran.
الضغط على المنطقة الحدودية.
It is real, but it's not the area of the bombing.
ونتحدث تحديدا عن محافظات كردستان إيران، نتحدث عن كرمنشاه، ونتحدث عن محافظة إيلام. محافظة إيلام بالمناسبة قصفت أكثر من مرة وضربت نقاط حدودية، ما أدى إلى مقتل عشرات من جنود حرس الحدود الإيراني خلال اليومين الماضيين. قبل قليل كان هناك استهداف لمدينة سننج مركز محافظة كردستان إيران، وتحديدا ضربت في تلك المدينة هيئة الإذاعة والتلفزيون. وبالتالي نحن نتحدث عن ضغط متوازن في الوقت نفسه على الأمن الداخلي في العاصمة طهران وعلى حرس الحدود في المنطقة الغربية من البلاد. بطبيعة الحال هذه يوازيه ضغط سياسي أو تصريحات سياسية على لسان مسؤولين إسرائيليين، أبرزهم كان رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي بنيامين نتنياهو الذي دعا بحسب وصفه الإيرانيين للخروج إلى الشارع. وهذا ما لم يتم حقيقة خلال معاينتنا للأوضاع الميدانية في العاصمة طهران، سواء في ساعات الليل أو ساعات النهار. لم يخرج أي مظاهرة مناوئة للنظام، لكن هذه التحركات والضغط العسكري الإسرائيلي سواء على الأمن الداخلي أو على الحدود الغربية من البلاد كان لافتا جدا بالنسبة للإيرانيين المسؤولين الإيرانيين، واتخذوه على محمل الجد بشكل واضح خلال الساعات الماضية. لذلك خرج علي لاريجاني أمين مجلس الأمن القومي الإيراني بتصريحات واضحة مختصرة مقتضبة ولكنها مباشرة بأنه لن يتم التسامح بأي حال من الأحوال مع أي تحركات مناهضة للنظام أو أي تحركات على الحدود مناوئة للنظام ومتصالحة أو متماشية مع المصالح الإسرائيلية والأمريكية. في الوقت نفسه عباس عراقجي وزير الخارجية أجرى مجموعة من الاتصالات تركزت على منطقة كردستان العراق. عباس عراقجي تواصل مع رئيس الوزراء العراقي، مع رئيس إقليم كردستان، وتواصل أيضا مع رئيس الحزب الوطني الكردستاني في كردستان العراق للتأكيد على هذه المسألة، مسألة ضبط الحدود. صحيح أننا نتحدث ميدانيا أنه لم يتم تسجيل أي من الاختراقات بحسب المسؤولين الإيرانيين، أكدوا بأنه لم يتم اختراق الحدود بأي حال من الأحوال أو بأي شكل من الأشكال، ولكننا نتحدث عن أعين مفتوحة بشكل كبير على تلك المنطقة. لذلك قام الحرس الثوري الإيراني بحسب إعلاناته المتكررة خلال اليومين الماضيين باستهدافات مركزة وواسعة النطاق داخل كردستان العراق. ضرب الحرس الثوري بحسب ما قال مراكز تابعة للموساد الإسرائيلي يعمل من خلالها الموساد على تحريك تلك الجماعات، تأهيلها وتدريبها وعمل استخباراتي أمني دقيق ومركز على الحدود. وقبل قليل أعلن أن
Okay, thank you all for your patience, and God bless the person who sent funds towards coffee. Oh, goodness, Mark, God bless you, sir. Thank you so much for your support. And Standing Stones, God bless you as well. Mark, I'm so glad I saw that. God, I gotta be quick. God bless you, Mark. Got it. If you don't reply before the super chat time runs down, you don't get to do a reply, and I got to reply into Mark. Mark, God bless you. It is good to see you, sir. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen, while I ordered not one but two coffees. I cannot get up. I cannot afford to have something be happening while I'm out and about. So in turn, to monitor the situation and keep you all abreast, I ordered a large iced coffee and a large hot coffee. Both of them have wonderful espresso in them, and then I got got an everything bagel with cream cheese and then also a side of hash browns. You may be saying to yourself, sir, I'm thrilled that you love Dunkin' Donuts, but I really need to know what's going on in the world. Well, yes, that's why I have the live cam of Tel Aviv up on the screen. If that camera moves, that is almost certainly a sign that rocket sirens are blaring. Al Jazeera Arabic expects that to happen right now. A wave of Iranian shells are falling on Tehran. Now, I would like to get this coffee so I in particular can continue to keep you abreast of developments, and the way that I am able to do that is that I am going to go onto Twitter while you are watching these developments on Al Jazeera Arabic and English, and if there are air raids, I'll take you back over to that screen, but for now I'll get you the update from Washington while I get you no footage from on the ground, because even Qatar sometimes blacks out the footage from on the ground. Monitoring this can be quite difficult.
For why it's gone to war. What's the update that you have for us, certainly today?
Well, the latest is really that there is a big concern about rising prices as a result of the Strait of Hormuz being cut off, and that can make things worse when it comes to energy prices. So we've heard most recently from the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, who is saying that, look, if these prices go up, it's just going to be temporary. Add to that, the U.S. President and the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, have been really trying to make the case to a very nervous American public that this was necessary because there were U.S. interests as well as the United States itself at risk from Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. In fact, the U.S. president on Wednesday said they were a month away. Then on today, he said that it was simply 2 weeks away. So there's been no evidence, there's been no intelligence that's been put forward. But again, the U.S. putting the blame on Iran, because as you recall, we were talking about peace negotiations just a week or so ago. The White House press secretary had something to say about that, too, referring to the talks in Geneva, saying that Iran refused to say yes to peace. And even though both sides were going to their respective capitals and were going to continue discussing this, Donald Trump launched the war anyway.
All right, Kimberly Halkett there. Now, more on the Israeli attacks inside Lebanon. Let's go to Heidi Pett, who's live for us in Beirut. Heidi, we've seen more strikes. Have those been targeting Hezbollah's strongholds? And what do we know of their locations as well?
Yeah, in the last couple of hours, there's been a number of strikes across Lebanon. There were 4 in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which you can see just behind me in the last couple of hours. And that area called the Dahia is a traditionally Shia area, which have always been, well, not all Shia, but has been Hezbollah's support base. And also in the south near the city of Tir. But what is unusual is that also this evening we have seen the area of Israel's strikes expanding. And so a Palestinian refugee camp in the city of Tripoli was also the subject of what appears to have been a targeted assassination attempt on an apartment building. Just one floor of that apartment building was damaged. Now, local sources inside the camp and local media indicate that that was a successful assassination attempt of a Hamas official. We don't have a total update on the casualty numbers there yet, but we will bring that to you as soon as we can. But this is a continuation of a trend that we've been seeing for the last 24 hours now. So last night here in Babda in Beirut, which is a Christian area, a hotel was targeted by an airstrike. And a couple of hours earlier, the same evening, an apartment building in the village of Aramoun, which is not that far from here in Mount Lebanon. It's a traditionally Sunni and Druze village, was also the subject of an Israeli airstrike. And so we're seeing a territorial and sectarian expansion of the places that are being targeted. And what that risks, of course, is resentment and community tensions here in Lebanon, as we're seeing thousands of people on the move. The residents of the Sunni and Christian areas where some of them are seeking refuge are now worried that the Israeli airstrikes that Lebanon's Shia are fleeing will follow them.
And I was about to say to you, so obviously we are hearing of these new evacuation orders in southern Beirut because of Israel sending these evacuation.
Wow. Apparently, during that raid on Qatar, 2 Iranian Su-24 bombers almost hit the Al Ayud base. Dude, they're launching bombers. Oh, no. Hold on. I have bombs falling. Hold on. I don't know what city this is. I can't tell what city this is. I might need our Arabic translators here, my dear friends. What city is this van in?
شمال لبنان. محمد البقالي أنت في المتابعة، أجمل لنا ما جرى. عود لصهيب، يبدو هنالك قصف جديد في طهران.
Might be Iran.
استمعنا لأصوات استمعنا قبل قليل لأصوات رشقات على ما يبدو أنها مضادات أرضية، وفي الوقت نفسه استمعنا لصوت انفجار عنيف كان في تلك المنطقة على ما يبدو أنه في المنطقة الشرقية. المنطقة الشرقية تتعرض لضغط واضح.
Is that Tehran? Oh my God.
لا نزال نستمع.
Can I get confirmation? Can someone confirm that this is Tehran? I think it is. I think this is Tehran.
المنطقة على ما يبدو أنه في المنطقة الشرقية. المنطقة الشرقية تتعرض لضغط واضح. لا نزال نستمع لأصوات المضادات الدفاعات الجوية في المنطقة الجنوبية الشرقية من العاصمة على ما يبدو باتجاه وسط العاصمة، لأننا موجودين في المنطقة الشمالية الغربية، وبالتالي عندما تصدر الأصوات من تلك المنطقة الجنوبية هذا يعني أننا باتجاه وسط العاصمة، باتجاه الميادين الرئيسية للعاصمة، باتجاه ميدان أزادي، ميدان فلسطين، ميدان الثورة، كلها موجودة في وسط العاصمة باتجاه المنطقة الجنوبية الشرقية من المكان الذي.
Wow, that is Tehran. That is Tehran. Those were bombs falling on Tehran. That's very, dude, they must be getting really close to the city center.
استمعنا لأصوات.
Oh, dude, I've never heard the bombs actually fall on Tehran during a live report. Oh, wow.
قليل لأصوات رشقات على ما يبدو أنها مضادات أرضية، وفي الوقت نفسه استمعنا لصوت انفجار عنيف كان في تلك المنطقة على ما يبدو أنه في المنطقة الشرقية. المنطقة الشرقية تتعرض لضغط واضح.
Oh, that's incredible.
نستمع لأصوات المضادات الدفاعات الجوية في المنطقة.
Oh, I have to pump the volume. Hold on one second. That is incredible. That is the first time I, during the war, have seen Tehran bombed at that city. Like, you hear it described in the other, you hear it. UK has just sent planes in. Oh my goodness. I need to wait. Like, I believe, Neo Mortal Girl, I'm going to wait to see that flash on Al Jazeera now, but I believe that. You are about to listen to actual bombing of Tehran live. I've never seen this during the war. I've been listening. They've been describing like the sounds of it, but I've never heard it on camera. Okay, here we go. It's going to be loud.
استمعنا لأصوات استمعنا قبل قليل لأصوات رشقات على ما يبدو أنها مضادات أرضية، وفي الوقت نفسه استمعنا لصوت انفجار عنيف كان في تلك المنطقة على ما يبدو أنه في المنطقة الشرقية. المنطقة الشرقية تتعرض لضغط واضح. لا نزال نستمع لأصوات المضادات الدفاعات الجوية في المنطقة الجنوبية الشرقية من العاصمة على ما يبدو باتجاه وسط العاصمة، لأننا موجودين في المنطقة الشمالية الغربية، وبالتالي عندما تصدر الأصوات من تلك المنطقة الجنوبية هذا يعني أننا باتجاه وسط العاصمة، باتجاه الميادين الرئيسية للعاصمة، باتجاه ميدان أزادي، ميدان فلسطين، ميدان الثورة، كلها موجودة في وسط العاصمة باتجاه المنطقة الجنوبية الشرقية من المكان الذي نحن متواجدين فيه، ولكن المنطقة الشرقية التي تظهر.
Just incredible moments. Just incredible moments. That is the bombs are getting very, very close. We may actually see Central Tehran bombed tonight. Oh my word. Just within the past few minutes, 9:20 p.m. Eastern Time, on Wednesday, March 4, 2026. And then what time is it in Tehran right now? Tehran. In Tehran, it's 5:53, so that would have been 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time, Thursday, March 5th. You really have to like jump time zones when you start doing this. Thursday, March 5th, 2026. The central area of Tehran was audibly bombed live on air as an Al Jazeera Arabic reporter relayed his morning update. We may well soon see Tehran fall. I'm telling you, they're getting very close to the center of the city. I've watched this feed for days. They are really close. Like, that reporter was like, they wouldn't show it, but he was like, dude, the bomb's over there, the bomb's over there, the bomb's over there, the bomb's over there. He was describing the bombs falling like in his vision. They are very close. We might actually see that spire get hit. They're close. They are very close, ladies and gentlemen. They are very close. Incredible scenes in Iran's capital this morning. The region is burning. The region is burning, and I am a towel. I'm just going to announce that to people because I somehow managed to do this. I don't know how I managed to recover this war as one man with a computer sitting in Boston, but we did it. And I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to show you some footage from around the world. I realize you all are very deeply concerned with the developments, and a lot of things are being blacked out. I still have this footage from the city of Sanadaj in the past few minutes. It is a very serious airstrike on the Iranian Broadcasting Corporation taking the site. Wait a minute, let me double check that. That may not actually be a strike on Iran. That may not be a strike on Iran. Yikes. I believe that is actually a strike on Tel Aviv, mislabeled as a strike on Iran. Yikes. I had to unrepost that. Like, I think they both got that wrong, because I remember when that first came out, and that was not Iran. Okay. All right, I will show you some footage. Well, let me just say, I think it's possible people are taking strikes on one side and labeling them as strikes on the other. You have to kind of literally like see the footage go up initially and then track as it gets changed in description. It's actually kind of concerning now to watch these people take footage and relabel it. Like, I know where that footage came from originally. There's an information war going on. Like, I'm telling you right now, I watched that footage, like, from the initial source go up, like, 50 minutes ago, and then I watched it transmute into, like, different, like, attribution. There are people trying to fact-check in real time, but it's literally too much. The fact-checkers are drowning. This is footage of Bolkan in Iranian Kurdistan hours ago.
فرمانداری بوکان با موشک‌های اسرائیلی و آمریکایی مورد هدف.
So wild. All right, and then here is footage over Tel Aviv in the past hour of the interceptors firing. Gotta mute it. This is from Al Arabia, I believe. So I don't believe we're going to see any hits on Tel Aviv, but those were the interceptors we saw in the other footage. This is from a different angle over Tel Aviv, okay? This is the last hour. All right, I got to go get my coffee, which means you get Al Jazeera English for about 5 minutes.
Perhaps from afar, you have countries like Egypt and other Middle Eastern countries, you know, concerned perhaps that this could come to them.
I think countries like Syria and Turkey should be very much concerned right now. We have, as you reported, mentioned there was a missile shutting down recently close by the Turkish airspace. Egypt may be a bit less for now, but Syria and Turkey are going to be much more for two primary reasons. The first reason is that in both countries there is a presence of the United States military. Iran has shown a tendency to attack U.S. bases or bases that host U.S.-led coalition forces. Both Turkey and Syria have U.S. troops in it. The second is the demographic connection. We do know that a good portion of the Turkish population are Kurds. They are living close by Iranian borders, which across the borders are the Kurds, and Syria too. A Kurdish uprising in Iran can trigger or inspire even further the Kurdish uprising in both Turkey and Syria. So the chances of them being dragged into, in a case that war is prolonged, it is quite notable.
But that's probably because of divisions or sectarian divisions. But when you look at, for example, the attacks that Iran has carried out, even though it says it's primarily focusing on US assets, it has put, you know, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively at a halt. It has targeted oil and LNG in the GCC, as well as the one of the water reserves here in Qatar. What could stop it from also adding another layer, the Mediterranean Sea, for example, one of the most important shipping lanes in the world, if not the most important?
Well, to be frank, this is a fair point. The Iranian retaliatory campaign, unfortunately, has been beyond military assets. They targeted hotels, airports, oil field and gas fields. They shut down the Strait of the Hormuz. I think there is a chance that Iran, in as soon, if it is possible for it, will use the Houthis to disrupt the maritime flow, the maritime navigation in Red Sea, in Bab al-Mandab. Regarding the Mediterranean Sea, Iran may want to do that.
All right, hello, I have returned. And, you know, either for better or for worse, I have a coffee. And God bless all of you for keeping towel fueled. I also got a bagel. We call them bagels around here. I got a bagel and some hash browns. And now I'm ready. If we have to go more than 12 hours, we'll stop this stream in 5 hours and continue. If the world slightly calms down, which would be nice, we will end at 2:30 a.m. So we got a long road ahead of us. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless the United States of America, and may God protect our troops. Now, let us check in with Al Jazeera Arabic. If I get to see that spire, I don't know if some of you understand. Like, if you were here on day one, you might understand. But if you weren't, you're not going to understand. I told you, if that spire falls on live TV, I'm calling it. All right? I'm telling you, if that, I don't know, there's a lot going on. I know you all want updates from other countries. I need like 5 minutes to get the espresso kicking in. You know what I'm saying? Spacey 118 feels me on this. My point is, if that spire gets bombed on live TV and falls, that is your sign that Tehran has fallen. Okay? That spire right there, that's the big one. You want to take that one down. If you take that spire down in the middle of Tehran, it means you have complete superiority over Tehran. Tehran does not exist once you take that down. So, my point is, that's what I'm watching for. Because, now you might say why. Well, in the past 10 minutes, I watched the man on Al Jazeera Arabic standing like right in the foreground of that image, being like, oh, there's a bomb there, there's a bomb there, there's a bomb there. I could hear them. They were trying to mute them, but they were just popping off in the background of his mic. If you turn the plus minus down on a mic, you can make it so someone's, like, you only hear what someone's saying. You don't really hear the background. The bombs were so loud they couldn't censor them. I'm ready. Whatever is about to happen, Wherever this goes, may God protect the innocent. May God protect the American soldiers, but I will take you through this. I am Edward R. Murrow Towell. I am ready. I have covered this for 5 days. Whatever is going to happen tonight, I'm going to take you through it. We will get through it. If we haven't got to the point where the embassies were demanding people leave, so I'm a little bit on edge about that. But if we get through another night, I will be very pleased. I don't know if we're coming back from the brink on this, though. I'm really starting to wonder. Setting aside the information warfare and how hard it is to actually parse the various real-time pieces of information, I'm getting very concerned this conflict is spiraling to a point where no one can bring it back. Let's take a listen.
Claim that the country only has 9 days worth of LNG reserves left. Now let's go to Jack Barton, who joins us from Seoul. So Jack, what does all of this mean for South Korea? And it's not only South Korean countries, rather, it's also Asian countries that are relying on oil or gas from the Middle East.
That's right. Most of Asia's oil and gas comes through the Strait of Hormuz. Most of that oil and gas that comes through the Strait of Hormuz is destined for Asia, and the big industrial nations in East Asia account for a lion's share of that. Japan depends, varying estimates, between 90 to 95% of Middle East oil and gas. For South Korea, that's more than 70% of oil, more than 20% for gas. And of course, this is for industry here, and then the transport to export those goods.
Yes, I do believe the current Iranian wave is active. Neo Mortal Girl, I do believe that the 19th wave is active.
So the economy here is so deeply tied in with oil and gas from the Middle East, and that's why we saw that record fall on the South Korean stock market yesterday, a bigger fall even than after 9/11. A lot of that has been reversed, but even as we speak, President Lee Jae-myung holding an emergency meeting to see how to deal with this situation. He's meeting with officials from the Finance and Economy Ministry as well as the Foreign Ministry. They're talking about penalties for anybody bumping up the price of petrol at the service station at the moment while there are no shortages, and apparently he says that has been going on. He's ordered the release of stockpiles for when there are shortages to ensure that prices remain stable here, and he ordered the acceleration of efforts to diversify oil and gas imports from other countries. So that'll be difficult because so many other countries are trying to do that at the moment. And he also ordered officials to activate the $69 billion financial stabilization method, the financial stabilizer for the stock market here, which has been buffered so much by the prospect of these oil and gas shortages, which would impact the energy sector here. So a lot there, but...
All right, I have a statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. You will have seen this from Neo Mortal Girl. I have a statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, translating Arabic to English. Quote, again, this, I need to be clear. Please do not take me reading the statement of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard as a fact. It might be true that they are saying this and launching the missiles. That doesn't mean that you should take it as fact. You should independently verify it. It's the Iranian Revolutionary National Guard. Here's the quote. Quote, the 19th wave, this is from 27 minutes ago. Quote, the 19th wave of Operation True Promise 4 has been launched in the form of a combined missile and drone operation against the American-Israeli enemy sites in the heart of occupied Palestine and American bases in the region, with massive explosions under the blessed code, O Hassan bin Ali, peace be upon him. Close quote, stop. So that is the read from the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps. There is an active attack as expected, as reported. It is happening now. It is just past 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. This is I think this is what sparked this warning earlier in the region. From what I understand, it's actually U.S. missile interceptor systems that are depleted. And so there is a very big concern. Whatever this last wave was, the consulates basically immediately went into emergency mode and started ordering. Earlier we were at the Secretary of State begging people to register to evacuate. He was proud that he got 17,500 out, but his primary concern was getting people out. 30 minutes ago, an hour ago, that updated to we are urging you to leave those 4 territories: Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and Bahrain potentially. I'll get to the last one in a second. Israel is the 4th one. Excuse me, not Bahrain. Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. The U.S. consulates an hour ago, literally as this wave started, put out a dire warning. It's the last step before they do a mandatory evacuation. And they said, you need to evacuate now. Then, immediately upon this wave starting, immediately upon that evacuation order going out, it wasn't an order, it was an urge, which is the last probably step before they say we're pulling out. They immediately, the wave started. So those two things are not a coincidence. The wave of attacks started as the American consulates were announcing get out, which to me it tells us all we need to know. This is escalating to the point where the American military thinks it can't protect its civilians, so get out. Now, the sirens over Jerusalem in the past few minutes, I will play them for you. I know a lot of you are paying very special close attention to the holy city and Tel Aviv, and you will want to keep an eye on that. I will show you the most recent update I have from Tel Aviv. From Jerusalem. It was maybe in the last, 15 minutes. Allow me to bring it up. There is definitely a barrage of missiles firing now. Obviously Iran has announced it, but they're firing so rapidly it's hard to get you to show you all of the pictures takes 30 minutes because you have to go to each city. Here's Jerusalem. This is from Al Arabia. It's relatively good. This is Al Arabia. This is about, let me give you the exact time. This is about 30 minutes ago. This is the most recent round. This is not Tel Aviv. It is actually the holy city of Jerusalem 30 minutes ago. The source is Al Arabia. They're pretty good. They're the Saudi Arabian news. They're 8 out of 10. If they say it's Jerusalem, it's almost I've never seen them be wrong, but I don't watch them as much as I watch Al Jazeera. They're a very solid source.
نذهب إلى القدس. معنا من هناك مراسل التلفزيون العربي أحمد جردات. أحمد، نرصد معك آخر التطورات وأيضا نتابع هذه الصور من تل أبيب وهي صور مباشرة. هناك سماع لدوي صفارات الإنذار بشكل كبير. أحمد،
يعني حاليا تفعل صافرات الإنذار تحديدا في مدينة القدس وفي المناطق المحيطة في مدينة القدس أو الواقعة بين القدس وتل أبيب. إلى الآن لم تدوي صافرات الإنذار في مدينة تل أبيب، لذلك تفعيل صافرات الإنذار في مدينة القدس وأيضا في المناطق القريبة من البحر الميت وفي المستوطنات الإسرائيلية الواقعة في وسط الضفة الغربية المحتلة. هذه ثالث دفعة تطلق من إيران خلال ساعة و40 دقيقة. الدفعة الأولى والثانية استهدفت منطقة تل أبيب وتم الإبلاغ عن سقوط شظايا اعتراضية واعتراض هذه الصواريخ، ولكن نتحدث عن دفعات قليلة من ناحية عدد الصواريخ التي تطلق في كل دفعة حتى الآن.
So what you just heard was the air raid siren over Jerusalem about 30 minutes ago. I'm trying not to show it live, okay? I am really trying not to show it live because, like, there are some pretty serious hits. All right, now bear with me. A lot of it's very hard to actually, like, there's only like one clip of the strike on Israel in the past like 30 minutes. There's a few clips of the sky and some alarms. All right, but no actual, there's like one clip of the hit. What's this? Hold on. That might be Birkin, Iran. I do want to confirm that. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera. So that was the most recent video I have for you from Jerusalem. I will show you what just happened in Tehran, although you don't actually see the bombs falling. The most recent strike I have for you in Tehran is that. See, I'm not necessarily convinced that this is Tel Aviv, but I'm going to just, it does not look like Iran, okay? But I'm still going to, until Tal confirms it. Before we go to Tehran, you're going to want to see this. This is, I think, one part of what sparked the evacuation order. It's the most recent footage from Doha that's like obvious of what's happening. The scenes on the ground don't show this as clearly, but this was Doha about an hour or two ago. I'm not sure.
I see it.
Yes, I'm not sure why these girls just stay there. I think they're a little bit shocked.
Oh, that's a Patriot. Oh my god. Oh!
I hit one.
Holy shit. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Baby's first war.
Oh my gosh.
Look. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're right next to our tower.
Oh my god. I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god. Oh my.
Yes, ma'am. Generally, the sound of explosions and the force of explosions are them falling to the ground.
God. Yo, focus. Oh my god. Yo, I felt that blast on the windows.
Ma'am, that's because a missile or a drone just hit the area that you're in and you're feeling the shockwave. You should leave.
And it's not focusing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Yo, I feel it on the wind. Holy shit. Oh my god.
So that is why they are telling Americans to get out. Like a lot of these people are not listening to our government. They're just staying there. And then this was the hit, by the way. This was one of the hits. You're going to want to, it is loud, I'm sorry. You're going to want to turn your volume down if you have headphones. This was one of the hits on Dubai, like an hour ago, that those girls were watching. Dude, the people of Dubai are just like screaming. Yeah, well, you should leave, ma'am. Or run to a shelter, call the government. So, my point is, I saw the drone flying down the middle of Doha. I saw the missile intercepts go up. And then I'm very certain that there was a strike on the U.S. consulate in Doha because the whole thing's evacuated. Here is the most recent strike on Tehran. This, I'm shocked, even got out. This is, I'm pretty sure, is an Iranian army guy filming his own city being struck. Because listen to the beeping. I'm pretty sure that's a soldier, either vehicle or like soldier-mounted anti-missile detection like device. Listen to this. Okay, here is what the security situation is on the ground. As far as I'm aware, okay, that bombing you saw over Doha was not the main point. Not this bombing of Tehran. I'm pretty sure this is like actually going to be confirmed in a few minutes. While this was happening, okay, over the capital, this was not the main attack. It was just part of it. It is my understanding that 2 Iranian Su-24 bombers came within just minutes, in 1 to 2 minutes flight time, of striking the largest current stationing of American troops in the Middle East at the Qatari base. It is very possible that Iran is launching long-range bombers, Su-24s, targeting our troops. Please allow that sentence to hang in the air. Both bombers were shot down by the Qatari Air Force. But I can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, if they are launching bombers, this is a new stage of the war. I'm telling you, like, I don't know how many Su-24 bombers Iran has, but they just lost 2 of them attempting to bomb the largest active, not like the bases we evacuated, the actual largest current staging base of U.S. troops in the region. The bombers within the last hour report, this is unconfirmed, I am trying to get confirmation, the bombers were shot down within 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, well, you know, I'm a 1940s war reporter towel, okay? You can call me Edward R. Murrow towel, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking it back to the 1940s. The news abdicated for my American people. They just gave up. They either didn't tell them what was going on or gave up. In return, I am telling you right now, that those are, like, that is a very active security situation over Doha, but that is not the point. The actual news that's about to break, although I cannot confirm it, is that our boys and girls at CENTCOM base in Doha were nearly struck not by missiles. Iran lied in their statement. They did not launch missiles. They did launch missiles and drones, excuse me. They were telling half-truths. They launched bombers at our forces. I'm not vaping. I'm smoking cigarillos. I don't recommend doing it. I'm a war reporter. Like, without nicotine, I don't know if I could do this. Sorry, I have a bad habit of talking to... I don't... That's enough out of you, Kevin. I have been covering this war for longer than you've probably been on YouTube, sir. I have I mean, you're gone now, but like I have extensive knowledge of this conflict dating back, in fact, to 2023 and prior. I could lecture you, if you really wanted me to, about all the way back to 1979. In fact, I could tell you about the Shah's transition in the agricultural distribution of Iranian supermarket chains in 75 that led up to the assassination of a Khomeini ally by the Shah in 78 that in turn led to Ayatollah Khomeini taking over in Iran in 79. I could tell you about the Wahhabis in Kandahar and how after they took over Iran, they went to Saudi Arabia, stormed the Black Cube in Mecca, and then used that as leverage to control the Saudi Arabian crown prince designate between 79 and like 2017 when Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ, got into an internal war within Saudi Arabia and lost to MBZ, who's now the crown prince designate, and then upon coming to the Saudi crown prince designate throne, proceeded to sign the Abrams Accord, fundamentally shifting the geopolitical orientation of the Middle East there and leading to this conflict. I don't have a... If you have to ask the question which side I'm on, I'm doing my job as a journalist, but I'm clearly American. I love my troops. I love the United States of America. I love the Constitution, and I love my president, and there's nothing you're going to do to stop me. I may be good enough to hide that from you while I'm presenting information, which means I'm doing a good job, but I'm clearly an American. Very clearly. You might not be able to tell like where I'm from because I throw my accent for fun, mostly to relax my vocal cords from every now and again as a southern man who enjoys sitting on the porch and sort of relaxing. So, in short, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I know a lot about this war. Does that mean that like I'm going to be perfect with every single piece of footage I get? No. But I've been doing this for a long time. I've covered this war since the minute it broke out. If you were here 5 days ago, you were like, this man knows a lot about this conflict, but is it really going to get this bad? And then you progressively saw me cover every hour of it until it got that bad. This will all be on the exam, Sarah. Make sure you take lots of notes. Yes, I'm going to quiz you on the type of cigarillos I like. Me. I love the current president because Mr. President Trump in 2009, for no reason whatsoever, spent 3 hours talking to my blue-collar fireman grandfather. So you do things that are nice for people when they're not, when you think no one's looking. You earn an ally for life. I don't know. Try it sometime, I suppose. Tell us about Article 1. You want to know about Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution? You want to learn about the legislative branch and how it's established? I mean, frankly, I think if we look at Article 1 and the supremacy of the legislative branch, it's kind of been usurped in its primacy by the unitary executive theory, which really traces back like to the 70s, but I would say its cultural emergence came about when sort of the Scalia school of thought came to predominate the current majority on the Supreme Court. Would you like to hear me recite every American president like prior, basically like a few years before Lincoln? Okay, fine. Let's do it. Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Chester A. Arthur, Garfield, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Now, would you like to talk about all the Supreme Court justices that each of those presidents appointed and the contextual, historical, socio-political developments of their appointments and, in turn, which decisions they rendered as a result of the various economic, social, and political pressures put upon them by the constellation surrounding their appointment? I mean, I just thought I would lay some of that out for you, just in case you had questions. Thank you, Chad. You come back anytime. Thank you for your question about Article 1. It is fascinating. I like Article 3 personally, but Article 1 also establishes courts. Did you know that there are technically Article 1 courts, Chad? Did you know that the judiciary has its own regulatory body? Did you know sub-regulatory guidance documents are the best thing about representative democracy? Did you know I helped write a statute that has helped bring in $9 billion worth of revenue for my state over the past 7 years? Then I facilitated its regulatory codification at 935 CMR 500,000 and 935 CMR 500,001. Now, I will say this. I do think it is very interesting that regulatory bodies serve two primary functionings under Article 1 on the federal and state level, although we're using the analogy on the state level. They primarily are rulemaking bodies that interpolate statutory ambiguities and codify them into regulations. At the same time, they have a walled-off enforcement authority that functions as an Article 1 court and has the power to levy adjudicatory actions with equitable enforcement powers through themselves and the courts. You don't understand. I love administrative law. You've really walked into my wheelhouse with your question there. Should invert screen to black background would be easier to see. I don't really know how to do that. I know a lot of technological editing, but I don't know how to do that. So anyway, that's my spiel about Article 1 courts and why they're kind of cool. Article 3 courts are criminal and civil courts. They're a little bit different. You kind of got to study the emergence of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure in 1934 through 1937 to understand how courts of law and equity merged in the United States. And now we're talking about Article 3 courts, which is a little bit different than the legislature and an enumerated Article 1 court. In any event, an Article 3 court is far more fascinating, but you won't really understand what it is, like a criminal and civil court, unless you understand like common law and then like equitable powers of the court and then legal powers of the court and then like how statutory and common law merged in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure in 1934 and in turn birthed the modern concept of an Article 3 court that has both legal and equitable powers. Are we all on the same page? This will be on the quiz. Good job, Sarah. I'm thrilled that you were taking notes. There's going to be a final, Sarah. It'll be 3 hours, 60 multiple choice questions, a 5,000-word essay, and then 3 short answer questions. Each of your short answers must be 1,000 words, no shorter. There's no limit, but you must write a minimum of 1,000 words for each short answer, a minimum of 5,000 words for the essay, and then you have 60 multiple choice. You have 3 hours. Get it done. All right, now we can go back to live news. Sorry. If you're going to challenge my authority, like, I'm just going to come right at you. We can continue doing news updates. There's a lot of very serious things going on. But, like, I have to justify my, like, erudition from time to time, if you wouldn't mind. Lynn's like, I'm gonna fail the final. I'm not a writer. Lynn, you'll do fine. We'll give you a keyboard. You can use text to speech. We'll give you accommodations, Lynn. How are you doing, 845 Bear? Well, things are pretty bad, 845 Bear. On a scale of 1 to bad, it's about like the U.S. embassies are ordering basically mandatory evacuations of, to put it lightly, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's fair to say 4 countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Israel. I would not say, specifically that they have determined that, that they have to leave mandatorily, but they've elevated the alert level to urgent, which is basically as serious as it gets. The next alert level is going to be we're abandoning the country and leaving you there. So thank you for your question. All right. One positive update. The dueling footage that was attributed to Iran and Israel, that was, I unreposted it because I couldn't attribute it. It was actually Iran. So, me being actually really mad about the strikes on Tel Aviv, it was Iran. So that's a good thing. I have one piece of positive news that has nothing to do with Doha, which is probably the most serious news of the hour. Oh, yes, and so if you're just tuning in, it's just past 10 Eastern Wartime here in Boston. It is Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. We are about to take our tour around the world. There is a lot going on. The sun is rising in Tehran, but it is still night in Tel Aviv and Beirut, where the most heavy shelling was occurring. However, once again, the Iranians ended up pulling a little bit of a trick here, because they launched their latest wave of attack an hour ago, leading to immediate evacuations, basically a mandatory evacuation order. It's not mandatory yet, but I'm just telling the citizens of those countries that it's going to be there tomorrow, so they should just leave, the American citizens in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Israel. But needless to say, the biggest development, which, by the way, this is what I think most of the news channels are holding on, but they're going to have to report it. Iran claimed in the last wave that they launched missiles and drones as normal at American positions, as has become normal over the past 5 days. It turns out that that is not what happened at all. They launched drones, missiles, and then they activated 2 Su-24 long-range bombers and tried to bomb CENTCOM in Doha. They failed because Qatari fighter jets intercepted them just a few minutes flight time, 1 to 2 minutes I'm hearing, but I have not confirmed that, from the base. So that's why America activated its emergency evacuation orders. Iran has started launching bombers, tactical bombers, at our troops. Now, I am waiting, I realize, I was telling you all, at a very, increased tone about 2 hours ago, they don't just launch these kind of alerts telling people to leave. Something must have happened. It's more than just those missiles going up over Doha, which I will show you. It is that literally the Iranians, for the first time, according to initial reports, appear to have launched 2 Su-24 long-range bombers specifically targeting the U.S. CENTCOM base in Doha. That's a problem. No, not jets. They didn't send jets. Qatar sent jets to intercept Iranian bombers. Now, I know a lot of you in the chat are going to be happy to answer the question for Christonos, but I'll do it as well. Christonos, the difference between a missile and a bomber is a missile can be very powerful. Hypersonic missiles and things like that. A bomber, that's a tactical bomber. It does strafing runs. It doesn't shoot a missile. I mean, it could shoot a missile, but that's not the point of a bomber. A bomber is an airplane that carries very heavy weaponry that wouldn't fit on a warhead on a missile. Does that make sense? So a missile has to fly through the air. It has to be aerodynamic. It has a body and a burn kind of a rocket at the end, so it can burn the fuel to push a warhead that is at the top. I'm being very general. Push the warhead forward through the air, and then the warhead hits the ground, and the missile blows up with the warhead. Do you understand? You can't put very big warheads on a missile, but the warhead can't be too big, or the missile wouldn't fly very fast. It's an aerodynamic question. A bomber is think of a really, really big plane, okay? Now, you don't have any limits when you have a really, really big plane on how big the warhead can be. You could technically put any type of bomb in a plane. It's a plane. These planes, Su-24s or any bomber, are very unique weapons of war, because you put I'm being general, I've never been in an Su-24. You put massive amounts of munitions in the bomber, then you fly the bomber, you have to put jets with it because it's very slow. You fly the bomber, comparatively. You fly the bomber over the target, and then you just release hell on the earth. That's the best way I can describe this. It's not a missile. It is a strafing run of bombs. You don't want to get hit by any bomber, but an actual long-range bomber, that's what you introduce in a war, a real war. You are not striking targets, you are bombing the enemy with strafing runs. You can't stop that unless you shoot the bomber down, which, thank God, Qatar did. They had, what you do when you are being attacked by a bomber, you send missiles at it, but that's not really effective air defense against a bomber. You send up your own jets, you take out the escort around the bomber, and then you take out the bomber. Then, bro, If you have a bomber coming at your country and you have air defense, you throw every single plane you can at the bomber, then just like sacrifice your fighter pilots until they take out the bomber. You do not let that bomber hit the target or you're screwed. There's no coming back for it. Oh, yeah, no, Charlie, thank you. You might be a little behind in the stream. We're back to the news. I'm trying to explain right now why the news is holding on the report of what just happened in Qatar, because Iran hasn't launched bombers. And some people might think, like, I'm not being pedantic. Some people might actually think like what a bomber does is it like flies over an area and then fires missiles. That's not what a bomber does. A long-range bomber is designed to like serious, like impact, like serious damage, and they almost got CENTCOM's base. They would have. Thank God, as far as I understand, the bombers were shot down, 2 Su-24s. But like that is the kind of thing that would cause embassies to order the evacuation of all of our citizens. Dude, if they have 2 bombers, they probably have more. Let me find out exactly how many they have in their Air Force. I don't even want to look this up. How many Su-24s does Iran have in its Air Force? They probably keep most of it a secret. Holy shit. They only have 30 of them. They only have 30. They gave up a 15th of their fleet, of their squadron of bombers trying to do this. That's why the U.S. is freaking out. Iran sacrificed 2 of its 30 bombers trying to hit CENTCOM and they failed. We defended the attack. Oh my God. Thank God. Thank God. I hope you all understand. If those jets did not intercept, if this is real, this is only provisional. No one has confirmed this. It happened like 30 minutes ago. If this is real and those jets shot down those bombers, like we need to just like praise the state of Qatar. They would have killed thousands of our troops in one fell swoop. It would have been a massacre. It would have been an action. Do you understand? They don't live in bunkers. They have like hardened like areas of the bases. Dude, you're not living through that. They would have slaughtered thousands of our troops. They were shot down. They only have 30 of them. Iran only has 30 of these long-range bombers. They sacrificed. No, you call this an obvious defense. I'm responding to questions in chat now while we wait for confirmation. You call it an obvious defense. It's not. They only have 30 of these planes. They sacrificed 2 of them. They're gone. We took out a 15th of their Su-24 squadron in one attempt. They did not expect to get shot down. I'm telling you. You call it obvious. It wasn't obvious. It might have been obvious they were eventually going to do it. I don't think it's just saying, well, yeah, we should expect them to launch Su-24s at any moment. Well, yeah, of course. They actually did it, though. You still have to shoot them down. Yeah, I think the reason why everything is paused right now is the initial flash that I'm seeing, but I cannot confirm, is that as far as I'm aware, unless someone wants to tell me otherwise, for the first time in the war, 2 hours ago, Iran launched long-range bombers. So if Iran did that, I'm just telling you, I'm one of the people that's kind of ahead of the curve on these developments. That is why the State Department, at the same time, because they get the cables first, said to the public, if you are a citizen in these countries, you have to leave. Why? Because that probably means if Iran's going to launch 2 of its bombers, they'll launch more. Eventually, they'll run out of bombers. You will lose all your bombers eventually. But they might get through. So that's why everybody freaked out. I'm telling you, I can read the room. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for it to be confirmed. I'm waiting for confirmation of this, but there have been no Iranian bombers on any. They don't launch bombers. They launch missiles. which would be a drastic escalation in the war. Hence my point. I mean, an exceptional escalation. There are military people in the chat. They'll tell you. I mean, it's just not, I just don't think it's where people thought this was going. I mean, that would have led, if they pulled that off, do you understand, like that, you're talking a Pearl Harbor moment. Do you understand that, right? They would have easily killed maybe a third of, like I'm saying on the low end, a third of the troops that died at Pearl Harbor. If they hit the base, I don't know how many people are stationed there right now, it's probably a lot. If they hit the base when there was like a lot of people there, they could easily have outdone the damage to Pearl Harbor in one raid. You don't understand how many bombs these bombers have. They just dropped them all. It's not one bomb, it's like 40. And if they got there, they were going to drop them all. Oh my God. And I'm just telling you, I have not confirmed it. It's such big news that it's like, it's caused this like vacuum of information in the past hour. I know because I watched all this shit happening live, it's a very big deal. I got to confirm it for you. I will sit here, trust me, I'll sit here till 2 in the morning. I'll go all night if I have to, unless things calm down rapidly. But yeah, I'm telling you, that is a big deal. It's a major escalation, and it perfectly explains what, like, I could not understand why I was flashing this news about the State Department at the exact same time that Iran launched its last wave. The State Department doesn't, like, freak out about that stuff normally. Like, it's been 5 days of waves. Why are they, like, freaking out? Well, now I know. But that also doesn't mean I'm going to have immediate answers for you. Like, just because that was the initial flash, it takes like an hour with military news, especially something like that. But I do expect to see that flash, like, very soon. By the way, a lot of us journalists are starting to get together, and, like, we're doing trainings for each other for how to identify fake footage during the war. So I know a lot of you were asking, I think some of you were asking yesterday, like, what, like how I don't get 100%, no one gets 100% accuracy during a war. If you meet anyone telling you that, like, they're 100% accurate on footage, they're wrong. 98% is a good rate, like above 90 is fine. If you're dropping to like 50 as a reporter on your accuracy of clips, you got a problem. But a lot of us journalists are frustrated at, like, how rapidly, like, just random, like, clips are going viral out of context. So we've started having these, like, meetings. It's a lot of, like, I don't know, it's a pretty, like, decent international coalition. I'm not really, like, running these things. I'm just trying to learn. But, like, we have this, like, group. It's pretty clear, like, who the actual journalists are that are covering this. And we're trying to, like, teach each other how to identify, like, real footage, fake footage, like, what's a real account, what's, like, a sock account, like, a completely, like, fake state account, what's, like, propaganda. We're trying. You all should know, like, we don't have a lot of hours in the day. But, like, there is an effort right now among, like, the people who are, like, legitimate covering this to, like, meet and talk about how to identify what is real, like, what is fake, what cities look like what. It's really hard. It's not easy. I don't think anyone expects any journalist covering this to know everything about every area. But you all should know, like, it's on the radar for the journalists covering this. Like, the problem of, like, not accurately identified footage or outdated footage or lagged footage. It is on our radar. We've started having meetings. I don't really know what we're going to do as a group about this problem, but, like, it's on the radar. And the first step was to get X to stop incentivizing it, which they have done. If you upload, like, falsely labeled footage or AI footage that's not designated and they catch you, they will sanction you right now, which is good because it's so real time. I really can't, like, reporting them all would take too long. Stay with me. Oh, goodness. All right, let's check in with Washington. Al Jazeera English is not being very useful right now. They're really not showing the footage that I want to see, but you can listen to the White House reporter talk while I get you the footage I want to see.
A different conversation after the November midterm elections, but right now, until then, both the lower chamber, the House of Representatives, and the upper chamber, the U.S. Senate, are controlled by Republicans, and as a result, they've chosen not to limit the president's authority, so his desire to wage war in Iran can continue unabated.
All right, we'll see where this goes. Kimberly, thank you. Well, tensions between the United States and Iran have put the focus back on Tehran's nuclear program and a deal that was meant to stop it from developing nuclear weapons. In 2015, Iran and 6 world powers reached an agreement known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA. Iran agreed to scale back its nuclear activities and allow international inspections. In return, international sanctions on Iran were lifted, giving it access to global trade and finance. The agreement, though, began to break down in 2018 when Donald Trump unilaterally withdrew the U.S. from the deal and reimposed all U.S. sanctions on Tehran. Iran then went back to its commitments and began enriching uranium beyond the limits set by the 2015 deal. Efforts to revive the agreement resumed last year with indirect talks between Washington and Tehran, but just before a 6th round of negotiations, as we know, Israel carried out strikes inside Iran targeting military infrastructure and figures linked to the nuclear program. Days later, the United States struck 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. And in September, the United Nations formally reinstated sanctions on Iran after it was accused of violating the 2015 deal. All right, joining us now from Washington is Alan Ayer. He is a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for that 2015 JCPOA nuclear deal. Alan, thank you so much for being on the program. So you obviously have a lot of experience.
All right. Okay, listen. Iran's media, okay, has been full of propaganda this whole war. Like, they'll claim things that did not happen, okay? So I'm prefacing this with that. 13 minutes ago, the Iranian state media, okay, said that, and this is all they said, Iranians managed to hit, and it's translated, a number of American soldiers a few hours ago. Details later. This is 13 minutes ago. Yes, I understand every media lies during war. Trust me. I have learned over the past 5 days that ministers will lie, UN ambassadors will lie, the media will lie. Like, they'll just lie right to your face because it's war. And I understand it's national security, but I'm telling you right now, I sense something happened like an hour and a half ago that is bad. Because there's always a blackout when something bad happens for like an hour. And then it just floods onto the news. The fog of war is very real. I don't want you to tune in and think like there's a right answer in war. There's not. The best you're going to get is like a bunch of random videos from the ground in different cities in real time. That's the best you're going to get. You're not going to get somebody like over a military radio being like, oh yes, like Squadron Bravo, like went to like Point Alpha and the plane fell. Like, no, it's encrypted. You're never going to get it. The best you're going to get is footage from civilians, sky cams of big cities, only a few, and then reports like flashing on social media when something like really bad happens. Right now, we're in that middle zone where like something has clearly happened over Doha involving American forces and Iran. It is clearly not missiles. I'm telling you right now, it's not missiles. It is planes. It was an air war over Doha. At least 2 Iranian bombers were involved. I do not know the end result. The initial, again, this is a war. Please take this with every sort of precaution, because it's a war and I'm not there and I cannot see what's happening. I'm only able to relay to you what I learn, which is my job. The latest unconfirmed reports, again, it is like 30 minutes ago to an hour, was that there was a litany of Iranian missile launches. They seem to all have been diversionary. What I mean by that is this was a turning point in the war, because the point of the attack wasn't real. Like, the missiles were launching, but they weren't trying to hit their targets. They were distracting the forces in the region, and then 2 bombers, this is the unconfirmed part, 2 Su-24 bombers from Iran launched. This was like 2 hours ago. Those 2 bombers are reported initially, unconfirmed, to have been traveling over Qatar, and almost reached CENTCOM's base. Why this is a drastic escalation is that Iran has not used bombers in this war. Just yesterday, America started using the B-52 Stratoforce bombers. So as I'm waiting for that to be confirmed, I will continue looking for footage for you on the ground.
Providing the nuclear fuel, and obviously Iran would have to shut down their enrichment facilities. The White House, though, says that Iran rejected all of that. Do you buy that?
Of course they rejected it. The United States has been sanctioning Iran for decades. I mean, Iran's experience after the revolution has been that not just the United States, but the whole international community will not support it, will not provide for it. This is what sanctions are. This is what international sanctions are. So it is no surprise to me whatsoever that if the U.S. says, stop your own indigenous enrichment because we'll give you the uranium you need, given the absolute non-existence of trust on either side in relation to the other, I can see why Iran would be hesitant to accept that deal, especially when it's made indigenous enrichment on Iranian soil a red line that it would not violate.
Was that the biggest pushback that you got in 2015, that Iran just said, look, we've developed this on our own. This is our scientists who have built this from scratch. There's not a chance that we will give this up. Is that the biggest pushback that you had then?
No, because by the time we started negotiations in earnest in 2013, the Obama administration had agreed to allow Iran a small token amount of indigenous enrichment. Now, you can argue they shouldn't have done that. They should have insisted, as the Trump administration has, no indigenous enrichment whatsoever. But for various reasons, the Obama administration didn't. Instead, they said, okay, we'll allow a certain amount of enrichment with highly enhanced verification in accordance with Iran's responsibilities as a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And in response, and in also limiting Iran to very primitive centrifuges, the IR-1, and very small amounts of low enriched uranium.
Really quickly before we let you run, Alan, what does a future deal look like? I mean, is there going to be a future deal, assuming that the Iranian government remains in place? Is a universe where zero enrichment is taking place? Is that realistic?
I don't think so. I mean, the only possibility is if Iran surrenders. As long as the current regime is in Iran right now, given recent hostilities and the lack of trust, I find it highly improbable that both sides could return to the negotiating table and make such a deal.
All right, Alan Ayer, we certainly appreciate your time today. Thank you for the insight. All right, we want to tell you about the sinking of an Iranian frigate by the U.S. Navy. The Sri Lankan Navy responded to distress calls from the sinking vessel, which had 180 personnel on board. The ship IRIS Dina went down about 40 kilometers south of Sri Lanka's coastline. Manel Fernandez reports from the port city of Galle.
Ambulances screeched through Galle, Sri Lanka's coastal tourist hub, bringing survivors from the Iranian naval frigate Iris Dina to hospital. 32 sailors were rescued by the Sri Lanka Navy and Air Force after a distress call was received from the frigate around 40 kilometers off the coast.
We saved a group who were floating in the water. After investigation and questioning, it became clear they were a crew belonging to an Iranian vessel, and they needed medical attention.
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no visible signs of the frigate or debris. Early reports of a torpedo or submarine strike could not be confirmed for several hours. Until this.
In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo.
The frigate and 2 other Iranian ships were returning from the International Fleet Review 2026, a multinational naval gathering attended by 54 countries in Visakhapatnam in India. The United States says this is the first sinking of an enemy ship by torpedo since World War II. Back at the hospital in Galle, the arrival of more than 80 bodies recovered from the water. Nearby facilities were cleared to accommodate the dead. Iran's ambassador to Sri Lanka told Al Jazeera the remains of the sailors will be repatriated. The grim task of dealing with the dead. But for many of those involved in this incident, lots of questions remain to be answered. Manel Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Galle, southern Sri Lanka.
Well, there you go. I mean, that is stellar reporting. Now you know how it happened. An Iranian ship traveling back from a gathering of international ships. So they thought they could just like go to this during war. They were just going to hang out with other ships for a parade or something. They were coming back from India and they got hit. This is a world war. Ladies and gentlemen, think about what forget what I'm reporting. I reported that earlier. You all listening probably knew that. I didn't know the details, but I reported like how much of a big deal this was. Think about what just was reported to you. The United States, tracked a Iranian vessel to India where it was going for some meeting of ships. You know, ships have meetings. They followed it out of India to Sri Lanka and then destroyed it. This is a world war. Where that happens in world wars. That's the only time that happens. Tracking ships down. I mean, the U.S. Navy clearly has superiority, but tracking ships down to blow them up with submarines, this is a world war. They did it in international waters off Sri Lanka. This is a world war. I'm telling you, the news doesn't want to say it. I will.
Here, Syria.
It blows my mind that the media thinks if they just don't call it a war, it'll just go away. How about this? It's probably not going to go away. By the way, that was that footage that very maliciously was presented as being in both Iran and Israel. It was Iran. All right. So after I was very worried because of the rolling hills, it looks a little modern for Iran. It was actually Iran. Here is footage of the strike on southern Lebanon, but this is not what people are watching right now. Every sort of commentator is watching for this Qatar development. If you're wondering, Grant, what Qatar development? Well, it is just past 10:30 p.m. Eastern wartime here in Boston. It is Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. In Tehran, the skies are light. It is morning tomorrow, Thursday, March 5th. In Israel, the skies are morning. It is morning time. In Beirut, the skies are morning. But no one is looking at those places, although I will show you what happened overnight. What people are looking at, I promise you, is figuring out what happened in Qatar about 2 hours ago. Why do I say that? Well, I'm going to show you footage of downtown Doha, Qatar. But this is not what people want to know about. I'm going to show you, this is the most recent footage out of Doha. No, people are interested in this, don't get me wrong. But this was not the attack. The attack was not on downtown Doha. It was on the military base, and it was not with missiles, it was actually with bombers.
Oh my gosh.
So this is the most recent footage from Doha, but I don't actually know the result. So this was Doha about 2 hours ago. No, there's no doubt about what this is. This is Doha.
Oh my God, what? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Look. Holy sh! Oh my God.
Oh my God, they're right next to our tower.
Oh my God. I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, focus. Oh my God. Yo, I felt that blast on the windows. And it's not focusing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Yo, I feel it on the window. Holy shit. Oh my God. Yo.
I'm here. I just wanna know, and that's okay. I just want to make sure everyone is alright in chat. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. I'm here, though. Everyone can just express themselves however they feel is best. I'm grateful. I'm grateful that you're all being so kind. And just remember the language barrier thing. Not everyone may speak your native language. You may be a native English speaker, but some people may not be. So just show some compassion. I don't actually know what you all were chatting about, but you might just be like, Anyway, we're all wonderful. I'm Mateo. I'm here. That is the footage of Doha, Qatar. Now, the reason why I am getting you up to date, this footage is not really, it is a very big sign that there was something wrong in Doha. That is the body of water in the middle of Doha, Qatar. So Doha is it's kind of like other Arab states in that they have artificial bodies of water. That might have originally been a lake. I don't know if it was that big originally, but it's like an artificial man-made body of water. And this is, it's not really a sea. It's more just a giant, man-made body of water. It's Doha. The best way I can describe it is it's kind of like Abu Dhabi. They just that might actually be part of the original. There is a part of Doha that has a port. So that might actually be the ocean side, but Doha also has a man-made body of water in the middle of it. It's like Abu Dhabi, but that's Doha. You are looking at a video of Doha. The way you can tell is those buildings. I mean, you can tell by the whole skyline, but that is Doha, Qatar is a very rich country, like very rich. Exceptionally rich. So it kind of looks like Vegas, but Vegas is just trying to mimic Doha. But anyway, that's not the biggest insight of this video. This is just to give you the impression of why, like, the people in Doha don't see this ever. Like, that is an exceptionally large barrage of patriots. And something happened. For folks who are trying to understand, like, what is the big deal? Like, there's missile interceptors that go up all the time. No, not over Doha. They intercepted a few missiles the past few days, but like not over Doha. Qatar is kind of like Qatar is like the Switzerland of the Middle East. They like facilitate negotiations between states. They run Al Jazeera. They're kind of like the banking like center of the Middle East, kinda. They have a lot of liquid natural gas production. They're just like a bank. They're not really like a combatant. It's Qatar. They don't fight. They're like Switzerland. They don't really fight people. They don't have anything to fight about. It's Qatar. The reason why this is happening, the reason why, first of all, those women are yelling is, again, this is Qatar. So they don't see, like, they might see a missile hit a port in the past few days, but it's not like they're seeing, like, missile barrages and, like, interceptors. They probably didn't even know that missile interceptors could fire out of the middle of downtown Doha, to be honest. I don't think they've ever seen this before. Most countries don't want to let you know where their missile interceptors are, like, for good reason, because then you could fire at them. It's kind of like showing your hands in poker. You only do it when, like, the chips are down, like when the hand is already dealt. Dude, they launched like 40 interceptors in like a second. That's more interceptors than Israel has. I've never seen so many interceptors fire. Actually, wait a minute. I need to rewatch this. How many interceptors fired during this clip? Hold on. That was absurd. I didn't count them all the first time. Give me a second. I can actually pick up information from an analysis. Right, one of the number of interceptors. One. So that's 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Hold on. So that's 7 in the first wave. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh my God. 15, 16. 17, 18, they just have like unlimited interceptors. They fired so many interceptors, 20. Do you understand each of those? Probably 21, 22. I mean, that's absurd. In like a minute, they fired 22 interceptors. They each cost like $13 million. You just watched $250 million of interceptors fire in a minute. Each of those things they just fired cost $13 million. I'm not kidding you. Each one. You just watched $250 million in munitions fire at one time in 60 seconds. Whatever happened was a very big deal. I'm telling you right now, I didn't actually count the number of interceptors the first time around because, frankly, who does that? I was too busy just staring at the interceptors. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Something very, like, you must understand. I'm not exaggerating. Each of those interceptor missiles cost $13 million. You just saw 20 of them fire at least, probably like 22, in 60 seconds. 10 of them is $130 million. 20 of them is $260 plus million in 60 seconds. Dude, oh my God. Oh my word. Hold on. Something very bad happened over Doha, like 2 hours ago. Like, to induce the state of Qatar, which again is a non-combatant. The only reason they're being attacked is because the biggest U.S. forward base in the Middle East, CENTCOM Al Dubaia, I think it's called, is in Doha. It is where all of our troops are. It is CENTCOM's forward base. They've shot up $250 million worth of interceptors. So I don't know what the hell was happening, but they freaked out. Oh my word. I mean, listen, how many of these can they even have? How many days of missiles can these countries fire at each other before they don't have any more interceptors? I mean, how much money can they possibly have spent? There's only so much money in the world. Were they literally just spending it all on missiles? Like, is this where all our money for food went? Like, I don't understand, like, how much... Like, they can't have that many of these. They might have a stockpile, but, like, think about what you just saw. In 60 seconds, they fired $250 million worth of weapons. If they actually had to sustain that level of defense, you'd be burning like $1 billion every 4 minutes. Hey, the Glare, how you doing? Yeah, the past 5 days have been a little intense, in the world, on this stream. You could say that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not exactly sure, as I mentioned, what happened over Doha roughly an hour ago, 2 hours ago at this point. You can just listen to this. This is the raw footage from Doha about 2 hours ago. The early reports, which are not confirmed within the last 30 minutes, are that 2 Iranian Su-24 bombers flew at CENTCOM's forward base, Al Dubaia, I believe it's called. Don't quote me on that. In Doha. Now, Qatar hosts Al Jazeera. We watch Al Jazeera on this stream like all the time. We watch the Arabic version, the English version. My colleagues, like 2 people who like I respect and who follow me on X and have for a while, many years, work for Al Jazeera, English, Ali Hashim and Zena Kador. Qatar is like Switzerland. If you don't know much about Middle Eastern politics, Qatar is like Switzerland. They don't really get involved in conflicts. They're not a very large state. They just have a lot of banks. They have a lot of liquid natural gas. They own Al Jazeera. So they have a lot of political influence. And what will happen is if 2 states in the Middle East, like Israel and another state, are at war, and you go to Qatar, and that's where you negotiate. You don't go Qatar does not fight wars. It's a bank. You can think of the state of Qatar as a giant natural gas field that also specializes in banking. In short, I'm about to show you the live footage from 2 hours ago over Doha. I don't believe that the point of this attack was to shoot missiles at Doha. I believe the initial reports, but I cannot confirm them, that 2 Iranian Su-24 bombers, which would reflect the first time Iran has introduced bombers into this war, flew at CENTCOM's forward base in Doha, and according to preliminary reports, they were shot down, thank God, before they reached CENTCOM's forward base by the Qatari Air Force. Here's the raw video from Qatar 2 hours ago.
It's okay, just keep breathing.
Oh my god, I see it, I see it, I see it.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. Oh, it's so close.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a Patriot.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh!
It hit one.
Holy shit. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Look. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're right next to our tower.
Oh my god, I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, focus. Oh my god. Yo, I felt that blast on the windows. And it's not focusing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Yo, I feel it on the window. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yo.
Alright, so I think I made my point with Doha. They launched a substantial amount of interceptors, but I don't know why. I'll show you some footage from Tehran about 2 hours ago. This is a strike on the main army highway by the U.S. It's a pretty epic strike. But I think the footage that the world is talking about probably came in from Tehran overnight. All right, it was about 7 or 8 hours ago. It was at the very start of the night. Now remember, the U.S. sunk a ship with a submarine for the first time since World War II yesterday, so Iran was bound to retaliate. But the U.S. also did something which is pretty epic. I'm this is probably the most intense footage of the war so far. At least, not probably the most intense bombing, but the most intense footage of the bombing. I'm going to show you. It's from about 8 or 9 hours ago, maybe 10 at this point. It was the beginning of last night in Iran. I have some CRAM footage I can show you over Herbal as well. But this is the footage that was on every channel. I couldn't believe you should cover your ears or lower your headphones. This was the beginning of last night. So we're 8 hours forward in time. This is 8 hours ago. This was the beginning of the night in Tehran. I want you to watch this. If you're just waking up, if you're getting caught up, there is just a lot of bombing that has been happening, as always. There is sort of ground fighting in southern Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. And then Iran launched its 19th wave of its ongoing attacks. And that was about 2 hours ago. However, to start the night, you're about to see what I am sure is an American B-52 Stratoforce bombing raid on downtown Tehran. I believe it's the western suburbs of Tehran. This is, I don't know what to say. Shock and awe. Just watch. This is Tehran earlier tonight. That's the difference between a bomber and a missile. That is a bomber. A missile is kind of like I can't use my voice to mimic a missile, but the best way I can describe a missile is like there's like a very distinct whip to a missile, because it's moving so fast that when it hits the ground, the kinetic energy causes like a whip sound. A bomb is not a missile. A missile has a warhead on it, but a bomb, when you hear a bomb fall, from a Stratoforce bomber, it's like being, you know how Bob Dylan called his 1975 concert series the Rolling Thunder Review? That was named after the bombing in Vietnam, the Rolling Thunder, Operation Rolling Thunder. The reason that they call it that, now you know, is because being under an actual bombing raid is like being in a thunderstorm. It's like watching the apocalypse get brought to your door, and then it doesn't stop. Like the first bomb, you're like, oh my God, that is hell. And then there's 7 of them, and you're like, oh, is that a thunderstorm? Oh no, those are bombs. Wait, is that my building rattling? Oh yes, that's the foundation of the earth shaking. That is the difference. Do you see what I'm saying? That is the difference between a missile, which has a lot of force, but a missile is a small warhead on a fast-moving object. A bomb is, I don't know what to tell you. It's a very heavy payload of munition just dropping and exploding. And if you don't stop that bomber, you must stop that bomber. If you do not, this is the point about Doha, if you do not stop that bomber and it releases its payload, there's nothing you can do. Once the bomber has released those bombs, there is nothing you can do. So that was Tehran about 8 hours ago. So this is why I'm trying to tell folks. When I say I saw reports of an Su-24, 2 of them, being launched towards our base in Qatar, yes, if you launch bombing raids at Tehran, they are going to launch bombers at you. It's not a missile. It's not a jet strike. It's not like jets, even like a fighter jet dropping a bomb is not the same as a strafing run. I know a lot of you who are in the military or vets are like, yes, Grant, we know, a bombing run is not a missile. Okay, I know, I was never in the military, but all you wonderful vets, you know how much we love you and our service members. You all are very, very smart because you got trained on these weapons. The civilian population does not know the difference. I know this is going to sound weird, but they really don't know the difference between a missile and a bomb. They think a bomb from a bomber is just what's on a missile, but delivered from a bomber. Do you understand? A lot of you who are in the armed forces or vets are going to be like, no, Grant, that's not possible. They don't think that. Yes, they do. Oh, God bless you, Jen's dog, Jonah. It is so good to see you again, my dear friend. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, a lot of you who are veterans may have to explain to the civilians as we talk about this, what tit-for-tat escalation means with missiles versus bombers. Because I think that's why I'm struggling to explain why I'm concerned about the reports that Iran launched 2 Su-24s. They wouldn't just do that. They wouldn't. They're doing that in response to us strafing their people and their military with bombers. When it's you got to think of what's called parity in warfare. So this concept is going to sound absolutely insane to some of you. It's literally going to sound insane, but it's a real thing. You're supposed to have parity in war. You shoot a missile, the other side shoots a missile. You shoot a faster missile, the other side shoots a faster missile. No one's supposed to go from shooting missiles to the most intense kind of bomb. You see what I'm saying? It's supposed to be tit for tat escalation. So the way it works is it's like building blocks. You start with the missiles, you go to bigger missiles, then bombers, And like now we're at the point where we introduce bombers because we had air superiority over Iran as of yesterday. They apparently had some bombers and got them up in the air and sent them towards Qatar. That's what's going on. Yes, Iran is also continuously firing on Saudi, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's another wave right now. I'll show you one more panorama of the attack. I'll show you the CRAM footage. So this is like a counter-rocket, mortar, etc. weapon. This is out of northern Iraq. It's Erbil base. It's Erbil base firing at CRAM, which you don't see very often. If you're in the military, you probably saw it before. But civilians don't see CRAMs firing very often. Yes, the glare. I think all of our prayers, whatever side, whether you're an American or otherwise, no one wants innocents to be harmed in this conflict. And I think the prayers of sort of everyone are with the innocents. And I'm an American, so my prayers are with our soldiers who are in harm's way as well, of course. So that was the CRAM. I can give you another alternate angle of the CRAM. 1 second. This is another alternate angle of the CRAM firing over Erbil, the United States base in Iraq, about 6 hours ago. This isn't like, for those of you who don't know what you're looking at, it's not like it's an impact. It's a defensive missile system that's just kind of rare. It's called a CRAM. I've seen them firing off of ships in the past, but in the past 2 days I've actually seen 2 CRAM intercepts from land, so that's why I'm showing this. You don't see it every day. Well, I have seen it the past 2 days, but CRAMs are they're very expensive. The machinery, it's kind of like a centrifuge of very big bullets. They're not really bullets. I'd call them closer to shells, but they fire in this like rapid like centrifuge device, and they just kind of like obliterate anything in their path. And so they're like, for someone who knows what they're looking at, they're in awe. For like someone else, it just looks like kind of like a rocket. It's not a rocket. It's actually a bunch of like mortars. They're not mortars. They're like artillery shells fired at an incredibly fast pace, so close together that they look like a laser beam. It is not a laser beam. Someone asked if I'm drinking Australian beers. I guess if Australian beers are is like a code word for Dunkin' Donuts coffee, yes, but no. Like, if you're wondering what I am drinking, I am double fisting coffee. I have a hot Dunkin' Donuts coffee with espresso in it. I have an iced Dunkin' Donuts coffee with espresso in it. I drink some of the hot coffee, then I drink some of the iced coffee, then I put them both down, then I drink some Gatorade or some water. That, like, I live on caffeine and, like, water and Gatorade. I'm trying to cut out the Gatorade. Anyway, that's not really the footage that I wanted to show you. I just figured, I would just, Oh, someone else. Oh, you weren't talking about me. Okay, well, in any event, you got to learn I was double fisting Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Even in Massachusetts, you'd probably get a weird look if you were drinking a hot coffee and an iced coffee at the same time. But, what are you going to do? Here's a panoramic view of Tehran from about the same time 9 hours ago. This is Tehran, Iran, earlier tonight.
صداش باید الان بیاد.
So that is the so that is the footage of Tehran. Now, by the way, some folks have been saying that the Israeli military are reporting no hits on Tel Aviv. I'm thrilled. Truly, I'm thrilled. Regardless of the hits, regardless of the interceptors that went up, if nothing actually made it through, that's great. I just want to remind folks on both sides, though, that there are military sensors. So, like Tehran will lie, and Israel will oftentimes say there are no hits when there are hits. I am thrilled that I have not seen. Actually, no, I am going to show you what I saw. So, I am going to show you what I saw. There is definitely a military blackout on a hit on Tel Aviv. Wait a minute. I don't believe that at all. No, I know that that's not right. Unless this footage got noted in the past like 7 hours, which it did not. I know that that can't be right because I saw the hit on Tel Aviv overnight, right across from the MOD. If it's been noted since then, fine, fine. But I'll show you the footage I saw like maybe 7 hours ago, right across from the main road in Tel Aviv. And we can debunk it, which, I mean, I'm happy to have it debunked, but if it's not noted within like 7 hours. By the way, so this was CNN last night. They finally got their people to Israel after 5 days. This is what happened live on air.
We're not going to show one go up there. We're not showing you that because we're not going to show, the Israeli government does not allow us or want us to show where that may have come up, that interceptor. But I'm not.
So I don't think that was the greatest idea. So what I want to show is this footage, though. If this can be debunked from Tel Aviv overnight, that's great. This is not yet debunked. I've seen it. This is not the first one I've seen, okay? All right, it is not the first one I've seen. And by the way, I want to point out that it is not fact-checked, okay? Like normally Tal or one of the other journos who fact-checks will fact-check it if it's fake. This has 250,000 views. This was at the beginning of the night in Tel Aviv. So again, people who are watching this stream can actually help in this process. Journalists are not trying to throw things up on the stream and say like definitively anything when it starts. They always are trying to confirm it. I was reporting on this specific piece of video like 7 hours ago. Okay, it does not have a note. And none of the, like, Grok can't fact-check videos, okay? Don't use Grok to fact-check, please. Like, none of the journos who fact-check on big videos are in there fact-checking this. So please, if this is not real, if you can tell me... I don't doubt that North Korea wants in on the war. I don't think that's a good idea, but... let me explain this to you, though. If you are from Israel or the area... or if you know the area of Tel Aviv, and you can help as like a journalistic effort debunk what I'm about to show you, I would actually appreciate that. But again, this has not been noted, and none of the fact checkers that cover this stuff fact check this specific clip from Tel Aviv overnight. So it is on the street, the report that accompanied, and this is not the only video. The report is that this is the street in Tel Aviv across from the Ministry of Defense. So if you need a geolocation or orientation, that is the report. It is not noted. There has not been a fact check on it. That's how I will present this video.
קולצו כל הלכודים?
אנחנו בסריקות. עדיין בסריקות. בשרפה על הגג ובסריקה במבנה כאן.
חולצו כל הלכודים.
אנחנו בסריקות. עדיין בסריקות.
So again, I'll play it again. If you are able to help in the fact check, that's good. But if Israel is saying this morning that nothing hit Tel Aviv overnight, and this video is not debunked, then I'm telling you, like, then either this video is wrong or what the Israel military is saying is wrong. I tend to think if this isn't noted or fact-checked after 7 hours and 250,000 views, although I have never been to Tel Aviv, that it's more likely the Israeli military censor is not allowing reporting on this.
בשרפה על הגג ובסריקה במבנה כאן.
חולצו כל הלכודים.
אנחנו בסריקות.
Yeah, and this video first appeared about 8 hours ago. It has not been noted, and I would love for it to be noted. Trust me, I have been through this process with these videos a lot. If I could be told, oh yeah, Grant, that's from June of 2025, you realize I'll actually exhale, that would be pleasant. I would love to know that this didn't happen. It's a relief to have something debunked in this situation because it's Tel Aviv. I do not want those people to be hit. It would be very sad. But the problem is when it's like the Israeli military saying, no, everything's fine, nothing got hit. That's not a debunk. That's just Israel would really prefer the news not get out. I can't just run with that. I have an obligation to fact check the video. And if it's real, I can't just go with the Israeli party line. I have to, people are dying if this is real, and I have to report that.
עדיין בסריקות. בשרפה על הגג ובסריקה במבנה כאן.
חולצו כל הלכודים.
אנחנו בסריקות. עדיין בסריקות.
And again, I'm showing this because if there's anything in there that gives someone a hint oh, no, Grant, that Tel Aviv building doesn't look like that, or, that guy's head appears twice, or that doesn't look right, or that's why I'm doing it. Any indication, yeah, the cars are pretty valuable too. I thought I saw a Porsche. Any indication that it's not what it should be, that a tree doesn't have the right limbs, or a guy has too many fingers, or too many eyes, anything that is an indication that it's not what it looks like. That's what you're looking for on something like this. Do the cars have 4 headlights? Is something off? Does something look off about how a given scene is? Is it possible this is generated? Was it manipulated? Was it superimposed over something else? Do the uniforms line up? Are there badges that shouldn't be there? Does someone have writing where it shouldn't be, or do they have writing is that logo on his arm the right logo for a fireman in that brigade? Should it have more lettering? Those are all the things you're looking for, but at a certain point, if nobody fact checks it and it just stands, then you're left with this video proclaiming to be from the street in Tel Aviv across from the MOD that no one's fact-checked, and the military saying there's no attacks. That's yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's this constant exercise in well, the military is saying nothing hit. Well, are you sure? Well, no, we're not sure. The military's just saying that. Every day with Israel, it's like that. And I understand why they do not want their people to panic, but my obligation as an American reporter, I'm not under military censorship, is to just show you what I found. The Canadian Prime Minister has released a statement saying that Canada can't rule out joining the war. Well, I'm pleased, Canada, we'd go to bat for you. I like Canada. If they join the war, I can forgive them for the whole 1812 thing. Let's check in on a live cam. Day is breaking in the Middle East. We should start getting some daytime
all
reports.
Americans-
All right, hold on. I have a report from Doha. Let's find out what actually happened in Qatar. Can we please, like, there's military censorship, but can we please get an update?
On Monday morning, and they have been mounting resistance against the Israeli airstrikes and also the Israeli ground invasion. We've had statements from Hezbollah in the last hour or so claiming that they have directly engaged with Israeli troops on the ground. They are saying that there were confirmed casualties from the Israeli side. We don't have any official statements from the Israeli military about that yet, but they've claimed a number of attacks both within areas of Lebanon where Israeli troops are operating and across the border into Israel as well, saying that they
She's so professional and so calm. It's almost incredible. That is one of the reporters, Heidi Pett, for Al Jazeera in Lebanon. Listen, I am incredibly impressed. Like, I realize I'm taking on, like, less, obviously, of an emotional burden, but more, like, cities. She is, like, relaying very serious information. She's telling you that there is a ground war in southern Lebanon between Hezbollah and Israel, and her voice is steady. It is like she is a very professional journalist. Because so my role, I don't work for Al Jazeera. There's no one. I don't work for anyone. I like help you learn things. There's no one in my ear telling me, Grant, you must have like a steady tone right now. Like, Grant, don't let them know, like, that things are so serious. She has to get up there and, like, ideally, no matter what's happening, like, keep the same tone. Because she works for, like, a network. And so she's going to see a lot of death, like, a lot of bombing. And every report has to be the same tone. Like, for that level of reporting. Like, I couldn't go on Al Jazeera and talk the way that I do here to their audience. They wouldn't let me. You can't. You have to have a steady tone. She is very professional. I mean, they are lucky to have her. She will be in this field for like 40 years. She's one of the best I've ever seen. She's young. She needs, like, but I see why they hired her. She's one of the best reporters I've ever seen for her age. And I'm probably her age. She might be a little younger than me. It's tough to tell. But one of the best I've ever seen.
have fired rockets, drones, and they've also targeted Israeli tanks both inside and outside the borders of Lebanon.
All right, Heidi, we'll continue to monitor the situation there. But also, of
here's
course,
the update from Doha.
Set the Gulf region on edge. Qatar's Interior Ministry has released a new statement on the security situation at the U.S. Embassy in Doha. Axel Zaimovich is monitoring the situation here. So, Axel, it has been relatively quiet in the Qatari capital. What should we read into, though, this new statement from the Qataris?
Well, that's right. It is quiet here in Doha, but that statement that was put out by Interior Ministry, it reads that in the framework of maintaining public safety, the Ministry of Interior announces that the relevant authorities are evacuating residents living in the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy as a temporary precautionary measure. Suitable accommodation has been provided for them as part of necessary preventive measures. They also advised everybody to follow official channels for more reliable information. Now, we got a confirmation from the U.S. Embassy. They say that these temporary precautionary evacuations are taking place, and they also urged everybody to avoid the immediate area of the U.S. Embassy. Now, it's not clear if there's any immediate threat to the U.S. Embassy following the recent attacks that we saw in Abu Dhabi and Dubai over the past couple of days. But we spoke to some of the people living in that area. They told us they saw police cars. They're moving in, entering the neighborhoods. They told the residents to leave. We also heard from another person saying that some people were instructed to go to a nearby metro station. Now, this comes in the light of the warning issued by the State Department saying that all American citizens should be leaving the region following the escalation.
Okay. Thank you. Sometimes, listen, I need to take a moment. Sometimes I actually feel like it's just me yelling into the void for like an hour and a half. And then like the man comes on the news, I know I am the news. I understand, like, you all at this point, I have like so much credibility in your eyes that I am the news. I understand, okay, but I don't think of myself like the news. You realize, like I have to strive for like the Al Jazeera level, or like I would just be okay. Like I wouldn't strive to do better if I thought I was the best. So I always think there's like a level above me. No matter, like I always get to the top of what I'm doing, but I have to think there's a level above me to like use as like a asymptote to try to strive to obtain. Like I look for an axis that I can approach but never touch to try to like make myself better. I never want to be the smartest person in the room. I never want to be the smartest person I'm like learning from. Like I always want to be the dumbest person. If I'm in a room and I'm the smartest person, I leave that room. That's a problem. I never want to be the smartest person in a room. I hate it. Like I don't want to be even near the top. Like I want to be the dumbest person in every fucking room I'm in. That's the only, sorry for cussing, that's the only way I can get better. But the point is, I feel sometimes like I'm driving myself up the wall, because for like an hour and a half I'll be yelling about something. Like, this was like 3 hours ago. I was like really upset that people were not listening to me about the State Department. They were listening to me, it turns out, but like the news was not saying it the way I wanted to. Finally, now it will take a while to filter onto the American news, but the Doha man, the man in Doha gets up there. He's lying a little bit about the missile barrage that I saw fire over Doha overnight, Mr. State Secrets man. I know what you're censoring, Mr. Doha man. But he gets up there and he says, yeah, so, you know, the U.S. Embassy is telling everyone to leave. Finally, 2 hours later, I can breathe and be like, oh, thank God, somebody else heard it. Oh my God, this is so frustrating.
Nearby metro station. Now, this comes in the light of the warning issued by the State Department saying that all American citizens should be leaving the region following the escalation. They also say even people have to move to different countries, for example, Oman or Saudi Arabia, if there are no commercial flights in the places where they are.
All right, so we'll continue to monitor the situation at the U.S. Embassy here in Doha, but for now, let's go over to the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C.
That reporter was lying so badly. He was lying through his teeth. He knows full well what happened in Doha overnight. Dude, he's under military censorship. That's crazy. You can see it in his eyes. Dude, I'm starting to be convinced that half of being on a news network is just lying. I'm serious. Like, they lie like it's their job. Wild. I mean, what makes it so wild is like we all of us, okay, watched like 10 minutes before that report from Doha. We watched the videos of the rockets. And by the way, I don't know if they were Patriots or like cheaper interceptors, but yes, I should correct my earlier report. Not every interceptor costs $13 million, but the ones the Qataris have, I mean, like if you have the best interceptors, yes. The most expensive, top of the line, like $13 million per missile. Not every interceptor is a $13 million missile. I will cede to the wonderful person in the chat who pointed that out. Like, yes, some interceptors are cheaper, but like the good ones, oh yeah, $13 million a missile. For the Patriots, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if that's the top of the line nowadays, but yeah, $13 million per missile. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and going back to the Doha report, the man from Doha, he's sitting there like trying to portray this ethos of like, because remember, Qatar owns Al Jazeera, so like this is the state network of Qatar. They want to present it as everything is okay, everything's fine, but the man at the same time is like, and by the way, we have Qatar has evacuated all the people around the U.S. Embassy. They have been moved to accommodations like a subway system. Does that sound like the kind of thing that happens when everything is calm? Do you know many people who get evacuated to subway systems when everything is calm? I mean, is that calm? No. The man is lying on TV, and I don't really know why. I mean, I know why, but I don't know the actual why. I'm almost afraid to refresh my Twitter right now because I know I have eyes. I know, and I heard the man trying to downplay the situation with the evacuations to the subway system, that something is wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, China's government has told the country's oil refiners to suspend exports of diesel and gasoline, per Bloomberg. U.S. telling all Americans to leave Cyprus right away, too. Diana, thank God you and I were on it. Diana and a few others in the chat were the only people who were the only people like posting the numbers to call the U.S. Embassy. Just Say Smile and Wave said Iran state censorship has begun. Tehran time is now blocked for viewing. Wow, that's wild. So, yes, I'm telling you they are ordering mass evacuations for a reason in the region. It is not just random. I also cannot believe that Bloomberg is reporting, I'm reading it right now, that China is suspending all exports of diesel and gasoline. What? Listen, that's going to shock the market. Listen, what are the oil market is going to go nuts. Just absolutely nuts. What do you mean? All right, let me just play the AJ English while I search for footage for you.
Material, meaning they would only keep on hand what they actually needed for their immediate domestic civilian purposes. That went further than the JCPOA had gone. And I wonder if you would concede that perhaps the huge presence of U.S. military buildup in the region helped push the Iranians in that direction.
Certainly, the huge presence of the American military forces incentivized the Iranians to try to find a deal. But it's incorrect to say that the Iranians had agreed to do something. They had put it on the table. But as Wendy Sherman, the previous negotiator for the JCPOA, once said, nothing is agreed till everything is agreed. So they put ideas on the table, but don't forget, they were also expecting significant sanctions relief, which the U.S. was not willing to give. So it's not the case that two sides were close to a deal. But yes, it is certainly the case Iran wanted to avoid being bombed, and so was very, very motivated to try to find a deal with the United States.
Well, Turkey has become the latest country to be targeted in Iran's attacks. A ballistic missile fired from Iran toward the southern Hatay province was shot down by NATO air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. The Pentagon says it doesn't anticipate the incident will bring NATO into the war. Al Jazeera's Sinem Kosioglu reports from the border between Iran and Turkey.
Here we are at a couple.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a report. I have a report. It is from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. It is a report within the past, I'd say, 30 to 45 minutes. Please take all reports from enemy forces of the United States with a grain of salt. Here is the report. A report coming in right now. I'm reading it to you. It is not what's on the screen. I'm reading it to you. The report I have coming in for you right now is as follows. Again, this is a report from the enemy forces in Tehran Tehran. Quote, I'm quoting. You will hear stop at the end of the transmission. Quote, reports indicate that on March 5th, 2026, remember, Tehran is forward time. Steel City Electric, welcome to the channel. I'm adding you. You can have a wrench. Ladies and gentlemen, quote from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Please take this again at face. Do not take it at face value. Quote. Reports indicate that on March 5th, 2026, which again, it's already that day in Tehran. They are 8.5 hours ahead. Reports indicate that on March 5th, 2026, a serious and unusual incident occurred where U.S. Army Special Operation Forces were ambushed deep inside Iranian territory or near a sensitive border area. This incident, described as a direct confrontation, resulted in heavy losses among U.S. forces, with a strict media blackout imposed on its details. Close quote. Stop. Okay then. You're watching the latest images released by U.S. CENTCOM of the attacks on Iranian Revolutionary Guard missiles. How do I know this? CENTCOM tweeted it 4 minutes ago. Al Jazeera Arabic's playing it. I know I'm that good. These are the latest U.S. CENTCOM images of strikes on Iranian missile launcher positions. So those are U.S. strikes on Iranian missile launchers. I was going to go get the video for you from CENTCOM, but Al Jazeera Arabic's quick on the uptake. They're racing me now. You know, it's the real competition is between me and the state of Qatar. You know, like Al Jazeera is good, but I was better tonight, bruh. I had him beat. I had him jumped on a few of them. I'm telling you, like Qatar, you're good. I respect you, bro. But like, I'm your competition, and you know, that was good. Like 5-minute lag before you got that CENTCOM video up. But I could have, like, I thought about it like a minute and 20 seconds ago. If we're being fair. I could have put it up quicker than you, but you know, I'm kind of lazy at this moment. I'm tired. I've been going for 9 hours. I don't have co-anchors. So like, I'm happy to like let you play it and do the work for me, Al Jazeera. Thank you, State of Qatar. I appreciate you lending a hand in this news coverage effort. You know, it really, like me not having to click as many buttons is good, but still, I'm judging your lag here a little bit, Qatar. You really could have got that on the screen like at least 60 seconds quicker. Come on now. All right. Am I being too judgy of the state of Qatar? You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm being too judgy. The point is, it's like me and Al Jazeera Arabic were in a race to see who can get you live footage first. Now, I am one man, and Al Jazeera Arabic is the state of Qatar. So, you know, they have a lot of money and like deep pockets and like all this stuff. So this is a good time to remind you that like apparently my only competition is the state of Qatar. So if you're just surprised by this one man who seemingly goes from southern accent to northern accent to like speaking a little bit of Arabic, some Spanish, you know what I mean. I dabble in French, but only to the extent that I want to help Boozy Beauty become the 400-foot tall baguette queen of France. She has an emoji. Anyway, you can support this stream. There's donation options in the chat. There's a Cash App, money sign Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant1. There's a PayPal for our international towel friends, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. It's kind of like a public information service. I got to tell you, like once every couple hours, or like no one would know. There's no sponsors. There's no merch. I did have a merch store. I kind of gave up. I don't really care about money. But like, a lot of you help me live. You get me coffees. Like, you help me with food. I'm very grateful. I'm on the spectrum, clearly. So, like, living is not the easiest thing. Knowing lots of information, oh, bro, I got that. Knowing how to operate a computer, I got that one down, like, to a T. And what I don't really understand is, like, money. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, helping you understand the world makes sense to me, but money doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand why you humans use it. Like, I would like to preach to people about Jesus for food and, you know, medicine and, like, necessities if I could. Apparently that's not a profession, though. I really think we should bring that back. Just let's let people walk around in robes and preach about morality. Anyway, setting that aside, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just past 11:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime here on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. There are a number of serious developments going on, including like U.S. Special Forces getting into combat, like direct combat with Iranian forces inside Iran. God bless you, Aaron. I will do that right now. Aaron, you are a super tail. If you get a heart for me, that means I got whatever it is that came in. Hold on, Aaron. I'll do that right now. Oh, God bless you, Aaron. I clicked the heart button. If you didn't get the heart, you let me know, but I absolutely appreciate you. And by the way, if you send a donation and I do not announce it on stream, it's not because I am trying to be ungrateful. Some people actually say in the note, please don't announce this. Like, I just assume unless you claim the donation in chat, like, I shouldn't read it. So I'm never trying to be disrespectful. I'm actually doing the opposite. So anytime you send a donation and you, like, want to claim it in chat, just do that so I can say thank you. Just a general sort of note. Aaron, I did see that earlier, though, and I'm very grateful for you. God bless you. Okay, so two things, okay? Two very important things, both very relevant. Both going to take me a little bit of time to confirm. You have me until at least 2:35 a.m. Eastern or 2:30. I may go to bed. If this all like escalates quickly, I will consider staying up, but I may actually have to go to bed at 2 a.m. So you have me for 3 more hours. There are two situations unfolding that I need to confirm. They are rapidly developing. They are highly classified military operations, so I can't just like teleport into the military and get the information for you, but I can try to learn about the incidents. Number one, sometime around, I want to say, oh goodness, how many hours ago now? 4 hours ago, so 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, which was probably like 3 or 4 in the morning in Doha, Qatar. I'll just show you what happened, because the Qataris are intent on lying to us about this, and frankly, this is about, you know, the U.S. and our citizens, so I'm just going to show you, and then you can tell me what you think about, you know, what happened. The first report is that Iran sent 2 Su-24 bombers over Doha, attempting to attack the U.S. CENTCOM base. Now, you may be saying to yourself, Grant, I don't understand how Iran could launch bombers right now. Okay, I don't either. All right, but I also don't understand, like, the man on the TV in Doha lying to us when I know that 4 hours ago this was Doha. I know this is Doha.
Oh my god, I see it, I see it, I see it.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. Oh, it's so close.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a Patriot.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh!
It hit one.
Holy shit. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Look.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're right next to our tower.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, focus. Oh my god. Yo, I felt that blast on the windows. And it's not focusing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Yo, I feel it on the window.
All right, so now tell me how eerie is it after you see this footage, okay? I'm just going to switch back and forth between these for now. Tell me after listening to that, all right? I'm going to bring you back over to Al Jazeera English. Listen to this report from Doha, okay? All right, let me just play you that report back, okay? The one you just heard. 1 second. Let me show you literally the report from Doha, the live report that we ostensibly just heard from Doha. All right? The one, it was like 5 minutes ago, wasn't it? I guess it was a little longer than 5 minutes ago. It wasn't like 20 minutes ago, wasn't it? I guess they did kind of like quickly go to Doha, but like it wasn't that quick, was it? Or I can't even like find it? Or was it like more like 20 minutes ago? Oh yeah, here we go. It was like 28 minutes ago. So you saw the report from Doha 28 minutes ago. Tell me whether you believe this guy after what I just showed you. Do you believe this man?
Last hour or so claim about that yet.
Not this woman.
The Gulf region.
Do you believe what this, based on what I just showed you? Okay, listen to this man's tone and the emergency alert he reads, and you tell me if you believe him, because I don't believe a word coming out of his mouth.
Rockets, drones, and they've also targeted
God bless you,
Israeli
Standing
tanks,
Stones.
both inside and outside the borders of Lebanon.
All right, Heidi, we'll continue to monitor the situation there. But also, of course, the war has set the Gulf region on edge. Qatar's Interior Ministry has released a new statement on the security situation at the U.S. Embassy in Doha. Axel Zaimovich is monitoring the situation here. So, Axel, it has been relatively quiet in the Qatari capital. What should we read into, though, this new statement from the Qataris?
Well, that's right. It is quiet here in Doha, but that statement that was put out by Interior Ministry, it reads that in the framework of maintaining public safety, the Ministry of Interior announces that the relevant authorities are evacuating residents living in the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy as a temporary precautionary measure. Suitable accommodation has been provided for them as part of necessary preventive measures. They also advised everybody to follow official channels for more reliable information. Now, we got a confirmation from the U.S. Embassy. They say that these temporary precautionary evacuations are taking place, and they also urged everybody to avoid the immediate area of the U.S. Embassy. Now, it's not clear if there's any immediate threat to the U.S. Embassy following the recent attacks that we saw in Abu Dhabi and Dubai over the past couple of days. But we spoke to some of the people living in that area. They told us they saw police cars. They're moving in, entering the neighborhoods. They told residents to leave. We also heard from another person saying that some people were instructed to go to a nearby metro station. Now, this comes in the light of the warning issued by the State Department saying that all American citizens should be leaving the region following the escalation. They also say even people have to move to different countries, for example, Oman or Saudi Arabia, if there are no commercial flights in the places where they are.
Okay, so after watching the video overnight and listening to his report, first of all, look at him blinking. He's like, knows he's lying. He knows he's lying. He's being truthful about the U.S. Embassy evacuating people, but that dude is lying. Like, there is something very bad happening in Doha. Like, very bad. I don't know exactly what. Like, I really can't tell you. This is some kind of military blackout. The best I can do is report to you. Now, I have pretty good sources, okay? Like, decent sources. Like, I follow them on X. I monitor them over years. This is what I'm going to report to you right now. This is separate from the incident in Doha. Okay, I want to be clear. This is separate from the incident in Doha. This is from OISNT Defender. He's really good. After speaking to several direct sources, I now feel confident in reporting that an F-15E Strike Eagle with the U.S. Air Force crashed early Wednesday during a strike mission over southwestern Iran This was earlier today. The cause, but it's not being reported till now. The cause of the crash is still unknown, though at least one source attributed it to Iranian air defenses, with both the pilot and the weapons systems officer able to successfully eject over Iran. Following the crash, combat search and rescue elements with the U.S. and Israeli Air Force on standby in a neighboring country were activated, entering Iran roughly an hour after the crash of the F-15. In the resulting operation, both crew members were found and safely evacuated without further incident, being transported to Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. The pilot and WSO are claimed to have suffered minor injuries, but were in otherwise good condition, with both being airlifted for further treatment to Mufafak Salti Air Base in Jordan. Further confirmation and details of the incident are expected to come at a later time from U.S. CENTCOM. Stay tuned. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, like, there is a lot going on. This is from yesterday, but I'm now telling you, like, there was an American jet shot down. An American jet was shot down very clearly over Iran early Wednesday. So not tomorrow. Like, it's not like happening, like it didn't happen like now. It was like probably 12 hours ago. An American jet was shot down over Iran somehow. I don't really understand how this happened, so we'll have to wait for CENTCOM. American and Israeli forces raided Iran so that our pilot and the weapons systems officer wouldn't get captured. They located them in Iran. So we invaded the territory of Iran on the ground, got there, and got our pilot and the weapons systems officer, who were injured in a plane shoot down, got them, evacuated them to Saudi Arabia, and now they're in Jordan, safely recovering. Wow. Are you... can you believe what I just reported to you? Talk about a stunning, like, mission. First of all, that was 12 hours ago. So we're not talking about what's going on in Doha. We're not talking about the Su-24s. We're not talking about, like, that. We are now talking about 12 hours ago. Roughly, maybe more, maybe less, but I'm thinking 12 hours ago, circa 12 hours ago, okay? So maybe morning time, Eastern War time, Wednesday, March 4th, all right? We all on the same page? An American jet, just so you understand, I don't have visuals yet. This is literally not even on the news. I just have good sources, so I'm telling you this is what you're going to hear in the morning. An American jet is let me just give you visuals with my hands, okay? An American jet is flying over Iran to do bombing raids, okay? Iran shoots down the American jet. So the American jet's going down. There are two people on the American jet, okay? The weapons systems officer, okay, and the pilot. Both of them go out of the plane, okay? The plane goes down and crashes. Now the two people on the plane, they kind of parachute down to earth, okay? I don't have a visual representation of this. I'm doing it with my hands. They're on the earth, okay? Two of them, American Weapons Systems Officer and pilot, are on the earth in Iran. They're just on the ground. They have just been shot down. At some point, I don't know exactly when, these two people on the ground in Iran are approached by, I don't know where these people came from. They must have come out of the sky or something. They're approached by American and Israeli, like, pilot rescue teams who are on standby, who invade Iran on the ground. I don't know if they flew in, parachuted in, used a jetpack. Frankly, I don't know how this happened. It's really incredible what I'm describing to you. I hope you understand. Before the Iranians could get our pilot and our WSO, we and the Israelis get to these men somehow. I'm not really sure. And then, as if that's not incredible enough, on the ground in Iran, we managed to secure them and get them to Saudi Arabia. I'm going to guess helicopters were involved. Okay? But the point is, that's incredible. Iran did not get the pilot. They shot down a plane. The pilot and the WSO, the weapons systems officer, ejected. This was 12 hours ago. And we saved over Iran, by the way. Not like Kuwait, not a friendly country. Our pilot, over Iran, lands on Iranian territory with his parachute and his WSO right by his side, and we got both of them out. Oh my word. Talk about an absolute, and yeah, you'll hear about it in the morning, but talk about an absolutely incredible rescue mission. Wow, no wonder the world is like on it. Just wild. Let's take a look at AJ English's live report. Oh, we already saw this. This is the Belgian foreign minister. He didn't really have anything interesting to say. I just cannot believe what I just reported to you. Like, if that actually happened, that's incredible. I mean, it's almost undescribable. It's almost undescribable that somehow we saved those pilots. It's unconfirmed, by the way, but the source who reported it is good. We saved those pilots. They went down in Iran, and we were either so worried about what they would do to them, or we didn't want them to have the propaganda victory. We saved them. Incredible. It's like lucky, executed to perfection. You'll see it on the news in the morning, I'm sure. This is a good source, too. It's pretty solid. I wasn't there. I can't confirm it, but it's a pretty solid source. I'm hesitant to report this. There's something else going on with the U.S. military right now, too. Listen, if this gets too intense, I may actually have to go to bed, or I'm not going to be able to report this tomorrow. I think our boys and girls were hit. Like bad. I don't know where. I'm not exactly sure. I just have a very bad feeling. Because something happened like about an hour ago where Iran took credit for like killing U.S. military service members. It doesn't have to do with the downing of the plane. And a Hebrew channel that has pretty good military sources is saying, so it's not Iranian. They're saying that there's a very serious incident involving the U.S. military unfolding like right now. Again, I'm hesitant to report this because I don't really know what happened. It seems to have been in Qatar. There's a very serious military blackout about whatever the fuck, sorry for cussing, whatever the hell just happened. I think the most responsible thing to do is just wait, okay? I'm going to stay with you for at least another little bit. I have to make certain calls, like literally, like I can't just report something because I think it's what happened. That's not appropriate during a war. I have to kind of, like, I have to see it. Like, for something like this, like, yes, I will tell you the chatter on the military intel channels that kind of leak publicly on X, and the Arabic sources and the Hebrew sources, but I can't just like sit here and be like, oh yes, well, based on everything I've seen, like this is what happened. No. The best I can give you is that the sketchy early reports are that something went down, something, I'm using went down, that's inappropriate terminology. Something occurred in the past like 3 hours, probably 4 now, in Qatar. specifically Doha. I don't know what happened. The early reports, again, this is war, the early reports are that 2 Iranian Su-24 bombers entered Qatari airspace heading for the CENTCOM forward base in Doha. That is the very sketchy early reports. This is like 2 hours ago. I believe we can look at this video from Doha. I'll show it to you one more time because I'm just telling you, I think whether before the end of the stream or when you wake up in the morning, you're going to find out a few big pieces of information. The biggest one I think is going to be about Doha. So take a look at Doha about 3 hours ago. It's led to all sorts of emergency evacuations. Americans are being told to leave a bunch of countries, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Something very serious has happened. What exactly it is, no one has reported it. It's under a very serious blackout. I don't know how I got this clip. I think I was just paying attention and one of the Arabic sources posted this. It's 2 American women in Doha at 3 in the morning, panicking because Doha is firing every, I'd say 2 seconds an anti-air missile or an air defense missile. You're going to see about 20 of them fire. I really don't know what happened in Doha. I have a sense that it was actually a bombing attack by planes from Iran. But before I can tell you where they got, what they hit, what happened, I need it confirmed. I may actually go to bed rather than confirming it because it's so important. It's not really, it is my level of reporting, but it has to come from CENTCOM. It has to come from the military. Just watch Doha a few hours ago.
It's okay. Just keep breathing.
Oh my god, I see it, I see it, I see it.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, it's so close.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a Patriot.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh!
It hit one.
Holy sh... Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Look. Holy sh... Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're right next to our tower.
Oh my god, I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, focus. Oh my god. Yo, I felt that blast on the windows. And it's not focusing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Yo, I feel it on the window. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yo.
All right, so again, Doha, 4 hours ago, not really clear why. Okay, now yes, it is daytime. I'll show you some live views of the Middle East, but that's not really my concern. AJ Arabic is one of the only stations keeping up the live feeds, but they're not exactly, and the English language station of Al Jazeera is not exactly doing the greatest job either. But remember, they are in Qatar, so they are under bombardment. Let's get the update from AJ English.
Moving cocaine to the US and Europe.
Yeah, we struck
In
Ecuador.
video released from the US Southern Command, this helicopter appears to be picking up soldiers during this long-running operation. US authorities didn't confirm to us if the country's troops actively participated or just advised Ecuadorian special forces. These joint operations really mark the expansion of the US's efforts to stop drug trafficking from South America. This administration has spent the past 6 months blowing up boats in the Caribbean, alleging that they carry drugs from Venezuela. Now it's in Ecuador too. The US says it worked with Europol and Ecuadorian forces to dismantle a network linked to the powerful Los Lobos cartel. The head of the US Southern Command even traveled to Ecuador himself, meeting with the president and Ecuadorian military officials. The country is in trouble. The murder rate linked to drug violence is very high. President Daniel Noboa, a strong regional ally of US President Donald Trump, said operations will continue.
The
next phase in our fighting against the criminal organizations starts now. We will finish with all those who want anarchy and a failed state.
This weekend, Noboa will be in Florida with other Latin American leaders for a summit with President Trump. Security is a top priority.
The president will be speaking with the leaders of this country who have really formed a historic coalition to work together to address criminal narco-terrorist gangs and cartels and counter illegal and mass migration into not only the United States but the Western Hemisphere.
But drug cartels are notoriously slippery organizations to eradicate, even with the blunt power of the US on your side. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Washington, D.C.
Well, it is 5 o'clock GMT. If you're just joining us, welcome to Al Jazeera's extensive live coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Scott McLean. U.S. and Israeli strikes have been hitting cities across Iran. In the last few hours, a radio and television station in Sanandaj, a Kurdish city in northwestern Iran, was targeted. Iran's health ministry says more than 900 people have been killed since Saturday in the ongoing campaign by U.S. and Israeli forces, a toll that continues to rise after 5 days of fighting. Iran has responded with another wave of strikes across Israel on Thursday. Israel's military says it's triggered alerts in several areas, including Tel Aviv. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since the conflict began. Israel has carried out more strikes targeting Hezbollah in Beirut's southern suburbs. The army had issued an immediate evacuation order for residents in the area. Israeli forces have also launched a series of airstrikes into southern Lebanon. Earlier, Israel had ordered tens of thousands of residents in dozens of villages there to leave. Hezbollah struck Israel in response to the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on Saturday. All right, we are live in Tehran, Amman, Beirut, and Washington, D.C. But first, let's go to Tauhid Asadi, who's standing by for us in the Iranian capital. So, Tauhid, the U.S. has talked a lot about its control of the Iranian skies. They say soon they will have total control. What are you seeing there in terms of strikes today?
This is now day 6 to which Iranians are waking up that we have been witnessing the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes over the past few hours. Massive sounds of multiple blasts were heard across the Iranian capital, specifically on my right in the eastern parts of the city. We saw the columns of smoke drifting through the air, and of course the lingering echo of these blasts, which were being felt here at the bureau. This is the continuation of these strikes, not just in the Iranian capital here in Tehran, but also across the country. We have heard reports from Sanandaj, Saqqez, and other Kurdish cities and also other cities across the country about the continuation of these strikes. And of course, as they go on, we also heard statements from IRGC, Iran's Revolutionary Guards, about the retaliatory strikes, the 19th wave of which, according to the statement that they published, was underway, and also saying that they have targeted the U.S. military bases in the region, the Israeli territories, and in particular, they are giving a reference to targeting the Ben Gurion airport alongside other Israeli targets. Right now here in Iran, we can see a sort of frustration and fear over these intensified operations by the Israelis and Americans. And of course, speaking of the civilians in particular, we know that more than 900 people were said to be killed yesterday, and seeing the fact that these strikes still go on, we can say that unfortunately the number of these people who have lost their lives could be sort of increasing, as well as when it comes to injuries. The latest statistics indicate at least 6,000 people have actually been injured as a result of these strikes. This is a very, very escalated situation, far from any point that we can call a sign or signal of de-escalation. Meanwhile, we know that diplomatic engagements by Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi with some counterparts in the region, specifically Iraqi diplomats, is underway, but still the situation looks to be that of escalation at the time being.
So, Tawhid, the funeral for the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, has been postponed. We also know that no replacement, no new Supreme Leader has been chosen. Are those two things...
Did you hear that? The funeral for Ali Khamenei has been postponed. I didn't know that.
...related, and is there a scenario where Iran could go ahead and choose a new Supreme Leader before the last one has been buried?
The thing is, the entire atmosphere is just surrounded by a cloud of uncertainty, currently speaking, seeing the very fact that there is a sort of a legal constitutional procedure which says that it should be, the process of actually appointing the new leader should be conducted in a short amount of time, but how short, that's something that remains to be seen. And on that, there are 2-3 critical considerations that we have to keep in mind. First, this is not an easy decision to be met. It requires the assembly of experts to conduct thorough investigations, and they are saying, at least one of them came out in an interview saying that they are doing some consultations. And it's going to be a huge decision, seeing the very fact that the amount of power and authority under the possession of which the Supreme Leader is quite huge. And that means that this decision should be met meticulously. This is one point. Second point is the continued Israeli and American strikes. And on that, we have to keep in mind that the other day, one of the buildings belonging to the Assembly of Experts was targeted in the city of Qom. And of course, speaking of the funeral that we are talking about, we know that there are also key points of concerns when it comes to the security, when it comes to logistics and preparations in that regard. So seeing that even that funeral could be a potential target, seeing the continuing strikes, which is not limited to the military headquarters or political centers, but also it targets the very residential areas, hospitals, schools, etc., among one of the most tragic of which I can refer to the initial day in which an elementary school was targeted, leaving more than 160 student kids dead. And that is the situation that is creating a lot of concern for many Iranians living in the city.
Certainly. Tawhid, thank you. Let's go over to Rory Challens, who is in the Jordanian capital of Amman. He's following the situation in Israel. Rory, more than 900 people, according to the Iranian Health Ministry, have been killed so far. A much smaller death toll in Israel. I wonder, how is the Iron Dome holding up, and have there been missiles that have managed to get through in the last 24 hours?
Well, as we know, the Israeli air defense system is pretty competent and does stop the vast majority of Iranian missiles from getting through. So much so over recent days that I think the Israelis have decided that the situation has been easing somewhat. They've actually decided that they are going to lessen some of the restrictions that have been placed on public life. There's been basically a 5-day blanket shutdown of events and gatherings and things like that. But now from noon local time on Thursday, gatherings of up to 50 people are going to be allowed, providing people can get to shelters. Workplaces are going to reopen. Those schools and educational facilities are staying shut. But we do know that it has been a pretty rocky night in Israel, with at least 3 waves of Iranian missiles coming in. The ambulance service says that no injuries have been reported. There has been, in the last hour or so, another air raid warning going off in the Western Galilee region, but we don't know of any injuries there either. So the air defences do seem to be holding up, but clearly the situation has not returned to complete normality yet for Israel.
All right, Roy, I just want to bring up a live shot right now that we have of Beirut, and you can see there on the screen there is some dark smoke rising through rising above one of the southern suburbs of Beirut, which has been repeatedly targeted by the Israelis. So, Rory, do we know more about the scope of what Israel hopes to achieve in Lebanon? They are not only bombing the southern suburbs, but they are also have boots on the ground in the south. How far are they likely to go?
Yeah, that's a big question, and we don't know the answer to that yet, but they have issued an evacuation warning for anyone who's living in Lebanon south of the Litani River, which gives some kind of indication of what they might be thinking. Essentially, what the Israelis are trying to do is to create a buffer zone in southern Lebanon to try and push Hezbollah back. Hezbollah has been launching rockets and drones across the border into Israel. Now, Israel has maintained possession, really, an occupation of 5 military outposts in southern Lebanon for well over a year since their last ground invasion. And they are now pushing further into Lebanon than those. We don't know how many troops this is involving, but the Israeli military is saying 3 divisions are involved, the 91st, the 210th, and the 146th. Now, we don't know whether those divisions are full strength, but as an indication, an Israeli ground division can be as many as 20,000 troops. That potentially means that up to 60,000 are operating in southern Lebanon at the moment. They're calling it an enhanced forward defensive position. Of course, the big worry for any Lebanese in that area is how long are they going to be there for? Previous experience has shown that when Israelis come, they can stay for quite some time.
Okay, I want to, if we can, bring back those live pictures of Beirut that we are seeing in this smoke billowing above the southern suburbs there. And let's go to Heidi Pett, who's monitoring the situation. So, Heidi, it looks like there is dark smoke rising from one of those neighborhoods. From your vantage point, is that a new strike or something else that we're seeing there?
So the dark smoke that's been rising this morning over Beirut is actually further towards the north in downtown, and we've spoken to civil defense this morning. They say that's actually just a regular fire in Dakwana, but obviously, the level of nervousness about plumes of smoke over the city is very high at the moment, and you can probably see just behind me there is a little bit of smoke still hanging over the southern suburbs, which are in the background here, which did see a number of strikes overnight by the Israeli military. There were at least 4. Now, some of those were targeting buildings that were the subject of forced evacuation orders by the Israeli military, but a number of them came with no warning at all. And these have not been the only strikes overnight here in Lebanon. There were a number of strikes across the south, including a village near the city of Sur. And unusually, we saw a strike in the far north of Lebanon in its second largest city, Tripoli, targeting a Palestinian refugee camp it's a long-standing refugee camp, been there for decades. Local sources inside that camp told us that a Hamas official and his wife were killed. Lebanese health authorities have confirmed that 2 people were killed and 1 person was injured in that strike, which very much does look like it was a targeted assassination. It came with no warning and destroyed just 1 apartment on 1 floor of the apartment building in that refugee camp in Tripoli.
Okay, so we're watching these strikes happening across the country from the air. There are also Israeli boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, in some cases several kilometers inside of the border. And yesterday, the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, called on the United States to intervene to try to stop this assault from the Israelis. Are there any indications at all at this stage that the U.S. is likely to heed those calls and do something to try to pump the brakes on this?
I mean, nothing here on the ground that would confirm that the U.S. is putting pressure on the Israelis to cease these ground invasions or this incursion into southern Lebanon. We do understand, yes, that the Israelis have further advanced. So since the ceasefire in November of 2024, the Israelis actually continued to hold 5 positions inside Lebanon in contravention of that agreement. But we know that in the last 24 hours, they have further advanced into several locations. Hezbollah has issued a number of statements this morning saying that they had directly engaged Israeli troops on the ground. They're saying that they confirmed casualties. We haven't had confirmation of that from the Israeli side just yet. But the question here in Lebanon is, what role will the Lebanese army actually play? Yesterday, they withdrew from a number of positions. They said that, they're not withdrawing from the south. They wanted to make that very clear. They were just repositioning some troops for safety. They've been moving a few things around. But the Lebanese army themselves has admitted that they have limited capacity to counter Israel. And that is the sort of raison d'etre of Hezbollah, which is one of the armed factions in the Lebanese civil war. And it was the only one that was allowed to maintain its weapons at the end of that war. And that was for the exact objective of countering Israel. And so we're now seeing this tension between the Lebanese government, the Lebanese state, and its prime minister, who has outlawed the military and security activities of Hezbollah. A number of people were arrested yesterday for trying to take weapons down towards the south. And so the question remains exactly whether there'll be a confrontation or further tension between the Lebanese government and Hezbollah.
All right, Heidi Petforest there in Beirut. Please keep us posted. In the meantime, let's head over to Rosalind Jordan, who's joining us now from Washington. So, Rosalind, the defense chief yesterday, Pete Hegseth, said that the volume of strikes from Iran had been way down since the first day of the war. I wonder what the Americans are saying about how the strategy might change.
Well, they're not indicating whether or not there's going to be a change from what has been so far an air war on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel. But the Trump administration is insisting that things are going well and that they don't see this operation wrapping up anytime soon. Among those who are pleased with the progress of the air war so far is the U.S. President Donald Trump. He spoke to reporters on Tuesday.
We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible.
Now, what has not been ruled out by the president or by the defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, or by other administration officials is whether U.S. ground forces would be deployed into Iran to further what the administration says has been a panoply of goals, either degrading Iran's conventional weapons capability, preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapons program, whether it's regime change or something else. But those questions are going to be coming up, especially coming from members of Congress.
Yeah, especially the longer this drags on. Rosalind Jordan for us there in D.C. Thank you.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am going to show you some footage of the result of the American attack on an IRCG base overnight. It's morning time in Tehran, so I now have the ability to show you some footage of the overnight strikes or the result. Normally during the bombing raids at night, you can't really see the effects in Tehran. One, because you'd be out of your mind to go onto the streets of Tehran in the middle of the night right now. Secondly, because, well, you know, you can't really film. There's like 1% of the country with internet. So here's what I have for you, okay? This is a result of the strike. This is on Mazandaran Boulevard in Tehran. This is a Baji camp, one of their like paramilitary enforcement units. Let's just say they're not doing too good. You know, they're a little bit mad that their base is gone. They're chanting like "We will overcome," but like I don't think they're gonna overcome. Bro, I think we took your base out. Their base is gone. This is Tehran this morning. Yeah, all your bases belong to us, bro. You don't have a base anymore. That's the Baji standing in front of their destroyed base. That is their base. Okay? They don't have a base anymore. This is Tehran, Iran, like an hour ago. They're standing in front of their destroyed base. We literally eviscerated their base overnight. It's not on fire anymore. I mean, it's gone now. The base doesn't exist. They're standing in front of it. This is not AI. I promise you, it's not. This is a legit vid. They are like having a rally in front of their destroyed IRCG base and chanting, "We will overcome." No, I don't think you will overcome. One hour ago in Tehran, maybe two. And obviously, I do not live in Tehran. So can I sit here and tell you, oh yes, like that's that building and that's that highway, and oh that's weird that they stopped traffic. Like, no, I cannot. I don't live in Tehran. I've never been there. I knew some people in grad school who live there, but I've never been there. I don't know anything about this specific area of the city, and I can't sit here and tell you like this is definitively that area of Tehran. However, like I'm telling you, that video from my initial review, it all checks out fine. There's no indicia that, you know, there's anything off. Like there's some destroyed parts of it where people like are clearly like gathering to like kind of like rally in support, but like I'm telling you, that is just an odd scene. It's just surreal that like their base is bombed, like we know where they are, and they're just standing there like stopping the traffic on the highway. I mean, you can kind of go around them, I suppose, but like it's not really like the best idea to do that in the middle of Tehran right now. I'm telling you, like they all seem to just be having an impromptu rally. I don't think you should do that. I'm just saying. I'm looking for anything that like indicates it's manipulated, any kind of like odd sort of pop in, like bodies that like shouldn't be there, flags that like go over, like that are like in one shot like behind a person and like jump forward, anything that's just like an indicia that it's not real. But you know, as far as I can see, I mean, it could be very good AI, like really, really good AI, but there's no like dead giveaways. And all of the buildings remain pretty consistent when they pan. Like the damage doesn't change, which is just a lot for an AI to remember. Like to nail it on both passes. Because you'd have to like simulate the exact damage on both passes, and I just don't think they can do that. I really just am not inclined to believe they can do that. So, in short, I'm a little bit baffled as to why the Iran Revolutionary Guard is insistent on just kind of like hanging out in Tehran in the middle of the day. They're kind of asking to be hit, but there are some things I can't explain. There's like some things about war are not really rational. Like you can't superimpose what you think would be something that's normal onto a war because people just do weird stuff. Like the woman in Doha just filming the missile launches and just kind of like yelling. She like shouldn't be there. I think she probably knows she shouldn't be there, but she's just kind of filming it because she doesn't know what to do. You run into that situation with civilians, I suppose, where their city's being bombed, they don't know what to do, so they go like gather in person. It's not ideal. I don't really know what to say. Like you really should not do that, but nothing about war makes sense. That's like the best I can explain it. Yep, I saw that. I'm looking for new footage. Wow. And now defense officials are saying that, and again, this is a quote to the Washington Post, defense officials are saying the reports of the shoot down of the American F-35E are false. Now, again, American military officials have every reason in the world to deny it right now. But it's very interesting that they fact-checked the OSINT Defender account. They fact-checked it through the Washington Post in 40 minutes. That, like, I can't believe that they would even care about that to fact-check it unless there's some truth to it. Like, why would you care that an OISNT account reported that your F-35 was shot down? Dude, don't give it attention by denying it to the Washington Post. That makes me think that it's real. I am monitoring. I think that's the best way. Let's check out what's going on in Sri Lanka. I saw this report earlier. Let's just say that the Iranians were hit hard.
Ambassador to Sri Lanka told Al Jazeera the remains of the sailors will be repatriated.
The grim task of dealing with the dead. But for many of those involved in this incident, lots of questions remain to be answered. Mina Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Galle, Southern Sri Lanka.
European Union members are sending military aid to bolster defenses in Cyprus. Authorities on the Mediterranean island closed the international airport on Wednesday after a suspected drone neared its airspace. It is the third such incident since Sunday when an Iranian-made drone caused minor damage at an airbase. But as John Saropoulos reports from Limassol, Cypriots have mixed feelings about the military support.
Two Greek fighter jets take off to intercept a suspected drone heading towards Cypriot airspace. The incident delayed flights into Larnaca International Airport, but hours later, the government denied there was any contact.
There were indications of an object near Lebanese airspace. Two aircraft were dispatched, and they remained operational for quite a while without finding a suspicious object.
The reassurance may not have been needed. Life seemed to continue uninterrupted. Designated shelters like this underground parking lot haven't been prepared to receive evacuees. Businessman Andonis Theodoridis told us, like many people, he has his own basement shelter, and that's where he'd go during an attack. He charters aircraft for a living and says insurance prices haven't gone up, despite increased tension and intercepted drones earlier this week. He says the military assistance is a double-edged sword.
Having those troops or those aircrafts and ships coming over, it gives me a certain degree of security, but at the same time, I'm questioning myself the reason why. The drone wasn't focusing the Cyprus territory. It was the British base, which is the jurisdiction belongs to the UK.
But that's not how Greece appears to see it. Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis also sent 2 frigates to the island, a decision MPs praised on Wednesday. France has promised to send an aircraft carrier and anti-missile systems, while Germany has...
Boom, there you go. So the report from Diana confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, the report, Diana nailed it. You just heard it from the man in Cyprus himself, John Parsopoulos, that there is a French aircraft carrier going to Cyprus. There you go. Good job, Diana. You come around all you want. You are an excellent on-the-ground towel reporter. Yes, the U.S. airbase in Turkey has come under another round of shelling. I'm trying to determine if it was hit or if there was an intercept. I have footage for you of an intercept from within the last few hours. I do not know if there's a third round of attacks that have resulted in the U.S. airbase in Turkey being hit. Remember, Turkey's a NATO country. That's a big deal.
also pledged support, which means that Greece's actions have triggered an EU response. And that's important because Cyprus isn't a NATO member and relies on its European partners for support. The EU is deciding how its own mutual defence clause would work independently of NATO, which sees an attack against one member as an attack against all. Defence autonomy may be gaining traction in Europe, especially given President Donald Trump's insistence that European nations need to be able to defend themselves without US help. But many here wish life could just return to normal. John Psaropoulos, Al Jazeera, Limassol, Cyprus.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other news stories now. In Nepal, millions of voters are casting their ballots in the first election.
This is like the first time in probably 8 hours that they have not, that they've covered something that was not the war. Really. Like, they did not even take a breath all day. I've been going for 10 hours. They did not stop. Al Jazeera did not break away from the war coverage for 10 hours straight. This was the first time they did any news. And by the way, it's like 12:30 in the morning in America. It's like 8 in the morning in Doha. They're like, this is their breathing time before the next day starts. They have not shown a single news story other than the war for 10 hours. Frankly, I feel like I've been here for 5 minutes. I think I'm just kind of in the zone when I'm covering this. Like, I don't even really think about anything except this. The NATO Secretary General, again, following the reports of the attack on the Turkish airbase, the American airbase in Turkey. I cannot confirm that this recent round actually struck Turkey, but I can tell you this is the statement from the NATO Secretary General. Remember, Turkey is a NATO member. Collective defense under Article 5. If you attack a NATO member, it's different than attacking a Gulf state. If you attack a NATO member, every NATO member is obliged to attack you back. It's called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Now, I'll tell you, no, it's not U.S. bases. So I want folks to understand. That was a great question from the N9087. It's not bases. Collective defense under Article 5 is not bases. Like, yes, it's technically like being attacked, but what Article 5 is collective defense of your territory. It's not like your consulate or your bases. It's meant to be invoked when they attack your territory, which is a big deal. Article 5 only gets triggered if there's a military incursion of the territory of a NATO member. That's I'm generalizing, but it's like a collective defense mechanism of the territory of NATO. It's not really about your air bases. I'm sure it could get there if you started systemically bombing NATO allies' bases, but really what it's doing is you do one strike on the territory of a NATO member, the actual land of a NATO member, yeah, you trigger Article 5. They don't have a choice. It's an obligation because it's a defense treaty. So if you trigger it by bombing the territory, even if it's the base of an American, it doesn't matter. You've actually attacked Turkey. And now, the way this works is you have to vote. I expect Article 5 to be invoked. Of course, the end 9087, enjoy your towel wrench. God bless you and welcome to the channel. We are welcome. I love good questions. They lead to important education. If you have a question, it's likely other people might have a question, so feel free to ask anytime. There's no bad questions. The only thing that I don't really tolerate is being like discriminatory. You can't really do that. You can't be derogatory. You can't like sea lion or troll. But that's basically the only rules on this channel. Like, I have a very permissive attitude, like very permissive to a fault, of like almost anything. But there are also certain things that people do sometimes that like just lead to me kind of cascading on them. But you will never reach that line, I promise, because you're not from this area. You have to like be involved in true crime to like catch my ire, really. So you won't run into that issue. So welcome to the channel. So yes, Article 5 though has very serious. A lot of people are like, true crime, Grant. Like, what are you talking about? Well, yeah, I cover the courts in Massachusetts, the federal courts in the U.S. I help write statutes and laws and regulations. It's complicated. I don't have a lot of time to explain. Just know that like I'm someone who simultaneously covers the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission and the war in the Middle East, and I'm taken very seriously by everyone involved. I'm not really sure why. It's a long story. You can look me up. I'm just kind of a guy with a computer, but apparently a lot of people think what I have to say is important or like relevant or informed. I'm not really sure. I'm just glad you found the channel. Good to meet you, sir. So, no, Peter R., let me clarify. Good to see you, my dear. Very pro-American friend. Let me explain a little bit about the situation in Turkey. It's like trifold. There were 3 attacks, let's say 2 and potentially a third. The first one was yesterday. It was like yesterday, technically now, because it's 12:34 a.m. Eastern War Time, Thursday, March 5th, 2026. So yesterday, Wednesday, March 4th, U.S. wartime, probably in the morning, there was an attempted attack on the U.S. base in Turkey, which was intercepted by Turkish air defenses. Then, like 2 hours ago, there was another attack on Turkey by Iran, which was intercepted. How do I know? I have video of it. The interception. Apparently, they've tried again. Oh, there is no doubt Turkey was attacked. What I have not confirmed is whether any of the attacks got through to the base. Turkey strike confirmed. Okay, all right. That's why NATO is freaking out. So I'm trying to get, if you have a video of the Turkish strike, the strike on Turkey, that was actually like a hit, let me know. I will look for it, okay? I am seeing in the chat from multiple people who have been right multiple times tonight that the strike, the most recent round, so this would be the 3rd attempt to strike Turkey, did go through. Now, the first 2, again, were intercepted. I'm on like attack number 2, which was 2 hours ago. Now we're moving to a 3rd attack, which apparently did get through. I'm looking right now. I'm looking. I'm seeing a lot about it, that's for sure. But I don't have a video yet. This is the situation unfolding in Turkey right now. Apparently it did actually hit, but I do not have a video. You can imagine, obviously, how concerning the report about Turkey is because of Article 5, so bear with me. Take a listen to Al Jazeera as I look.
No vacuum that much. As you can see, there are days that the country has no supreme leader as an individual. but a council consisting of 3 is controlling the country, even in the situation of war with a couple of nuclear entities, United States as a country and the Israeli regime. With full force, the country is in a battlefield, and there is no really vacuum in the power, and no escape, no scare, and nothing, and not even lack of the commanding the war. So also, as Mr. Larijani is sitting on the chair of Secretary of the National Security Council, it is very well being moderated during the war. And also on the shops, every good is available, everything is sorted out by the government of Dr. Pezeshkian. So very, very rarely in such a country, country after 20 years of sanctions, you can see such a sorted out situation during a war.
Okay, Sasan, so you're saying there are protocols, there are procedures that are in place, but obviously this is still a very tenuous moment. And I want to ask you about right now what the concerns are when it comes to how the war is playing out in Iran, especially in light of the recent anti-government protests. I mean, is there concern there amongst the government, amongst the population, that all of this could descend into chaos?
No. Because if there is no intervention, that we heard from CNN that CIA is arming the Kurdish group to enter to Iran as some militias, regardless of that, because of the unification and the unity inside Iran, out of a culture, not by law, during the crisis moment like this, regardless of the protests on the streets a couple of months ago, less than a couple of months ago, we didn't see any chaotic version of Iran in these days. Even the same people that are not agree with each other, they are cooperating when something is getting happen. Forget about the few people outside the country, diaspora can play another role, or the dependent populations. But inside the country, we have a kind of unity, which is very beautiful in the very sad moments of war. That when, for example, 11 hospitals are attacked in Iran, one is very close to my own home, 20 meters only away. People are cooperating in the movies. You can see the very beautiful cooperation and unity. So that is the way during the Iran-Iraq war, which lasted for 8 years, with the whole world behind Saddam Hussein, Iranians could resist.
Maha, let me turn to you now. The Trump administration seems to be making the case or the argument that they believe that this conflict and perhaps an internal uprising in Iran could put an end.
Okay, I have one small piece. I guess it's positive news. I don't really know if this can be called positive news, but one of the videos of Tel Aviv earlier, that was very bad. It was actually newly released public footage, but it is not from overnight. So I don't know whether to say, thank God about this, or I'm still deeply concerned. But the footage of Tel Aviv, not of one of the interceptors or potential strikes or whatever it may be, the footage of Tel Aviv that came out overnight for the first time it is of Tel Aviv during this war, and it had not been public before, but it was from the first night or second night, which, is only 5 days ago or 4 days ago, whatever it may be. But my point with that is that I don't know whether I should say I'm pleased to learn that Tel Aviv does not look like that this morning, or whether I'm deeply concerned that Tel Aviv looked like that 4 nights ago and I didn't learn about that until now. You can see how both of them are equally concerning, that Tel Aviv was hit very seriously. That was a very real raw video of Tel Aviv across the street from the Ministry of Defense, So what does Tel Aviv look like now? That was 4 nights ago. That was before the first hypersonic missile was even fired. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not really necessarily, I don't know whether to even call that good news, actually. Now that I really think about what I'm saying, the fact check makes me more concerned. What did Jerusalem look, what did Tel Aviv look like after the hypersonic missile hit, which I know it did, on, what, like 2 nights ago? That's... I've never felt both a sense of relief and also concern at the same time as to the footage of Tel Aviv that I watched from earlier. So just as a follow-up, it was new footage of Tel Aviv, just not from tonight. It was footage of Tel Aviv that was a little lagged being leaked publicly. And so what does Tel Aviv look like now? I know most of Tel Aviv, because we can look at the webcams of downtown, is, functional. But, if that is what the strike looked like 3 days ago, I don't even want to know what some of those impact sites were like from 24 hours ago. What's happening if the Kurds enter Iran? So, there have been a lot of flying reports. The Kurds denied earlier that they entered Iran. I'm trying to find the footage of the strike on Turkey within the past, hour, because the War Powers vote failed, by the way. The War Powers vote failed in the Senate. The Democrats failed to stop the war. All right, so the War Powers vote failed. But what I'm looking for is the information about Turkey. The War Powers vote failed. Okay, I'm telling you, the War Powers vote failed in the Senate. So it was never going to pass. So I can't confirm. I have seen it reported in the chat. But I can't actually confirm the strike. But I do want to, I have about an hour and a half left with you before I get my rest. I want to do my best to get an update on this situation. Like Turkey in particular, because it's an Article 5, it's a member of NATO. But the reason why Turkey's being hit is it has U.S. bases. All right, so I'm going to turn on Al Jazeera for a second while I look for more updates on Turkey. This will probably be the last thing I can update on before bed, so I would like to find out about it.
And this is going to continue. But the real question then is what is going to come next? I must say, the U.S. has not been present in Iran for since 1980, since our embassy was frankly taken hostage, where our diplomats were subjected to these, being blindfolded for weeks on end and threatened with mock executions, et cetera. We have not had any diplomatic relations or diplomatic presence in that country. So I think it's fair to say that we don't know a lot about these internal internal issues going on in Iran. Often, as we did in Iraq, we turned to people who were from the emigre community, and many of them had judgments about Iraq that were entirely wrong in terms of what was going on internally. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little of that today. What is clear to me is that there are a lot of guns there, a lot of differing opinions within Iran. And what worries me, of course, is as you see this attenuation of the state, whether it's police force or army, what I am concerned about, of course, is you'll have a kind of civil unrest grow and turn into a civil war. And anyone who's ever witnessed a civil war knows who pays for that. And they tend to be innocent civilians. So I think these are really difficult moments for Iran. At some point, I think the U.S. will claim success in saying that it's prevented Iran from doing any more mischief overseas. And maybe the Iranians will show, or the Iranian regime, I'm not even sure what to call it today, will want to show that it can continue to do things. But so far, all it's done is galvanized all the Gulf states against it. And now it's going to get Turkey involved against it. It's really, I think the Iranians, whatever their leadership, they're certainly not showing good judgment. So the real issue ahead is if the U.S. claims some kind of victory, what's going to become of Iran? And at that point, I think it's really going to be a question, not for the Kurds, and I completely agree, it's a misguided strategy. It's not about the Kurds. It's not about any other such element. It's going to be about within Iran and how these 90 million people are going to find be able to determine a governing structure that will calm that country down and allow Iran to realize its potential, a potential that clearly exists in its civilization, if not in its governing structures.
Maha, let me ask you, there is this argument that what remains of Iranian leadership is going to be struggling for survival. And I want to ask you about that. How complex is the Iranian leadership structure? If you could just put that into perspective for our viewers. We know that it has parallel armies, that it has multiple intelligence services, several command structures. How complicated is all of this?
It's quite complicated, but I don't think the issue is whether they're struggling for survival per se as individuals. I think the entire system, I mean, for Iran, this was very much this war presented an existence.
I have a statement from the Israeli Air Force. Okay. Oh, yes. Feel free to share. So I can't monitor all like the UK chat stations, but I want to check them out, especially like when I get up in the morning and prep for the broadcast. So please share any alternative British channels you have. I like GB News. I have not watched Talk TV. I'll check it out. But like I have a lot of friends in the UK who are very frustrated with the government of the UK, like the Labour government in particular. So they're very mad about how they're kind of like being prevented from talking about what they feel are important issues in the UK, and then they're facing like criminal charges if they like say stuff on social media about immigrants. Now listen, my family is, American, obviously, but do you really think my last name is Ellis? Or do you think like my Jewish relatives came over from Lithuania during the pogroms in like the 1800s, and the guy at Ellis Island was like, what is your name? And they said, whatever it was, we don't actually know. We're close to figuring it out, but I don't think we have any idea. We traced the family to like what happened was in the Russian pogroms, if you don't know, before like World War II, maybe like 100 years before that or so, like the Russians really didn't like Jewish people and they like chased them out of Europe. My family, at least part of it, got to like the water of Lithuania. We don't know exactly where they came from in like Europe, but they were chased out of their homeland. And they were like threatened, and they got to like the water in Lithuania, and we found records of them like living in this like area, very poor area of Lithuania. And then they had to run from the Russians who advanced into Lithuania, and they got to Ellis Island, and they said to the people there, it was a long time ago, we would really appreciate if you would, not send us back to Russia. So I'm here because of America's immigration policies of another era. I'm not saying I'm unsympathetic, but I also don't like the people in Britain being told they can't talk about immigration and then arrested for it. So I'm sympathetic, okay? I have allies in the UK. I am sympathetic to the plight of their people. I like Finnish people. Finland's national industry, if I believe I am right, is the ice-breaking ship construction industry. Did you know that Finland produces more ice-breaking ships for purchase than any other country in the entire world, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I happen to know that about Finland. Why? I don't know. I think they have a lot of waterways that get frozen by ice, so they just are really good at making ships that break up ice. But anyway, making ice-breaking ships sustains a lot of the Finnish economy. What is the capital of Finland? I feel like Helsinki is the capital of Finland. I don't think I've ever been there. I just think I know some people in Finland. You'd be surprised. I know people from all over the world, and then I learn about their country, and then I just always remember the details. So anyway, I've always wanted to go to Finland. I doubt I'll ever go there, but, it sounds like a nice place. I could, talk to some Finnish people. They have a very, sauna-based culture. I'm sure my dear friend Deuce now is oh my goodness, this man knows a lot about Finland. Yeah, I really do. I know so much about Finland that I'm aware that, saunas are a prerequisite to you getting apartments. You Finnish people are very, very, very endeared to your saunas. You go into Finland, try to get an apartment, you better make sure it has a sauna. Listen, you don't have a sauna in the apartment, you can't rent the apartment to Finnish people. You have to understand the ways of the Finns, ladies and gentlemen. They are Finnish. Thank you. Karina says, I love your coverage, Grant. I'm thrilled. We have about an hour left in our coverage tonight, maybe an hour and 10 minutes, depending on how I'm feeling. I'm really just kind of pensive and nervous about the situation in Turkey. So until I get some update from a reporter in Turkey,
seaports, hotels, civilian buildings, energy facilities,
I'm going to be concerned. All right, that's where we're at. Alpha says, Grant, I'm from Manchester, and the British people were getting arrested for walking near an Iranian protest. How dare they? How dare the British police do that? Listen, British police, I might be American, but I'm mad at you. You do not arrest the nice British people. They're just trying to protect their country. All right, you leave them alone, you bobbies. I don't understand the bobbies with their strange hats and their closed-circuit TV. It's very Orwellian, if you ask me. I'll come over there and teach them a lesson or two. Someone knew one Finnish man. That's very nice. Oh, yeah, Nokia used to be a really big company in Finland. I forgot about that. I used to play Snake on the Nokia phones. Hello, Estonia. Apparently Estonia is neighbors with Finland, and they are very good neighbors. Tanny 8K, it is a very nice evening. It is a pleasure to see you. I am thrilled that the Estonian and the Estonians and the Finnish people are good friends. I am thrilled that you all are good neighbors to each other. We're making international bonds. The Estonians and the Finns are talking to each other, which they apparently were already friends. But, cultivating international relationships is not a bad thing. The British people are telling the other Europeans how they're being oppressed by their government. Who would have thought it was the British that needed our support to, take care of their oppressive government? Frankly, as an American, I kind of knew the British government was a little oppressive. It's why we made the First Amendment and the Second Amendment and the Third Amendment, now that I think about it, and the Fourth Amendment, and the Fifth Amendment, and the Sixth Amendment. Frankly, it's why we have a lot of our constitutional... It's actually, now that I think about it, the oppression of the British government of its people is actually why we have the U.S. Constitution. So when I say I sympathize with the British people and the perils of being oppressed by the monarchy, you did kind of used to own us, so we broke free from your monarchical ways, and much like Thomas Hobbes and his escape to France when he was writing the Leviathan, I too shall pen a treatise, but it won't be about defending the monarchy. It will be about liberating the British people. Yes, don't tell the king. I am going to set up a democratic republic in the UK. They won't see it coming. History will have come full circle. The Americans will take over the UK. No one saw that one coming. Oh, what a nice round circle of history that would be. James Joyce, eat your heart out. Vico's theory of recursi would really be made manifest if the United States, in its benevolent capacity in spreading freedom, liberated the British people from the dictatorial monarchy that refuses to let them talk about immigration. I'm just telling you, bro. That would be the greatest, and if they voted for it, you don't understand. The by price, though, is you have to give Northern Ireland back to the Irish. I'm sorry. It's non-negotiable. We'll free you from the monarchy, but you gotta give Northern Ireland to the Irish. They really want it. I want a free Derry. You might be saying, sir, you have a lot of priorities. I don't know if you're going to accomplish all of these in your life. Well, you know what? I just want to, I love the British people. I want to free you from your dictatorial labor/monarchical government. The monarchy's kind of passe with the whole, Prince Andrew thing. We don't have to talk about it. The point is, I'll give you your freedom. You can become whatever you want to become. And, whatever state, Democratic Republic, look to Cromwell, maybe don't get that violent. He kind of had the right idea. I don't want to relitigate the War of the Roses or the English Civil War. Frankly, I do like Thomas Hobbes, though. In any event, my point is you have to give me Northern Ireland. I want to give it to the Irish. I want to re-implement free Derry without the violence. I just want to give them free Derry because I told my friend Erica that she could have Derry. So I just want to, even if I just get the three, parts of Derry that are free Derry, Cregan, the Bogside, and the Moor, I'd be okay with that. We can negotiate about exactly how much of Derry you have to give me, but that's my price. Okay, if you are going to be freed from the tyrannical, dictatorial Labour government of the UK, you have to give me at least 3 areas of Derry. Specifically, Cregan, the Bogside, and the Moor. Are you willing to accept my terms? Very good. I don't really negotiate, I just get what I want. You really don't want to negotiate with me. I just kind of have something that I want, and then I get it. So, and then you kind of walk away very pleased with the whole exchange, and you're like, all right, well, he released us from the terror of the Labour, dictatorial monarchical government, and now we don't have to deal with, the whole Prince Andrew thing anymore. I guess we can give him 3 counties in Northern Ireland. Is it really that big of a deal? And then the Irish are going to be like, how did he get us free Derry? I'm going to be like, listen, it was a very complicated negotiation process. You should just be pleased with this. Enjoy free Derry. You know what I'm saying? I've thought about this a lot. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Obviously, I'm a little bit on edge about this Turkey situation, but frankly, I am not on the ground in Turkey. I will look for videos for you to confirm the hit. The man on Al Jazeera, though, just telegraphed it for me by saying that Iran had invited Turkey to get involved in the conflict. That kind of tells me that you all are right. I still need to hear them say it, though.
It's 6 GMT. Welcome to Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of attacks in Iran's capital, Tehran. Strikes on Wednesday were so intense that officials postponed the morning ceremony for Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated in earlier attacks. More than 1,000 people have been killed since the US and Israel began their assault on Saturday. In Lebanon, Israeli airstrikes have been pounding areas across the country, including the capital, Beirut. At least 2 people were killed in a Palestinian refugee camp near Tripoli and 3 others in the south. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating fast since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. The Sri Lankan Navy has recovered nearly 90 bodies off its coast after an American submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship. At least 32 Iranian sailors have been rescued. The vessel had about 180 crew members on board at the time. Iran's foreign minister says the ship was struck in international waters without warning. A bipartisan resolution in the US Senate has failed to limit President Donald Trump's power to wage war on Iran. Democrats argued that Trump has sidestepped Congress without offering a valid reason for the conflict, but Republicans voted down the resolution. And the conflict in Iran has sent shockwaves across the global energy market. Oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz has been paralyzed since Thursday, choking off a vital route. South Korea says it will run out of liquefied natural gas in about 9 days. Major energy producers such as Qatar and Saudi Arabia have already halted production, citing Iranian attacks. Well, we are live in Tehran, Ramallah, Beirut, Seoul, Doha and Washington. But first, let's go to Towhid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital. Good to see you, Towhid. So when we spoke, Towhid, on Wednesday morning, Israel had just announced another major attack on Tehran. And we've just heard that another one is on the way. Tell us about the impact that the previous one had on the capital and elsewhere. This must be, of course, worrying times for civilians there.
Well, actually, Iranians now are waking up to the sixth day since the initiation of the American and Israeli strikes, and the impact is quite tangible when it comes to very ordinary citizens who are witnessing this continuous waves of strikes. And according to the latest statistics, at least in over 170 cities, this impact is being felt, of course, in Tehran, here in the capital. Since the midnight up until the moment, from time to time, we have been able to hear the sounds of massive explosion, and they are targeting in different parts of the city, in the eastern parts, in the western parts, as well also in the nearby cities. Reports are coming about these continuous strikes, and of course it is creating a huge amount of fear and frustration among the very ordinary citizens here. And on the other hand, Iran says it's continuing its trajectory of retaliatory strikes. We have these reports and the statements coming from IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, talking about the 18th and 19th wave of their retaliation, targeting the military bases of the United States as well as the Israeli territories, including Ben Gurion Airport. This is something that we have from Tehran.
So with us, Towhid, we have another update to bring our viewers, because there have been heavy airstrikes in western Iran. That's in the predominantly Kurdish part of the region there. These are overnight pictures from the city of Sanandaj, where a radio and television station was targeted. Towhid, the IRGC confirming using over 30 drones, right, to strike the headquarters also of the Iranian Kurdish opposition groups in Iraq, as well as what we're seeing on our screen here. I mean, what was behind these attacks? What's driving them?
Yes, Niamh, we've got these reports coming from Saqqez and Marivan, two cities in the Kurdish areas in which strikes have been reported. Also in Sanandaj, the state TV's building was said to be targeted. In the city of Bukhan, the governor's building was attacked not once but twice. Once first when it was attacked, and second when people gathered there. The second attack happened, leaving actually fears of further casualties. And this is just possibly from the Iranian perspective, as we hear from some analysts, something critically important, as they might be seen as targeting IRGC or security locations and headquarters, as well as a potentiality for clearing the way or supporting Kurdish oppositions to come from outside and create a chaotic situation in the western parts of Iran, or simply putting more pressure on the country. We are witnessing the continuation of these strikes across the country, in western parts, in central parts, while Tehran says retaliatory actions, retaliatory strikes are taking place. But how effective these retaliations are is something that I prefer to leave it to Noor to talk about.
Okay, thanks for that, Towhid. Well, we will go to Noor, who's in Ramallah. Noor Ode, who's tracking Iranian retaliatory attacks on Israel. Noor, we've just been hearing from Towhid about this new wave of Israeli attacks that are on the way to the capital, Tehran. It comes, of course, off the back of that other huge operation against Tel Aviv and other targets on Wednesday. Plus, Israel has also been facing attacks itself from the Iranians.
That's right, Neve. Good morning to you and to Tawheed. The Israeli army has launched attacks against the infrastructure of government and control in Iran, while still intercepting and trying to intercept Iranian missiles coming to Israeli cities, as well as rocket fire and drones coming from the Lebanese territory. Now, this is important because this is testing Israel's capabilities and also the tolerance of the Israeli public, who woke up to news that there will be some easing of restrictions on public gatherings, some return to normalcy in workplaces, so long as the number of people gathering is limited and so long as there are safe rooms and safe areas in line with existing codes in Israel. So a little bit of relief for Israelis who are being told by their government that everything is being done to limit Iran's ability to retaliate, to limit Iran's ability to strike, even though the strikes keep coming, at least for now.
And despite a fresh barrage of missiles from Iran earlier, according to Israel's military home front command, the number of strikes has actually eased restrictions in some areas as of Monday today, citing a 70% drop in those strikes in volume. I mean, compared to the start of the week, this is quite a significant shift, isn't it? I mean, what's being made of that?
Well, look, it depends who you ask, because on the one hand, there is a drop that Israelis are crediting themselves for, meaning that Israel is striking rocket launchers, missiles launchers, the missile production facilities in Iran. But at the same time, Iran is using a higher grade missiles, if you will, ballistic missiles that are larger, that are causing more damage when they fall, even if it's just the debris. So it's a matter of perspective at this point. The cost of damages is expected to be about $2 billion just in the first week. That's in addition to the cost of the war effort itself. So there are efforts to kind of mitigate all those losses by returning some economic activities, by repatriating the more than 100,000 Israelis stranded outside the country. All of these measures are an attempt to ease the pressure on the public, who still supports this war effort against Iran, who is still not asking pressing questions about the timeline, because again, they're being told, Israelis are being told, this will take weeks, and the confrontation with Lebanon might even take more.
So efforts to potentially utilize this apparent lull, but what you're saying, clearly the threat has not gone away for Israelis. Noah, thanks for that. Well, as we mentioned...
Here's an interesting one for you. So, I'm not even sure why they would say this, but the Iranian armed forces put out a statement saying that they respect the sovereignty of the neighboring and friendly state of Turkey, and they deny they launched missiles at Turkey. Now, I don't know if Turkey's going to believe that because, you know, they shot down missiles multiple times. But I'm telling you that they're saying that Iran is apparently denying that. I don't believe that, seeing as it's been reported by multiple sources that over the past 24 hours that there were at least 2 waves of attacks from Iran on Turkey that was shot down. Why Iran would deny it, I don't know, fog of war. I'm just repeating to you the statements coming out from each side. You really have to take everything during a war with a grain of salt until you see it on video, and then find 5 more videos at that point, and then maybe you can say you have some idea that this was valid. Or if you see it from like CENTCOM or the US DOD, you can kind of get a little more sense, but do not take anything the enemy says at face value. Okay, I will just say that like right away. So when the Iran's army says they didn't attack Turkey, exactly, it's very likely gaslighting, but when I report it to you as the statement of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, that's kind of the tip-off that, like, it's probably not true, but, like, I have to tell you what the enemy is saying. I would be, like, derelict if I just was like, well, you know, they're not saying anything. I mean, they are, but they're probably lying. I just have to tell you that with the disclaimer, you know, or it would be derelict. That's kind of what I have to do. All right, we have about an hour left. We're heading into hour 11. As you know,
Hamas official.
these streams have to go like really realistically 12 hours. I can't do more than 12 hours. If I try to do that, like I'm so tired the next day, I can't do 12 hours the next day. So the way that I found to like do this is to kind of like break it up into 12-hour chunks. I stream for 12 hours. I sleep for like maybe 4 to 6, and then I get up, I prep for the next stream, and then I can do 12 more hours. That's the only way to reasonably cover this war. I really do not recommend any of my colleagues do more than 12 hours at a time. It like will prevent you from being able to cover it the next day, and it's really important that the journalists who have a knowledge base about this are like around as things happen, because some of this stuff is so rapid and it's so like important, and there are so many developments that you have to be like in the zone. You can't like you can't wing it, you can't mail it in, like you have to be ready. And I don't recommend, unless it's actually like, if the bombers actually hit like Qatar overnight and weren't shot down, I probably would have stayed live. There will be situations that might call for that, but I'm really recommending to my colleagues like 12 hours max. If they're in theater, I think 8 hours is probably the limit. You like cannot function cognitively if you continue to push, and I'm telling you, this is going to go for weeks, if not months. Absolutely weeks, if not months. So just prepare. The Pentagon put out a call within the last hour that they need troops, they need support staff for at least 100 days. Okay, 100 days. 100 days. They are projecting 100 days of war minimum. Minimum. That's a lot more than 2 to 4 weeks. And this could become a sustained conflict, like a world war. So I must be ready for however long it takes to develop a sustainable pattern to be able to cover this. And Congress has voted down the War Powers Resolution, and no one thought that was going to pass. But for anyone who thought there was even like a semblance of possibility that there was congressional opposition to the war, there is not. There is not. There's in fact probably, I don't know if there's a supermajority as of now in support of declaring war, but I think it's probably close. I think it's probably close enough that like if something bad happens to U.S. forces, Congress will declare war. Then this channel and the people who have been watching will be ready. We will have prepared. You will have picked up the knowledge. You're going to be able to say like, okay, how can I help? What can I do? How can I volunteer to make this country safer? Whatever it may be. For a lot of people, that moment, I don't know if you understand how much of a shock it's going to be if they have to declare war. Like, we have gone into wars since World War II, don't get me wrong, but I don't think anyone understands like the scope this conflict could reach if Iran can fight for like 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. It would become an actual world war. We would go on a domestic wartime footing. No one who is alive right now, except for a very few octogenarians and people who are in their 90s and maybe 100 or older, have any memory of a wartime economy. My Nana, who was in her 80s, okay, her late 80s, has vague memories of being like 6 when the war was going on in the 40s. That is the only human, in fact, that I speak to that was alive during World War II. No one has read this whole generation. These kids, I'm telling you, these like iPad kids, bro, they don't understand what a wartime economy is. In fact, most of their parents and their grandparents, okay, I'm talking about my generation, who would be the current generation's like children's parents. I don't have any kids for this reason, by the way. I knew this was, well, multiple reasons. I wanted to be like a priest. I heard the call to be a priest when I was praying to the Virgin Mother outside of Baptist Library at Boston College in the spring of 2013. I was praying to a shrine, and the call was, the world is yours to behold if you can abscond from your temporal inclinations. It was a very sacred moment for me. I've been a big fan of the Virgin Mother ever since, and Jesus. I mean, it's kind of hard not to be a fan of Jesus, if you think about it, you know, if you read the Bible. But anyway, my point is, so, you know, what was the relevance of that? Let me get myself back on that spiel, because it was relatively important. Hold on. Onto a war, because people just do weird stuff.
Oh,
like the woman in Doha, just, that was not live. Give me 1 second. If you think about it, you know, the call was, the world is your... I'm telling you, these like iPad kids, bro. Oh, right, okay, so I heard the call to be a priest. Okay, so I don't have any kids, all right? I think of all of God's children as my children. I try to help you all. I don't mean to say it that way, but I really do. I love you all very dearly. So the point is, though, I don't have children, but my generation, okay, they would be kind of like the parents of the current generation who are kids in the United States. Then my parents' generation would be like the grandparents of the current generation who are kids, okay? So neither the current kids nor their parents nor their grandparents have any idea what it's like to be in a war. In fact, most of them like don't really understand what it is to sacrifice for their country. Like they kind of just expect shit to be handed to them. And listen, I am not judging, okay? You like, life is hard. Going day to day is hard. Like, we have a social safety net. I'm not saying you got to be Superman, but like the way, like the modern, not the military, the modern American kind of polity has never like had to ration food. They have never had to have a victory garden. They don't know what a victory garden is. They don't grow their own food. They couldn't, like most people in America right now, if you, like not the farmers, obviously our farmers are wonderful. They know how to grow food. But if like you picked out a random person in America, all the population, and just picked out like 100 people, and we're like, can you grow your own food? Like 8 out of 10 of them are going to be like, what is growing food? What do you mean growing food? You want me to go out in the dirt and like eat stuff from the dirt? That's gross. Like they just don't understand the concept. So yeah, like we have, if this actually continues, it's going to kind of be a reckoning for the United States as a polity, because I don't think any of us are ready to enter a war. I'm serious. I understand, because I've studied the history of all of this, and I know what the Second World War like history was kind of like. I have a somewhat of an understanding of what the domestic wartime economy was like. Like I've studied it, but like this kind of blindsided almost everyone in the United States. And if we actually enter a wartime economy against a superpower that can fight us and kill our troops, 3 generations of Americans are going to sound like those girls in Qatar tonight. I mean, listen, I'm trying to be really gentle, but like, tell me if like the way that you are listening to this reaction in this video from Doha, like 4 hours ago, tell me if like this sounds like reasonable. Like for a human in a war zone, I realize the images are impressive, okay? Like most people seeing rocket fire are like odd, kind of. They're not necessarily thinking, but like tell me if this is like a reasonable reaction. Like, and yeah, I get they can fly the drones, don't get me wrong. Our military soldiers, like a lot of them got their skills from like video games initially, and then they learned how to translate them to drones. Bro, why do you think the government like pushed military video games? It was to train a whole generation of soldiers. Dude, those kids go into the military. It's not exactly the same as Call of Duty, but bro, you got good hand-eye coordination and you know how to use a fucking controller. Sorry for cussing. Dude, you are the perfect drone pilot. Why do you think the government was thrilled? Why do you think they let kids train for tens of thousands of hours on Call of Duty and like Modern Warfare and all that, Battlefield 2142? Dude, all that stuff is just like training drone pilots. That's exactly why they do it. It's not really just drone pilots. It's also to get them to love the idea of combat, so like they want to go into combat. But the actual point of those video games is so that you can like teach a whole generation of kids how to like activate their, you know, like hand-eye coordination for the purposes of piloting remote drones. That's why they did it. Yeah, oh, bro. You should see me on Guitar Hero. I can play through the Fire and Flames on Expert through to like 72%. I've never completed the song, but I can actually get through the intro of Through the Fire and Flames on Expert. Like, that's unreasonable for any human. Like, they trained our hand-eye coordination to the point where, like, I am so good at video games that I can play Burnout, like, on the PS2, like, at, like, 240 kilometers an hour, like, just flying around the map, and I can just turn on a dime, avoid every obstacle, every car. Like, bro, my eyes are so good, even with, like, my optic nerve issues. My eye, like, the speed my eyes process material, I can see single frames on a 60 frame per second video and like stop it on the frame I want to look at. Easy. Because they trained me, like they literally trained my whole generation with these like incredible devices that made us like perfect with hand-eye coordination. My reaction time is so quick that it's almost like unimaginable how quick my reaction time is. Like when they measured it with a yardstick one time, the scientists were measuring reaction time, and they had this scatter plot of like the group they were testing. They were at like a game or something. I don't remember why I did this. They must have tested 1,000 people at this game. It was like a sporting event, and there were scientists there like measuring people's reaction time for data. It was like kind of a fun thing. I don't remember why I did it. I think I was like in line for food, and the scientist was like, hey, you want to test your reaction time? The point is, they plotted my reaction time against everybody else's. Mine was like in the top right of the graph. It was like almost impossible, the reaction time that it measured. It was like, I didn't even realize what I had done because all I did was grab the stick when she dropped it. It was apparently like an imperceptible like amount of time that elapsed between when she dropped it and when I caught it. So, I don't know. They did something to our hand-eye coordination by letting us play all those games. Here's the video of Qatar earlier. Just listen to the American women who are probably there on like financial contracts doing like CPA work. There's a lot of finance in Doha. It's complicated. Just listen to their reaction to this, and then imagine this times like 100 million all at once when you put the domestic economy on a wartime footing in the United States.
Keep breathing.
And yeah, they all tell each other that it's okay, just breathe. Like one of them's crying, the other one's like playing the role of like den mother, and like it's like this. Just imagine this repeated 100 million times in the United States. Not just men, women too. These are just two women in this video.
Oh my god, I see it. Oh my gosh, Jeff. Oh, it's so close. Oh my god. Oh, that's a Patriot. Oh my god. Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh! It hit one. Holy sh! Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Look. Holy sh! Oh my god. Oh my god, they're right next to our tower. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I see one, I see one, I see one falling. I actually just saw one fall. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, focus. Oh my god. Yo, I felt that blast on the windows. And it's not focusing. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Yo, I feel it on the wind. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yo.
Point proven. Yes, they're speaking. Yes, they can see what they're watching, but no, like they're not ready to. Those girls don't understand. They're just one example of Americans and how they'll react to this. They don't understand what they're looking at. They just see a bunch of missiles. They don't know what a war is. They don't know why those missiles are firing. They don't understand what the booms mean. They don't understand how much danger they're in. It's just kind of like, ooh, ah, like, oh no, that's bad. Yes, ma'am, that is very bad. I'm trying to tell you, like, as a journalist, like, not you, I'm speaking to them through the video. Like, I'm trying to tell you all in America, especially because I'm an American towel, like, we are in for much worse than this. I need you to be ready so that as it escalates, you're able to, like, properly fulfill your duty to your country, whatever it may be, civil service, raising children, playing in some kind of female baseball league, which is apparently a thing during war. I don't know, ask Rosie O'Donnell, I wasn't alive in the 40s. The point is, like, there are all sorts of different ways that people are going to, like, fill in, or, like, fill roles if this happens. And I don't want the collective reaction of my countrymen and women to be that. Like, that is not helpful. If the president or the Congress gets up there because something really bad, which could have happened tonight, if those bombers got through to that base in Qatar, like, we could have lost 3,000 to 5,000 servicemen. Like, I'm just throwing numbers out there because I don't know how many people were on the base at that time. We could have lost that many men and women, and it would have easily led to a declaration of war. Okay? And the American public is going to collectively react like that video. They're just going to say, oh my God. They're not going to understand. And I don't know what to do about that. In the 40s, you could just, like, tell them, like, okay, it's America, you got to be ready. Dude, the press corps is, like, attacking the Secretary of State over his, like, word choice in press conferences as he's trying to, like, tell Americans to call the embassy to evacuate earlier, like 2 days ago or a day ago. Like, we are not ready if we actually go to war. The press doesn't even know how to be pro-American. They hate America, most of them. They don't like America. They don't like the voters of America. And they're supposed to tell us, like, how this is supposed to go. We're in a very bad place if we have to rely on them. So, I don't know. Maybe we just have to have, like, meetings as a country. I mean, it's the whole world, really, that's kind of watching how America's going to do this. I'm not really exactly sure. I wish I had all the answers. I do not. Now, let me give you my final roundup. It is 1:30 a.m. Eastern wartime. The sun is rising on the Middle East. I'm not positive we have the answers we want, but I will at the very least give you some updates from the Al Jazeera
difference
English.
of opinions, firm difference of opinions when it comes to the U.S. intervention in Iran, and it's shown itself very much in the U.S. Capitol building. A man protesting against the war in Iran has been injured and arrested after being forcibly removed from the Capitol building itself.
What?
No one.
Oh, that doesn't look good.
Fight for Israel.
His hand. Oh, his hand.
Well, his name is Brian McGuinness, and he was dragged out of a congressional hearing on the war. He's a former Marine and Green Party politician. Republican Senator Tim Sheehy helped officers remove McGuinness. He now faces multiple charges.
I mean, that's not ideal. I have footage for you from Tehran. Obviously, we only have about, I'd say 40 minutes together, 30 to 40 minutes. I inevitably will use all this time. I'm always like, Grant, you're probably tired. Don't you want to go to bed? No, inevitably I'm ready to cover something else. Okay, so in our last few minutes together, I have footage for you, of course I do, from on the ground in Tehran this morning. Not this afternoon, but not late last night, but actually from this morning. This is the first video. It was 9:30 a.m. Tehran time. Here's the video I have for you this morning out of Tehran, West Tehran in Iran. Yeah, that's quite I would say we're bombing them. Probably Israel and America. Latest footage out of Tehran. Again, the sun is rising, so we are starting day 6 of the war. We're winding down day 5. The biggest situations to monitor are Turkey and Qatar, as I get ready to pass it over to the non-existent night shift because I'm one person and I can't clone myself and I have to sleep or I won't be useful tomorrow for whatever chaos is bound to come next. This is the impact of the morning strikes in Iran. Okay, this is the impact of the morning strikes. Again, daytime bombing raids in West Tehran, Iran. Okay, this is the intersection of Satari and Abasasan. Okay, it's likely the Janat Abad 138 police station. Did he say Scott McGinnis? I don't think it's that Scott. Imagine if Scott, like the guy from the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy cases, was down in Washington. Imagine if we just saw Scott on the news. The man from the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed cases, he goes outside court. Scott's a nice guy. He comes on this channel. He used to glare at me outside court. Now he's a nice guy. But the point is, imagine if we saw that Scott just being dragged out of a congressional hearing. Scott, how did you get down there? Why are you down there? I didn't know you were so vociferously against the war. That is not our Scott, though. I call him our Scott because now this channel has like a bunch of people from around the world. So we have to identify who this Scott is. He is a local man from Massachusetts who's going to be utterly baffled that he got referenced because a guy with his name or a similar name got dragged out of a congressional hearing. But no, that's not him. This, however, is the latest scene out of Iran. So, yes, I actually have video for you from on the ground, literally probably, I don't know, an hour or two ago. Like, you won't see it on Al Jazeera. You will see it on Towel News, okay? That's what we're going to call my station, Towel News. All right? No one will understand it. Everyone will be baffled. But, yes, I have very good sources, and this is footage from on the ground in Tehran, Iran. This is probably from a wave. Wait, the Australian Prime Minister has announced the deployment of military units to the Middle East? What? Wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, per Al Jazeera, the Australian Prime Minister has announced that he is sending military assets to the Middle East. So there you go. I can't be Towel News. I have to be Grant's News. Yes, I can confirm to you. This is from. If you will allow me to quote if you will allow me to quote from Al Jazeera 16 minutes ago. This is a flash for the Australians. Ladies and gentlemen, the Australian Prime Minister says the country's military assets have been sent to the Middle East. So I'm sure the Australians will want to hear this. Anthony Albanese has announced that Australian, quote, military assets have been deployed to the Middle East as a contingency plan. Albanese told the Australian Parliament the government has sent 6 crisis response teams to the region. And, quote, we've already deployed military assets as part of our contingency planning earlier this week. He did not give further details, says Al Jazeera, but Australian broadcaster SBS News reported that 2 military planes have also been deployed. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, the Australians apparently were already in the war, but nobody knew about it. The Australians have sent their military planes. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the Australians are getting involved. We have somehow involved the Australians. God bless you, Lynn. If you've been watching for 11 hours, thank you for your support of Towel Channel. We did another 12 hours of coverage. It's called Grant's News Channel. Neo Mortal Girl said I'm not allowed to be Towel News, so that's okay. I go along with that. Neo Mortal Girl's my conscious check. You know, she's got like 3-dimensional thinking. So when she says, and she likes Gran Turismo, which I thought was a great game. I have a hardware backwards compatible PS3. You don't understand. It plays PS2 games. My point is, and PS1 games on hardware in the system. It has a PS1 and a PS2 and a PS3 inside of it. It's pretty cool. And yes, it is of course JTAG'd, but only because I like to code my own software. Now, let me tell you, if you like this channel, if you're baffled by the fact that one man can talk about like so many things over 12 hours and just from memory, I have no notes. You think I have notes? I don't have notes. I've never read a single, other than statements from, and you can clearly see when I'm reading, other than statements from governments or like militias, I don't read notes. Everything you hear is just my memory spilling things out to you. So if you find this information useful, if you like this live coverage, if you appreciate the fact that you get primary source videos, I'd say 95% accuracy. Nowadays, there's a lot of information warfare, so always trying to confirm the validity of what I'm showing, but I have a pretty good hit rate. I probably share 1 out of 10 videos a night that gets noted, so I'm like 9 out of 10 on footage, which is pretty impressive. You can support this channel. My dear friend Lynn posted the links in the chat. There's a Venmo. It's at Grant-E1. You can scan the nice little code on the screen right next to my very nice microphone. You can see right here, I'm Towel Van Oet. You can call me Grant Van Oet. You see this nice little Venmo here? You can just scan this with your little phone and you'll be able to support this channel. There's also a Cash App. That one I can't like point to the same way. I guess I could. Actually, you want to see a little bit of towel magic? How about this? Nope, I did the wrong one. How about this? See that? Now if I want to point to the Cash App, look at that. Look at that. I'm Towel Van Oet. Yes, now I can point at the Cash App, the money sign Grant Smith Ellis Cash App. You see what I mean? You can call me Towel Van Oet. Okay? Just like Wheel of Fortune. Okay? My point is, you can support this stream for our international towel friends. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/@GrantEllis. I am a one-man operation. There are no breaks. There's no commercials. There's no sponsors. There might be ads. YouTube allows them. I'm grateful to them. God bless them and this platform for allowing me to help share this information with the world and facilitate informed and cogent participation in the wider public sphere, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. So that's it. Yeah, Neo Mortal Girl. No, Neo Mortal Girl. Neo Mortal Girl. Let me be clear. I'm not analyzing that. I'm reading for you what Al Jazeera reported. So I imagine there was a speech to Parliament in which the Australian Prime Minister reported that he had done X, Y, and Z, which Al Jazeera is summarizing. You can probably argue that Al Jazeera is sort of like biased in its presentation, but like I'm going to guess they had sent like troops there earlier in the week, and they are sending troops there now. And while they will be like evacuating their citizens, what they're really there for is like support combat operations if they're asked to do so. Yeah, no, Neo Mortal Girl, I agree. I do not think that you have declared war on Iran or that Australia is like militarily going to attack Iran. I think that they are going to be asked to as part of a coalition, but I do not think it has happened yet. I just think that your parliament got an update this morning, which Al Jazeera chose to report in the way that it did. But no, I would not say it's tantamount to a declaration of war. It's kind of probably the step you take before you're asked to join a coalition. Well, again, you know, again, I didn't make the speech to Parliament. I wasn't there. I'm not Australian. You all can watch the speech that he made to Parliament. But Al Jazeera, you know, I didn't summarize their report. I quoted it. So you may have to take it up with Al Jazeera. They are, you know, known to be a little propaganda-ish. So. Neo Mortal Girl, if it turns out to be all nonsense, I'll be the first one to tell you that you fact-checked Al Jazeera. I will be the first one to tell you that you fact-checked AlJazeera.com. All right? But that said, I was not watching the Australian Parliament speech. I probably could pull it up for you and we could watch it, but it's also 1:30 in the morning and I only have 20 minutes left. And I don't want to watch the Australian Prime Minister at this very moment. Will I watch it tomorrow? Sure. Can you watch it right now? Yes. Like, set aside Al Jazeera's summary. You set aside even your news. Just go to the Parliament website. You'll be able to watch that. Absolutely, Neo Mortal Girl. I understand. You know what? Hold on. We can do it. Give me 1 second. Watch this. Let's just do it. Screw it. I'll show you how to do it. So you just kind of take a look over at the Australian. Ooh, that was my neck. The Australian Parliament is live. So we can just bring up their YouTube and see if your Prime Minister gave an address or the Prime Minister gave an address. Now, I don't know what your Prime Minister looks like or when he was speaking. And that, yeah, so that seems to be a joint committee. What does your Prime Minister look like? Is he a guy in a suit? Is that him? Hold on 1 second. Australian Prime Minister. What does he look like? Is that him? So he kind of looks like a guy with glasses. Is that him? I don't think that's him. No, that's not him. And they said it was about like 15 minutes ago. Is this him? No, that guy looks too young. This might be a committee meeting. Maybe your Parliament's not as easy to watch as it appears. Maybe he spoke in the Senate? Hold on. I don't watch a lot of Australian Parliament. I mean, I gotta say, like, I watch the British Parliament, but the Australian Parliament is not really like in my wheelhouse. All right, so this is the Senate. That's not what I want. All right, they seem to be debating bills. So this is not really what I'm looking for here. But again, I also do not monitor the, Australian Parliament. So you're going to have to give me a little bit of grace here as I try to confirm this. I don't exactly know who he was speaking to or where he was speaking. That's the problem. Al Jazeera is the only one that has it. You know what might actually solve this? If I just go to Al Jazeera English, because I guess that they're going to talk about it.
Lots of questions.
I will get you an answer on the Australia situation. We have 20 minutes, no promises.
Across the Strait of Hormuz.
Ballistic missile was fired from
All right, here's the Turkey update.
Lots of questions remain to be answered. Mina Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Galle, Southern Sri Lanka.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has pledged Washington's full support for Turkey after NATO air defenses destroyed a missile in Turkish airspace. The ballistic missile was fired from Iran towards Turkey's Hatay region. It was brought down in the eastern Mediterranean. The strike caused no damage. Rubio spoke to Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan after the interception. The Pentagon says it doesn't anticipate the incident will bring NATO into the war. Sinem Kosciuszko met people at the border between
That is a good sign. That is a good sign.
Iran and Turkey on how the conflict across the border is affecting their lives.
Here we are at the Kapaköy crossing between Iran and Turkey across Iran's Hoy. This is one of the busiest crossings between the two countries. Today the crossings have been steady but controlled, as we have been informed that there's a technical failure on the other side of the border, Iranian side, and there are a few hundred people stuck to wait for their paperwork to be finished. We have been speaking to people who have been crossing.
All right, I'm going to read this report that was just published in the, give me 1 second. This was just published in the Express Tribune. Okay, I'm just going to read you verbatim. So, the people of Australia, I don't think you should panic. You have not declared war on Iran or anything like that. I'm just going to read you the report, not from Al Jazeera, from the Express Tribune. Sydney. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said Thursday that military assets had been deployed to the Middle East as a contingency plan. Countries have rushed to evacuate their citizens from the Middle East this week after U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran that killed its supreme leader Ayatollah al-Khamenei and sparked a regional war. Albanese, which is what you said, Neo-Mortal Girl, told the Australian Parliament the government had sent 6 crisis response teams to the region. He added, quote, and we've already deployed military assets as part of our contingency planning earlier this week. Quote, I thank those Australians going into a dangerous situation to help their fellow Australians, quote, he added. The Australian leader did not give further details about the nature of the assets, though local outlet SBS News reported they were planes. AFP contacted Albanese's office and the Australia Defence Ministry for further information. So, yes, Neo-Mortal Girl, it very well could be that they are staging to evacuate Australians. The point is more that, like, I think the point is more like the statement that he made about military assets in the region in the context of evacuating Australian citizens has caused like the headline to be Australian minister notes Australian military assets deployed to Middle East. Is that technically an accurate headline? Yes. Is it a little bit alienated from the context? Yeah. But, like, is that going to be the headline probably in, like, the news in Australia? Yeah, in about an hour, because he only said it 20 minutes ago? Probably. Yeah, I agree, Neo-Mortal Girl. And I believe it started actually 25 minutes ago on the outlet that was quoted, which is, and please tell me if I'm wrong, I'm not Australian, SBS News. However, I also don't want to get really hung up on like Australia's military deployments to rescue their citizens. It's really not as pressing as, say, like the development in Turkey or what's going on in Qatar, but they are important. They are important developments to the people of Australia. I am not an Australian expert. In fact, I'm probably like the antithesis of an Australian expert. I don't know much about Australian politics at all. I'm going to rely on Neo-Mortal Girl a lot for that. Either way, you know, we can blame Al Jazeera for that headline, and that is going to be a headline on social media. It will probably frustrate the Australian people now that we've gone through the context, but the reality is that's what the headline's going to be on Al Jazeera.
From Iran to Turkey, some of them are only Iranian citizens, some of them...
I don't doubt that, Neo-Mortal Girl. It's also hard to track exact time, but the point is your Prime Minister didn't actually tell the Congress or your Parliament until 20 minutes ago.
Also hold other nationalities like European nationalities. The opinion is divided. Some of them believe there might be a regime change in Iran, but most of them blame the United States and the Israeli strikes, saying that they are risking civilian lives in their country.
We were only hearing sounds, but we haven't seen anything in the city. They say military targets are being struck.
Autonomy may be gaining traction in Europe, especially given President Donald Trump's insistence that European nations need to be able to defend themselves without US help. But many here wish life could just return to normal. John Psaropoulos, Al Jazeera, Limassol.
We'll see if we can get one more round of live reports.
Tensions between the United States and Iran have put the focus back on Tehran's nuclear program and a deal that was meant to stop it from developing nuclear weapons. In 2015, Iran and...
No, I don't need that update. I really, really would like just some clarity on the Doha situation, but that's not going to happen. Yeah, no, you're really not going to like, because Al Jazeera definitely took that Australian headline and ran with it. Okay, I have one more piece of footage I will show you. No, it says Israeli military activity in the south. Let me give you the exact. Oh, okay, so I'll show you Israeli military activity in Lebanon, and that will kind of be the end of our day, because I cannot go on to the situation in Doha with the amount of material that is flowing out. I just can't. I don't know. I cannot confirm what happened in Doha. I'm not exactly sure if the bombers were shot down over the territory or the water. I'm going to leave this for the night crew. I'm going to give you one more update. This is the IDF showing footage of their soldiers deployed in Lebanon. All right, I'm going to show you this to end the day. I have 4 series of footage. All right, and I'm tired. I've been going for 11 hours and 33 minutes. So this is the IDF deployed in Lebanon earlier today.
גדוד צבר שוהה בגזרה כ3 חודשים כחלק מחתמ"ר 810. אנחנו מכירים את המרחב פה, מבצעים פעילות מבצעית, גם הגנתית, גם התקפית. כל זאת על מנת להגן על יישובי הצפון, על תושבי המרחב, על מנת שיוכלו לשהות בבתים שלהם בבטחה. ונעשה כל מה שידרש כדי לשמור על השקט בגבול הצפון.
It's one channel audio, that's why it's soft. This is the Israeli military earlier today moving through the mountains of southern Lebanon. I tried to tell you it was kind of like farmland. That's why it's hard to see video at night. Like, it's not like a city in southern Lebanon. It's more just like hills. I agree with that, Neo Mortal Girl. Whatever it takes. I don't actually know the political leanings of the Australian government. I'll study it overnight. I don't know, like, what your prime minister thinks of Mr. President, for example. You're looking at the most recent footage from southern Lebanon. It just came in maybe an hour ago. This was on the ground earlier today of the IDF, okay? This is the Mountains Brigade under the command of the 210th Division. It's the Mount Dove area. You're actually watching footage from on the ground of Israel's ground incursion into southern Lebanon. So this comes right from the IDF. Okay, so Israeli military soldiers patrolling in southern Lebanon. Okay, they are, I wouldn't say more than patrolling, they are like securing territory in southern Lebanon. Interesting. Left wing. So what you're looking at are the latest pictures from the IDF. It's delayed. Okay, this is probably yesterday in the late afternoon. It looks like it's probably before sunset. It's the IDF preparing a ground incursion of southern Lebanon. And these are the pictures we're going to end on for today. Why? Because I can't start up the coverage of what happened in Doha and take it through to fruition, because we won't know until the morning. By the time I start up my coverage tomorrow, I will have answers on what exactly happened in Doha, whether the Iranians had those bombers shot down. It seems to me like that is probably what happened. They did not hit their targets, but I also see so many reports flying around right now, and I'm tired. Like, parsing the propaganda from the truth in like a tired state is not a good idea, because everything can look real and everything can look fake in the modern digital warfare arena. All right, If you've been watching this stream for the past few days, you know I like to end the same way every day. One, God bless you for all of your support. Thank you for all of your information about different countries. Thank you for, I wish I could understand all of the world's countries. You all help me do that. You help me understand the various developments. You help me understand the different languages, the different political constellations of the different governments, their different interactions with each other. I'm very grateful. I'm grateful you're kind to each other. I'm grateful that you show so much camaraderie. I'm grateful that the mission of this public information service is reflected in the ethos that you bring to your discussions. Really, the goal isn't to tell anyone what to think. Everyone can think what they'd like. It's to give you the form of how to think so that when you're out on your own or even watching this stream, you're always questioning. You're always using critical thinking, and you're always trying to verify information that you're presented, even from me. Do not ever take anyone at face value, and if they tell you to take them at face value, be even more suspect. Okay? Don't even take what I'm telling you at face value. Fact check it. Verify it. Question me. Push back. That's kind of how this, I thrive. I appreciate that you all do so in a manner that's agreeable and reflective of the standards of discourse that I think will make the world a better place day by day. And that means a lot to me. So, thank you so much, Nikki, and to every person. Nikki said, thank you, Mr. Tal. You truly are a national hero for the coverage. Another excellent stream. I'm not a hero. I am a Tal. The hero are our men and women, our boys and girls, because they're younger than me mostly, out in the field fighting to defend our freedom and the innocent civilians and those who are in harm's way every minute. We don't know how many of them have passed away, our soldiers, because there's some kind of military blackout, at least 6. Are there more? We don't know. Will we find out? Yes. Will I tell you, and will we honor their service by trying to do whatever we can to help? Yes. It was Tanny 8K. God bless you. You sleep well. Serene, Neo Mortal Girl. God bless you as well. We do have to reflect each other to find the truth that's somewhere in the middle. That's why amalgamated perspectives are the spice of life. I think that's what Orson Welles was trying to tell us with Citizen Kane. We can talk tomorrow more about Adorno and Horkheimer's degrees of simulation from Chapter 8 of Dialectic of the Enlightenment, which of course is called the culture industry, and how perspectives and narrative alienate truth. But at the same time, amalgamated perspectives can help us rebuild from the 3rd degree of simulation back to the 2nd degree of simulation, and in turn find some kernel of truth among amalgamated narratives. You may be saying to yourself, Grant, I have not read the Dialectic of the Enlightenment. I don't know Theodor Adorno or Max Horkheimer. I don't understand what the term degrees of simulation means. That's okay. I don't expect you to be a 3rd-generation critical theorist or to be schooled in the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You're like, Grant, it's like 2 in the morning in your time. You are talking about 1940s obscure, German critical theory. What are you doing? Well, this is just how my brain works. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. IOXO, IOXO, I love that. Earthlings indeed. All right, so Marcia says, thank you, Grant. You're the best. I learned so much from you and everyone here. Sleep well and see you tomorrow. God bless. God bless you, and God bless Peter R., and God bless Antonio Della Rosa. I hope you have a great sleep as well. My brother, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Same to you, MIT. KHA, and also to Lynn, every other single person. Nikki, thank you. It was great to hear. I knew a Mortar Girl knew a cousin with the last name Ellis. Deuce, it was great to see you today. How long? It was great to see you. Missouri 82, God bless you. Thank you for spending some time with us. Great talking about wrestling with you earlier. You come back anytime. We'll talk about Southern wrestling. John Q. Public, it was great to see you, Chad. And at the end there, I missed you when you came in. I'm sorry about that. Lynn, my dear friend, God bless you. I hope you get some rest tonight as we approach 11 hours and 42 minutes into the stream. Robin Hood was here. It was great to see you, Robin Hood. I appreciate you stopping by as always. You could see a lot of people were chatting. Unity, it was great to see you. Sarah, it was great to talk with you as always, my dear friend. Thank you for stopping by. See what I mean? It's hard to even keep up with all of your chats because you all are just ferociously discussing in a very friendly and amiable way, and that makes me very happy. Suya, thank you so much for staying on. Oh, Neo Mortal Girl, that's very interesting. Your grandmother had had an alias. One of the aliases was Jack Ellis. You absolutely let me know about that tomorrow. Love serendipity of that nature. Okay, all of that said, you know what I'm going to say though. If you benefited from the stream, if you learned something today, if you found camaraderie today, you know that both I and Pete Bunny Towel, and you might be saying, Grant, you can't have a channel mascot that is a stuffed Pete Bunny. Well, you know what? He has a very special nightstand. He just sits over there all day and listens to me rant. He's an anti-communist Pete Bunny Towel. Now, you might be saying, sir, like, that is not really like the appropriate mascot for this channel. Yes, it is. He is an anti-communist stuffed Pete Bunny Towel, and he and I would like to deliver you a message. If you learned something today, even among this intense coverage, if you benefited from this stream, hello, Mercury Star. I love your username because it reminds me of Marie Curie, and it's a pun on Mercury Star. I just love everything about it. But this is Pete Bunny Towel. And if you would like to pay forward what you learned today, Pete Bunny Towel and I have a recommendation. You can look for a reason to pay forward that education and camaraderie and knowledge by doing small acts of service and kindness, all right? The goal of this public information service is to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. If you feel you benefited from today, says the anti-communist Pete Bunny Towel, you can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for those around you. You can donate to our homeless veterans. Yes, there should not be one veteran in this country, or in any country for that matter, that is homeless against their will. Okay, they fight for our rights. They put their lives on the line, just like those very nice men in the IDF. Pete Bunny Towel likes them. He approves of Israel. Good job, Pete Bunny Towel. Those individuals are putting their lives on the line for the civilians and the population of Israel. They are our allies. Our soldiers in the United States need our support. You can donate to our veterans today and make sure that there is not one veteran in the United States homeless against their will. Help a veteran today. Now, I would be remiss, even though Pete Bunny Towel is not actually an animal, if I did not tell you that you could also consider donating to our furry friends, animals. Now, what if you want to donate to an animal and you want to help veterans at the same time? Have you considered animal shelters run by veterans? What about animal, adoption programs that help veterans? You can help our furry friends. You can help our veterans. Everybody wins. You don't understand. Now, Pete Bunny Towel is going to sit here and tell me he's not an animal. That's okay, Pete Bunny Towel. I love you dearly anyway. But what about if you just want to donate to animals? You can do that too. You can donate to animal shelters and help our fur friends. Simultaneously, if you are in the UK, you can donate to The Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. However, it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Ruchel did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, even in my tired towel state, I believe it is possible that by doing so, those small acts of service and kindness can bring about a new realpolitik. Instead of centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, centered on a realpolitik centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and unconditional love. In that way, may we live up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, which is our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thereabout bring about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny Towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. I'm very grateful we got to spend this time together today, as is the anti-communist Pete Bunny Towel, and he bids you all adieu. All right, Pete, you sleep well. I'm going to sleep well. God bless all of you over on the Towel X. Hello, Standing Stones. You absolutely have a good night. God bless you and your wife and your puppy, my friend. Thank you for spending some time with me, just like you, Marcia, as well. God bless you, and God bless Deuce. Towel Towel Friends on the X. You can find more from me tomorrow in the afternoon, youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis if you want to join the chat, x.com/Grant Smith Ellis if you just want to watch. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. May God protect our soldiers. May God protect the innocent. May God protect our allies. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you. Until tomorrow, signing off. Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, Towel Friends on the YouTube, after the entire day, okay, 5,000 votes on the poll, the American public is still very split on this poll. I am off to bed. God bless you. Thank you for being with me today. I'm very tired. You kept me going. You allowed me to push through for hours. It felt like 5 minutes, and I will never be able to express my appreciation. Jen's dog, Jonah, God bless you. Thank you for all your support and kindness today. Every single one of you, Neo Mortal Girl, Deuce, thank you both. God bless you. I'm going to sleep. I will see you tomorrow afternoon. I will hopefully be well rested to provide you updates and information. If you need me in the meantime, GrantSmithEllis@gmail. That's my email. That was a good rhyme. Feel free to reach out anytime. God bless you. Be well. Corin, Corin, it was great to talk with you as well. I can't wait to learn more about the UK. You all will see the stream for tomorrow go up sometime in the late morning, Eastern Time, US. It'll be live after 2 p.m. Eastern. I really should sleep. I'm having some heartburn. Thank you. God bless you, Tripoli Bob. You sleep well as well. I'm so glad you're still here. God bless you, my friend. I can't express my appreciation for you enough. You're a wonderful human being, and I want you to not only be able to read it, but hear it and see it in my eyes. My gratitude for you and this country and those of you who support Little Towel. It means the world to me. God bless all of you. I hope I have given you an informative 12 hours. Until we see each other tomorrow, I'm going to get some rest. You do as well. God bless. Be well. God protect the United States of America and her soldiers. And I will check out Talk TV. All right. God bless.